Chapter 1. The South China Sea, the Lianhua Sea region, is particularly bustling today within the realm of Luojia. Quickly, the king's judgment is about to commence. The throngs of pedestrians jostle each other, as if compelled by an irresistible thrill. What is the source of their excitement? The answer lies in the fact that today, the king, notorious for his penchant for judgment, is set to preside over the trial of a noblia most unprecedented occurrence. Moreover, this trial is to be conducted publicly, prompting the eager citizens to abandon their daily labors in order to witness this historic moment. In the square before the palace, the king has been seated upon his throne for quite some time, surveying the noisy crowd below. At that instant, he seems to ascend to a higher plane, enveloped in a sense of sublime exhilaration. Noticing that the witnesses have gathered in ample numbers, the king commands his soldiers to bring forth the noble to be executed. Bring forth the criminal Malachi Simon to the execution platform. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers relay the command through their communication devices to the prison. With a creak, the prison door swings open, and the guards escort a diminutive figure towards the platform of execution. Who would have thought that I, Simon, after traversing 8 years in this world, would meet such a fate? How can there exist a king so utterly devoid of reason? The noble facing execution is no ordinary aristocrat. He is none other than Malachi Simon, the son of a renowned duke within the kingdom. At the tender age of 8, Simon is not originally from this realm, but rather a traveler from the planet Long. Upon his arrival mere months after birth, he swiftly comprehended the nature of this world, a world reminiscent of the anime One Piece. Simon, acutely aware of the dangers lurking in this universe, diligently trains each day to avoid misunderstandings with others. However, fate took a calamitous turn when, after rejecting the marriage proposal of an elderly woman of 80, Simon was apprehended by the king, who happened to witness the incident, and was subsequently imprisoned to face judgment before the entire nation. Throughout his 8 years in this kingdom, Simon has recognized the king's unsettling fascination with the judgment of others. Yet, to find himself on the receiving end of such scrutiny is a bitter pill to swallow. Though he has attempted to resist, the frailty of his young body proves inadequate against the king's whims. The execution platform is positioned high above. Perhaps a tribute to the king's own vanity, it towers even higher than the gallows in Lowtown from One Piece. Forced to kneel upon the platform, Simon is surrounded by television devices capturing his every moment. Massive screens flanking the square display his plight for all to see. Simon lifts his gaze to glance down at the multitude below. There are indeed many people here. After all, I am but a stranger to them. In that moment, Simon ponders whether cultivating a reputation for himself might spare him from execution. Alas, the trepidation of this perilous world has left him paralyzed with fear, leaving no room for thoughts beyond the enhancement of his own strength. As Simon prepares himself upon the execution platform, the king raises a megaphone to formally announce the proceedings. Citizens, do you know who stands before you on this platform? Oh, the crowd appears indifferent to the king's words, merely joining in the raucous revelry with those around them. The king, undeterred by such trivialities, continues to recite Simon's charges. Malachi Simon, son of the duke, has audaciously refused the marriage proposal of the ambassador from the neighboring nation of Liaoyan. Such an act threatens to sour our diplomatic relations. A Simon devoid of patriotism must face the guillotine today. With his long white beard and a face etched with wrinkles, the king's tone exudes righteousness, yet all Simon perceives is repugnance. How much longer can you cling to that throne? Aware of the revolutionary forces at play, Simon's thoughts are laced with malice. Do you have any objections to my judgment, Simon? In a display of leniency towards the nobility, the king permits Simon to utter a final statement before his execution. Your Majesty, might I indulge in a peach in these final moments? Perhaps having relinquished all hope, Simon yearns for a taste of his favorite fruit before his demise. A peach? Although perplexed by Simon's peculiar fixation on the fruit, the king, eager to impress the populace, concedes to Simon's request. As Simon cradles the peach in his hands, an overwhelming wave of emotion washes over him. With closed eyes, he bites into the fruit. Ugh, A wave of nausea wells up as he realizes this peach is rotten. Opening his eyes in haste, he discovers that what he holds is no mere peach, but a devil fruit. What? Just moments ago, it was a peach. How has it transformed into a devil fruit? Perhaps today, I may yet escape death. Seizing the opportunity, Simon hastily consumes the remaining devil fruit. After a brief moment of reflection, he comprehends the nature of the fruit he has ingested, the paramecia-type justice fruit. What does this fruit do? It allows Simon to create a judgmental domain with a radius of 5 meters around him. Within this domain, he can designate any individual he deems wicked and, upon a successful judgment, determine their punishment. Upon realizing the abilities of this fruit, Simon's hopes begin to wane. The king stands over 100 meters away, and his newfound power is utterly insufficient to influence him. Prepare for execution. Seeing that Simon has finished the peach, the king instructs the executioner to proceed. It's over. It's over. Gazing at the massive blade poised above him, Simon surprisingly feels no fear. Today, you best kill me, for should you fail, you will never have another chance. As Simon's mindset shifts, a mysterious aura envelopes him. In an instant, the aura reaches its zenith, radiating outward. Execute. No. At the king's command, Simon's father, Duke Malachi, cries out in anguish from afar. Yet the executioner does not bring the blade down. Bang! The executioner's eyes glaze over, collapsing beside Simon. What is happening? Taken aback by this turn of events, Simon quickly erupts into wild laughter. Foolish king, you can no longer kill me. Ha ha! Indeed, this mysterious aura is the manifestation of conqueror's haki. Upon witnessing the executioner's fall, the king furrows his brow and promptly orders another executioner to take his place. However, at that moment, Duke Malachi finally arrives at the scene. Your Majesty, should I not have been informed of such a grave punishment for my son? The Duke approaches the king, his expression dark and accusatory. I am the king. Do not forget your station, Duke. The king regards the visibly displeased Duke without a trace of warmth. Bring forth the executioner at once. Ignoring the presence of the Duke, the king continues to bark orders at the soldiers who had just paused. I dare anyone to move. Upon hearing the Duke's words, the soldiers all lower their heads. The king, witnessing his soldiers' defiance, finds himself flushed with anger. You. Seizing the moment, Duke Malachi threatens the king. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, matters shall not be so easily resolved. The king, fuming with indignation, finds himself powerless. Before him stands Duke Malachi, commanding an army of 30,000. If he cannot quell the Duke's wrath now, the throne may very well be at risk. Yet, should he spare Simon, the ambassador from Laonian will not relent, plunging the kingdom into chaos and potentially annihilation. But gazing at Duke Malachi, the king realizes that executing Simon would render any chance of reconciliation with Laonian utterly impossible. The sentence may be altered to one of banishment, but an acquittal is out of the question. This is the king's final concession. Duke Malachi likely recognizes this as the best outcome and refrains from further pressing the king. Meanwhile, Simon, having awakened his conqueror's haki, remains in a state of frenetic ecstasy. After laughing for an extended period without observing any further actions from the king, curiosity compels him to glance in the king's direction. In that moment, he sees his father standing before the king. The atmosphere between them is palpably tense, and after a brief interval, it appears that some accord has been reached between his father and the king. With a complex expression, they approach Simon together. He dares to come here personally? Just step within my 5-meter radius, and it will be your end, foolish king. Oblivious to his own reprieve from death, Simon harbors a burgeoning sense of hope, his mind racing with anticipation. As the king draws nearer, Simon steels himself for what is to come. As the moments drew nearer, Simon halted his actions, caught by the complexity of his father's gaze. Perhaps a flicker of hope lingered within him. He yearned to ascertain what his father had just discussed with the king. The monarch approached slowly, lifting the amplification device. Regarding the judgment of Malachi Simon, after deliberation with the Duke, it has been decided to impose a more severe punishment of the flowing water sentence. Oh, the crowd within the square erupted with excitement at the mention of the flowing water sentence, a punishment long forgotten for 2 decades. Its severity was unparalleled in history. Yet upon hearing this, Simon's expression transformed into one of unexpected delight. The flowing water sentence is splendid. This way, I shall not bear the burden of a bounty. For commoners, the flowing water sentence might indeed be the harshest of penalties, but for nobles, it was tantamount to exoneration. Simon felt a surge of joy at the prospect of being free from the naval bounty, for his dream was to lead a life of simplicity. The notion of becoming a pirate was never part of Simon's future aspirations. Though the flowing water sentence would strip him of his noble status in Luogia kingdom, it concurrently implied his departure from the treacherous intrigues of the court. Following the king's announcement, soldiers escorted Simon towards the port. This time, Simon offered no resistance, casting a complex glance at his father as he passed. Yet, he remained silent. "Do not blame me for failing to rescue you. I know with your abilities, you shall once again gain renown in this world." Duke Malachi gazed at his son, who was being led to the port with a mixture of emotions. The soldiers parted the throng of onlookers, with Simon in the lead and the king trailing behind. Thus, they made their way to the port. At the port lay a small wooden raft, one that had been painstakingly retrieved from the dock. Once Simon was placed upon the raft, the king untied the ropes securing it to the dock. Carried by the currents, Simon drifted away from Luogia kingdom. This port was peculiar. The surrounding waters ebbed and flowed erratically, making survival a daunting task for Simon, whose hands were bound. An elderly man in the crowd shook his head sadly at the sight of Simon facing the flowing water sentence. "You said you would marry me. There was no harm in it, and now look at the outcome." This elderly gentleman was none other than the envoy from the neighboring nation who had sought Simon's hand in marriage. Regardless, Simon was indeed sentenced, and the envoy's ire was quelled. Before the king, he declared that the two nations would continue to coexist in harmony. The king, satisfied with the envoy's response, joyfully announced a grand banquet in his honor. Though exiled, Simon had not yet ventured too far from Luogia kingdom. In the distance, he observed the king conversing with the elderly envoy. "The revelry shall not last long, you dull-witted king." On the raft, Simon regarded the duke beside the king with a mix of emotions. "What is your true intention in negotiating with the revolutionary army?" With no immediate threat to his life, Simon's mind drifted back to a scene he had inadvertently witnessed months prior within the duke's estate. The commander of the Southern Revolutionary Army had been leisurely sipping tea in his own residence. "Well, this matter bears no relevance to me now." After a moment's contemplation, Simon reclined on the raft and relinquished his thoughts. Yet, where does the flowing water sentence ultimately lead? Although I've read accounts of it, none specify the destination. Time at sea always seems to stretch interminably, especially when one lacks control over their course. Simon struggled to sit upright on the raft, attempting to free his bound hands. Clang, clang. The iron chains on his wrists produced a melodious sound, showing no signs of breaking. Must I wear these shackles indefinitely? A flicker of panic ignited within Simon. Calm down, Simon. Think of what options remain. In the vastness of the sea, panic only invites peril. Simon forced himself into a state of tranquility. Reflecting carefully upon his abilities, he realized that only the power of the devil fruit he had just acquired remained untested. Perhaps I should give it a try. Is it not said that the development of a devil fruit's powers relies on one's imagination? A particularly audacious thought emerged in Simon's mind. Should the experiment succeed, he might render himself invincible. Then, shall I attempt it? With a heart racing with anxiety, Simon enveloped the chains on his wrists within the domain of his fruit's ability. Judgment begins. As Simon uttered these words, he sensed that he could indeed pass judgment upon the chains binding him. This ability must be invincible. At that moment, Simon was taken aback, astonished that his power unfolded in such a manner. Let me try another judgment. The chains that bind Simon. I hereby declare you guilty. Do you have any objections? Of course, the chains could not speak, and thus, Simon's ability of judgment successfully activated. In that instant, he realized he could indeed impose judgment upon the chains. Simon swallowed nervously. "I hereby sentence you to the punishment of disintegration." As Simon's voice echoed, the chains binding him shattered instantly. He flexed his wrists, reveling in the sensation of newfound freedom. Should he dare to experiment further with his unique form of judgment? Gazing at the severed chains on the raft, a bold idea took root in his mind. If it truly aligns with my thoughts, then my fruitability is indeed extraordinary. The raft drifted serenely across the sea. The weather was fair, a perfect opportunity for experimentation. Moreover, Simon could not steer the raft's course. Seizing the moment, he boldly commenced his trial. Justice, the aura of his ability enveloped the shattered chains once more. Yet, at that moment, Simon received no information regarding the judgment. Could it be that an object can only be judged once? Or were there limitations he had yet to comprehend? This experiment held significant meaning for Simon. Revealing the constraints of his fruit's power, he pondered the reasons behind this phenomenon. During the first judgment, it passed seamlessly because the chains confined me, thus embodying malice. Now that I have judged the chains' wickedness, are they now purely virtuous? Lacking comparative experiments, Simon could only speculate. If that is the case, then it is acceptable. However, if only one judgment is permitted, I must carefully consider the nature of future sentences, being an inanimate object. Simon found himself at a loss for ways to imbue the chains with malice, and thus refrained from further experimentation. He contemplated passing judgment on the raft itself, yet fear of sinking into the sea held him back. And he chose to wait patiently instead. The weather above the South Sea was considerably more stable than that of the Grand Line, devoid of sudden tempests. Thus, Simon drifted upon the sea for 3 days, his body unkempt and exuding an unpleasant odor. On this day, the raft, previously languid, suddenly accelerated. This momentary anomaly prompted Simon to observe the ocean currents with caution. After a period of observation, Simon, with his meager nautical knowledge, deduced that the raft had caught a current. This was not good news for him, for the current speed was perilous. The raft might not withstand such rapid momentum as a devil fruit user. Simon was unable to survive submerged in the sea. He now faced a life-or-death crisis, uncertain of his location. Familiar with the Lotus Sea region, Simon began piecing together information about the current's velocity to ascertain his position. Yet he did not succumb to despair. He understood that knowing his location could potentially lead him to safety, provided the current was one he recognized. The flow was approximately 96 with a circular direction, and no islands in sight. Could this be the wide-angle current? Simon felt a surge of shock, for this current had only appeared twice in the annals of Logia's history, according to reliable navigational records. This current perpetually shifts, eventually leading to an island teeming with ferocious beasts. This island served as a natural arena, its weather beyond comparison even to the Grand Line, truly a realm of utmost malevolence. Yet, due to its harsh environment, it also stood as a perfect training ground. Upon realizing he was within this current, Simon felt exhilarated. This island did not appear on any charts. He had never anticipated arriving here in such a manner. Having once sought this legendary isle, he had given up due to the lack of a course. Little did he know that this punishment of drifting would lead him to this current. No longer could Simon afford to relax. He devoted himself fully to observing the shifting currents. Though this was not his first experience with oceanic currents, he had never encountered one so complex. Knowing he would one day venture to sea, Simon had learned nautical knowledge from a young age. While he might not precisely predict meteorological changes, his grasp of sailing principles was comprehensive. Without this accumulated knowledge, he would surely struggle to find a way off the ocean. Yet now, even alone at sea, Simon could discern a direction for survival. The wide-angle current moved with remarkable speed before Simon could prepare adequately. A shadow of an island emerged in the distance. Could that be it? Too far away for accurate judgment, Simon, relying solely on intuition, refused to miss any opportunity. He began to ready himself for landing. The current would not simply deliver the raft to the island. He would need to maneuver it himself. Despite extensive preparation, the island remained elusive. How could this be? The scant nautical knowledge left in his mind failed to clarify the situation. The island's silhouette shifted around him, yet Simon felt no closer to it. What was the trajectory of the wide-angle current? Why was this happening? Faced with this peculiar phenomenon, Simon could only attribute it to the current's unique flow. Just then, he noticed that the island seemed to draw nearer, albeit at an agonizingly slow pace. As the island approached, Simon understood why it was taking so long. The wide-angle current was circular, swirling around the island. No wonder each time he looked towards it, its position differed. Closer, closer. The island was within reach. As the current swept past the island, Simon exerted himself forcefully. The raft carved an elegant arc through the air. With a resounding thud, the impact sent Simon skidding across the sandy beach. Spitting out the grains lodged in his mouth, he carefully surveyed the island before him. It appeared lush and vibrant, imbued with the essence of spring. Is this the fabled island? Having never visited the legendary isle, Simon hesitated to declare it as such. He had seemingly survived, although he could not yet confirm whether this was indeed the island of legend. Simon had successfully endured the trial of the current. The next challenge was to determine how to survive here. If this is not the mythical island, it would be rather easy. Despite this thought, Simon secretly hoped it was the legendary isle. After all, at just 8 years old, he was at a prime age for rapid growth and strength that on a regular island, significant enhancement would be unlikely. With no way to leave this island in the short term, there was but one task at hand: to elevate his abilities. When the time came to return to the seas, he would astound the world. Perhaps exploring the island center would yield more information, allowing him to ascertain its identity. With daylight still lingering and his energy intact, Simon embarked on his expedition into the unknown island. Who does not harbor a dream of adventure? Before experiencing the harsh realities of the sea, he would immerse himself in the thrill of exploration. As Simon advanced towards the island, the once verdant and vibrant scenery underwent a drastic transformation. The leaves turned a desolate yellow, and a tempestuous wind surged forth. The swirling sands obscured Simon's vision. There was no doubt now. This was the fabled island of Shikai. The sudden change in weather left Simon feeling disoriented. I recall the rumors that this island harbors a region that remains unaffected by the island's capricious climate. I must hasten to locate that place. Otherwise, I shall be unable to remain safely on this island. Though I had yet to glimpse the fearsome beasts that inhabit this land, the mere state of the weather already raised alarm bells in Simon's mind. The yellow sands in the sky rendered direction indistinguishable. And with no choice but to await the next shift in weather, Simon stood still. The raging wind persisted for approximately 3 hours. Gradually, the gusts subsided, yet the parched leaves showed no signs of revival. As Simon approached, he was astonished to discover that the trees bore fruit. Although he had encountered such phenomena in books, he had not anticipated the existence of trees that could bear fruit in such a short span of time. Plucking a fruit from the tree and tasting it, he exclaimed, "How sweet!" Unable to fathom the wonders of this fruit-bearing tree, Simon could only marvel at the marvels of nature. However, he needed to seek the unchanging zone and could not linger here for long. The next shift in weather was unpredictable. The area around Simon offered little in terms of canopy to obstruct his view, but a glance revealed even the central lake of the island. A lake? At that moment, a realization struck Simon, prompting him to pause and reflect intently. He remembered that the unchanging zone was located adjacent to a lake on the island. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon his target area the very moment he began his search. Without wasting any further time, Simon dashed towards the lake within the island. Just as he made his way to the safety of the lake, he encountered one of the island's ferocious beasts head-on. This creature resembled a wolf, adorned with white wings upon its back, while its tail resembled that of a scorpion. With no means to evade the monster, Simon braced himself for confrontation as their eyes met. The wolf-like creature lunged at Simon with ferocity. Thud! Simon narrowly dodged the assault, but the impact left a deep impression in the ground where he had just stood. He felt a shiver of fear. Had he not evaded in time, he would likely have suffered broken ribs. The ground, where the beast had struck, was now a gaping pit. Realizing he might not stand a chance against this creature, Simon turned and sprinted towards the safety of a lake. The beast, regaining its footing, adjusted its stance and pursued him once more. The wolf-like creature was exceedingly swift. If Simon did not evade its strikes, he would surely be struck. Yet Simon understood he could not run indefinitely. As he raced towards the safety of the lake, he remained vigilant of the beast's movements. Upon seeing the creature gather itself for another lunge, Simon promptly halted and darted to the side. Once again, he deftly avoided the beast's attack. However, having consumed only a single fruit, Simon's stamina was limited. He realized that if he did not reach the safety of the lake quickly, he would soon succumb to exhaustion. At that moment, Simon was still 300 meters away from the lake. The final sprint for survival. Crack! In a moment of inattention, the scorpion-like tail of the beast struck Simon's arm. Instantly, his arm went numb from the impact. Utilizing this surge of force, Simon propelled himself forward, refusing to relent. I shall remember this injury. One day, I shall make you pay for it. The pain radiating from his arm caused Simon's steps to falter. The wolf-like creature, undeterred by its strike on Simon, continued its relentless pursuit, flapping its wings as it closed in. The scent of blood emanating from Simon drove the beast into a frenzy. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air reached Simon's ears, prompting him to instinctively lower his body to be by the narrowest of margins. The creature's claws grazed past the back of Simon's head. Had he hesitated even a second longer, he would have bid farewell to this world. Stumbling and rolling, Simon was now just 100 meters from the safety of the lake. At this juncture, the beast appeared increasingly agitated. Thus, Simon's warm-up preparations were completed. Next, he was to practice the Rohingya body of the Luojia domestic military. According to historical documents of the Luojia kingdom, there once existed an individual who had perfected the Rohingya body to its utmost limit. In that era, he was invincible, immune to all forms of attack. Had he not encountered a colossal storm that claimed his life in the sea, it is conceivable that Luojia would have dominated the entire South China Sea, with the benefit of a traversal buff. Simon believed he could also master this golden body to its zenith. Although he had only reached the third level of this technique at present, he simultaneously cultivated swordsmanship. Currently, he could not unleash sword chi. Nevertheless, during these 3 months, Simon meticulously studied his devil fruit powers. At the commencement of a judgment, a small determination would occur, causing the opponent to experience varying durations of disorientation based on their strength. If Simon's power was sufficiently potent, he could potentially incapacitate his adversary even before the judgment concluded. Moreover, the subjects of the judgment encompassed all within the designated area. Was this not the prototype of invincibility? As for how this strength was assessed, Simon had no inkling. He only knew that his judgment domain was expanding. With no significant enhancement in strength, Simon dared not provoke the fierce beasts of the forest. Thus, day after day, he continued to hammer away at his physique. 3 years later, he had ascended to the 4th level of the golden body and could now emit faint sword Q at this juncture. Simon sought to gauge the disparity between himself and the beasts of the forest, seizing a wooden sword and departing from the safe lake that had sheltered him for 3 years. Having never sensed changes in the weather within the safe lake, Simon immediately perceived the harshness of the environment upon his departure. The biting winds and frigid rain. In that instant, Simon felt he should not have lingered in the safe lake for so long, for he had inexplicably experienced a 5-fold acceleration in his cultivation of the golden body while there. With this revelation, Simon abandoned any thoughts of seeking out ferocious beasts for sparring and promptly sought a secluded spot to continue his training. However, the outside world was not as undisturbed as the safe lake. After a brief period of training, a lurking figure emerged from the dense thicket. A black bear, its robust physique and fierce scars testified to its prowess. Surviving on this cruel island and boasting numerous battle accolades, it was evident that this black bear was formidable. With a roar to rally itself, the bear unleashed a clan's ultimate technique, the bear paw strike. Eager to test his physical defenses, Simon did not evade and braced himself for the bear's assault. Thud! The impact sent Simon flying backward. Coughing, he realized he had underestimated the bear's strength, though he was battered. He sustained no injuries. This encounter clarified his current level of power, roughly comparable to that of the kingdom's captain of guards. There was still much room for improvement. This level of strength would not suffice to traverse the Grand Line. Shaking off the dust, Simon turned his gaze toward the attacking black bear. It was a perfect opportunity to test the abilities of his devil fruit, which he had yet to fully explore. Determined to command the bear's compliance, Simon invoked the merciful sword technique that a somewhat feeble sword chi was unleashed. How would it fare? Simon watched eagerly for the outcome of his strike. The bear's fur merely stirred slightly, as if brushed by a gentle breeze. Huh! In that moment, Simon was truly taken aback. He had not anticipated that his painstakingly honed swordsmanship would be incapable of severing even a single hair. Was he not yet a grand swordsman? What could possibly account for this inability to cut? Frustrated, Simon raised his wooden sword and charged at the black bear. Die, you wretched creature! Clang! The wooden sword clashed against the bear's paw, producing a metallic sound. As Simon sensed the weight of the sword in his hand, his expression changed. Such incredible strength. Merciful sword technique. Turn, a maneuver to redirect the unbearable force into the ground. Regaining his stance, Simon dared not engage in a contest of strength with the bear, instead opting for a nimble dance around it. Judgment. Eager to experiment, Simon utilized his devil fruit ability. The bear was indeed rendered dazed. Seizing this opportunity, Simon unleashed a flurry of attacks, inflicting some damage upon the bear. Yet after merely 3 seconds, the bear regained its composure. Was it limited to 3 seconds of disorientation? Nonetheless, this marked a significant improvement. Reflecting on his initial encounter with the wolf beast, which had only been silenced for a second, he now achieved triple that duration. This time, he had only employed his ability without passing judgment. Simon wished to ascertain whether he could invoke judgment once more. Judgment. The bear fell silent, even halting its paw strike aimed at Simon. Remarkably, it truly worked. Overjoyed, Simon mused that if he could maintain this judgment indefinitely, it would amount to infinite control. Once the bear's silence concluded, Simon promptly declared judgment again. However, this time, the bear did not halt. A swift paw strike landed squarely on Simon's face. They spun 1,440 degrees before crashing into a tree. What a slap in the face! Rubbing his slightly swollen cheek, Simon pondered why the bear had escaped judgment this time. Could there be a cool down for the ability? He prepared to attempt once more, hoping that if he could continue the silence, it indicated a slight cool down period. If he could not maintain the silence, then the limitations of his ability would be considerable. Oh, fate, bestow your favor upon me. Judgment. After a grueling exchange, Simon activated his devil fruit ability once more. The domain expanded, and the bear was perfectly struck. As expected, the bear was immobilized, allowing Simon to relax. It appeared that a brief reaction time was necessary. Nodding in satisfaction, Simon thought, "It seems I must prioritize the development of my abilities." Having obtained the results of his experiment, Simon no longer wished to prolong the encounter with the bear. He swiftly activated his current strongest technique and retreated. Simon returned to the safe lake, for continuing the battle with the bear served no purpose. Neither party could inflict significant damage upon the other. With a training regimen in place, Simon once again entered a period of seclusion. 7 years later, at the age of 18, the day had finally arrived for Simon to set sail. Within the safe lake, Simon stood tall, though his unkempt hair and beard detracted somewhat from his appearance. "Wolf Beast, when I first arrived, you pursued me relentlessly. Now it is time for you to witness the world's perils." Throughout his decade on this island, Simon had never forgotten the humiliation he had suffered. In his constant battles with the ferocious beasts, he had diligently gathered intelligence on the wolf beast. Finally, not long ago, he had mapped out the wolf beast patrol route. This time, he was determined to deliver a punishment it would never forget. Simon set forth on his journey, arriving at the designated location to await the arrival of the wolf beast. During this time, he was intermittently disturbed by some oblivious small creatures, but under the weight of Simon's iron fist, they lay defeated at the side. Before long, the wolf beast appeared, observing the formidable creature towering behind Simon like a mountain. The wolf beast did not advance, but instead threatened Simon with a certain caution. Clearly, this wolf beast had no recollection of Simon. This time, however, Simon harbored no concerns, for his Arhut golden body had reached a pinnacle of 7-fold strength. There were few entities in this world capable of breaching his defenses, and this wolf beast was certainly not among them. Exuding an aura of dominance, Simon approached the wolf beast step by step, his expression growing increasingly sinister. "I am the most just person in this world. You are guilty and shall face my judgment. The wolf beast shivered and retreated, fully aware of the overwhelming intimidation emanating from this bipedal creature. Yet her royal status compelled her to stand her ground rather than flee. A ruler does not need a rival, and the wolf beast was unwilling to relinquish her current position. Thus, she launched an attack on Simon. Bang! Bang! The wolf beast strikes landed repeatedly upon Simon. Unfazed, Simon merely brushed off his garments dismissively. Is this all you've got? Provoked by Simon's derision, the wolf beast intensified her assault. However, against Simon, who had fully mastered his golden form, her efforts were futile. At that moment, the sky darkened, and torrential rain began to pour down. Suddenly, Simon's expression shifted as he sidestepped the wolf beast's next attack. Why does the rain diminish my defenses? Could it be due to the devil fruit? Discovering a weakness amidst battle proved to be somewhat perilous. Simon felt a flicker of gravity in the situation. Fortunately, the reduction was not significant. You have attacked for long enough. Now it is my turn. After uttering these words, Simon drew a wooden sword and swung it toward the wolf beast. A howl erupted from the wolf beast as Simon's strike cleaved through her back, crimson blood gushing forth. Injured, the wolf beast became increasingly ferocious. Yet, it seemed as though Simon could foresee her every move. Deftly evading each strike, the wolf beast's struggles gradually waned until, at last, she collapsed to the ground. Closing her eyes, as if resigning herself to her fate, Simon approached the fallen wolf beast, refraining from delivering the final blow. You don't think this absolves you of your sins, do you? A fierce expression crossed Simon's face. Prepare to atone for your misdeeds, justice, as his ability activated once more. The wolf beast found herself unable to resist. Yielding to Simon's judgment. Let me introduce you to my newly discovered form of judgment. You, the vicious wolf beast, have subjected me to life and death peril. I hereby declare you guilty, with no room for dispute. At this moment, the wolf beast was utterly powerless, teetering on the brink of death. Very well, with no objections, the sentencing shall commence that I hereby decree that your body shall be transformed into a subhuman form. Wholly submissive to me, devoid of any resentment. Although Simon's speculations about his powers remained unending, this bold sentence marked his first attempt. As Simon awaited with bated breath, the wolf beast's majestic form began to shrink gradually, revealing pristine white skin, adorable wolf ears, a slender scorpion tail, and smooth wings. Before Simon stood a flawless, bare, subhuman wolf girl. Nervously swallowing, Simon glanced around before escorting her back to the wooden cabin by the serene lake. The next day, Simon awoke just before noon. He glanced at the wolf girl, now transformed, and thought it best for her to atone properly from this point onward. However, it seemed prudent to bestow upon her a name. I have decided that your name shall be Wolf Girl. It was a rather tasteless designation, yet the bewildered wolf girl accepted it, unable to defy Simon. Moreover, Simon had noticed that the wolf girl appeared to possess a hint of intelligence, perhaps due to the influence of the devil fruit. With the presence of a companion, Simon no longer feared the prospect of sinking into the depths alone. Thus, departing from this island felt like a natural course of action. Upon reaching the island's reverse side, Simon found the wooden ship he had crafted. As for why he did not depart from the beach he had arrived at, Simon would explain with his nautical expertise. Although the broad current seldom appeared in the open sea, it could still be harnessed on this Shakai island. After an extended wait, Simon had discovered how to navigate the broad current. However, he understood that once he left, he might never return. Consequently, Simon had been suppressing his emotions. Having avenged himself against the wolf beast, he felt no further reason to remain. After gathering provisions for 3 weeks, Simon and Wolf Girl boarded the wooden ship destined to leave Shakai Island. This departure could very well mark the beginning of Simon's rise to fame. Anticipation bubbled within him. With 5 years until the onset of the War of the Summit, he had ample time to build his influence. As he sailed upon the sea, Simon successfully harnessed the broad current. This time, he needed only to wait. Once the ship was free of the current, the islands of the South Sea would come into view. The endpoint of the broad current would inevitably lead to some island. As Simon diligently observed the flow from the wooden ship, Wolf Girl, despite her newfound intelligence, remained rather simplistic, akin to a walking puppet. The South Sea, positioned centrally among the four seas, had its share of notorious pirates with bounties exceeding millions, yet few had achieved true renown. Having spent a decade on Shakai Island, Simon was uncertain which island awaited him next or which pirate crews held prominence in the South Sea. However, this lack of knowledge held little consequence. At present, Simon's body could withstand harm from no one in the entire South-Est. In comparison to his mastery of the Arhut Golden Body, Simon's swordsmanship was somewhat lacking, barely reaching the threshold of a sword master. Such prowess would suffice only for roaming the four seas. Simon's gaze remained fixed on Shakai Island, and as it faded from view, he understood that he was nearing the end of the broad current. Aware that an island could appear at any moment, Simon ceased his interaction with Wolf Girl. Suddenly, the current accelerated, propelling the wooden ship forth like an arrow released from ABOWS. The momentum gradually waned. The ship slowed down. Sensing the change in the current, Simon realized he had exited the broad current. Now, he needed to seek out a long-awaited island. In which direction should he head? Delightful dilemma. Yet ultimately, Simon decided against directing the ship toward any particular destination. Freedom lay in entrusting the course to the ocean, the essence of a true seafarer. With that declaration, Simon resumed his playful interaction with Wolf Girl. Thus, the wooden ship drifted along with the waves. Suddenly, a large whirlpool appeared ahead of the ship. Having been engrossed in his interaction with Wolf Girl, Simon had neglected to monitor the ship's trajectory. By the time he noticed, it was already too late. How could a whirlpool have formed? Simon compelled himself to remain calm. After all, panic at sea could very well summon death itself. He had yet to reach the whirlpool's center, and there was still a chance of escape. Drawing the wooden sword from his waist, Simon prepared himself at the stern. The opportunity for departure might only last an instant. Would Simon be able to seize this fleeting chance? Jian Chong, this sword technique can unleash a powerful impact, possessing a repelling effect. The wooden boat soared high in response to Simon's swordplay. However, the distance was still somewhat insufficient, prompting Simon to hastily swing his wooden sword again. He successfully navigated through the first crisis at sea. Ahead, the shadow of an island emerged, and it must be said that surprises come quite unexpectedly. For a decade on the deserted island, Simon had been utterly alone. Now, he was finally able to engage with the outside world. Yet, it was somewhat regrettable that despite having lived in the pirate world for 18 years, Simon had never encountered a single pirate crew. Perhaps it was due to the exemplary law and order in Luajia country, or maybe Simon had been overly sheltered. Before long, Simon's wooden boat arrived at the port. What manner of island is this? Simon inquired of the port's sailor. Observing Simon's disheveled appearance, the sailor realized he must have strayed from his course. Patiently, he explained to Simon that this island, known as Bait Island, is home to a nation called Laonian. The populace is generally aging, yet the ruling class maintains close ties with other countries, acting as the invisible dominators of the surrounding waters. As the sailor spoke of the island, Simon's expression grew complex. He had not anticipated that his first stop after leaving Shikai Island would be Laonian. Although he harbored some reservations about the ruling class of Laonian, Simon would not transfer these grievances onto the ordinary citizens. After arriving at an inn with the Wolf Girl and cleaning himself thoroughly, Simon stood by the window, a cigarette held between his lips. What should he do next? Faced with the pressures of survival and visions of the future, Simon wrestled with his options. Previously, he recalled that bounty hunters seemed like a promising path. He had been intrigued by the profession of bounty hunting more than once. However, it appeared that renowned bounty hunters were few and far between. At least, Simon had never seen any famous bounty hunters mentioned in the newspapers. Could it be that the promotion is inadequate? Simon mused, unable to dismiss the allure of this simple yet convenient profession. In the era of great pirates, the number of pirates was countless, and for someone like Simon, who possessed formidable strength, this seemed a straightforward route to wealth. Having resolved to become a bounty hunter, Simon knew he needed to make the necessary preparations, that he placed the cigarette back into its case and roused the still sleeping Wolf Girl. The two made their way to a shop selling transponder snails. "Do you have any camera snails?" Simon asked the proprietor. Eager to document his glorious moments, he was quite particular about his choices in this regard. After sifting through several camera snails, Simon ultimately decided to purchase them all. He also acquired some navigational charts and a sailing compass before returning to the inn with the wolf girl. Now it was time for instruction. "First of all, do you know what this button is for?" Simon began. "Do you really need to know this? You should be able to do it like this now." "Dear master, there's more in this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading." The following parts are even more thrilling. After a friendly yet straightforward teaching session, Simon finally managed to teach the wolf girl how to use the camera snails to ensure she could capture his image with greater impact. Simon continuously demonstrated for her. This pause ended up consuming 3 months of Simon's time. However, it was fortunate that the wolf girl could finally take photos that satisfied Simon, of course, during these 3 months. Simon was not idle. He investigated all the pirate crews near Bait Island, discovering that the red-lip pirates had the highest bounty, reaching 10 million berries. Initially, Simon had intended to use the red-lip pirates as the basis for his rise to fame. Yet, upon seeing the bounty poster for Bahamut the Blazing, the captain of the red-lip pirates, Simon immediately reconsidered. "I shall take my time with this pirate crew. First, I will seek out other crews." Thus, Simon shifted his focus to the chest hair pirates, which had a bounty of 9 million berries. This crew was the second most notorious in the vicinity after the red-lip pirates. Moreover, according to the latest intelligence Simon had gathered, the chest hair pirates were set to pass by Bait Island soon. With high bounties and a nearby route, these factors combined to create an irresistible opportunity for Simon. He patted the wolf girl beside him, signaling her. Reflexively, she reached out to him, but Simon frowned and pushed her away. "Not today. We are setting sail." After dressing, Simon led the obedient wolf girl back to his wooden boat, which he had scarcely used in 3 months, that if they departed now, they should be able to encounter the chest hair pirates. Leaving the port of Bait Island, Simon sailed towards the chest hair pirates. However, to his surprise, despite his keen observations throughout the journey, he found no trace of the chest hair pirates. What underground black market? The information was utterly inaccurate. With no sighting of his target, Simon reluctantly decided to return to port. Upon arrival, he found the port bustling with activity. After mooring his boat, he inquired about the commotion. Today is the national banquet of Laonian, and all diplomatic envoys are returning. The esteemed figure from Malachi country has just arrived. Initially indifferent to the banquet, Simon's eyes narrowed upon hearing Malachi country. As expected, I still cannot forget that diplomat. Clenching his fists, Simon gritted his teeth in frustration. It seemed that his bounty hunting endeavors would have to be put on hold for the time being. Having conceived another idea, Simon resolved to alter the sequence of his actions. Accompanied by the wolf girl, he made his way towards the royal palace. The nation of Laonian relied on diplomacy to maintain its maritime power. Its populace primarily consisted of elderly residents, but these were no ordinary seniors. Their offspring were spread across various countries in the South China Sea, with many occupying prominent positions, particularly among the upper echelons of Laonian. Few would dare attack this nation, as any inadvertent harm could lead to retribution from the entire South China Sea. Thus, Laonian held a status second only to the celestial dragons in that region. Yet, Simon's desire for vengeance remained unfazed by these considerations. He merely preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Consequently, he opted for a more discreet approach, infiltrating the national banquet to eliminate the diplomat from Malachi without anyone being the wiser. However, gaining access to the banquet was no simple feat. The palace guards were not inclined to let Simon through easily. Yet, during the 3 months he spent teaching the wolf girl, he had befriended a palace maid. They clicked instantly and spent their free time together, for Laonian lacked young men like Simon. The naive young maid found herself completely at Simon's mercy, unable to refuse any of his requests. The maid, named Shaluo, remained in the palace due to her not yet reaching the age of 18. Daily faced with aging visages, she found herself defenseless against Simon's striking appearance. One day, while out shopping for clothes after leaving the palace, Shaluo was caught in a torrential downpour and took refuge in a pavilion. Simon, having nothing better to do, instantly spotted the adorable little white rabbit. After all, such youth was a rare sight in Laonian. Summoning his courage, Simon approached the pavilion and struck up a conversation with her. The atmosphere quickly turned sweet, and after promising to meet weekly, they parted reluctantly. Although today was not their designated meeting day, Simon needed Shaluo's assistance to enter the banquet. a tavern outside the palace. Simon took a seat and summoned Xiaoluo with his telecommunication device. Due to the banquet, Xiaoluo had little time to spare, but she managed to sneak out of the palace for Simon's sake. Upon seeing him, they embraced tightly. However, it wasn't long before Simon revealed his intentions. Xiaoluo, it appears today is the day of the national banquet. May I have a closer look? He inquired. What could possibly be interesting about a gathering of old folks? I'm merely curious, you know. Well, all right. Unable to resist Simon's playful charm, the young Xiaoluo acquiesced. They then began discussing how to gain entry into the palace. Given the banquet's significance, the guard would likely be more vigilant than usual. Fortunately, Xiaoluo possessed crucial information. The kingdom of Feiying would not be attending this year's banquet, though the guards were unaware of this. Thus, Simon could disguise himself as Feiying's chancellor to gain access. Feiying, Simon's entry was not born from confusion. Rather, he recalled that he had once been friends with the son of Feiying's chancellor, to his surprise. Even this chancellor was affiliated with Liaoyan. Familiarity with the chancellor meant that Xiaoluo need not train Simon further. After donning suitable attire, Simon and Xiaoluo proceeded toward the palace. To the entrance, the guards indeed inquired about Simon's identity. However, Simon, prepared for the encounter, adopted a condescending tone to reprimand the guards. Faced with Simon's audacity, the guards hesitated to press further and allowed him entry. Yet, gaining access to the palace was merely the beginning. The next challenge lay in how to infiltrate the banquet itself. Maintaining the guise of the chancellor would no longer suffice. Once inside Xiaoluo's quarters, Simon pondered ways to enter the banquet without drawing undue attention. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed Xiaoluo. 3 hours later, Simon was sorting through his somewhat disordered thoughts. Xiaoluo had already left for the banquet hall to prepare, but Simon, mulling over various options, concluded that the only viable method for success lay in tampering with the food. My dear, the chapter continues beyond this point. Please click the next page to continue reading, as the subsequent events promise to be even more exhilarating. With legs that felt somewhat weak, Simon made his way to the kitchen. I still have room for improvement, he mused, reflecting on his recovery capabilities, which seemed rather lacking despite his formidable strength. Perhaps I should consider training in a physical conditioning method next. Simon deemed this his next important task. In the kitchen, preparations for the banquet were in full swing. Lacking culinary experience, Simon refrained from intervening in the cooking process, waiting for the opportune moment. The moment the dishes would be served. The banquet was scheduled to commence at 7 in the evening. Yet, as Simon observed the kitchen's bustle, he felt an increasing urge to contribute. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled a traditional dish he had learned of prior to his transmigration, a harmonious blend of flavors, spicy, sour, salty, and sweet, could be achieved if he omitted certain steps. But what was the name of that dish? He hesitated, recalling that he had once inquired about its preparation but lacked the courage to try it. The main ingredient was pig intestines. As he recollected the preparation method, Simon began jotting it down. Once completed, a smile spread across his face. The next step was to involve the chefs. Must I trouble Xiaoluo again? He wondered, shaking his head. No, I shall manage it myself. Dressed in the suit he had acquired, Simon entered the kitchen and, with utmost seriousness, presented his written recipe to the head chef. Who are you? How did you get in here? The head chef of the palace scrutinized Simon with suspicion, hesitating to take the recipe from him. Clearing his throat, Simon composed himself that I am a confidential operative from King Kong Island. Our island lord wishes to present a remarkable dish to the esteemed guests of Liaoyan. Oh, the head chef remained skeptical, but glanced at the recipe. As he examined the documented preparation method, his expression grew grave. Is this truly how the ingredients are handled? Surely, this cannot be a mistake. Pointing to the requirement to preserve the original flavors, the head chef cautiously inquired. This dish must maintain the ingredient's inherent taste. It is essential to its appeal. However, most chefs nowadays clean the ingredients so thoroughly that they lose their original deliciousness. Therefore, I implore you to ensure this characteristic is preserved. Seeing that Simon did not appear to be jesting, the head chef began to trust him. After all, he had never encountered a cooking method like this before. Perhaps this was indeed the correct approach. Due to a limited supply of pig intestines and the time constraints, only a small portion could be prepared, roughly 1 bite per person. with 2 hours remaining until the banquet began. Simon's plan to introduce a dish was merely a means to satisfy his own morbid curiosity. He had yet to devise the main course, to eliminate a target. One must avoid using rapid-acting poisons. Did Simon possess any suitable substances at hand? It seems I have not prepared any poison at all, Simon, who happily handed the recipe to the head chef, only remembered as he exited the kitchen that his idea was entirely spontaneous. He had not actually prepared any poison. The joy of successfully pulling off the prank diminished significantly in that moment. When he patted his pocket, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a packet of medicine. The packaging was blank paper, so Simon was well aware of what the contents were. What kind of medicine could this be? If it is not something lethal, then it holds no significance whatsoever. I haven't been ill in the last 3 months, so it cannot be cold medicine. Due to my daily exhaustion, my sleep quality has been excellent, so it cannot be a sleeping pill. Could it be an aphrodisiac? Reflecting on the unusual state of Xiao Luo when they first met, Simon became increasingly convinced of this. Moreover, the outfit he was currently wearing was one that Xiao Luo had once donned. On that day, when he met Xiao Luo, she had indeed exhibited some rather peculiar enthusiasm. However, an aphrodisiac surely cannot be fatal. It seems it could only lead to some embarrassing moments for her. Upon deducing the nature of the medicine, Simon's enthusiasm waned somewhat. Should I use it? Simon found himself in a dilemma, but ultimately decided to go ahead with it. Conveniently, he had brought along a camera bug. If he could record this, it would certainly humiliate that diplomatic envoy. Simon chose not to linger outside any longer, as the guests had already started taking their seats. The most pressing matter now was to swiftly arrive at the seat beside the envoy from Luojia Kingdom. The waitstaff of the state banquet were primarily young individuals, and it must be said that they were quite adept at their roles. Upon entering the banquet hall, Simon searched for Xiao Luo's figure. He spotted her arranging beverages and fruits. He waved to her. Mistakenly believing Simon was struggling to find a viewing spot, Xiao Luo approached him. The banquet was about to commence, and she informed Simon that from that position, he would have a full view of the event. That is not what I meant, Xiao Luo. I want to serve as a waiter for the Luojia Kingdom. Do you have any suggestions? Xiao Luo was taken aback upon hearing Simon's words. You have such a robust appetite. Is that even permissible? What is wrong with just being a waiter? Simon was puzzled by Xiao Luo's strange gaze. You can't possibly be unaware of what these waiters do, can you? I send tea. It's just serving tea and water. Although Simon had once been a noble, he had not attended many banquets, and thus he was truly oblivious to the peculiarities of waitstaff. The waitstaff are like this. After listening to Xiao Luo's explanation, Simon's face turned pale. I can't believe I would actually volunteer for such a role. I must be out of my mind. With that thought vanishing, how could he possibly administer the drug to the diplomat now? Simon found himself in quite a predicament. Who is responsible for serving the dishes? I am. Oh, so Xiao Luo, are you the one serving for the Luojia Kingdom? Simon, you're being quite strange. Why are you so concerned about the Luojia Kingdom? Xiao Luo felt a twinge of jealousy as she noticed that every word from Simon's mouth revolved around Luojia Kingdom. Actually, I was originally a noble from Malachi Kingdom, but I was exiled because of that diplomat. I am here today for revenge. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo's sadness dissipated. Oh, I see. Then why didn't you tell me? I could help you. But what if you get caught? Then we just one TB here. Seeing the nonchalant look in Xiao Luo's eyes, Simon silently embraced her. This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. Come walk with me tonight. The two agreed upon their escape route after the act. This is the aphrodisiac. It must be added to that dish from the Luojia Kingdom. Isn't this my medicine? Where did you get it? Xiao Luo immediately recognized the origin of the packet, her face turning slightly crimson. What a coincidence! What a coincidence! Simon scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just keep an eye on that. As expected of Xiao Luo, her execution was indeed impressive. With no further worries, Simon made his way to the prime viewing spot. Preparing to witness the epic state banquet, that moment, he recognized few of the high-ranking officials in attendance, but a peculiar figure caught his attention. This individual was a towering man, his chest adorned with a dense mane of hair. Upon closer inspection, Simon realized it was none other than Mauser, the captain of the chest-hair pirate crew, whom he had missed. What is he doing at this state banquet, and why does it seem that no one finds it strange? Could this pirate crew have some connection to the Liaonian kingdom? Initially, Simon had only wished to quietly observe the shameless antics of the elderly present, but now a thoughtful smile graced his lips. Not inviting the wolf girl was indeed a miscalculation. If it truly escalates, should I intervene? He envisioned a remarkably grand entrance, yet it remained unrealized, leaving him somewhat regretful. However, he dismissed it, realizing that a delayed debut was not of great consequence. Now, allow me to relish this splendid feast. With 5 minutes remaining until the banquet commenced, all the guests had arrived. As the king made his entrance, the banquet officially began. The state banquet of the Liaonian kingdom was not merely a simple gathering. At this moment, each diplomatic envoy was expected to recount their achievements. In essence, this banquet was a gathering of elderly individuals engaging in idle chatter. As the banquet progressed, Simon grew increasingly perplexed about Mauser's presence at this gathering. Just then, the dish Simon had prepared was brought to the table. He glanced at Xiao Luo, who nodded at him, indicating that she had successfully added the drug. Simon felt a wave of relief wash over him. What might transpire next could very well be the most nefarious event in the South Sea. The attendees gazed at the unfamiliar dish that had just been served, their expressions filled with confusion as they looked to the king for clarification. Naturally, the king was equally clueless. He summoned the head chef. Seeking an explanation for this dish, the head chef arrived promptly in the banquet hall. Upon realizing the situation during his journey, an audacious thought took root in the head chef's mind. He intended to claim this dish as his own accomplishment. After all, it had been entrusted to him by an undercover agent with a secretive agenda. Observing the dignitaries in the hall, the head chef's vanity could no longer be contained. He fabricated a backstory for the dish, omitting any details regarding its preparation. The king, intrigued by the chef's eloquence, looked at the brown object before him and took a bite. The texture was soft and glutinous, imbued with a hint of exotic fragrance. Although the flavor was undeniably peculiar, it surprisingly tasted quite delightful. Seeing that the king had already consumed it, the attendees eagerly followed suit, devouring the dish before them. Soon, a chorus of praise erupted, and Simon, watching from above, could no longer contain his laughter, feeling utterly delighted. The state banquet is indeed a tasting event. Looking at the head chef, who had closed his eyes, seemingly unable to bear the brutal scene unfolding, Simon noticed that after dismissing the head chef, the banquet would continue. He kept a vigilant eye on the diplomatic envoy from the Liaojia kingdom. That individual was none other than the elderly woman who had exiled him from Liaojia kingdom. Upon seeing her, Simon couldn't help but marvel at her vitality. She must be nearly 90 years old now. Though it felt somewhat unethical to think this of an elderly person, it was a consequence of her own actions. As the banquet drew to a close, Xiao Luo approached Simon. Xiao Luo, where did you add the drug? New dishes, Simon nodded, continuing to observe the venue. It was evident that the 90-year-old lady was acting somewhat strangely. Her entire body moved unnaturally, and her expression was inscrutable, whether it was her unwavering will or something else. She had yet to make any significant moves. Just then, Simon noticed the captain of the chest hair pirates, Mauser, approaching her. Mauser, did he know that elderly woman? Indeed, Mauser was her son, little Luo, who had overheard Simon's murmur, introduced Mauser's identity to him. Simon was immediately taken aback, astonished by such a remarkable coincidence. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of excitement. As soon as the banquet concluded, the elderly lady promptly exited the venue. Curiosity piqued, Simon followed her. With Mauser's assistance, she returned to a chamber within the palace. The door was left ajar as they rushed towards the bed, suggesting this was not their first encounter of such nature. As time passed, the sounds of their activities echoed within the room for the next 5 hours. Simon did not linger by the door for long, as he had no interest in such matters. After spending a night in the palace with little Luo, Simon departed from the country, that on his humble vessel, little Luo and the wolf girl chatted leisurely. Although the wolf girl lacked intelligence, little Luo was unfazed, engaging in delightful conversation with her. Why was Simon in such a hurry to leave the kingdom of Liaonian? It was due to a significant event that transpired after the banquet the previous day. The royal chef's secret ingredients for a new dish had been leaked, and upon discovering this, the king and his ministers had executed the head chef. However, they had failed to locate that lady from the country of Luogia during this incident. Initially, everyone assumed she had simply not risen yet. Yet days passed without a sighting of her, even within the royal court. Enraged, the king ordered her to be summoned, but to no avail. Unbeknownst to the masses, who were blinded by deceit, Mauser was her son, and they began to hunt for the chest hair pirates instead. However, the pirate crew had received word in advance and made their escape. Missed opportunities weighed heavily on Simon's mind, and he contemplated pursuing them across the sea. However, he quickly realized the inadequacy of his vessel. It was far too slow, and the pirate crew had left him far behind, unable to return to the kingdom of Laonian. Simon considered upgrading his ship. Thus, he decided on his next destination, Diamond Island. This island was indeed renowned in the South Sea. The island's master had returned from the New World, possessing remarkable shipbuilding skills. Rumor had it that he had once crafted a ship for Whitebeard. When Simon was a child, he had the fortune of meeting him, and at that time, the master had even gifted him a gaming console. Given this connection, Simon believed the island master might extend him credit, especially since he currently had no money. One day, while sailing on the ocean, Simon's attention was caught by a news bird in the sky. After purchasing a newspaper, he was astonished to discover that Mauser's bounty had skyrocketed to 50 million berries. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the kingdom of Laonian had pinned all the blame for the banquet's events on Mauser, accusing him of plotting against the allied nations' ministers and attempting to overthrow their rule. That a series of heinous charges had been levied against him at that moment. Simon even felt a twinge of reluctance to head to Diamond Island. However, lacking any leads on the chest hair pirates, he had no choice but to abandon the alluring bounty. Fortunately, there were not many formidable bounty hunters in the South Sea, so he still felt he had a chance. Thus, Simon ceased his leisurely sailing. Utilizing his sword's thrust, he accelerated the ship and arrived at Diamond Island within a day. The island had no naval base or gang presence, but the pirates who came here were well versed in the rules. This was not due to the island's patrols, but rather because the shipwrights here were exceptionally skilled. In addition to the island master, there were 7 shipwrights, each guarding one of Diamond Island's 7 ports. These shipwrights were all brought back from the New World by the island master. Simon docked at the Sweet Harbor, where the charming shipwright, Hani, presided. Hani was dubbed the charming shipwright not for his appearance, but for his gentle demeanor and sweet voice. It was hard to believe that such a robust and portly man could produce such a melodious sound. When Simon first met Hani, he had endured many nightmares thereafter. "Little Luo, we have arrived." After waking little Luo and the wolf girl, the group prepared to enter the island. This was Sweet Harbor, and Simon had previously met shipwright Hani. He headed directly to the shipyard to find him. He had forgotten to contact the island master in advance, and felt a bit anxious as he made his way. Soon, he arrived at the Sweet Shipyard, which was Hani's domain and only accepted orders from merchants. Pirates seeking to build ships had to go to the evil harbor. Fortunately, upon arriving at the shipyard, Simon spotted the plump figure of Hani. His alluring beard danced in the wind, and his cherubic face was simply irresistible. Hani, at that moment, all eyes in the vicinity turned to Simon, seemingly curious to know who dared to display such sweetness in such a setting. Upon noticing that Simon was accompanied by 2 beautiful young women, a sense of defeat washed over the onlookers, particularly Hani. Having been single for 40 years due to his voice, Hani's gaze turned unfriendly after a moment of silence. Sweet Shipyard welcomes you that if you have no business. Please turn left to exit. Thank you." True to his nature as Diamond Island's charming representative, Hani managed to maintain a calm demeanor while expressing his displeasure. "Hani, it's me, Simon." Ignoring Hani's dismissive tone, Simon enthusiastically tried to strike up a conversation. "Simon, who is that?" Never heard of him, but Hani's outright denial left Simon speechless. "Come on, Hani. I am Malachi Simon, the son of the Duke of Luogia. Malachi." Hani seemed to recall something. "You are that child who cried after I scared you, aren't you?" "It is Malachi Simon, uncle." Simon corrected Hani, unable to bear being referred to as that child. "It really is you? Ahaha. Why didn't you announce your arrival, my dear child?" "It's because I had no way to contact you. And I reiterate, it's Malachi." "Got it, dear child." For reasons unknown, Hani refused to change how he addressed Simon, and Simon suspected it was intentional, an act of revenge, without a doubt. What did you say? Hani seemed to have caught wind of Simon's words. Looking at him with a kind expression. Nothing, I must have misheard. Better that way, now. Tell me, what brings you here? I doubt you came just to chat. It seems Simon could not fool his uncle. Actually, I want to commission a ship. A merchant ship? A warship? Upon hearing this, Hani silently ushered Simon out of the shipyard. For warships, go find Jack. I only deal with merchant ships here. Uncle Hani, please don't be hasty. There is something else. Oh, what is it? Actually, I don't have any money and would like to request credit. Hani beamed with a smile, her voice resolute as she declared, leave. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away to Hani. Dear uncle, please take me to find the island master. Simon hurriedly chased after Hani's retreating figure, continuing to plead, if you wish to go, you must go on your own. I shall not accompany you. Then, Hani, do tell me where the island master is, at the tavern. Or perhaps the casino. You are sure to find him there. Upon receiving the information about the island master's whereabouts, Simon ceased his relentless pursuit of Hani. After a considerable time of silence from Simon, Hani turned to look back. Her surprise, there was no sign of Simon behind her. He truly was not seeking me. The muscular man was speechless, shaking her head. Carefree Hani returned to her work. After exiting the Sweet Harbor shipyard, Simon felt a surge of joy within the tavern and casino. The island master must lead a vibrant life. Indeed, he is a man who has traversed the new world. Simon, do you know the island master of Diamond Island? Little Luo finally chimed in. Yes, I met him in my childhood. How can you be certain he would extend credit to you? Little Luo struggled to grasp the connection. Little Luo, never doubt the network of a noble transmigra. Little Luo seemed partially enlightened, yet refrained from further inquiries that, you know where the taverns and casinos on Diamond Island are located? I do not. Simon appeared rather proud of his ignorance. It seems we shall be here for quite some time, won't we, Wolf Girl? Oh. Observing their interaction, Simon was immensely pleased. Indeed, the world of anime is truly delightful. Unaware of the number of taverns and casinos on Diamond Island, Simon and his companions could only search one by one for the island master. Moreover, the most critical uncertainty loomed. Would the island master remain in one establishment for long? This unpredictability could render their quest significantly more arduous. Previously unmentioned, Sweet Harbor serves primarily as a merchant's port. While pirates occasionally dock here, most merely linger briefly before journeying to other harbors. After all, Hani harbors a mild disdain for pirates. The predominance of merchants results in an abundance of supplies. However, the number of taverns and casinos is scant. These establishments tend to pique the interest of pirates. Though few, there exists one such venue. This very place was where Simon first encountered the island master during a visit with his father. The likelihood of finding the island master here was substantial, and Simon held firm confidence in his judgment. Without further ado, he and his two companions made their way toward the establishment that seamlessly combined a tavern and a casino. The decor remained unchanged. With scarcely any patrons seated, "A juice, please," Simon ordered in the same manner as his childhood. Yet this time, he was met with different gazes, no mocking voices to be heard. Indeed, the taste was reminiscent of cherished memories. This flavor soothed Simon's disappointment at not locating the island master. Dear proprietor, do you happen to know where the island master is currently? Lost in recollections, Simon inquired of the establishment's owner. The island master? He hasn't graced us with his presence in 5 years that he used to adore this place. The proprietor lamented. Why? Simon was puzzled by the absence. The proprietor merely shook his head, unwilling to elaborate. Simon surveyed the establishment, noting the lack of changes that it must not be the venue's fault. Once I locate the island master, I shall question him thoroughly. Subsequently, Simon learned from the proprietor the island master's frequent haunts. Raising his juice glass, he drank it down in one gulp, bidding a temporary farewell to this nostalgic place. Little Luo, let us depart for the wicked harbor. Oh, so soon? I wish to linger a while longer. We have urgent matters to attend to. Despite little Luo's adorable pout, Simon was unyielding. With no choice but to follow, little Luo found herself irrevocably bound to Simon. The wicked harbor is exclusively reserved for pirates, where only they are welcomed. Shunning all other patrons, the shipwright stationed there is the somewhat unsavory Jack. Though Jack only accepts orders from pirates, this has not strained his relationship with Hani. On the contrary, they share a profound friendship. The distance between Sweet Harbor and Wicked Harbor is considerable, perhaps arranged with Hani's feelings in mind. Upon their swift arrival at Wicked Harbor, Simon's attention was captured by a pirate ship. That must be the vessel of the Crimson Lip Pirates. What brings them here? Surprised to encounter this pirate crew, Simon's thoughts shifted to the alluring figure of Captain Bahamut Flame, and he momentarily lost interest in his pursuit of the island master. This ship can no longer sail, can it? So they have come to exchange ships? Could it be possible that I might? A mischievous smile crept upon Simon's lips as an idea formed. But when did they arrive? Unsure of how to approach the local pirates, Simon mused in confusion. It seemed he had stared at the pirate ship for too long, as a stranger approached him. "Hey there, are you here to steal something too?" Simon looked at the stranger, bewildered. No need to say more. I know everything. The stranger offered a blueprint. Once you obtain the goods, could you share a portion with me? With no opportunity to respond, Simon was left utterly perplexed. What goods? As the stranger paused, Simon quickly inquired. Aren't you here to steal the sacred artifact? The increasingly bizarre conversation piqued Simon's interest. Are you new here? The stranger, smoking a cigarette, gestured to Simon. Seeking clarity, Simon accepted the offered cigarette. The stranger exhaled a smoke ring and began explaining the nature of this sacred artifact. Oh, you know whose ship this is? Simon nodded. If you do, then it's all good. They arrived this morning and have since gone to the wicked shipyard. When they left, they said they would not return here, so I need not elaborate on the treasures here. The stranger hinted at something, but Simon remained utterly lost, unable to connect with the man's train of thought. Seeing Simon's confusion, the stranger sighed in exasperation. Lingerie. Simon had not glimpsed any of these items. Rumor has it that the crew's lingerie is simply discarded without washing, left in a room that if they no longer need this ship. Will they dispose of their lingerie as well? Surely not. So what remains aboard this vessel? The elder brother wore a foolish grin on his face. How shall I put it? Truly, this is the port of evil, where even the locals exude a lecherous charm akin to that of Jekka. Considering that I had nothing to present to Jekka upon our meeting, isn't this the most ideal establishment? Moreover, it requires no expenditure of a single belly. If Jekka is pleased, perhaps I might even secure a complimentary meal. The more Simon pondered, the more excited he became about this treasure ship. Brother, no one else has entered here, right? Exercising caution, Simon inquired. Rest assured. My friend, this is my territory, and I've been keeping a close watch. We're the first. Upon sensing Simon's intent to enter, the elder brother immediately grew animated. Then, brother, keep watch for me while I go fetch it. Of course. The elder brother was utterly elated, but just as Simon began to head towards the ship, he suddenly noticed a flaw. Brother, why aren't you going in? Ah, well, the elder brother appeared somewhat embarrassed. However, Simon did not relent, fixing his gaze upon him. Oh, dear brother, if I were to go in alone, I might lose control. Prolonged exposure would lead to undesirable consequences. It was unexpected to see this elder brother display such bashfulness, leaving Simon utterly astounded. Brother, you are truly a pervert. Stunned into silence, Simon found himself believing the elder brother's words, for indeed, perverts do engage in such antics. Hey, my friend, you mustn't speak of this, ignoring the lascivious man's ramblings. Simon proceeded towards the ship, which was nearly emptied of its contents. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling. Treasures and kitchenware were nowhere to be found. However, bedding, old clothes, and undergarments were carelessly strewn about the ship's hold. Simon grabbed a bag and diligently collected these curious gifts. One could only wonder how long these items had been abandoned here. The odor was indeed quite unbearable. It was precisely for this reason that Simon nonchalantly picked up these provocative items. The style of these individuals is undeniably audacious. The variety of undergarments was truly extensive. Nearly every type Simon was aware of could be found here in multiples. After collecting the undergarments, Simon's gaze fell upon the bedding. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to take it as well. Perhaps it might come in handy. Lacking any perverse inclinations, Simon could only rely on his own judgment. Just as Simon contemplated what else to take, he suddenly heard a signal from the elder brother. Aware that lingering here was unwise, Simon departed from the ship with his gathered gifts. Upon reuniting with the elder brother, the two entered a concealed chamber, before Simon could even present his findings. The elder brother began to sniff around like a frenzied dog. Quick, quick, quick! The elder brother's perverse tone was unbearable for Simon, who tossed a few items his way. Only then did the atmosphere around Simon settle down. However, mere minutes had passed before he noticed the elder brother emerging, seemingly unfazed. That was rather swift. Brother, is it all right if I keep half of these? Oh, not at all. Observing the twisted hair at the corner of the elder brother's mouth, Simon found himself unable to refuse. After dividing the contents of his bag, he immediately sought to leave. The gentlemanly ambience was simply too much for Simon to bear. Brother, this is truly delightful. Should such good fortune arise again, I shall certainly keep you in mind. To his astonishment, he had managed to secure half of the treasures without cost. The elder brother had completely regarded Simon as an ally. After exchanging a few awkward pleasantries, Simon departed. I doubt I shall engage in such affairs again. I have no need for these items. Upon exiting the elder brother's secret lair, Simon spotted Xiao Luo and the wolf girl, who were searching for him after just having used the restroom. Xiao Luo, I'm over here. He waved his hand towards them. Where have you been, Simon? Did you not say you would wait for us here? I prepared some gifts for Jieka. Simon raised the bag in his hand. Gifts? What kind? Curious, Xiao Luo attempted to peek inside the bag. However, Simon swiftly moved it aside, denying her any opportunity to glimpse its content. It's nothing, Xiao Luo. It's better not to look. Despite her confusion, Xiao Luo chose to trust Simon. Shall we still search for the island master? Let us find Jieka first. After all, these gifts shouldn't be paraded about. Xiao Luo nodded in agreement, indicating her compliance. Seeing no dissent from her, Simon led the two onward. Xiao Luo seems to have never refused me a single request. Could she possibly possess a demeanor akin to Baby 5? As they made their way to the evil shipyard, Simon couldn't help but worry about Xiao Luo's temperament. Perhaps I should find a suitable time to test her character. If she resembles Baby 5, I must correct her behavior. The evil shipyard was entirely different from the sweet shipyard. Its ambience was unlike any ordinary shipyard as well. Chaotic graffiti adorned every inch, exuding an atmosphere of dark malevolence. Upon arriving, Simon encountered Bahamut Flame head-on. Possessing something unspeakable in his possession, Simon refrained from greeting her, not daring even to glance her way. Accompanying Flame were her crew, all of whom were women. In that fleeting moment, Simon discerned their identities. The vice captain of the Crimson Lip Pirates, Bahamut Ice Flame, with a bounty of 500,000 belly. The sniper of the Crimson Lip Pirates, Bahamut Poison Flame, with a bounty of 300,000 belly. There were also several crew members without bounties, from which their surname indicated they were all part of the Bahamut family. According to the rumors Simon had heard, they were likely of noble lineage from some kingdom. However, it seemed they had been caught in a compromising situation, with someone threatening the three sisters. Yet, the sisters had no desire to remain in that kingdom. One fateful night, they killed that person and subsequently established the Crimson Lip Pirates. The Crimson Lip Pirates, having come so close this time, I shall set my sights on you for my debut. Although it won't make the papers, I should be able to generate some notoriety. Once they had passed, Simon began to contemplate his next course of action. Nevertheless, the priority remained to find Jieka. He decided to let the sisters be for now. Events have varying degrees of urgency, and Simon placed the search for Jieka at the forefront. Unlike Hani, Jieka rarely appeared at the shipyard unless lured by the presence of a beautiful woman. Fortunately, with the arrival of the Crimson Lip Pirates, and with two capable individuals at his side, Simon felt hopeful. Jieka! Simon called out as he approached Jieka, who was preparing to leave. Jieka was indeed quite distinctive. With a high forehead, a prominent nose, and lips resembling sausages, not to mention the scattered black spots, it was no wonder he had developed such lewd behavior. Wah! Upon turning, Jieka exclaimed in astonishment, having already seen those beauties. He was taken aback to find even more that is today truly a day of fortune. Upon seeing the petite Luo and the wolf girl behind Simon, Jack's demeanor instantly brightened. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" "Uncle Jack, Uncle Hani sent me here." Jack's expression fell at Simon's words, for despite his somewhat lecherous nature, he maintained a semblance of normalcy when conversing with acquaintances. "What brings you here?" At that moment, Jack, reminiscent of the elder brother he had encountered earlier, began to smoke the infamous culture of the evil port. Simon silently pondered as he observed Jack. "Uncle Jack, I have brought you a gift." "I don't require any gifts," Jack replied, furrowing his brow as he prepared to decline Simon's offering. However, Simon pulled Jack aside, revealing a glimpse of the contents. Jack's initially indifferent expression drastically changed. "Simon, perhaps I should accept your kind gesture after all." "Then, could you grant me a request?" "Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The excitement awaits." Seizing the opportunity, Simon made his proposal that, "No problem, share any difficulties with me, and I shall see to it. Could you give me a ship?" "Ahem, Simon, I just realized it would be inappropriate for me to accept such a thing. You should take it back." Jack suddenly adopted a righteous tone. Observing Jack's furtive glances at the bag in Simon's hand, Simon sensed Jack's resolve was not entirely unwavering. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that his request might have been a tad excessive, with no ship in sight. Simon devised a second plan. "Then, Uncle Jack, could you enlighten me about the purpose of the Scarlet Lips pirate crew's visit? If I tell you, will you relinquish that?" "Precisely." Noticing Jack's tone soften, Simon pressed his advantage. "Since you are so sincere, I am not a heartless individual. I can indeed share this information with you." As Jack remained fixated on the bag without uttering another word, Simon understood and promptly handed it over to him. Finally, Jack spoke. "The Scarlet Lips pirate crew is here to commission a new ship, which will take approximately a month to complete." "Thank you, Uncle Jack." "No need for thanks. I have other matters to attend to. So I won't keep you any longer." With that, Jack vanished with a swift motion, bag in hand. Armed with the knowledge of the Scarlet Lips pirate crew's duration of stay, Simon was ready to initiate his recruitment plan. "Little Luo, let us depart." With a suave turn, he strode away. "Where to?" Little Luo appeared bewildered, her expression a mix of innocence and confusion. Unfortunately, Simon showed no inclination to clarify, his determined steps betraying no hesitation. Outside the evil shipyard, Simon had already emerged and was locking eyes with the Scarlet Lips pirate crew. Why haven't they left yet? And what does their formation signify? Could it be that my actions have been discovered? Simon, still grappling with lingering embarrassment, averted his gaze. Yes, soon as little Luo and the others emerged, he swiftly pulled them aside. However, the Scarlet Lips pirate crew's gaze remained fixed on Simon, with a fiery glare. The wild women encircled him. "What do you want?" "This is Diamond Island." Unable to face them, Simon feigned weakness. Yet upon hearing his words, they only tightened their circle. "What do we want? Are you truly unaware of your own deeds?" The voice of Bahamut Flame echoed from behind the pirates, and she stepped through the parted ranks to stand before Simon. "I haven't done anything. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Even at this moment, Simon continued to feign ignorance, but upon hearing his act, Flame smiled faintly and clapped her hands. The pirates immediately understood her intent and dragged a bizarre old fellow forward. "You recognize this one, don't you?" Flame eagerly awaited Simon's reaction. Simon scrutinized the figure, unable to discern who the man covered in sores might be. "Who is this? I don't know him." The old man on the ground grew frantic at Simon's response. "Brother, it's me. We just parted ways." Hearing the old man's voice, Simon hesitated. "No, we have never met." "Who are you, and why are you making such baseless accusations?" Despite recognizing the old man as the one who had incited him to steal, Simon stubbornly insisted on his ignorance. The old man, bewildered, appeared unable to comprehend Simon's denial. "You truly don't recognize me?" Flame squinted, observing Simon's reaction. However, after spending a decade on a deserted island, Simon had mastered the art of the poker face. Betraying no emotion, believing Simon genuinely did not recognize the old man, Flame prepared to leave with her crew. The dragged old man, regaining his composure, began to shout frantically, "I know him. We truly know each other." Perhaps the sincerity in his voice caused Flame to reconsider Simon's innocence, that if he claimed to know him, "What evidence do you possess?" Flame inquired, seemingly offering the old man a chance. However, the old man had no such proof, as their acquaintance had only spanned a few hours. Evidence, evidence. Ah, he definitely hasn't. At that moment, the old man glanced at Simon, realizing the bag was missing, and suddenly lost his train of thought. Hasn't done what? With the old man trailing off, everyone present awaited his next words. Gritting his teeth, the old man divulged the only information he knew. He hasn't hidden the stolen underwear. He put it in a bag. After his proclamation, all eyes turned toward Simon. Care to explain? It was as if a switch had been flipped, and Flame licked her lips, intrigued by Simon. This old fellow, do you truly believe I would need to steal underwear? Simon questioned, embracing little Luo and the wolf girl while confronting the old man, as if amused by the absurdity of the situation. Not at all. The crowd instinctively responded. And you claim, that bag, just because you saw me with such a bag, you think you can falsely accuse me? At that moment, Simon radiated righteousness. The crowd was entirely swayed by Simon's words, yet one individual remained unconvinced. Do you dare to bring that bag out for everyone to see? The old man clung desperately to his last straw. The bag? Apologies, it's already been given to Uncle Jack as a gift, so it's no longer in my possession. With that, the last opportunity slipped away. And the old man crumbled. No, you can't do this. The world fell silent in an instant. I apologize, young man, for the misunderstanding. Having gleaned the connection between Simon and Jack from the earlier conversation, Flame lost interest in whether Simon had truly committed any wrongdoing. It's quite all right. After all, you are victims in this as well. May I take my leave now? Victims? Assuming Simon had gleaned this from the lecherous old man, Flame paid little heed. No problem. You may go. With a sigh of relief, Simon prepared to depart with little Luo and the others. Wait. The sound of the blazing flames instantly set Simon on edge. What's going on? Let's exchange contact information. Why are you so anxious? The flames articulated their intention. Nervous. Aha! How could that be? Contact information, right? Shaluo. In that moment, Simon appeared utterly comical. After Shaluo provided the contact details to the flames, they allowed Simon to depart. However, this chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content ahead. Meanwhile, the flames gazed at Simon with a profound intensity. After wandering aimlessly for quite some time, Simon finally halted. Simon, what was that guy all about? Shaluo, having noticed Simon's unnatural reaction, inquired about the reason. Shaluo. Simon grasped Shaluo's shoulders tightly. That person is best left unheard. It's bad for your ears. After Simon's insistence, Shaluo ceased her questioning. But where shall we go now? I haven't quite decided yet. Ah, with her mouth agape and a bewildered expression, that was the current state of Shaluo. Oh, right, we still need to find the island master. In that case, let us proceed. Simon felt inexplicably frantic. Who knows what awaits us? Sigh. Shaluo was somewhat exasperated with Simon. Upon observing the streets here, one could see taverns dotting the landscape. Isn't the air of freedom in this port rather overwhelming? Simon, who did not particularly enjoy drinking, made this evident by ordering juice at the tavern. He regretted forgetting to ask Uncle Jacques about news regarding the island master. He could see this moment. Simon felt a pang of regret. However, having already left, there was little to be done. Shaluo, what do you think we should head first? Oh, you want me to choose? Indeed, Shaluo, I have faith in you. Your luck has always been quite remarkable. Simon gave a thumbs up, expressing his confidence in Shaluo. Then, let us just go wherever. After a moment of indecision, Shaluo pointed toward the fruit shop. Why the fruit shop? Although Simon did not comprehend Shaluo's reasoning for choosing the fruit shop, he accompanied her nonetheless. Shaluo, I just want to eat fruit, don't you? Watching Shaluo as she busily acquired fruit, Simon felt like a mere bystander. How could that be? Why would he come here just for fruit? However, the smile on Shaluo's lips was unmistakable. Seeing Shaluo so delighted, Simon decided to let go of any concerns regarding the fruit shop. Just as Simon intended to grab some fruit, he noticed the wolf girl bringing a fruit towards her mouth. Stop! Upon seeing the appearance of the fruit, Simon hastily called out to the wolf girl, but alas, he was a moment too late. The wolf girl, having consumed the fruit, wore a look of consternation, seemingly attempting to expel something. Yet, regrettably, nothing emerged. I asked there anything unusual? Concerned for the wolf girl's condition, Simon rushed to her side, scrutinizing the devil fruit in her hand. Shaluo, hearing Simon's voice, immediately hurried over. What is happening? The wolf girl ate a devil fruit. Ah, is that a devil fruit? Shaluo gazed curiously at the half-eaten devil fruit in the wolf girl's possession. I could see that moment. The wolf girl's state began to shift slightly as she uncontrollably reverted to her beast form. Could it be that the devil fruit can nullify my judgment? Noting that the wolf girl had ceased to maintain her hybrid state, Simon warily observed the beast form of the wolf girl and pulled Shaluo back a few steps. The shopkeeper had already fled at the moment the wolf girl transformed, leaving the beast-formed wolf girl to howl incessantly. As if embroiled in a struggle, as the wolf girl howled, her form began to alter, gradually transforming into a beast that Simon did not recognize. Simon, is the wolf girl all right? Shaluo, standing behind Simon with her arms crossed, expressed her concern for the wolf girl that she'll be fine. Even if there is a problem, I will handle it. Since departing from Shikai Island, Simon had inexplicably accelerated his development regarding the devil fruit and now possessed several peculiar methods of judgment. Dealing with a rampaging beast was merely a matter of a single command. However, Simon had yet to understand the wolf girl's situation and had refrained from intervening thus far. Perhaps the wolf girl had acclimated to her current form, for she ceased her howling and gradually reverted to her original hybrid state. It seems there is no issue. Even a devil fruit user can be subjected to judgment. Seeing that calmness had returned, Simon approached the wolf girl with Shaluo. Upon reaching the wolf girl, Shaluo embraced her tightly. Wolf girl, what happened? Assertively assuming the role of master, Simon desired to ascertain what fruit the wolf girl had consumed. Yet, the wolf girl, whose intellect had not yet developed sufficiently for coherent dialogue, was evidently unable to respond to Simon's inquiry. Is it really not possible? Then, how about testing out my new ability? Justice. Simon extended his right hand towards Shaluo and the wolf girl, and a bubble enveloped them both. Next came equal wisdom. As Simon's words resonated, the ability activated, and a luminous sphere emerged within the minds of Shaluo and the wolf girl. The spheres fused in midair before dividing into two, settling upon their heads. Wolf girl, tell me what fruit you consumed. Esteemed master, I consumed the Inu no Mi, mythical Zoan, Fenrir form. Nodding in acknowledgement of the wolf girl's fruit ability, Simon retracted his power to a T that moment. The wolf girl, who had just been capable of coherent speech, reverted to her original form. What was that just now, Simon? Meanwhile, Shaluo, who had been momentarily dulled in intellect, regained her clarity. My fruit ability, Haven Tea, I mentioned it to you before? Certainly not. Shaluo pouted, clearly displeased. Well then, let me explain. It is a detailed explanation followed. Upon hearing Simon's account, Shaluo's gaze began to flicker to, Simon, what is it? I also want to become a fruit user. Simon, gazing at Shaluo as she playfully beseeched him, nearly acquiesced. Shaluo, if we both become fruit users, what would happen if we fall into the sea? Then we could just recruit some companions, but I don't fully trust them. Oh, Simon, what are you saying? Shaluo bashfully covered her face, choosing not to pursue the topic of becoming a devil fruit user any further. Hey, are you all right? Unbeknownst to them, the shopkeeper had returned, anxiously inquiring about Simon and the others. We're fine. Loudly. That's good. Let us discuss the matter of compensation. Upon hearing Simon's reassurance, the shopkeeper pulled out an abacus and began calculating expenses with Simon. The total for the damaged fruit, broken shelves, and other equipment amounted to 500,000 berries. May I ask who will be paying? A cacophony of clicks from the abacus filled the air as the shopkeeper arrived at this figure, while Simon and the others were left aghast, unable to process the notion of compensation. Shopkeeper, is it possible to settle this on credit? Since they had no berries on hand, Simon negotiated with the shopkeeper. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content ahead. No money. Simon nodded. You wish to settle on credit? Simon nodded again. Not possible. The boss's attitude was resolute. He simply would not allow credit. Point one could discern from his unwavering demeanor that this proprietor was indeed a man of stories. What to do, Simon? Little Luo was also in a state of frantic anxiety. Don't fret, little Luo. There is still a way. After reassuring little Luo, Simon once again confronted the boss. Can you accompany us to retrieve the funds? Absolutely not. That is out of the question. The boss's reaction was even more pronounced than before. Was there a sorrowful tale behind this refusal? Is that not an option either? In that moment, Simon found himself at a loss for solutions. What to do? What to do? Simon racked his brain for someone who might assist him. I could ask Uncle Hani to lend me some money, and then I can repay him later. Clenching his right fist and striking it against his left palm, Simon conceived a brilliant idea. But for now, I cannot leave. Casting a glance at the boss, he knew that escape was not an option. This plan seemed futile as well. However, upon looking at little Luo, Simon resolved to take a gamble. Little Luo, please summon Uncle Hani. He is our only hope. Me? No way. I don't even know him. Little Luo waved his hands in refusal. Seeing this approach was unfeasible, Simon turned his gaze to the wolf girl. He shook his head. The wolf girl cannot speak. There is no way she could call Uncle Hani. After exhausting all possible plans, Simon realized he truly had no means to repay the boss's 50,000 berries. At that moment, he silently approached little Luo and the wolf girl. Although it felt somewhat wrong, he sighed deeply upon witnessing the boss's puzzled expression. That my apologies, boss. With a swift dash, he vanished from the boss's sight. Hey! The boss, regaining his senses, immediately chased after him, shouting. However, Simon's speed was astonishing. By the time the boss reached the street, Simon was already gone. Never let me see you again. The frustrated boss returned to his fruit shop. Grumbling, judging by the boss's capacity for acceptance, it seemed that even if Simon did not repay the berries, it would likely not pose a problem. Meanwhile, Simon, accompanied by little Luo and the wolf girl, sprinted towards the port. Simon could finally halt, as the boss had not pursued them, but really? Upon hearing little Luo's confirmation that the boss had not followed, Simon paused. Looking back, he indeed saw no signs of pursuit. Could it be that the boss had resigned himself to fate? Simon found it hard to believe. Throughout his previous life and 8 years of noble existence, he had never encountered someone so readily accepting of misfortune. But what about the 50,000 berries owed to the boss? Even now, little Luo remained concerned about the necessary payment. Truly, little Luo was a kind-hearted soul. Fear not, little Luo, I already have a plan. The predicament of being without berries left Simon feeling extremely uncomfortable, so he resolved to secure some berries before addressing other matters. With little Luo and the wolf girl in tow, Simon made his way to the port where nefarious ships docked, seeking a bounty to navigate through his current troubles. Although fighting is prohibited on King Kong Island, if there is no commotion, settling scores is still permissible. As Simon contemplated the unspoken rules of King Kong Island, he prepared his abilities. I wonder who the unfortunate soul to fall in my hands will be. Given King Kong Island's renowned reputation in the South Sea, pirates flocked here in droves. Simon would not return empty-handed simply due to a lack of prey. Sure enough, this was a haven for pirates, and upon arrival, Simon spotted numerous infamous pirate crews. However, he only saw pirate ships. No bounty targets were in sight. Retreating to a secluded corner with little Luo and the wolf girl, Simon awaited the appearance of a pirate. Before long, a weathered pirate ship emerged from the sea. Judging by the flag, it was likely the ship of the Stubble pirate crew. The captain of the Stubble pirate crew, Stubble, had a bounty of 3 million berries. Little Luo reported the bounty details to Simon. 3 million berries, you say? He shall be our target. Regrettably, this battle could not be publicized, with a tinge of disappointment. Simon rose and approached the pirate crew. The bustling dockworkers paid little attention to Simon and his companions. Once the Stubble pirate crew docked, Simon and his group boarded the ship. What a tragic sight. Upon stepping onto the vessel and witnessing the scene, Simon couldn't help but exclaimed, "It is so dreadful that I almost hesitate to act." Although he spoke words of sympathy, the bubbles of his ability remained intact in his hands. "Who are you?" At last, the remnants of the crew noticed Simon and his companions. This scene, Simon felt his inner dramatist stirring. Since they had genuinely inquired, "Little Luo, you must cooperate with me." Before little Luo could utter the next line, Simon's hard-won enthusiasm evaporated. Little Luo, bewildered, did not grasp what Simon meant. How should I cooperate? We haven tea rehearsed. Ah, is that so? Then rigorous training shall commence for you. With sudden clarity, Simon decided to impart his eccentric ideals to little Luo. So, who exactly are you? The questioning pirate inquired again. After a moment's thought, Simon replied, Guardians of the world? Why hesitate? You wavered just now, did you not? Simon's antics had successfully driven the young pirate to madness. What the hell? What are you idiots doing? Have we already arrived at King Kong Island? A deep voice resonated from below deck. It was unmistakably Stubble's voice, though Simon had yet to meet Stubble. The likeness to the image on the bounty notice was striking that a heavy thud of footsteps echoed as the captain, with a bounty of 3 million berries, remained unaware that the hunter was poised and ready. The moment this robust captain made his entrance, Simon struck, encasing Stubble in bubbles formed by his ability. Stubble managed to utter, before falling silent. Wasting no time, Simon commenced the judgment. Captain Stubble of the Stubble Pirate crew, you are guilty of egregious crimes. I hereby sentence you to 3 days of puppet imprisonment. As the decree was proclaimed, the judgment was enacted that in developing his abilities, Simon discovered that the duration of the punishment could influence the success rate. The shorter the time, the greater the likelihood of success. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting. The successfully judged Stubble stood frozen in place. The most troublesome matter resolved. Simon subsequently turned his attention to the remaining pirates aboard the ship, administering judgment one by one. Are you not afraid of King Kong Island seeking retribution for your actions here? For reasons unknown, Simon had chosen to save the pirate who had conversed with him for last. You must be newcomers. You clearly have no grasp of the rules here. At that moment, the young pirate found himself in a state of confusion. Shaking his head, Simon held nothing back, delivering the full judgment package to this young man. Set sail, lads, destination, Tion Island. Having effortlessly subdued the pirate crew, Simon now yearns to swiftly collect his bounty. The nearest naval base lies merely a day's voyage away on Tion Island. Relishing the provisions of the Hu-Cha pirate crew and enjoying their services, Simon muses that this lifestyle suits him perfectly. In this moment, he feels as though he has returned to his noble days, the comfort of which makes him reluctant to hand over these minions to the Navy. It's a pity that the effects of the judgment last only 3 days. Otherwise, you all would be staying here. Indeed, the treatment of these lackeys mirrors that of their captain, a mere 3-day package. While savoring his meal, Simon suddenly spots a news bird soaring above. Summoning it, he purchases a newspaper. Surely, this isn't the time for news distribution. He wonders, could there be some significant development? Curiously, he scans the paper. The chest hair pirates have annihilated the pursuing forces of Liaoyan Nation, obliterated the S-15 naval base. And their bounty has surged to 90 million berries. Is Mao Se truly that formidable? Simon ponders, perplexed by the article, feeling that this bounty increase seems rather peculiar. What news do you have? Simon's contemplation catches the attention of Xiao Luo. Mao Se's bounty has risen to 90 million berries. Do you think it's true? He inquires as he hands a paper to her. Mao Se? Him. How could that be possible? What is this report even suggesting? How could these feats be attributed to Mao Se? Having a deep understanding of Mao Se, Xiao Luo immediately discerns the article's inaccuracies. If it's not him, then it must have been Liaoyan Nation. Right? That does seem plausible, Simon acknowledges, surprised that Xiao Luo does not contest his viewpoint. Of course it's serious. Liaoyan Nation has a history of such actions, attacking naval bases while disguising their military maneuvers to implicate pirates. Xiao Luo elaborates on the secrets she gleaned from the palace of Liaoyan Nation's king. What on earth does Liaoyan Nation intend to achieve? Aren't they a member of the world government? Simon questions, bewildered. Rumor has it that the current king is discontent with merely exerting diplomatic control over the South Sea. He seeks to exert military dominance instead. Is he a fool? How can that possibly be realized? Simon expresses his incredulity regarding the king's plans. I thought a prank would suffice, but I never anticipated such reckless self-sabotage. This nation is fundamentally flawed. Suddenly, Xiao Luo points towards an approaching thundercloud, her expression turning anxious. Rising swiftly, Simon observes the cloud from the lookout, then relaxes. It's all right, Xiao Luo. that thundercloud won't pass over us. Really? Xiao Luo seeks confirmation. Simon gently ruffles her hair, both of them gazing at the distant storm. True to his word, the thundercloud drifts by without encompassing their ship. Simon, you're amazing. You seem to understand everything. Xiao Luo exclaims out of course. I'm all-knowing, Simon responds, basking in her praise, his nose lifting with pride, despite the dilapidated state of their ship. It sails at a remarkable speed. By dawn the following day, Simon officially lands on Xing Tian Island, binding the pirates with ropes and handing them over to Xiao Luo. This task of claiming the bounty is entrusted to you. Xiao Luo, can I really do it? What if they suddenly escape? Xiao Luo frets at the thought of escorting so many pirates. Trust in my abilities, Xiao Luo. There is no problem. I will be watching from a distance. Simon reassures her that I will do my best, Xiao Luo declares, fist clenched against her chest, then drives the pirates toward the naval base. Xiao Luo, you're not really like baby 5, are you? Indeed, sending Xiao Luo alone to collect the bounty is Simon's test of her capabilities. After all, if Xiao Luo were akin to baby 5, Simon would not feel comfortable allowing her to act independently. Yet despite the test, Simon will not merely observe from afar. Xiao Luo is his, and even with her flaws. Only he has the authority to command her. As Xiao Luo herds the pirates, she draws the curiosity of the residents of Xing Tian Island. After all, her actions are rather extraordinary. A beautiful young girl leading a group of burly men. It hardly seems believable. However, among the crowd, some informants whisper, "Look, that is Hu Cha, the captain of the Hu Cha pirate crew, with a bounty of 3 million berries. Is that true? It seems plausible. I've seen his wanted poster before. I can't believe he was captured by such a little girl." The crowd buzzes with excitement. Incredible! She's so young, yet has managed to capture a pirate with such a high bounty. Truly the savior of the new generation. As the rumors escalate, they eventually reach Simon's ears, transforming into, "The rookie beauty hunter has captured Whitebeard." Simon grimaces. While Hu Cha indeed has a beard, to equate him with Whitebeard is utterly absurd. Nevertheless, there is no denying that Xiao Luo has gained fame on this island. People flock to the naval base, eager to catch a glimpse of this formidable bounty hunter, and even more so, the legendary Whitebeard. Inside the naval base, a soldier bursts urgently into the commander's office. "Captain Baby, a bounty hunter has captured Whitebeard and is heading this way." "What?" Captain Baby, overwhelmed, disregards the soldier's intrusion, seizing his collar in disbelief. "Is this true?" "Indeed, Captain. The news is spread across the island." What do we do? What do we do? Baby paces anxiously in his office, unable to fathom Whitebeard's captured. If it's true, I can't handle this. Quickly, send word to the naval headquarters. Fearful of facing Whitebeard alone, Baby commands the soldier. "Hurry, inform the naval headquarters that we have captured Whitebeard and require reinforcements." "Yes, Captain Baby." The soldier rushes to the communication room. "Quickly relay to naval headquarters. We have captured Whitebeard and need backup." Understood. The communication room dispatches the urgent message to naval headquarters. Naval headquarters. An urgent message from the South Sea. What? Whitebeard has been captured. Upon hearing the soldier's report, they rush to the marshal's office. "Marshal Sengoku, Whitebeard has been captured in the South Sea." The messenger exclaims. Sengoku, who had been tending to a goat, pauses his activities to regard the messenger. Do not panic. Let me see it. The messenger presents the report regarding the South Sea. As Sengoku reads, his expression grows grave. "What of the New World? Reports have yet to arrive." "I see." Understood. Maintain close observation of the New World's movements, and, additionally, send a message to Kizuru to proceed to the South Sea. Yes. The messenger promptly acts on the orders. When did Whitebeard venture to the South Sea? Sengoku muses, sensing that the situation is more complex than it appears. Quickly contact the reconnaissance ship in the New World. What? Whitebeard is still in the New World? Putting down the Den Mushi, Admiral Sengoku made his way to the communication room. There, the communication officer had successfully established contact with Admiral Kizuru and conveyed Admiral Sengoku's orders. How terrifying! Whitebeard was actually captured by a newcomer. Kizuru hung up the Den Mushi with Abuin's sword towards the South Sea. When Admiral Sengoku arrived at the communication room, it was just in time for the officer to conclude the conversation with Kizuru. Has there been any news from the South Sea? Although the reconnaissance ship had reported that Whitebeard was in the New World, Admiral Sengoku dared not let his guard down, anxiously awaiting the first piece of news in the communication room. Report to the Admiral, there is still nothing. Instruct the South Sea to report at any moment. In front of the gates of the Navy base on Cutin Island in the South Sea, Colonel Baby, having pushed all the cannons out of the base, was nervously watching the entrance. Amidst a cacophony of noise, a group of pirates, bound by chains around their necks, approached. Is this where bounties are collected? Xiao Luo stepped out from behind the pirates. You're the bounty hunter who captured Whitebeard. Colonel Baby asked nervously. Whitebeard? Who is that? I delivered a stubble, didn't I? Stubble? At that moment, Colonel Baby realized something was amiss. You mean you captured a stubble? Is it a famous pirate? Forgive Colonel Baby. A pirate with a bounty like a stubble was truly not memorable to him. Team must be famous. After all, the bounty is 3 million berries. Xiao Luo, however, was not well versed in the significance of bounties. 0.3 million. Colonel Baby could no longer contain himself. What on earth was I contacting the Navy headquarters for? No, wait, Navy headquarters, communication officer. Communication officer quickly informed the Navy headquarters that it's not Whitebeard. Just a small pirate. Realizing he might have made a grave error, Colonel Baby urgently sought to contact the Navy headquarters, hoping he hadn't sent his report yet. Once the communication officer departed, Baby collapsed onto the ground. Can you settle my bounty for me? Xiao Luo reminded Colonel Baby, concerned about not receiving her bounty. Bounty? What bounty? You've put me in this situation and still expect a reward. Why don't you just die? Colonel Baby, feeling hopeless about his career prospects, had lost his composure. Xiao Luo lowered her head, lost in thought. Could it be that Xiao Luo would take his words to heart and do something drastic? Simon, from a tall building, anxiously observed Xiao Luo, determined to stop her if that were the case. What does it matter to you? The bounty criminal has already been brought in. You must give me my reward. Xiao Luo was now exceedingly assertive, completely different from the usual demeanor she displayed in front of Simon. I didn't mean it that way. In truth, Colonel Baby regretted uttering those words as soon as they left his mouth. However, the little girl before him seemed disinterested in his explanations. You will receive your bounty. Subsequently, Colonel Baby instructed the Navy soldiers to settle the bounty owed to Xiao Luo. Colonel Baby, a demotion order from the Navy headquarters has arrived. The communication officer returned, bearing the accountability from the Navy headquarters. Colonel Baby, glancing at the demotion notice in his hand, dejectedly returned to the base. Unfazed by the base's developments behind her, Xiao Luo joyfully dashed towards the port. Seeing that Xiao Luo was all right, Simon and Wolf Girl decided to head back together. In the skies above the Grand Line, a brilliant beam shot straight towards the South Sea. Suddenly, the beam halted, and Kizuru picked up the Den Den Mushi. Moshi, it's me, Borsellino. Admiral Sengoku, what sudden matter has arisen? There's no need to head to the South Sea. You should go to Donu Island instead, as there seems to be an unusual situation there. What about Whitebeard? It was a misjudgment. Whitebeard is still in the New World, understood. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, Kizuru maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor. Xiao Luo is amazing. Simon, who was about to meet up with Xiao Luo, praised her. Of course, I'm the all-capable maid. There's nothing I can't do in the palace, now that we have received the bounty. Shall we return to Congo Island? Are we heading back already? Xiao Luo had not anticipated that her visit would merely be a bounty exchange. She had thought they would linger for a while. There's nothing of interest here. Let us return to Congo Island and think about our new ship. Plus, we still owe that boss 50,000 berries, don't we? After hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo no longer felt perplexed. But Simon, this pirate ship can no longer sail, can it? Despite no longer being confused, Xiao Luo still raised the most pressing concern. I hadn't thought of that. The confident Simon was suddenly at a loss. Now it's time to see what Lady Xiao Luo will do. Oh, Simon was curious about what action Xiao Luo would take. I foresaw this situation. So, I've already contacted a merchant convoy that if we take their merchant ship, we can easily return to Congo Island. Xiao Luo brimmed with confidence, much like a child seeking praise. That's incredible. But when did you contact them? How come I didn't know? Simon was utterly impressed by Xiao Luo's resourcefulness. The chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the exciting content. Even though he'd been focused on Xiao Luo, he still had no idea how she had contacted the merchant convoy that IT was on the way back. I ran into an old acquaintance, chatted for a bit, and found out she was also going to Congo Island. And then I remembered we didn't have a ship, so I made an arrangement with her. An acquaintance? Upon hearing Xiao Luo's words, Simon instantly tensed up. Xiao Luo has acquaintances? How come I didn't know? Is it a man or a woman? Xiao Luo, when did you arrange to meet her? 3 days later, I thought we would stay here for a while. Is that so? Then shall we go find your acquaintance for some fun? Eager to learn more about Xiao Luo's acquaintance, Simon was subtly contemplating ways to get closer to her friend. Going to hang out with her? That sounds good. She seems to have nothing to do either. Xiao Luo's eyes lit up at the suggestion. With that, Xiao Luo led Simon and Wolf Girl on a journey to find her acquaintance. I just parted ways with her not long ago. She should be far. Returning to the place where she would meet her acquaintance, Xiao Luo discovered that her friend was already gone. She began searching around. Did she mention what she was going to do? Simon, seeing Xiao Luo searching aimlessly, couldn't help but offer a suggestion, and Xiao Luo felt a bit disheartened. What are her hobbies? She loves eating, and she won't move until she finishes her food. That's a clue. With Simon's reminder, Xiao Luo instantly found her direction. But where can I find delicious food on Kuten Island? Not familiar with the area, Xiao Luo turned to Simon for help. Delicious food? It's been a long time since I've been here. I remember there's a bakery that's really delicious. Simon reminisced about his childhood memories at a bakery. Is it really that good? It cannot be said that it is delicious, but it possesses a certain uniqueness that leaves a lasting impression. When Simon uttered these words, his expression seemed to reflect a hint of nostalgia. Observing Simon's unexpected admiration for this bread, Xiao Luo was instantly captivated, momentarily forgetting her quest to locate acquaintances. Let us visit this shop, Simon. I am eager to taste this bread. Unable to refuse the sparkling enthusiasm of Xiao Luo, Simon was compelled to lead her to the bakery of his memories. This establishment was a quaint, traditional little shop, devoid of any advertisements or sample displays. Those wishing to savor the bread must patiently await the owner's live preparation. Due to the shop's diminutive size, whenever the fluffy loaves emerged from the oven, eager patrons would snatch them away with such swiftness that even newcomers could not catch a whiff of their enticing aroma. Is this the shop, Simon? How did you discover it? Upon entering, Xiao Luo was taken aback by the throng of customers. Have you ever seen a bakery teeming with people? The patrons inside resembled fierce, ravenous wolves, all glaring at her the moment she pushed the door open. They are quite intimidating, Simon. Startled, Xiao Luo quickly hid behind Simon, who gently patted her head in reassurance. Not be afraid. Xiao Luo. The people here are actually very friendly. Before Simon could finish his comforting words, the crowd began to convert around him. What is happening? Simon wondered aloud, only to be addressed by one of the patrons. You are the bounty hunter who captured the one with the white beard, aren't you? Indeed, these individuals had heard the rumors, but had only seen those who claimed to have received bounties from Xiao Luo. That is not the case. Xiao Luo pouted, indignantly correcting them. Yes, we understand. It must be that. Upon hearing Xiao Luo acknowledge her capture of the pirate, the crowd nodded in understanding of her actions and parted to create a path, encouraging her to proceed first. Although Xiao Luo wished to argue further, Simon seized a remarkable opportunity, silencing her with a gentle pull along the path, awaiting the freshly baked bread. However, how could such a lively atmosphere simply come to a halt? After allowing Xiao Luo to take the lead, the patrons brandished paper and pens, eagerly requesting her signature. Now at the center of the room, any attempt to explain might prevent their escape. With no other option, Xiao Luo reluctantly acquiesced to the fervent demands of her enthusiastic fans. Fortunately, it was not long before the bread emerged from the oven, and no one dared to reach for it, hoping to let Xiao Luo take the first piece. Yet she remained bashful and hesitant. An assistant, Simon, however, was not so scrupulous. He unceremoniously grabbed half of the loaf and proceeded to pay, dragging Xiao Luo along as they departed. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, watching Simon execute this series of actions. Who is he? Does anyone know? After a lengthy pause, a voice finally broke the silence. Simon, how could you do this? Xiao Luo exclaimed, shaking off Simon's hand. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Simon looked at her in confusion. Those people waited so long in line, and you just took their opportunity and walked away? Xiao Luo's expression was accusatory, but if we hadn't taken it, they wouldn't have acted either. And how would the owner prepare the next batch? Simon attempted to defend himself. So, is that your justification for taking half? This left Xiao Luo momentarily speechless, just as Simon contemplated whether to apologize. She continued, if you're concerned about the owner, then take it all and we can thank him afterward. Isn't it quite rude to just leave with the goods, expecting Xiao Luo to deliver some profound moral lesson? Simon was taken aback by her emphasis on manners. For a moment, he simply stared at her, perplexed. Are you even listening? Xiao Luo seemed intent on making Simon recognize his mistake, coming back to his senses. Simon found the situation amusing, thinking, I thought I was shameless, but Xiao Luo has surpassed me. Whose upbringing is this? At that moment, Simon found himself unexpectedly grateful for the teachings of his homeland, stopping Xiao Luo from further lecturing him. The group found a quiet spot to enjoy the unique bread. Simon, this bread is so soft, Xiao Luo exclaimed, squeezing a loaf in her hands. This is the shop's famous secret recipe, said to have been passed down for 800 years. If not for certain reasons that led to the loss of part of the recipe, the taste would undoubtedly be even better. Before this chapter could conclude, please turn to the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Simon reminisced about a time in his childhood when he had asked the owner if it could be even more delicious. After taking a bite, Xiao Luo was utterly enchanted by the flavor. Astonished that it could indeed be even more delectable, is it possible to recover the recipe? Impossible, for the history of the lost recipe dates back 800 years, erased from memory. What a pity. She sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity for such deliciousness. The atmosphere grew heavy with the weight of this realization. Suddenly, a certain beautiful girl, resembling a little dog sniffing out the aroma, approached with her eyes closed. Following the scent of the bread, Puff! Xiao Luo exclaimed in surprise as she turned and spotted the adorable figure. Puff opened her eyes in confusion and was greeted by Xiao Luo joyfully waving a loaf. Xiao Luo! Puff paid no mind to Simon beside her and rushed over with delight. It's been a while. Xiao Luo. What are you eating? This bread recommended by Simon. It's so soft and fragrant. As she spoke, Xiao Luo showcased the loaf to Puff. Oh, whoa. In a moment of distraction, the bread was snatched away by Puff. Indeed, it is quite delicious, Puff said with a blissful smile, licking her lips. Puff, you did it again. Didn't we agree that you shouldn't take my food while I'm talking? I'm sorry. Puff's apology was effective, immediately silencing Xiao Luo. Meanwhile, Simon was utterly astonished by the antics of the girl named Puff. What is happening here? How can someone be so adorable? With her midriff-bearing crop top, sunny orange hair accessories, half-closed eyes, and an undeniably playful tone, she embodied the perfect ideal he had envisioned. Could this be the acquaintance of Xiao Luo? If so, then perhaps. While enjoying the playful banter between the beautiful girls was delightful, Simon was resolute in his ambition to become a harem king, that I shall not hesitate to claim this exquisite beauty for myself. Xiao Luo, could you introduce me to her? Preparing to make his move, Simon sought to utilize Xiao Luo as his introduction. Without a hint of hesitation, Xiao Luo cheerfully introduced Puff to Simon. This is Puff. The acquaintance I mentioned? Oh, I see. Hello, Puff. I am Simon, a bounty hunter. With this opening, Simon smiled and extended his hand toward Puff. This an invitation for a handshake. Puff watched as Simon extended his hand towards her, and she reciprocated with a friendly handshake. Feeling the warmth of the young girl's hand, Simon's heart began to race for the first time in ages. Could this sensation be that of first love? Lost in his thoughts, Simon failed to notice the teasing glint in Puff's eyes. Simon, I heard from Xiao Luo that you don't seem to be a good person. Upon hearing Puff's words, Simon was filled with astonishment. At that moment, their hands had already parted, yet Simon could still feel a lingering heat in his palm. However, in his panic, Simon brushed aside these sensations and hurriedly began to explain himself to Puff. desperate not to let this dream girl form a poor impression of him. In a way, Xiao Luo would never say that about me, right? Yet, when Simon glanced over at Xiao Luo, he saw her turning her head away, seemingly unwilling to engage with him. Xiao Luo, Simon was taken aback by her reaction, momentarily believing he must have done something wrong. Is Xiao Luo's perception of me really like that? Have I been too self-absorbed to notice her feelings? Simon's emotions grew increasingly tangled, and even his mind felt a bit hazy. What is this? He struggled to regain his focus, glancing at his still warm palm, and in an instant his eyes widened as he abruptly looked up at Puff. You actually drugged me. Simon could only point a trembling finger at Puff before he fainted. Simon! Hearing the sound of him collapsing, Xiao Luo turned back, and upon seeing Simon sprawled on the ground, she immediately called out his name in a panic. Puff! What on earth happened? Discovering that she could not wake Simon, Xiao Luo's eyes glistened with tears as she implored Puff for answers. It was just a little prank. Puff replied innocently, mimicking the gesture for losing the Korean market. Puff, must you always be like this? Can't you change this bad habit of yours? Seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation, Xiao Luo moved Simon onto a lounge chair and looked reproachfully at Puff, who merely lowered her head in apology, prompting Xiao Luo to forgive her. Poor Simon, suffering such indignities for no reason at all. Xiao Luo, are you truly prepared to follow him like this? Puff gestured toward Simon, who lay on a lounge chair, questioning Xiao Luo. Yes, I can't bear to be away from him now. Xiao Luo replied as she rested Simon's head on her lap, gently caressing his cheek. Tsk, Puff frowned at the sight of Xiao Luo's tender demeanor. But when Xiao Luo turned her gaze toward her, Puff instantly reverted to her usual radiant self. Who would have thought that the Xiao Luo who cried all day in the palace would find her prince charming? It seemed that Puff harbored many secrets yet to be revealed. As dusk settled, Simon still showed no signs of awakening. Puff, what kind of drug did you use? Why hasn't Simon woken up yet? At that moment, Xiao Luo's earlier composure had vanished, replaced by a frantic urgency as she questioned Puff. It has to be SM-39. He should have awakened by now. Puff replied, casting a puzzled glance at Simon. But he remained unresponsive. Don't worry. Xiao Luo, look. Following Puff's pointing finger, Xiao Luo noticed Simon's mouth stretching into a wide grin. Realizing something, Xiao Luo's face darkened as she weakly punched Simon's forehead. Ouch! That hurt, Simon exclaimed, clutching his head. Xiao Luo, why did you hit me? From Simon's expression, it was clear he felt utterly wronged. If you're awake, then get up. You're making me worry. Seeing Simon still act oblivious, Xiao Luo grew stern. But as she scolded him, tears began to flow down her cheeks. I'm sorry, Xiao Luo. I won't do it again. With Simon sincerely apologizing, Xiao Luo's anger dissipated, and she forgave him. Next time I want a lap pillow. I'll just tell you directly. The tender atmosphere was short-lived, shattered by Simon's abrupt remark. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The story gets even more exciting. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Puff sought to divert the conversation. Xiao Luo, I've been curious since I arrived here. Who is she? Puff pointed at the wolf girl, who was nibbling on a piece of bread nearby. Oh, her? She's the wolf girl. Apparently, Simon brought her back from a deserted island, but she lacks intelligence. Wolf girl? As Simon listened to their conversation, memories of the wolf girl resurfaced, when I was just drugged. The wolf girl seemed to have no reaction at all, right? Growing increasingly frustrated, Simon marched over to the wolf girl to impart some lessons. Meanwhile, after Xiao Luo's explanation, Puff finally grasped why the girl was referred to as the wolf girl. But don't you think the name wolf girl is rather unflattering? Is it? Xiao Luo seemed indifferent to such matters. That of course it is. A person's name cannot be so casually assigned. Let us give her a new name. Puff suggested, her eyes lighting up with an intriguing idea. Isn't that inappropriate? After all, she was brought here by Simon. How can we know unless we try? Seemingly swayed by Puff's enthusiasm, Xiao Luo contemplated proposing it to Simon. However, when she turned to find him, she saw him striking the wolf girl. Simon, what are you doing? Alarm for the wolf girl. Xiao Luo hurried over to intervene. Xiao Luo, what's wrong? Simon was taken aback to find Xiao Luo standing protectively in front of the wolf girl, unsure of how to proceed. What's wrong? How could you ask that? Why are you hitting the wolf girl? Just like a hero rescuing a mute maiden, Xiao Luo confronted the fierce Simon. It's only because she failed to protect her charge. Such a guard needs proper training. What if I truly encounter danger in the future? Simon's staunch reasoning left Xiao Luo speechless. Yet, how could she simply concede? But can't you use gentler methods? Treating her this way is so cruel. After a moment of silence, Simon smiled and gently patted Xiao Luo's head. All right, I won't hit the wolf girl anymore, of course. Privately, she still needs some rigorous training. Enjoying Simon's tenderness, Xiao Luo momentarily forgot the purpose of her visit. Fortunately, another cunning girl was present. She wouldn't allow Xiao Luo to languish in this gentle bliss. Xiao Luo, you still have an important mission to accomplish. Puff's teasing voice made both Simon and Xiao Luo shiver. What are you doing, Puff? In the face of Xiao Luo's faux ferocity, Puff pointed at the wolf girl. Xiao Luo froze for a moment. Oh, right. I came here to ask Simon to rename the wolf girl. Simon watched as Xiao Luo, caught off guard by Puff's words, gulped nervously. Please don't tell me this is another prank. Xiao Luo? What important mission are you referring to? Hesitation would lead to defeat. Simon decided to take the initiative, leaving Xiao Luo with no chance to respond. That is, well, what is it? Speak boldly, Xiao Luo, confidently seizing the advantage. Simon proclaimed, this time, I am certain I cannot possibly lose. Indeed. Go for it, Xiao Luo. Puff is also cheering for Xiao Luo. Noticing that Puff had not yet abandoned her encouragement for Xiao Luo, Simon sensed a hint of unease. Wait, can we give a wolf girl a new name? Before Simon could voice his objection, Xiao Luo had already shouted it out loud. Just like that, Simon paused, puzzled, his hand halting midair as he struggled to believe that Xiao Luo had been so troubled over such a trivial matter. Just as Simon was about to respond, Xiao Luo looked at him with curiosity. What were you about to say? Oh, nothing. I think your idea is splendid. I have long wished to rename the wolf girl. Eager to conceal his earlier foolishness, Simon quickly agreed with Xiao Luo. Seeing that Simon consented to renaming the wolf girl, Xiao Luo promptly cast aside her earlier concerns, and Simon breathed a deep sigh of relief. However, the corner of his eye inadvertently caught the cheerful smile of Puff, causing his heart to sink. Could she have figured it out? No, it shouldn't be possible. She doesn't seem like the type to be so delighted. Shaking his head vigorously, Simon pushed those dark thoughts aside and began discussing the wolf girl's new name with Xiao Luo. Noticing that Puff remained at a distance, Xiao Luo gestured for her to join them. Xiao Luo, what name do you wish to give the wolf girl? Lacking any good ideas herself, Simon decided to entrust this monumental task to Xiao Luo and her companions. A name? Suddenly, I can't think of anything. Puff, you must have some suggestions for a new name, right? Flustered, Xiao Luo passed the ball to Puff. As for names, I can conjure up as many as you like. At that moment, Puff's radiant and confident demeanor enveloped both Simon and Xiao Luo. The brilliance was so dazzling that they could scarcely open their eyes. Just then, Puff dimmed the spotlight a bit. Unable to withstand such intense light, Xiao Luo urged Puff to tone it down. Oh, satisfied with her antics, Puff redirected the light elsewhere. Puff, how did you manage that just now? Simon, observing that Puff had no visible means to carry anything, was genuinely puzzled by her earlier display. It looked so cool. I wish I could do that too. It's a secret. Alas, it seemed that Puff would not divulge the angelic maneuver to Simon. Hey, why so stingy? Simon felt utterly disappointed. Such a flamboyant entrance would surely attract a multitude of fans if he could employ it for his own debut. Simon, we are supposed to be naming the wolf girl. Why are you distracted by other matters? Xiao Luo, hands on her hips, expressed her dissatisfaction with Simon's lack of focus. And you too, Puff, why not just suggest a name directly instead of all this? I am sorry. Puff seemed to realize her mistake and settled down quietly. Dear Master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. So, what name do you have in mind? Puff. With the atmosphere calming, Xiao Luo inquired about Puff's proposed name for the wolf girl. Before I name her, I must first know why. Simon, do you call her the wolf girl? Puff posed a sharp question to Simon. Right? Simon, I want to know too. Both nodded eagerly. Sighing, Simon began to explain the reasoning behind calling her the Wolf Girl. So, then, consequently, ultimately, she is named the Wolf Girl. So that is how it is. I didn't realize the Wolf Girl was actually a wolf. After listening to Simon's explanation, the two looked at the half-human, half-beast Wolf Girl with great curiosity. It was hard to believe she was once a fierce wolf. Puff, gazing at the now docile Wolf Girl, even reached out to touch her, and she feels wonderful. Indeed, Simon wholeheartedly agreed with Puff's assessment. Simon, Xiao Luo signaled for Simon to steer clear of Puff's distractions. Ahem, can we now bestow her a name? Understanding Xiao Luo's hint, Simon swiftly redirected the conversation. As for names. How about Wolfa? Puff, stroking the Wolf Girl, gazed profoundly at the name, as if it held significant importance. Wolfa, that sounds rather nice. What do you think, Xiao Luo? Wolfa, I think it's lovely and quite adorable. Xiao Luo showed no signs of dissent. Then it settled. Your new name shall be Wolfa. Simon informed the Wolf Girl of her new identity. Wolfa merely tilted her head slightly, appearing unchanged. Now, Xiao Luo, please take good care of her. Seeing that Simon had truly given the Wolf Girl a new name, Puff earnestly urged Xiao Luo, her eyes filled with nostalgia. Rest assured, Puff, Wolfa is an indispensable companion for us. Simon led by example. Indeed, Puff, as long as Simon is around, no matter who the adversary is, they won't be able to harm Wolfa. Xiao Luo expressed her unwavering trust in Simon. Hearing their assurances, Puff seemed to relax considerably, her worries dissipating as she tenderly stroked Wolfa. As night deepened. The four did not linger long, for the bread had been consumed. Simon, Xiao Luo, and Wolfa followed Puff to a certain merchant convoy. This was the very ship that Simon and his companions would board in a few days, heading to Diamond Island. According to Puff's introduction, this was a newly established fleet formed just 15 days ago. With Puff serving as the ship's medic, it was said that this voyage to Diamond Island aimed to increase the fleet's numbers. Puff, do you know who established this fleet? Simon was astonished that such a recently formed merchant convoy dared to expand so boldly. Aren't they afraid of losing everything? Simon was eager to learn which genius had assembled this convoy. You needn't worry. This fleet was established by Mr. Hao Hao of the Yuqian family. Their status in the South Sea is beyond my need to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Simon was less shocked. So, it's the Yuqian family. Such actions are hardly surprising. Yuqian family? Xiao Luo, having spent most of her time within the palace, was unfamiliar with this family and thus hoped Simon would explain. Hearing Xiao Luo's inquiry, Simon patiently elucidated the significance of the Yuqian family. The Yuqian family is the largest financial conglomerate in the South Sea, controlling more than half of its wealth. Oh, I didn't realize there was such a formidable family in the South Sea. Xiao Luo appeared enlightened. They merely possess great wealth, Simon remarked disdainfully, feeling no respect for such individuals. Here we are. This is your resting room. Puff led Simon and the others to a room within a luxurious cabin. It contained only a single bed. Puff, are you sure it's all right for us to be brought here? Simon inquired anxiously, seemingly under the impression that Puff had specifically secured a new room for them. Problem? What problem? This is my room, Puff replied, causing Simon's mind to momentarily cease its function. What do you mean? Gazing at the room with its solitary bed, Simon found himself unable to contemplate further. It's nothing serious. Just a place to rest for tonight. Right? Xiao Luo. Puff seemed to be in a playful mood again. Xiao Luo merely nodded vacantly, seemingly oblivious to any issues. Xiao Luo? Simon couldn't believe that Xiao Luo had so readily accepted the situation, finding it difficult to maintain his composure as a torrent of bizarre thoughts flooded his mind, ultimately leading to internal turmoil. Puff burst into laughter, unable to contain her amusement. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Where's your spot? Simon, puzzled, followed Puff and discovered a conspicuous empty space that he blinked in confusion. Looking at Puff, a sleeping mat. You can't be suggesting we all sleep on the floor, right? No way. Faced with Puff's relentless teasing, Simon forced a smile, feigning strength despite feeling disappointed. The night passed in an unremarkable manner. In the subsequent days, Simon and his companions toured the island of Xingtian, even visiting the naval base, where they encountered a particularly unpleasant naval soldier named Baby, whose demeanor was most disagreeable. Simon, unwilling to tolerate such disrespect, promptly reported the matter to the base. According to intel from other naval personnel, Baby was sentenced to a week of toilet duty. After exploring the island, Simon and his companions boarded a luxurious merchant ship from a trading convoy. As they set sail for Jingguang Island. Although this isn't my first time here, I must ask, is this ship genuinely afraid of encountering pirates? Simon mused, gazing at the ship's opulent adornments. Who knows what Mr. How is thinking? It's hardly our concern. Puff, enjoying the sea breeze, seemed utterly at ease. However, this tranquility was abruptly interrupted upon leaving the waters of Xingtian Island. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue savoring the thrilling narrative. Ahead of the merchant vessel, 3 or 4 pirate crews appeared. Simon stood, seemingly preparing for an imminent battle, but Puff halted him. Don't be hasty. This ship is not as defenseless as you perceive. Mere pirates with bounties in the millions cannot breach its defenses. Upon hearing Puff's reassurance, Simon glanced at Xiao Luo and Wolf, losing all desire to continue the confrontation. After all, if these pirates posed a threat, Mr. Hao would likely find it impossible to venture out to sea. Simon sought a comfortable spot and settled back down. Once seated, he noticed the pirate crews drawing nearer. Upon closer inspection, he realized he did not recognize any of them. After inquiring with Xiao Luo, he learned that these crews were the Wild Dog Pirates. The Kitten Pirates and the Hound Pirates, truly a motley crew, with bounties hovering around 7 million, slightly above the standard for common brigands. The Kitten Pirates and Hound Pirates had been sunk before even approaching the merchant vessel. Simon was left speechless. How incompetent must your helmsman be to be sunk by cannon fire? Surely, you are setting a record. However, the final crew, the Wild Dog Pirates, piqued Simon's interest. They had managed to infiltrate the merchant ship, using the cover of the other 2 crews. Suddenly, Xiao Luo tapped Simon, exclaiming, "Look, that's the captain of the Kitten Pirates. And over there is the captain of the Hound Pirates, along with the elite fighters from each crew." Following Xiao Luo's pointing finger, Simon indeed spotted several distinctive pirates. After accepting the bounty notices from Xiao Luo, Simon matched them to the corresponding pirates. Oh, that's how it is. A pirate alliance. They have discarded their useless subordinates and are relying solely on their high-ranking combatants to seize this place. This explained the sunken ships. Simon began to look forward to the pirates' forthcoming performance. Now that these pirate alliances had fully boarded the merchant vessel, Simon asked, "Puff, where are the guards on this ship?" Noticing the absence of any guards on the deck to thwart the pirates, Simon's brow furrowed with concern. "Don't rush. We must provide these pirates with a glimmer of hope. Just watch. Mr. Hao is quite the connoisseur of mischief." Puff maintained her nonchalant demeanor, showing no signs of panic at the unfolding situation, as if she had encountered such scenarios countless times before. "Well, hearing that from you, my interest has piqued." Simon's enthusiasm surged. Even Wolf ceased rubbing his head and leaned over the railing to observe the pirates below. "Ha! This ship has already been surrounded by my esteemed Wild Dog crew. If you know what's good for you, hand over your treasures," the captain of the Wild Dog Pirates boldly proclaimed, demonstrating considerable bravado. "But it is I, the kitten, who surrounds this place," the captain of the Kitten Pirates retorted, equally unwilling to back down, while the captain of the Hound Pirates remained silent. "Hey, Hound, say something. This is making me and Kitten feel quite awkward." The Wild Dog captain couldn't tolerate the Hound's reticence and chided him. That moment, the Hound merely replied, "Exactly, just like that. Is that all there is to it?" The pirates on the deck began to mock the Hound. These pirates were surprisingly entertaining. Simon, watching from the upper deck, found himself thoroughly amused by the antics of these pirates. They have some sort of mental issue. How could they be so comical? Xiao Luo seemed unable to contain herself, bursting into laughter. Unfortunately, the pirates' bravado was short-lived, as the guards of the merchant ship soon made their appearance. Simon blinked in astonishment at the guards clad in pitch-black armor, hardly anticipating that such antiquated knights still existed in this era. However, Simon was even more astounded by the knights' combat capabilities, as they were swiftly taken down by the pirate captain. "Is this what you call a guard?" Just ordinary folks with a layer of armor? Simon looked to Puff, hoping to see her flustered, yet she remained remarkably composed. Could it be I misjudged? Observing Puff's demeanor, Simon found himself questioning his own assessment. Could it be that these night guards are not as simple as I presumed? But upon glancing back at the deck, Simon realized the situation was indeed straightforward. These night guards were merely ordinary individuals, stripped of their armor. Hey, Puff, this ship must possess other means of defense, right? Simon could no longer endure the quietude, for some pirates had commenced their advance into the ship's hold. Simon, do you recall what I mentioned? Just as Simon prepared to descend and engage in battle, Puff suddenly interjected. What did you say? Simon halted, seemingly eager to discern what Puff had to articulate. Did I not already state it? Mr. How possesses a rather wicked sense of humor. So, is this truly the reason he has compelled these ordinary individuals to don armor and come here? Is it indeed the case? Puff gestured for Simon to reassess the situation on the deck. With a puzzled glance, Simon observed that the figures who had shed their armor revealed merely mechanical frames. This is, the Yuchian family once participated in a scientific experiment, the most renowned of which was Vegapunk. Puff elaborated on the origins of these peculiar objects to the bewildered Simon. Vegapunk, that scientist. Upon realizing there were no casualties among the commoners, Simon momentarily quelled his righteous indignation. Yet, what precisely were Mr. How's intentions? Without any obstacles, the pirates would soon seize control of the vessel. Just as Simon pondered this, the pirates who had just entered the hold were abruptly flung out. Noticing this turn of events, Simon squinted, seemingly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Who goes there? The wild dog bellowed at the ship's hold, asserting that one ought to announce their name before inquiring of others. Is it not a matter of etiquette? His languid, magnetically soothing voice compelled the surrounding pirates to listen intently. Subsequently, the pirates began to introduce themselves, and amidst their cacophony, the voice's owner emerged. Mr. How. Simon could scarcely believe that the vessel's secret weapon was none other than Mr. How. Might I request everyone present to perish? It was unfathomable how Mr. How could utter such a phrase with a straight face. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. How could this be? What a despicable fellow. Hey, wild dog, what are you doing? Before the wild dog could finish his menacing remarks to Mr. How, he noticed the running dog actually intended to meet his demise, which he could not tolerate. Even as allies, he felt compelled to teach the running dog a proper lesson. Now that the bothersome one has departed, may I request that you surrender your treasures? Meow, roar. The kitten took over the wild dog's intended words. Treasures? Ridiculous. Humph. No one can compel me to engage in activities I detest. It has always been this way, and it shall remain so in the past, present, and future. Mr. How brandished an object resembling a camera, addressing the kitten thusly. You may display your arrogance only for now. Wild dog, running dog, cease your antics. The main course has arrived. Upon hearing the kitten's call, the wild dog and running dog halted their absurd behavior and, alongside the kitten, advanced to encircle Mr. How. Woof, ha, meow, roar, woo-woo. The three pirate captains shrieked as they surrounded him. Oh, you truly believe that you can vanquish me with your meager numbers? Allow me to showcase the treasure I discovered at home. With that, Mr. How secured the camera-like object at his waist. Answer my summons. Judge the sins of the one before you. Transform. Upon concluding his words, a radiant light enveloped Mr. How. When the luminescence dissipated, the original Mr. How had donned striking red armor. That the item the Yuchian family procured from that experiment. Simon gazed at the dazzling transformation and the magnificent armor. His eyes glistening with envy, he resolved to befriend Mr. How, and it was certainly not merely because of the armor. Within mere minutes, Simon conjured nearly 100 ways to approach Mr. How. However, the wild dog, the kitten, and the running dog were far less courteous. Upon witnessing Mr. How's extraordinary possession, they were determined to seize it. I have made my decision. You shall not only relinquish your treasures. That peculiar item must also be surrendered. The wild dog brandished his machete and charged at the transformed Mr. How. Clang! Mr. How effortlessly raised an arm, blocking the wild dog's full force strike with ease. What? The wild dog gazed incredulously as Mr. How How deflected his blow. Your armor is unlike any other. The wild dog did not linger, swiftly retreating. Yet Mr. How How had no intention of letting him off easily. With a swift palm push, he sent the wild dog crashing against the railing. Then turned his gaze toward the kitten and the running dog. Repent for your sins. The kitten was distinctly displeased with Mr. How How's tone. Do not presume that merely donning an odd armor grants you the right to be so arrogant. Let me show you something I have yet to reveal to the world. Perhaps intrigued by the kitten's words, Mr. How How did not hasten to attack the kitten after dispatching the running dog. The kitten then hunched its body, gritting its teeth, emitting a roar reminiscent of constipation. Subsequently, its form began to transform, with fearsome vertical pupils, elongated fangs, thick fur, sharp claws, and a tail swaying in the wind. Did I end that moment? The kitten resembled an ancient beast of terror. Do not interrupt me. It shall be the gravest mistake of your life. I end this paralyzed moment. Reflect well upon your transgressions. The transformed kitten appeared brimming with confidence. Oh, is this your reliance? Yet it is merely a devil fruit. With such a form, you shall scarcely have the opportunity to even touch me. Mr. How How regarded the kitten's transformation with indifference, even expressing disappointment as he spread his hands in a gesture of complete nonchalance. Witnessing Mr. How How's demeanor, the kitten, consumed by rage, raised its paw and struck Mr. How How's chest. Meow. The moment the kitten's paw made contact with Mr. How How, it instantaneously lost all strength, collapsing to the ground like a noodle. How could this happen? Despite feeling somewhat weakened, the kitten still endeavored to attack him, as a pirate, not comprehend this simple fact. Sea prism stone. The entirety of my armor is lined with sea prism stone. You who have consumed a devil fruit are unaware of the ocean's curse. In a display of Mr. How How's wicked humor, he placed a foot upon the completely defenseless kitten, ensuring that this power user would not escape his grasp, while spouting words of disdain from the depths of his being. Haha, Mr. How How is truly a person of refinement. Enraptured by the allure of the armor, Simon found himself increasingly intrigued by Mr. How How. However, unbeknownst to both Mr. How How and Simon, the wild dog had regained consciousness. He rubbed his aching chest, gazing at Mr. How How, who was triumphantly asserting his dominance over the kitten. It seemed he had transformed using that object at his waist. What would happen if he were to be deprived of it? The wild dog, having ascended to the role of leader among these lawless individuals, undoubtedly possesses a modicum of wisdom that a moment's contemplation reveals the crux of the matter. Recognizing the futility of a frontal assault, the wild dog stealthily advanced toward Mr. How How, whose indomitable spirit, burdened with the weight of a bounty, was not so easily extinguished, not to mention the allure of Zuan. Mr. How How, thoroughly entranced, had lowered his guard significantly. Just then, the wild dog struck, pouncing with ferocity to seize the vital point of this moment of bewilderment. Mr. How How's hand instinctively grasped for his transformation device. He tugged at it with force, but it would not yield. The anxious wild dog swayed from side to side, while Mr. How How felt an unusual sensation around his waist, fearing another blow to his vital area. He instinctively arched his back. Unexpectedly, this action allowed the wild dog to snatch away the transformation device. Alarmed by this turn of events, Mr. How How forcefully kicked the device from the wild dog's grasp. Observing that Mr. How How had yet to extricate himself from his armored state, the wild dog refrained from advancing and cautiously retreated. At this juncture, the armor adorning Mr. How How flickered momentarily before vanishing, prompting the wild dog to halt its retreat. As the small cat at Mr. How How's feet regained its strength, in an instant, it toppled Mr. How How to the ground. And at that moment, as he gazed upon the menacing wild dog and the small cat before him, Mr. How How felt a twinge of embarrassment. Dear friends, might we discuss matters of treasure? In a bid to maintain his composure, Mr. How How even straightened his collar. The small cat and the wild dog exchanged glances, both recognizing the simmering fury in each other's eyes. The discussion of treasure could wait. There were pressing matters at hand. Just now, I found it quite enjoyable, did you not? This chapter is far from over. Please turn to the next page to continue reveling in the thrilling narrative. The small cat's sharp claws danced menacingly across Mr. Howho's face. "Come now, can we not converse civilly? What if you accidentally mar my visage?" "Oh, so now you choose to cower. Where has that previous arrogance gone? No one has yet compelled you to engage in activities you disdain. I, however, have done just that." The wild dog disdainfully spat at Mr. Howho. Mr. Howho's plight was dire. Yet the amiable Simon, who wished to forge a friendship with him, was conspicuously absent. Say, Xiao Luo, if I were to disregard him, would this device not rightfully belong to me? Simon pondered as he beheld the transformation device that had unexpectedly found its way into his grasp. "If that is your inclination, then by all means, let it be so. We have no obligation to rescue him." Xiao Luo's response was devoid of flaws. Yet after a moment's reflection, Simon relinquished this enticing notion. For he had observed that these pirates seemed to be motivated solely by greed. Fearing that concealing the device might lead to conflict with the Yuqian family, Simon resolved to acquire a similar item from Mr. Howho in a legitimate manner. "Xiao Luo, do wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly." With a resounding thud, a cloud of dust enveloped the deck. "Might I request your cessation?" The voice emerging from the haze caused the assailants to halt. "Who dares interrupt my amusement?" The wild dog grumbled in annoyance toward the direction of the smoke, "that it's better for you not to know my name." As the dust settled, Simon squatted low, raising the transformation device high in his right hand, as if fearing that the two pirate captains might overlook it. That is, noticing the device in Simon's possession, the small cat's tone grew subdued. "What are you afraid of, small cat? Such a potent item must surely have limitations. It may not even summon that armor." The wild dog, initially incensed by the small cat's demeanor, found his anger dissipating upon witnessing Simon's gesture of placing the device at his waist. "Xiao Luo, do you believe Simon can successfully transform?" The delighted girl, Puff, observed Simon's antics and glanced at the worried Xiao Luo below. "Of course he can. There is nothing Simon cannot accomplish." Xiao Luo emphatically reiterated her faith in Simon. "Oh, such confidence." Puff, with a hint of insight, appeared eager for the unfolding events. "Yet I would advise you to prepare for his rescue." Although Xiao Luo was uncertain of the rationale behind Puff's words, she nevertheless roused the slumbering wolf. "Hey, Mr. Howho over there, may I borrow this device? You have no objections, I trust?" After securing the transformation device at his waist, Simon politely inquired of the beleaguered Mr. Howho, who seemed devoid of strength to respond. "Oh, is that so? No objections, then. I understand." Engaging in a soliloquy, Simon began to perform the transformation ritual. "Young man, I advise you to maintain your composure. Not everyone can wield such power. You are ill-equipped to control it. Here's an idea. Hand over that device, and I shall allow you to depart." Witnessing Simon's transformation attempts, the wild dog completely lost his composure, frantically urging Simon to abandon this perilous endeavor. "Oh, is that so?" Simon paused momentarily, but then declared, "Transform." Seizing the opportunity while the wild dog was distracted, he completed the final transformation motion. However, upon achieving transformation, Simon immediately sensed something amiss. "Cursed armor. This entire suit is composed of sea stone. You deceitful Mr. Howho. Had I known, I would not have donned it." Darn it! Confronted with the overwhelming sensation of powerlessness, Simon struggled to maintain his balance, desperate to avoid arousing the wild dog's suspicions. "Hey, Mr. Wild Dog over there. How about I present you with a choice?" "What do you mean?" The wild dog, eyeing the armor adorning Simon with trepidation, considered their predicament. "There is truly no need for us to engage in battle. Why not do this instead? You all set sail, and we can pretend this incident never occurred." As the wild dog contemplated Simon's well-intentioned suggestion, his eyes narrowed, as if some thought was taking shape in his mind. "Do you truly wish to avoid conflict? It can't possibly be that the armor is flawed." A sly smile crept across the wild dog's lips. "How could that be? I am, in fact, quite fond of peace." Simon, feeling cornered, babbled nonsensically. Although the wild dog sensed something amiss with Simon, his fear of the armor restrained him from taking any action. Thus, the standoff persisted. "Xiao Luo, do you understand why Simon is not attacking?" Puff could no longer contain her presence before Xiao Luo. "Clearly, Simon is toying with them. It cannot be that he is now incapable of moving. Xiao Luo shot Puff an exasperated glance. That is uncertain. Below, Simon, clad in crimson armor, continued to face off against the wild dog. However, upon hearing a report from his subordinate, the atmosphere shifted. The wild dog rallied all the pirates, issuing a swift command. Charge! Countless pirates surged forth as if released from a cage, bearing down upon Simon. Overwhelmed by the onslaught, Simon could no longer maintain his balance and collapsed to the ground. Observing this, the wild dog erupted in laughter and ha ha ha. So, you are but a hollow pretender. Step aside, my diminutive companions, for it is I who shall take charge. With a swaggering gait, the wild dog approached Simon, brandishing a machete. Despite Simon's recent disarray, his armor had spared him even the slightest scratch. What do you intend to do? Simon exclaimed, alarmed as the wild dog's hand reached towards him. What do you think? I shall do as I please. The wild dog grinned with a lascivious expression. Chuckling ominously, no, don't come any closer. He screamed. The louder you cry, the more exhilarated I become. Hearing Simon's frantic cries, the wild dog's face flushed with excitement. However, the moment the wild dog removed the transformation device from Simon's waist, Simon ceased his foolish antics. This enough for you. Shall I raise my voice even further? Simon seized the wild dog's wrist, and with a display of formidable strength, twisted the wild dog's arm into a grotesque shape. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page for more riveting content. I ought to express my gratitude. Had you not removed this transformation device, I would still be sealed within that armor. Observing the wild dog writhing in pain, Simon relinquished his grip on the wild dog's wrist. This trinket is evidently ill-suited for me. Simon picked up the transformation device, shook his head, and tossed it to Xiao Luo. Now that the restrictions have been lifted, are you prepared to face terror? Pirates? I am exceedingly furious. Buddha's golden body. Simon's fists collided, producing a metallic clang. With each determined step, he reached out to grasp a pirate, embedding them deeply into the deck. Unfazed by the pirates' weapons, Simon's intentions were crystal clear, as one by one, he pressed these scoundrels into the deck. These rabble could not impede his advance. The atmosphere was stifling. And the little cat, unable to endure it any longer, launched a desperate strike at Simon, yet its seemingly sharp claws failed to even graze his fur. Hey, are you merely tickling me? Grasping the little cat by the head. Simon's immense strength rendered it utterly powerless. With a slight squeeze, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and Simon released the unconscious feline. You cannot be such a feeble man, wild dog. Surely the pain of severed arm cannot incapacitate you. Approaching the wild dog, Simon seized one of its legs. Now, let me witness your audacity once more. Yet the wild dog appeared truly unconscious, unresponsive to Simon's taunt. Is this truly all you are capable of? Have I overestimated you? Frustrated, Simon cast the wild dog aside. Suddenly, thud! Simon stomped down upon the wild dog's waist, contorting its body into an unnatural U-shape. Did you think I would let you off so easily? Vivid crimson blood spurted from the wild dog's mouth. Curse you! Now utterly incapacitated, the wild dog glared fiercely at Simon. What sort of gaze is that? Do you harbor any discontent? Simon tightened his grip around the wild dog's neck, demanding an answer. However, with Simon's grip so firm, the wild dog could hardly utter a word. Can you not see its eyes are rolling back? After once again embedding the wild dog's head into the deck, Simon turned his attention to Mr. Haohua, whose head was covered in bruises. Oh dear, how could these pirates treat our dear Mr. Haohua in such a manner? But fret not, Mr. Haohua, for all the pirates have been brought to justice. With a contorted waist, Simon affected a high-pitched voice, delicately gesturing with his fingers, perhaps attempting to charm Mr. Haohua. You have endured much. Perhaps the abrupt shift from ferocity to this demeanor bewildered Mr. Haohua, leaving his mind in disarray. Not at all. Not at all. Everyone behaves this way in the face of pirates. Simon hastily waved his hand, indicating that this was merely a common occurrence. Seeing Simon's amiable demeanor, Mr. Haohua extended his bloodied hand towards him. Mr. Haohua, what do you mean by this? Staring at Mr. Haohua's bloodstained hand, Simon was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Could you assist me in rising, sir? So that is the case. I thought. Simon quickly helped Mr. Haohua to his feet. Now, should Mr. Haohua seek treatment? Wait, we cannot simply let these pirates go unpunished. I have never been beaten in my life. Mr. Haohua then summoned the ship's crew, and together they bound all the pirates. So, how shall Mr. Haohua punish these vile pirates? Naturally, we shall beat them back. Emerging from the greenhouse, Mr. Haohua indeed showed no inclination for cruel punishment. Is a mere beating sufficient to satiate your anger? These pirates fear not such retribution. Then do you possess a better solution? A sly smile crept onto Simon's lips. That I've got them hooked. Mr. Haohua, in truth, I am a user of the devil fruit. What bearing does that have? Mr. Haohua expressed his curiosity at that moment. Of course, with Mr. Haohua involved, these pirates cannot be so easily let off. The best course of action is to have them follow Mr. Haohua and repay their debts. Simon appeared to be marketing his proposition. But will they quietly follow me? If Mr. Haohua desires it, I can certainly arrange that. Simon patted his chest, assuring that all would be well. That Mr. Haohua remained silent for a moment. Though your proposal is quite enticing. Let me first deal with these scoundrels. As Simon observed Mr. Haohua beginning to take action, he exhaled a single word. Exquisite. The deck became a scene of utmost brutality as Simon observed Mr. Haohua reveling in his newfound vigor. Choosing not to intervene, he waved to Xiao Luo on the terrace, instructing her to come down and await the forthcoming judgment. Simon, the transformation device. Xiao Luo handed the device to Simon, but he did not accept it. This item shall belong to you from now on. Xiao Luo, am I truly permitted to keep this? Did you not cherish it? Xiao Luo was puzzled as to why Simon wished to pass it on to her. This device is of no use to me. Why not? Did you not just transform successfully? Simon pulled Xiao Luo aside and quietly explained the situation. So that is the understanding in the future when engaging in transformation battles. Do be cautious. Rest assured, Simon, I am the all-purpose maid. Xiao Luo boasted once more about her title. During this conversation between Simon and Xiao Luo, Mr. Haohua finally completed his vengeance. As he approached Simon, he suddenly noticed the transformation device in Xiao Luo's hand. Miss, could you kindly return that to me? This belongs to Xiao Luo, and she shall not part with it. As Mr. Haohua approached at a swift pace, Xiao Luo revealed her fierce tiger-like fangs, clutching her transformation device tightly. This object, Mr. Haohua. Just as Mr. Haohua was about to utter further words, Simon immediately interrupted him, exclaiming, What is it, sir? The trial of the pirates has yet to conclude. What are you doing? The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Startled by Simon's sudden and stern remarks, Mr. Haohua had no choice but to obediently follow Simon, witnessing whatever trial Simon had in mind. Mr. Haohua, pay close attention. Such a scene you may witness only once in your lifetime. Simon fixed his gaze on Mr. Haohua, ensuring he would not divert his eyes toward the transformation device in Xiao Luo's hands. Watch closely. I shall commence. Simon's eyes swept across Mr. Haohua, Puff, Wolf, and Xiao Luo, before he turned and began to unleash his abilities upon the pirates. Justice, a vast domain of power enveloped the entire deck, creating a platform of judgment. As Simon's words fell, the bound pirates floated into the air as if tied to some invisible pillars. Wow! Puff was captivated, unable to look away, while Mr. Haohua, upon witnessing such a grand spectacle, momentarily forgot to sneak a glance at the transformation device in Xiao Luo's hands. Charges revealed. Dark red mist began to rise from the pirates, ultimately coalescing into two words: guilty. Following this, the penalty phase commenced. Mr. Haohua, would you mind having a few more pets? What do you mean? Without responding to Mr. Haohua's inquiry, Simon continued to adjudicate the pirates. First, the lapdog. What shall we transform you into? A gray mutt it shall be. Lapdog pirate crew leader, you are guilty beyond measure. I hereby sentence you to 100 years as a gray mutt. As Simon's decree echoed, the lapdog pirate crew leader was enveloped by a gray orb of light. When the light dissipated, a gray mutt appeared on the deck. He truly transformed into a dog. Mr. Haohua stared in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment, Mr. Haohua, it is still too early for your surprise. Simon indicated that the previous transformation was merely a warm-up. After hesitating between a wild dog and a kitten, Simon first addressed the kitten. Kitten pirate crew leader, if I recall correctly, you once scratched Mr. Hawa, and you seemed quite fond of his face. Thus I shall pass judgment on this transgression. 50 years as a feminine cat-eared servant. As Simon pronounced the sentence, the kitten transformed before the terrified gazes of Mr. Hawa and the others, morphing from a burly, bearded man into an adorable girl. Simon, your abilities can accomplish even this? Puff clutched her arms, gazing at Simon with trepidation. However, unlike Puff's fear, Mr. Hawa appeared thoroughly intrigued. Is this the method of vengeance you speak of? It seems rather splendid. A trickle of saliva escaped from Mr. Hawa's mouth, indicating his clear enjoyment of this method. Therefore, this cat-eared servant is now yours, Mr. Hawa. Simon released the kitten from her confinement and pushed her towards Mr. Hawa. How can I accept this? Though he spoke of hesitation, Mr. Hawa's hands did not falter, swiftly pulling the kitten closer. Now, we shall pass judgment on the final pirate crew leader. Shaking his head, Simon redirected his attention from Mr. Hawa and began contemplating the penalty for the most egregious offender. The wild dog. Wild dog, it seems you have stepped on me. Therefore, your punishment shall be 70 years as a pristine dog-hair blanket. Just in time, while Mr. Hawa and the kitten engaged in friendly banter, Simon solemnly presented the blanket to Mr. Hawa. Simon, how can I repay your kindness? Mr. Hawa was so moved by Simon's noble spirit that tears streamed down his face. Mr. Hawa, I do not assist you for the sake of rewards. Simon's expression hardened, seemingly insulted by Mr. Hawa's words. Then, what is the reason? Of course, it is because of that transformation. The transformation was incredibly cool. At that moment, Simon resembled an adoring fan. Is that so? You think so too? Mr. Hawa felt as if he had found a kindred spirit. Indeed, Mr. Hawa, you have no idea how shocked I was when I saw your transformation. Those gallant words, that formidable armor. Countless praises flowed from Simon's lips, leaving Mr. Hawa bewildered by the compliments. Little did he expect to encounter a fellow enthusiast like Simon here. This was indeed a moment worth celebrating. A grand feast must be organized. Mr. Simon, please wait for me in the banquet hall. Enchanted by the praises of the cat-eared servant and Simon, Mr. Hawa cheerfully mentioned the banquet before retreating to the cabin. Simon, doesn't he want this anymore? At that moment, Xiao Luo approached Simon, tugging at his sleeve. Xiao Luo, this transformation device is already yours. He wouldn't give it to you even if he wanted to. After Mr. Hawa departed, Simon resumed his cold demeanor. That's so? Why did you help him? Puff remained perplexed by Simon's actions. Suddenly recalling its potential utility, Simon mused, this could be advantageous for my plans. He rested his chin on his hand, a hint of a smile emerging. But Simon, he doesn't seem like someone who would agree so easily. Indeed, Mr. Hawa would never engage in endeavors devoid of value. Puff shot a sarcastic glance at Simon before he could respond to Xiao Luo. Is that truly the case? If you think so, it seems you have yet to grasp the terrifying aspects of my abilities. Without granting Puff the opportunity to inquire further, Simon led Xiao Luo and Wolf towards the banquet hall. TSK, as expected, I cannot tolerate you. Puff pouted in annoyance, but ultimately followed suit. In the banquet hall, a steady stream of maidens prepared for the festivities with admirable efficiency. Simon, having not spotted Mr. Hawa, thought to himself, surely he is not engaged in those activities right now. If he truly is, then I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performance. Mr. Hawa! Simon, what are you pondering now? This place is rather dull. Xiao Luo, appearing listless beside Simon, remarked, dull? Then let us engage in something entertaining. With that, Simon lunged toward Xiao Luo and Wolf. Where did Simon and the others go? How could they vanish so quickly? Puff fretted at the entrance of the banquet hall. Perplexed, but they should be around here. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Found them. Suddenly, Puff spotted Wolf's silhouette, her eyes never leaving him as she hurried to locate Xiao Luo. What are you all doing? Upon arriving here and catching sight of Xiao Luo and Simon, Puff instinctively covered her face, embodying a demeanor of bashfulness. Come on. Didn't you see? Is it really necessary to react this way? Simon gazed at the exaggerated Puff, momentarily rendered speechless. "Who told you to go without clothes?" Puff lowered her hands and, with evident displeasure, shouted at Simon. "It's merely a matter of not wearing a top. Is such a fuss really warranted? Those raised by the sea are indifferent to such trivialities." As Puff struggled to counter Simon's retorts, her arguments faltered. After a flurry of commotion, the guest of honor, Mr. How, finally made his entrance. "Oh, Mr. Simon seems particularly delighted." Mr. How, now clad in a new outfit, approached Simon with a triumphant air, exclaiming, "Without me, the festivities would surely falter." Simon's words seemed laden with double meanings, yet Mr. How paid no heed to such subtleties. "In celebration of our encounter, I have brought forth my treasured goods. Let us indulge tonight." With that, Mr. How departed, infusing the party with vivacity. Indulge indeed? We ought to savor the moment, especially considering what lies ahead. Simon's sinister remarks were abruptly interrupted by Xiao Luo. "Simon, look at this wine. It's actually rum from the East Sea." Simon glanced at the bottle in Xiao Luo's hands before placing it back down. His previous disastrous experience with inebriation rendered him unable to appreciate the wine's richness. Thus, whenever he visited taverns, he merely ordered juice, delightfully fresh juice. "Xiao Luo, it's best to refrain from consuming such beverages in the future." "Why are you burping?" Just as Simon reminisced about his unfortunate drunken escapade, Xiao Luo had already downed half a bottle of wine. Observing her flushed complexion and dazed expression, swaying slightly, Simon facepalmed, exclaiming, "What a fool." Faced with such a state, Simon could not allow Xiao Luo to remain there any longer. Calling upon Wolf, he prepared to exit the banquet hall and return to the lounge. As he was about to leave, he felt a twinge of guilt towards Mr. How. He turned to Puff, who was quietly indulging in a fruit salad. "Puff, we're heading back now. Be sure to enjoy yourself. If Mr. How inquires about us, just tell him the party was delightful." However, Puff, already immersed in the world of culinary delights, merely responded with a few cursory remarks. "Yes, she truly so thoughtless," sighed Simon. "Wolf, keep an eye on her. Make sure no suspicious individuals approach," suddenly recalling Xiao Luo's mention of Puff's culinary intoxication syndrome. Simon worried for Puff's safety and decided to leave Wolf behind. With that, Simon supported Xiao Luo and navigated the path to Puff's room with difficulty. Due to Xiao Luo's unsteady condition, Simon inadvertently stepped on the tail of a husky as they exited the banquet hall. How could there possibly be a husky on this ship? Xiao Luo's cat-like yelp brought Simon's attention back. Noticing that Xiao Luo's eyes were nearly closed, he dismissed thoughts of the husky and hurried on. After Simon left, the husky let out a sigh of relief, patting its chest with its front paw before ambling down the corridor. Upon reaching Puff's room, Simon, distracted, had no inkling of what Xiao Luo was up to. 3 hours later, now clad in a different outfit, Simon stood at the foot of the bed, contemplating that the taste of the wine wasn't all that bad after all. At that moment, he seemed to have lost much of his aversion to alcohol. Just as he quietly observed Xiao Luo, the ship's alarm suddenly blared. What now? This ship truly is a harbinger of calamity. Despite the potential for trouble, Simon had no desire to get involved at that moment. Before long, Puff and Wolf returned. "Why are you back so early?" Puff stormed in, fuming as she directed her ire at Simon. Simon frowned slightly, employing a hint of his intimidating presence to silence her. "Could you please be a bit quieter? Xiao Luo is trying to rest." Upon seeing the tension in Xiao Luo's furrowed brow ease, Simon withdrew his imposing aura. Just calm down. Why the hostility?" Perhaps startled, Puff's voice quivered slightly. "So, is the banquet over?" "It has indeed concluded. Everything here was quite delectable." Mentioning the food revitalized Puff's spirits. "Wait, that is not why I came here." As the conversation continued, Puff seemed to recall something. "Simon, did you know? The ship was robbed." "Oh, do elaborate." Such an intriguing piece of news instantly captured Simon's attention. "There's not much to say. It was simply stolen, and the thieves have yet to be caught." "Then why are you so animated? Don't you feel anything? This is the scene of the crime." Puff was incredulous at Simon's lack of reaction. "It's merely theft. There's no need for concern, but if there's nothing else, I suggest you rest early. We should reach Diamond Island tomorrow." To illustrate his fatigue, Simon even yawned deliberately. "You." Puff was left speechless, The following day, an early rising Simon sought food on the not-so-quiet deck. What on earth happened here? However, the pangs of hunger swiftly diverted his attention. Never mind, I'll find something to eat first. Upon reaching the dining area and seeing the desolate surroundings, an uneasy premonition washed over him. Yesterday there was talk of thieves. Could it be that they stole the food supplies? Though the thought seemed absurd, the gnawing emptiness in his stomach left him little time for contemplation. Determined to ensure the kitchen was stocked, Simon ventured into the back kitchen. After rummaging through the refrigerator and confirming the presence of ingredients, Simon finally felt a wave of relief. Why is there no chef here? Did they all go off chasing the thief? What could they have possibly stolen? However, Simon quickly dismissed such musings as his stomach began to protest. Although his culinary skills were not exceptional, he could certainly manage to prepare something edible. With a sense of joy, he began to cook. Time to unleash some deliciousness. After plating the stir-fried dish, Simon donned a scarf and readied himself to indulge. Ah, what satisfaction! As a piece of meat entered his mouth, juices burst forth, and the aroma of cumin filled the air. Instantly, the feeling of emptiness vanished. That single morsel left Simon, savoring the moment. After regaining his composure, he pushed the meat aside and brought the rice and sautéed vegetables to the forefront. That I can't just eat meat. I should start with some vegetables. A mouthful of rice enveloped his palate, the subtle fragrance overpowering the richness of the meat. With a sense of contentment, Simon eagerly devoured more rice. Yet, merely consuming rice felt inadequate. While idly enjoying the meal, he took a bite of the vegetables. An inexplicable flavor washed over his tongue, and tears welled in his eyes. This the taste of home. Without chewing, Simon swallowed the dish whole. Upon reopening his eyes, he gazed at the plate of vegetables and silently pushed it aside. Meat is the way to go. I am in dire need of nutritional replenishment at this moment. As Simon buried himself in his meal, a Siberian husky sauntered into the restaurant. This husky appeared unsteady, swaying left and right, as if it might topple over at any moment. What a delightful aroma! The husky sniffed the air and made its way towards Simon. Perhaps hunger had drained this canine of its vigor, for its eyes remained closed. Suddenly, the husky stumbled, and the sensation jolted it awake. Where am I? What a tantalizing scent! Before the husky could ponder its presence, the delicious aroma wafted into its nostrils. After sniffing intently, the husky succumbed once more to a dreamy state, gradually nearing Simon's feet. Feeling a tickle on his leg, Simon paused his meal and looked down. Oh, it's you again. Are you hungry? He lifted the husky onto his lap. In a moment it was cradled in his embrace. The husky came to its senses and instinctively attempted to resist. Yet upon seeing Simon, it ceased its struggle, thinking, what a coincidence to encounter him. Surely he won't transform me into something peculiar. The pessimistic husky began to envision a dismal future. Ignoring me, are you? To Simon's surprise, after he uttered those words, the husky seemed to comprehend and began to act adorably. Gazing at this tiny creature, Simon felt his heart melt. Gently stroking the dog's head, he offered a generous piece of meat. Would you like to have some? Observing the husky's rapturous expression, he knew it was eager to eat. He effortlessly placed a morsel in the dog's mouth, returning to his meal. With the husky's company, Simon's breakfast was filled with joy. After finishing, he set the husky down, for he already had a dog at home. Let this one continue its wandering. Upon reaching the deck, chaos still reigned as the sailors rummaged about, creating a tumultuous mess. Had they not yet located the thief after such a long time? Hope seemed all but lost. Shaking his head, Simon yearned to return to Puff's room to deepen their bond. I could see that moment. Mr. Howe, sporting dark circles under his eyes, appeared in the cabin to Mr. Howe. You must practice moderation. Unsure how to approach the disheveled Mr. Howe, Simon finally advised him earnestly. What are you talking about? I merely spent the night searching for a thief. Why should I moderate myself? Mr. Howe was left perplexed. Oh, is that so? I thought, At this moment, Simon could only manage an awkward smile. Have you noticed anything strange aboard the ship? Fortunately, Mr. Howe did not press Simon for clarification. Strange things? Mr. Howe, does this merchant vessel have a husky? Mr. Howe paused momentarily, scratched his head, and then responded, No. Then Mr. Howe, that husky must be the strangest thing here. I just encountered it. It's currently in the restaurant. I have matters to attend to. I wish you luck in finding that wretched thief. With a flurry of words, Simon departed before Mr. Howe could react. Mr. Simon, truly, sigh. At a loss, Mr. Howe followed Simon's lead to the restaurant, only to find no husky, just unwashed plates scattered with remnants of food. Returning to his room, Simon noticed that Xiao Luo and the others were still fast asleep. He refrained from disturbing them, contemplating how to realize his ambitions. Due to the thief, Mr. Howe had not interacted with the kittens, thus delaying the straightforward plan that it was imperative to dissuade Mr. Howe from the notion of forming a merchant team. Such a talented individual should not squander his gifts within a merchant crew. That would be a shame, Simon continued to ponder, pondering. Soon, the merchant ship arrived at King Kong Island, yet Simon still could not devise a way to thwart Mr. Howe's intentions to Mr. Simon, although I did not find the husky you mentioned. The treasure has returned. Ah, congratulations. With no other options, Simon found himself devoid of strategies to contend with Mr. Howe. If there's nothing else, we shall take our leave. Xiao Luo, Wolf, summoning the two, Simon disembarked from the merchant ship. Where are we headed now? Xiao Luo, who had been hurriedly pulled off the ship by Simon and still bore hints of a hangover, inquired, to repay a debt and meet some people. Upon reaching Sweet Harbor, as they disembarked, Simon conceived a brilliant idea, but is it truly acceptable that we did not bid farewell to Puff? Ah, it's fine. I'm certain she won't mind. Probably. Xiao Luo's reminder jolted Simon into realizing he had forgotten to say goodbye to Puff. Yet, observing how soundly Puff slept, he deemed there to be no issue. Before long, Simon and his companions arrived at the fruit shop where they owed 50,000 berries. You again? What brings you here? The proprietor, spotting the fleeing Simon and his friends, charged out brandishing a broom. Look here. Simon gestured to the berries behind him. Go repay the debt. The shopkeeper appeared skeptical. Indeed, you never believed me before, so I had no choice but to act accordingly. You won't hold that against me, will you? Ha! How could I? The shopkeeper's expression was surely one of happiness. The story is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Since you have come to repay the debt, let us calculate the interest properly. You have been gone for a week, so I will charge you 50 million berries. So who will pay? Upon hearing this, Simon bowed his head, a shadow cast over his face. Suddenly, he lifted his head, revealing a sunny smile. Dear shopkeeper, I pondered, and it seems you are asking for far too much. What? I owe you, you owe me. The shopkeeper was infuriated by Simon's retort that, oh, I see. Then Xiao Luo, put the berries away. If that's the case, we shall not repay this debt. Simon stood his ground that if you refuse to pay, you won't be leaving this island. But the shopkeeper's threat only served to amuse Simon. Not leave the island? You must be unaware of where I just came from. Had the shopkeeper spoken kindly, Simon might have considered repaying him. However, since he chose to speak thus, Simon decided to give it a try. He strode away with the berries, not even affording the shopkeeper a glance. As the shopkeeper attempted to pursue him, Simon's imposing presence quelled any thought of resistance. Simon, you are so dashing. Following closely behind Simon, Xiao Luo once again expressed her admiration. Xiao Luo, it's best to keep such thoughts to yourself. There's no need to voice them. Simon's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Are you feeling shy, Simon? Sensing an unusual tone in Simon's voice, Xiao Luo promptly stepped in front of him. How could that be? I'm destined to become someone renowned. How could I possibly feel embarrassed by your compliments? Caught off guard by Xiao Luo's sudden maneuver, Simon's insincere demeanor was fully laid bare before her. This version of Simon is quite adorable. Xiao Luo's laughter grew increasingly mischievous, leaving Simon speechless as he covered his face, thinking, what a blunder. Despite the earlier mishap, it did not deter Simon from his subsequent endeavors. Xiao Luo, please get in touch with the captain of the Crimson Lips pirate crew. Blaze, we need to arrange a meeting with her. All right, Simon. Xiao Luo retrieved the Den Mushi to call Blaze, but at that moment, Simon inquired, what is her number? ISNT, that's something you were supposed to remember? No, What did you do when you exchanged contact information with her? You only told me to give her my contact. Simon was taken aback, never anticipating such a misstep. Stay calm, Simon. There must be another way. Another way? What could that possibly be? Hello, Xiao Luo. How do you think we can find the Crimson Lips pirate crew? Unable to conceive a method to locate them, Simon turned to Xiao Luo for hope. We could simply ask around. Aren't they quite famous? Why overthink it? With a sudden realization, Simon felt utterly defeated. Indeed, how could I have overlooked such a simple solution? Could it be that I've been away from the human world for too long? Setting aside Simon's internal musings, the group began their quest for strangers, and soon, a solitary pirate appeared before them. With a sunny smile, Simon approached him. Brothers, may I ask you a question? The pirate glanced at Simon, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, and replied, Brother, do you have any paper? I'm in a bit of a bind. Could we postpone the questions until I return? No. Thus, Simon's initial attempt ended in failure as he watched the pirate retreat in discomfort. Feeling guilt for the first time, Xiao Luo, to the tavern. The people on the street are far too random. They made their way to the nearest tavern, and fate worked its wonders, for within the establishment Simon randomly entered. He found members of the Crimson Lips pirate crew. After a moment of surprise, he regained his sunny smile and approached them. What a pleasure to see you again, Bahamut Blaze. You are that. Blaze recognized Simon but couldn't recall his name. Simon, a dreamer aspiring to become a bounty hunter. To proclaim such things in front of bounty pirates. You are quite confident. As Simon introduced himself, Blaze placed her hands on her hips, and the surrounding members of the Crimson Lips pirate crew gathered with a shared understanding. Come now, there's no need to be so tense. I'm here on business with you. Simon waved his hands downwards to signal calm. Business? Why would we conduct business with a little brat like you? Though I may lack fame now, believe me, in 3 months, the entire South Sea will echo with my name. Blaze did not mock Simon's words. She felt an inexplicable conviction that what he said was true. How intriguing. Do elaborate. You have piqued my interest. Blaze's intuition had previously saved her from numerous dangers, and she trusted it once more, recognizing this as a partnership with no downsides. I have a rather foolish yet wealthy merchant in my sights. I have gathered all the necessary intelligence. Just as Simon was about to continue, Blaze interrupted him. Wouldn't he happen to be Mr. Howe, would it? Yeah, how do you know? Blaze's question left Simon bewildered. Is there anyone else who just arrived on this island? If it is indeed him, then you needn't continue. I have my own informants. Was your target originally him? In response to Simon's inquiry, Blaze merely smiled subtly, offering no further remarks, then gestured for him to leave. From Blaze's smile, Simon gleaned the information he sought, and with a self-deprecating chuckle, he rose to depart the tavern. Who would have thought it would be me? A superfluous endeavor. Mr. Howe, please proceed according to my wishes. Unexpectedly, Simon found his troubles resolved with such simplicity, filling him with immense joy. Simon, what exactly do you need the Crimson Lips pirate crew for? Although Xiao Luo had participated in the discussions, she ultimately felt completely in the dark regarding their conversation. Xiao Luo, don't you think if someone has strayed from their path, we ought to help them correct it? Why? They can walk however they please. Xiao Luo's lack of consideration seemed devoid of compassion. Xiao Luo, that perspective is misguided. If they go astray, I will be quite distressed. Oh, is that so? Then it's better to help them correct their course. With her focus solely on Simon, Xiao Luo promptly changed her stance. So, Simon, why did you leave without finishing your thought? Because all that needed to be done has been accomplished. Now we merely wait. Still not quite understanding. Unable to grasp the situation, Xiao Luo decided to cease her contemplation. Realizing that following Simon was all that mattered, she need not concern herself with other matters. Hey brothers, I'm back. What was it you wanted to ask me earlier? Just as Simon and Xiao Luo pondered their next steps, a familiar voice called out. Turning around, they were greeted by the very pirate from earlier. Brother, your new look is rather distinctive. The pirate had swapped his previous trousers for a pair that revealed a dense growth of leg hair. Let us set aside the fashion for now. What was your inquiry? If you don't tell me, I might not sleep well for a long time. To Simon's surprise, the pirate was quite helpful. Thus, Simon casually posed a question. Do you know about the TPX extreme ocean current? Initially, Simon expected the pirate to take a moment to think, but to his astonishment, the pirate began to explain the TPX extreme ocean current in detail. The TPX current once had, ultimately, a renowned navigator named it the TPX extreme ocean current. Do you understand, brother? After a long silence, Simon extended his hands, applauding the pirate's scholarly insights. Bravo! Hey, don't just clap. Do you even understand? I understand. I understand. Noticing that this pirate brother was still eager to elaborate further, Simon hurriedly replied, Ah, a promising youth. Do feel free to seek me out with any questions in the future. Thus, after exchanging contact information, the erudite pirate departed with a hearty laugh. Pirates truly are a hidden treasure. I hope my venture as a bounty hunter will not end in failure. After conversing with this learned pirate, Simon began to doubt his own abilities. Perhaps I should wait until my strength reaches its zenith before making my debut. Even though Simon contemplated this for a while, the plan had already been set in motion, and abandoning it now would be rather unfortunate. That I shall proceed as planned. Once the scholarly pirate had left, Simon began to ponder the matter of his vessel. Since I've already tasked the Crimson-Lipped pirates with that assignment, their ship must remain anchored. I need to prepare a new warship, but I cannot locate the island master. Must I resort to that place? The thought of a certain location caused Simon to feel conflicted. As it was home to an exceedingly bothersome individual. No, I should continue searching for Uncle Island Master. Ultimately, Simon chose to remain on Diamond Island, and throughout that day, he and his companions scoured every tavern in Evilport. Yet they found no sign of the island master. Where on earth could he have gone? After finishing his search at the last tavern, Simon, feeling quite vexed, shouted at the sea, "Who is it? Why are you shouting in the dead of night? If you keep it up, I'll twist your head off." Glancing in the direction of the voice, Simon ignored the warning and continued to shout. The consequence of his actions was that a large group of pirates was soon drawn to him. "You there, why are you hollering in the middle of the night instead of sleeping?" "It's me, what's the matter?" Seeing Simon's audacity, the pirates could no longer tolerate it. They disregarded all rules of Diamond Island. "Quickly! My mistake, my mistake. Brother, shout however you wish. It was my fault for being inconsiderate." The pirates, wailing in lamentation, uttered their apologies, but Simon, irritated by the impudent pirate before him, shouted back, "Release this ill-mannered pirate." Yes, yes, yes. The pirate, lacking principles, retreated with a submissive demeanor. How unfortunate it was to have my rare moment of relaxation interrupted by such a nuisance. Xiao Luo, let us return. Summoning Xiao Luo, who had been enjoying the spectacle with Wolf, Simon headed towards Sweetport. The shipyard was still bustling with activity, the shipwrights diligently sanding the timber. Amidst the clamor, a distinctive voice rang out, "Uncle Hani, I have returned." Simon's unique tone echoed throughout the shipyard, causing Hani, who was engrossed in hammering, to inadvertently strike his own finger. Instantly, a ferocious dog began barking wildly at Simon. As if provoked, Wolf reacted without waiting for Simon's command, launching a terrifying counterattack against the beast. Transforming into his menacing form, flames erupted around Wolf. "Wolf, quickly revert back." Noticing the unusual situation, Simon urged Wolf to change back. Does he still retain the awareness of the domain? This unexpected event made Simon realize that Wolf still had considerable room for improvement. Even the ferocious dog was not worth pursuing further. "Simon, can't you be a bit quieter when you visit? The shipwrights here need to work. And what just happened? Are you trying to burn down my shipyard?" At that moment, Uncle Hani's expression was exceedingly serious. Without that distinctive voice, Simon would have been genuinely intimidated. "Uncle Hani, how could that be? It's merely a poorly trained wild dog from my home." To Simon's surprise, Hani grew even more furious upon hearing this. "What wild dog? He's a cherished family member. Do you know how much effort I expended to bring him back from that deserted island? Just because he barked at you, you dare to speak of him like that?" Seeing Uncle Hani so agitated, Simon found himself at a loss for words. Yet, Hani continued without pause, and Simon quickly lost his patience. "Uncle Hani," in a loud voice. At once, Uncle Hani ceased his reprimands. "The wild dog I mentioned is hers, not the one here." Simon pulled Wolf closer, explaining to Hani, "She a wild dog?" Hani's jaw dropped in shock. Momentarily rendered speechless, the youth today are full of surprises. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Patting Simon on the shoulder, Hani's silhouette bore the weight of experience. Wait, Uncle Hani, it's not what you think. Upon witnessing Hani's reaction, Simon quickly realized he needed to catch up with Uncle Hani to clarify the misunderstanding. However, just as Simon caught up to Hani, he suddenly found himself at a loss for how to explain Wolf's situation. Uncle Hani, I was only joking just now. Actually, I came here to seek your assistance. If it's about shipbuilding, I'm afraid I cannot help. Uncle Hani's perception was truly sharp. No, Uncle Hani, that's not who I am. I came to ask you where the island master is. I've searched every tavern on the island and have not seen him. After Simon expressed his frustrations, Hani looked at him in astonishment. The island master has set sail. Did you not see? Set sail? When did this happen? This revelation truly shocked Simon. Just 2 days ago, did you not notice the commotion when he departed? Uncle Hani, do you know where the island master has gone? Simon, regretting missing the island master's appearance, felt a surge of disappointment that I believe he went to Lucky Island. They say a gaming city has been built there, and the island master likely wishes to experience it. If you intend to find the island master, I do not recommend you go. At this moment, Uncle Hani seemed to sense Simon's intentions and began to advise him. Why not? Simon was perplexed by Uncle Hani's suggestion, waiting for more. Uncle Hani glanced around, then leaned closer to Simon, whispering conspiratorially, "Exclusive intel. The island master is actually a fervent fan of the gaming world. There are hardly any games that can keep him entertained for more than 3 days. Based on my experience, the island master will return shortly. If you truly need to see him, just wait at the port." Due to Uncle Hani's earnest demeanor, Simon found himself convinced. Uncle Hani, which port do you recommend I wait at? Well, I would suggest Sweetport. It was as if Simon had a premonition, for Uncle Hani appeared even more cheerful. Sweetport, just in time for me to continue monitoring Mr. How How. If I can meet the island master during this time. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Upon realizing the truth, Simon found no reason to remain entangled in uncertainty. Uncle Hani, during the interim while we await the island master, may I take shelter here? Absolutely, absolutely. Uncle Hani's newfound warmth left Simon somewhat bewildered. Could it be that Uncle Hani's mood shifts so rapidly? Yet, Simon soon dismissed the thought. After all, Uncle Hani would never wish harm upon him. Following Uncle Hani, Simon and his companions arrived at a splendid houseboat, which boasted an enormous plush bed, a carpet woven from fine wool, and soft lighting that was anything but harsh. Are we to reside here for the next few days? This is simply marvelous. Little Luo expressed her delight at the surroundings. After Uncle Hani departed, Simon sat on the soft bed, deep in contemplation. Surely, the highest bounty in the South Seas currently belongs to Mauser. It has already reached 900 million berries. After resolving Mr. How How's issues, I should make my debut with Mauser. Little Luo, what are you doing? Unable to endure little Luo's incessant fidgeting, Simon exclaimed. Just playing. Simon, during a rest. Try not to overthink things, will you? Little Luo pouted, seemingly a touch bored and somewhat discontented. As a doting figure, Simon could not bear to see her unhappy. So, time passed, and by the following morning, nearly noon had arrived. Yet Simon and the others remained asleep. The room was strewn with clothes, hinting that the previous night had been anything but ordinary. The incessant buzzing from outside failed to rouse the three within. Goo goo goo, my arms ache, and my stomach growls. Awakened by hunger, Simon felt an unusual sensation in his arms, his eyes filled with a sense of despair. Unable to withstand the pangs of hunger any longer, he roused his still slumbering companions. Following a delightful lunch, little Luo brought forth the day's newspaper. It seems there haven't been any significant headlines lately. Are pirates this lackluster? Before perusing the paper, Simon casually critiqued the lack of engaging news, as nothing had recently piqued his interest. However, upon opening the paper, he was astonished to find a report regarding the Grand Line. Simon's expression turned peculiar as he read. Recently, pirate Dr. Fogg engaged in combat with Admiral Kazoo on Donu Island, narrowly escaping with severe injuries. The article also featured a bounty notice. Pirate Dr. Fogg, with a bounty of 980 million berries, Isn't this the very pirate who answered my query about the TPX extreme ocean current? At that moment, Simon finally exhaled in relief. It turned out he was not dealing with an undercover powerhouse after all. Thankfully, this pirate doctor appeared to be quite amicable. Yet, how could he have traversed from Donu Island in the Grand Line to here so swiftly? A mere article was enough to satisfy Simon. Despite the lingering questions it stirred within him, it became evident that there must be some undisclosed secret current connecting the Grand Line to this place. Otherwise, the pirate doctor could not have arrived here so expediently. Alas, I suppose I shall not have the opportunity to ride this current. It seemed wise to familiarize himself with the South Sea's current affairs. Next, Simon turned his attention to the South Sea Gazette, where he spotted a news piece that piqued his interest. On Chintian Island, former Navy Colonel Bebby has defected, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Isn't that the ill-tempered Marine? Simon mused at S.O. He was once a Navy colonel. This intriguing turn of events prompted Simon to share the news with little Luo. Look, this detestable Marine was actually a colonel. It's him, the one who sought to seize our bounty, little Luo exclaimed, her excitement palpable upon seeing Bebby's wanted poster. But if he was once a colonel, why was he relegated to cleaning toilets? Pondering this, little Luo ultimately decided to drop the matter. Why don't we capture him? She proposed, her voice filled with disdain. I could see this moment. Simon and little Luo found themselves in an awkward position, particularly as little Luo's slight movement sparked an unexpected thrill within the otherwise exhausted Simon. Indeed, this Marine was rather contemptible. Once we set sail, we shall capture him as well, Simon replied. That would be splendid. Muah! In that moment, Simon found it impossible to decline little Luo's request, especially since she seemed to hold the upper hand in their little game. Though they had finished reading the newspaper, Simon still had not come across any news regarding the chest hair pirates. Had Mauser begun to lie low? With such a high bounty, shouldn't he be more conspicuous? Unable to track the chest hair pirates' movements through the newspaper, Simon recognized his shortcomings in intelligence gathering. However, as this flaw did not pose an immediate threat, he did not feel compelled to rectify it just yet. After halting little Luo's restless hands, Simon rose to his feet. Let us see what dear Mr. How How is up to. Perhaps there may be unexpected gains. With curiosity bubbling within him, Simon ventured to the harbor in search of Mr. How How, stepping out of the houseboat. The blazing sun beat down upon him, its intensity disrupting Simon's pleasant mood. Navigating past busy shipwrights, he soon arrived at the entrance of the sweet shipyard. I could see that moment. Simon halted. Mr. How How, what a coincidence. I was just about to seek you out. Yet here you are. Simon spotted Mr. How How approaching the shipyard. Not anticipating this chance encounter, Simon greeted him warmly. Simon, you're not here to build a ship, are you? Compared to his demeanor aboard the merchant ship, Mr. How How seemed even more amiable now. Simon, acutely aware of this change, mused, surely, something must have transpired with the little cat. I should be able to realize my ideas soon. Shouldn't I? Though Simon's heart brimmed with joy, he maintained a composed exterior. I would love to construct my own vessel. But alas, funds are insufficient. With your formidable prowess, Simon, capturing a few more pirates should suffice. Their conversation flowed with ease, but Mr. How How had matters to attend to. Thus their exchange was brief. Watching Mr. How How's departing figure, Simon felt the emergence of a powerful aura, justice, causality, observing the result manifesting before him. Simon finally felt a sense of relief. Mr. How How, the individuals I pass judgment upon are not merely seeking atonement. Indeed, Simon's ability to dispense just retribution is intricately tied to the forces of causality. Each wicked individual condemned by Simon becomes a cause. Should someone accept Simon's bestowed gifts and engage in profound interaction, they will become entwined in a web of causation with him. The just Simon can then harvest from these effects without eliciting any resistance from them. Quite the contrary, they perceive it as entirely warranted. Although there are certain limitations to this ability, it does exhibit some flaws. If one merely receives Simon's judgment without fostering any meaningful connection with the condemned, the impact is virtually non-existent. Having clarified matters with Mr. How How, Simon finds himself left with one unresolved issue. The ship? Uncle Island Master, when will you return? Gazing longingly at the port, Simon feels a rush of excitement each time a vessel approaches, only to be met with disappointment time and again. For half a month, Simon, Xiao Luo, and Wolf have awaited news of the island master's return, questioning the reliability of Uncle Hani's intelligence. How could it be that after such a lengthy period, the island master has yet to appear? Surely he isn't toying with me. The prolonged wait has left Simon's eyes bloodshot and his demeanor weary, just as he contemplates surrendering his hopes. An unusual calm envelopes the waters, devoid of even the slightest ripple. What could this signify? Such an odd meteorological phenomenon had never been encountered during Simon's studies of navigation. The sea may be tranquil, yet the birds soar freely through the sky. Is this a peculiarity of King Kong Island? Why had no one mentioned it before? Surveying his surroundings, Simon notices that the local fishermen seem unfazed, continuing their tasks as usual. Xiao Luo, have you ever heard of such a peculiar sight here? Simon, who had heard many strange tales within the palace, hoped Xiao Luo might possess insight into this phenomenon. Regrettably, Xiao Luo appeared equally perplexed, stating that the subjects of Luojia Kingdom had never mentioned such occurrences that it seems they seldom venture here. Unable to unravel this mystery, Simon resolves to consult Uncle Hani about why the island master has yet to return after 2 weeks. After a brief preparation, Simon departs for the sweet shipyard. Upon hearing Simon recount the situation, Hani erupts into laughter, exclaiming, this is merely Zeit testing his new abilities. Nothing to be concerned about." Relieved by Hani's explanation, Simon sets aside his worries about the unknown phenomena. But who is Zeit? After learning that the strange sight was caused by an ability, Simon becomes curious about the Zeit Hani has mentioned, one of the 7 shipwrights and the guardian of the silent harbor. "Simon, do you only know me and the island master?" Upon revealing Zeit's identity, Hani regards Simon with skepticism, but how could that be? "I also know Jack," in a hushed tone, as if Hani had unveiled the truth. Simon's voice falters that, how could it be otherwise? Given your father's connection with the island master, it's impossible for you to know only us. Hani continues to ramble, but Simon, undeterred by the mention of his father, interjects directly, "Uncle Hani, may I ask why the island master has not returned after half a month?" "Well, perhaps he might be in Luojia Kingdom." This chapter is not concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Indeed, it is possible that the island master has gone to Luojia Kingdom. Upon hearing Simon's inquiry, Hani's gaze flickers before he suddenly recalls a brilliant explanation. Simon falls silent at the mention of Luojia Kingdom. Although he is aware that the previous king has abdicated, he has never once considered returning to Luojia Kingdom. Simon, if the island master has gone to Luojia Kingdom, he typically returns within half a month. He may be back shortly. "Uncle Hani, you're not trying to deceive me, are you?" Hearing Hani's familiar tone, Simon is less inclined to take him at face value this time. "Simon, seriously, what kind of relationship do we have that I would lie to you?" Trust me, Simon has never seen Hani in such a manner. Based on his impression of Hani, he chooses once more to place his trust in him. "Uncle Hani, I shall wait for the island master." "All right, go ahead." Hani even wipes away a tear, moved by Simon's determination. Turning to Xiao Luo and Wolf, Simon heads towards Sweet Harbor, filled with hope of encountering the island master. However, once they leave, Hani's expression shifts dramatically. "You think you can bully my dog and still find the island master so easily? Just go blow the sea breeze." "Oh dear, my little pup hasn't eaten yet today." Remembering that his beloved dog still needed to be fed, Hani hurriedly scurries to the storeroom. Meanwhile, Simon, on his way to Sweet Harbor, clings to the hope of the island master's return. Upon arriving at Sweet Harbor once again, Simon finds the sea has returned to its majestic waves. Why has he returned here again? We've even been blowing the sea breeze for half a month. Xiao Luo has grown weary of this life by the shore. Let us wait 3 more days. Xiao Luo, if we do not see the island master in 3 days, we shall set sail. Caught between Uncle Hani's promises and Xiao Luo's complaints, Simon ultimately decides to linger for 3 more days. After that, no matter what transpires, they shall venture into the Is it truly just 3 days? With Simon's determination set, Xiao Luo finds herself left with little choice but to wait alongside him. On the first day, Simon witnesses Mr. Howho setting sail with his fleet. Safe travels, Mr. Howho. The distant fleet quickly vanishes from sight, and Simon harbors doubts about Mr. Howho's voyage, particularly since he lacks the power to protect himself. However, it may not be as dire as it seems. Given the number of ships at his disposal on the second day, the sea remains a mix of calm and turbulence. Such a vast display of power prompts Simon to wish to meet the guardian of Silent Harbor. Zeit. Yet, due to their unfamiliarity, he refrains from taking any action. 2 more days pass. And still, the island master has not returned. Is it truly wise to waste time here? At this moment, Simon begins to doubt whether he will ever see the island master. On the final day, Simon still awaits the island master's arrival. In no more waiting. Xiao Luo, let us go. Now, Simon has come to the firm conclusion that Hani has been playing him for a fool. A flicker of irritation ignites within Simon as he contemplates unleashing his fury upon Hani. The sweet boatyard remains as bustling as ever, teeming with activity, when Simon makes his entrance at the yard's gate. No one pays him any heed, not even Hani, who is preoccupied with tending to her ferocious dog. After a brief survey of the surroundings, Simon finally spots Hani and begins to release the pent-up anger within him. Each step intensifying his imposing presence, as the guardian of the boatyard. Hani immediately senses the disturbance and sets aside her unruly canine, bolstering her own aura. Who dares to flaunt their power in my boatyard? With a fierce shout, Hani emerges from her dog's lair, and despite recognizing Simon before her, she does not retract her formidable demeanor. Ahem, Uncle Hani, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Faced with Simon's overwhelming presence, Hani feels merely a gentle breeze brush past her. Explanation? What explanation? The fact that you left me to endure the sea winds at the port for half a month. In that moment, Hani's escalating aura falters. And although she realizes her secret has been uncovered, she shows no intention of apologizing. It is not my fault that the island master has not returned. Simon, taken aback by Hani's audacity, begins to ponder how to make her pay for her insolence. Seizing the advantage of his current might, Simon begins to chant towards Hani. Uncle Hani, how can this not concern you? I wanted to set sail in search of the island master, and it was you who forbade me from going. I merely mentioned it. Merely mentioned? Then why, 3 days ago, did you still suggest I go to the port? I thought, as Simon's aura strengthens, Hani gradually loses the confidence to respond to Ha. You thought you could leave me to suffer the sea winds for so long? Today, not a single ship will resolve this matter. Simon's sudden outburst catches Hani off guard. A ship? Dazed, the abrupt shift in Simon's demeanor leaves Hani momentarily speechless, and without a second thought, she agrees. But as realization dawns, she exclaims, Hey, wait a minute, why should I provide you with a ship? Uncle Hani, you already agreed, and everyone heard it. Exactly. Hani glances at the 3 individuals across from her, her mind racing with turmoil. However, she cannot simply give away a ship for free. Sensing Hani's inner conflict, Simon ponders for a moment and counters, Uncle Hani, how can this be considered giving it away? It is merely the compensation you owe me. Witnessing Simon's shamelessness, Hani seems inclined to make one last defense. But you cannot give me nothing in return. In an instant, Simon comprehends her intent. Berries, right? No problem. I have 3 million berries right here, and they are all yours. Then, Uncle Hani, I shall await the ship you promised to build for me. After handing over the bounty of 3 million berries, Simon does not allow Hani any time to react before he retreats, with Xiao Luo and Wolf to the boathouse for a nap. This is a significant loss for me. Left behind, Hani gazes at Simon's vanishing figures, glancing at the berries in her hand, feeling utterly despondent. No, I cannot afford to lose this money. You want a ship? Do you? Even if I give you that ship, I trust you won't have any objections, right? Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent parts are even more thrilling. I end the sweet boatyard's warehouse. Hani's figure appears. Rummaging through the contents, IT should be here. I distinctly remember placing it here. After a prolonged search, Hani seems unable to locate the item she seeks. Could it be that I truly have to construct a new ship for that little brat? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Determined not to incur a loss, Hani perseveres at her search, her face covered in dust. Perhaps Hani's persistence pays off, as she finally exclaims, "Yes, this is it. Once I clean it up, presenting it to Simon will pose no problem." Hani has discovered a ship, seemingly intact, merely dust-laden. The next day, Simon arrives early to discuss the shipbuilding matter with Hani. "You have already prepared the ship for me." Upon receiving this news from Hani, Simon is taken aback, unable to fathom that she actually has stock available. However, with no alternative, he must acquiesce. "Rest assured, Simon, this ship is the pride of both the island master and myself." Throughout their journey, Hani incessantly extols the ship's virtues, and her unusual enthusiasm raises Simon's suspicions. This person's excessive warmth must harbor some ulterior motive. I must conduct a thorough inspection. When Simon finally lays eyes on the ship, he can scarcely believe his own sight. "Uncle Hani, is this truly the ship you are giving me?" "What? Do you not desire it? How could I possibly refuse? The ship is flawless. Even Simon cannot identify a single flaw." Yet, still wary of Hani's seemingly benevolent intentions, he boards the vessel to conduct a meticulous inspection. From the keel to the deck, Simon surveys the ship and concludes that it is indeed impeccable. "Uncle Hani, after all I've done for you, why are you giving me this ship?" In response to Simon's inquiry, Hani smiles lightly. "Ha, Simon, a skilled shipwright would never allow their masterpiece to languish in a dim warehouse. This child has slumbered long enough. It is time for her to set sail once more." Hani caresses the ship, his expression complex. Observing Hani in this state, Simon loses the inclination to jest further. "Uncle Hani, could you share its story? It must possess a remarkable tale for having lain dormant in your warehouse." Hearing Simon's question, Hani gazes into the distance, as if lost in reminiscence. Simon refrains from interrupting this moment. And after a while, Hani begins to speak. "This child's name is Jiao. She's a creation of the island master and myself from 5 years ago. Back then, we both held high hopes for her. Hence the name Jiao. On her maiden voyage, the weather was somewhat overcast, and after sailing for a while, we encountered a fleet of pirates that, of course, these pirates were no match for the island master and me. So we continued our journey. However, during the subsequent voyage, strange occurrences unfolded. Time and again, we would cross paths with pirate crews. At first, the island master and I thought it was merely a poor choice of route. But the subsequent voyages revealed this was no coincidence. Even on routes meticulously scouted to be devoid of pirates, we would find ourselves beset by them amidst fierce storms. This ship possesses an inexplicable allure for pirates. Every voyage guarantees an encounter with them. Such a vessel cannot be treated as a merchant ship for sale. Thus, I had no choice but to allow her to sleep in my warehouse." After hearing Hani's tale, Simon is left flabbergasted. "Uncle Hani, why would you give me a ship that attracts pirates? How am I supposed to sail in peace?" In response to Simon's grievances, Hani offers a logical retort. "Simon, are you not aspiring to be a bounty hunter? Having such a ship is precisely what you need." "Uncle Hani, how did you know I was going to become a bounty hunter? I haven't mentioned it to you." "Have I?" At this moment, Simon was filled with confusion, even harboring some doubts about whether Hani had been informed by. "It was Mr. Haohua who told me. Otherwise, how could I have thought to give you such a ship?" "So it was Mr. Haohua." Upon understanding this, Simon refrained from further questioning. "Uncle Hani, is this ship ready to set sail?" "Of course, it is. This vessel is the result of the confidence shared between me and the island's chief." "All right, I see." After calming the excited Hani, Simon began preparing for their departure. Once Hani delivered the ship to the port, Simon, along with Shaluo and Wolf, commenced their procurement of supplies. It wasn't until afternoon that they had gathered all the necessary provisions for their voyage. "Simon, where are we headed?" Even though they were on the verge of setting sail, Simon still did not disclose their destination to Shaluo. "Previously, Shaluo, weren't you eager to capture that treacherous naval officer? Our purpose for this journey is to seek him out." Shaluo began to reminisce. "Ah, that foul-mouthed Navy man." Instantly, her enthusiasm surged. "Farewell, Uncle Hani." After bidding farewell to Hani, Simon's new vessel, Diao, slowly departed from the port. That moment, the sea suddenly calmed, and Simon awkwardly gazed back at Hani on the dock. Is it really such a coincidence? Since neither Simon nor Hani turned away, they were left in a prolonged wave, maintaining their gestures for half an hour. "Mr. Zeit, how formidable!" Zeit, are you a devil? The two experienced entirely different emotional journeys. As the surface of the sea settled, both exchanged faint smiles before swiftly turning away. Would they truly encounter pirates ahead? How thrilling! After hearing Hani's tale, Simon felt an insatiable curiosity about its truth. Sweet harbor, as he observed the departing vessel, Hani could no longer suppress a smile. The final payment has been sent to Luojia country. How could I possibly incur a loss? In that story, could he really have believed it? Ha! After 3 days of sailing at sea, Simon stood on the deck, resembling a statue. Simon, why not come back and rest for a while? Upon hearing Shalawa's voice, the statue-like Simon exhibited a flicker of movement, but soon reverted back to his still demeanor. Alas, this wasn't the first occurrence of such a situation. Shaluo was perplexed as to why Simon insisted on remaining there. I never imagined this ship could accelerate the mastery of the Arhut golden body. What materials did Hani and the chief use to construct this vessel? Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Indeed, Simon was not merely on guard against pirates. He was cultivating. Remarkably, these days of training had advanced the Arhut golden body to the 8th level, merely one step away from the invincible prowess of a certain ancestor. The 8th level allowed Simon to sense a peculiar power coursing through his body. The reason Simon remained motionless was that he was continuously guiding this power. However, without Simon's control, the ship's course was entirely dictated by the ocean currents that a few days later, the stack of newspapers collected by Shaluo had grown quite substantial. At this moment, Simon could finally channel that power to the surface of his body. Buzzing sounds seemed to echo in his ears as Simon gazed at his hardened arm, perplexed. Armament hockey? Feeling the strength in his arm and that extraordinary sensation, Simon's mind was consumed by a single thought. Isn't this armament hockey? So, the Arhut golden body could actually invoke hockey. After familiarizing himself with the application of hockey, Simon could now envelop his entire body in it. This progress felt almost like cheating, astonished by his own advancement. He couldn't believe that the method he had discovered within the Duke's mansion bore such impressive results. What lies beyond the 9th level? Could it be the method of Liu Ying? Having undergone a significant transformation, Simon sensed that the 9th level would not be so simple. After all, simply breaking through the 8th level seemed rather peculiar. Feeling an almost boundless energy within, Simon experienced an urge to release it. Gazing at the tranquil sea, he contemplated whether it might be an opportune moment to relax. After so many days without encountering pirates, surely they wouldn't appear now. Perhaps driven by desire, Simon led Wolf back to the cabin. But just moments after their return, a deafening cannon fire interrupted Simon. Reappearing on the deck, Simon's torso was exposed, his body as hard as steel. His eyes burned red, steam emanating from his nostrils due to the heat. After scanning his surroundings, Simon's gaze fixated on an opulent ship ahead. I at you. In that moment, Simon's body began to heat uncontrollably, as if the rising temperature was erasing his rationality. In response to the ship, Simon charged forward. Simon. Atop the lookout, Shaluo finally noticed Simon's unusual behavior. Seeing Simon perilously close to falling into the sea, she immediately prepared to transform and rescue him. Yet, just as Simon's body grazed the water's surface, bang! With a tremendous explosion, Simon soared high into the air, as if treading upon the very atmosphere, landing on a luxurious vessel. Simon, you've taken flight. Shaluo halted her transformation, staring dumbfounded at Simon's powerful silhouette. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Simon's condition is alarming. I must hurry. After a mere 10 seconds of shock, Shaluo regained her composure and steered the ship towards the opulent vessel. Overwhelmed by a loss of reason, Simon could see nothing through his eyes. Emitting unintelligible roars, his iron fists shattered the mast of the luxurious ship. Faced with the frenzied beast that was Simon, the nobles aboard the vessel displayed no fear. Who are you to disturb Lord Bahamut? Can you bear the consequences? Apologize to Lord Bahamut at once. Some clueless servants even shouted at Simon. Regaining a semblance of rationality, Simon clutched his head, attempting to alleviate his discomfort. Bahamut? That name feels somewhat familiar. Ugh, my body is in agony. Even though Simon's recent punch had released some pent-up frustration within, an overwhelming energy continued to scurry through his body like ants. "Hey, didn't I tell you to apologize to Lord Bahamut? Can't you hear me?" The buzzing in his ears, akin to that of flies, only intensified Simon's irritation. "How annoying. You released your hand from your head," and Simon, with a gaze as fierce as a wild wolf, glared at the servant who had spoken. The servant took a step back, but quickly recalled the influential figure of the Bahamut family watching him, and resumed his taunting at that moment. Simon was in a deplorable state. His pent-up energy was relentlessly consuming his sanity. Perhaps noticing that Simon was merely standing there in a daze, posing no real threat beyond smashing the mast, Bahamut, who had just fired his cannon, began to regain his bravado. "Peasant, unless you kneel and lick the soles of my shoes, I shall not forgive your insolence." It was this statement from Bahamut that snapped the tenuous thread of sanity remaining in Simon's mind. "Peasant, lick the soles of my shoes? Ha ha ha! Go to hell." Simon could no longer suppress his true nature. His frenzied energy manifested in devastating force. A single punch struck the loquacious servant, and his brain matter splattered across the deck like a burst watermelon. With a fist dripping with unknown liquid, Simon seemed to revel in the sensation of the moment. Bang! A stinging sensation from behind made him turn his head, and upon seeing Simon's eyes, the guard who had just fired trembled, unable to stand. Simon merely waved his fist lightly, and with a roar, the punch created a shockwave that sent the guard flying, leaving a 50-meter trench in the SEAT that moment. Bahamut was paralyzed with fear. No longer exhibiting his Earl, Simon reclined on the lounge chair after moving it out of storage, retrieving the earliest newspaper to peruse. Since his departure at sea, he had devoted himself to the cultivation of the Arhut golden body, and thus had not laid eyes on a single newspaper during his voyage. That moment, Simon felt an overwhelming joy as he opened the newspaper from the first day of his departure. Reading the headline, "The Grand Return of the King of Diamond Island," a silence enveloped him as he gently set the newspaper aside, a profound sense of unarticulated frustration swelling within his heart. What a coincidence! Just as I set sail, the island lord returns. How I long for a refreshing drink. Yet, the past is but a memory. He made his way to the kitchen to prepare a generous jug of juice. Simon continued to read on, discovering that the remaining news was predominantly trivial, lacking any noteworthy events. The reports had ceased 3 days prior to. This is my fault. The absence of these newspapers once again prompted Simon to reflect on the events of those 3 days. A sensation of loss creeping in, should I embark on another journey soon. This time, having advanced to the 8th level of my cultivation technique, it felt as if something within me had awakened, amplifying a certain feeling deep inside. Xiao Luo and the others were still resting. "Calm yourself, Simon." He hastily took a few sips of juice to steady his nerves, focusing his attention on the newspaper. Picking up the one he had just purchased, he endeavored to concentrate fully, only to be met with astonishing news. One headline read in the World Economic Journal: "Defector Navy BB seizes heavenly gold. Bounty rises to 500 million belly. 500 million belly." Upon seeing BB's bounty, Simon's eyes widened with fervor. This chapter isn't over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The Navy has indeed undertaken an extraordinary feat. Although Simon was unaware of the details surrounding these events, the bounty of 500 million was no jest. Understanding BB's capabilities, Simon believed that if he could locate BB, he would undoubtedly secure this bounty. The incident occurred near the Loot Islands. It seems a visit there is in order. 500 million could surely make my debut spectacular. With this gratifying news, Simon took a hearty gulp of juice, pondering whether any event could surpass this. Setting aside the World Economic Journal, he picked up the South Sea Report. Crimson Lip pirate crew attacks Haohua Trading Company. Bounty increased to 800 million belly. Splutter. The Jew Simon had yet to swallow erupted from his mouth in shock. The Crimson Lip pirate crew. 800 million. Is it truly possible to acquire such a bounty merely for robbing Mr. Haohua? Has the Navy been acquired by the Yu Qian family? Just then, Simon noticed a corner of the bounty notice stating sponsored by Yu Qian family, which broadened his perspective. He had not anticipated such a maneuver. Yet upon seeing the bounty amounts, Simon found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. Bahamut Flame, bounty of 300 million belly, captain of the Crimson Lip pirate crew. Bahamut Ice Flame, bounty of 50 million belly. First mate of the Crimson Lip pirate crew. Bahamut Poison Flame, bounty of 50 million belly, sniper of the Crimson Lip pirate crew. Candy Puff, bounty of 400 million belly, ship doctor of the Crimson Lip pirate crew. How could this be? Why is Puff the ship's doctor of the Crimson Lip pirate crew? So, was the informant that Flame spoke of referring to this? Gazing at Puff's bounty, Simon was astounded to discover her association with the Crimson Lip pirate crew. No wonder Flame had appeared so confident. It turns out he was already aware that Mr. Halwa lacked any armed forces. Alas, poor Mr. Halwa, what a tragic fate you have suffered. The misfortunes befalling Mr. Halwa compelled Simon to down another large cup of juice. After a satisfying exhale, he set aside the newspaper, seizing the now empty container to refill it with sparkling water from the kitchen. With a cascade of monumental news, sipping juice felt insufficient. He wondered what recent events could have given rise to such an abundance of major headlines. Oh, look! Watermelons. Upon covering the sparkling water container, Simon suddenly discovered some plump watermelons nearby. What a delightful coincidence! Nothing brings greater joy than indulging in watermelon. How could he resist utilizing such a resource? Balancing the freshly cut watermelon and a large jug of sparkling water, Simon settled down with the unfinished South Sea report. Besides the report on the Crimson Lip pirate crew, another equally significant event caught his attention. The coalition formed by the Prison Thought Nation to pursue the Chest Hair pirate crew near the Lute Islands had been utterly defeated by Mauser. This must be a hoax. How could Mauser possibly be that formidable? Recalling the conversation he had with Xiao Luo regarding Mauser, Simon suspected that this might also be a case of deceptive publicity. However, Mauser's new bounty notice made Simon realize that the situation was far from simple. Captain of the Chest Hair pirate crew, Mauser, bounty of 300 million belly, only death. Only death. What an odd bounty notice. The stipulation of only death bewildered Simon. It implies that only killing is permitted, no capture alive. While there was nothing wrong with that, what could only death signify? In an instant, Simon even began to question whether the bounty notice had been issued in error. Could it be that Mauser truly annihilated the coalition? After ruling out all other possibilities, this appeared to be the only plausible answer. The Lute Islands, it seems I must pay a visit. 300 million for Mauser. And another 300 million for BB. I feel certain that this time I can establish my name throughout the South Sea. With a clear objective in mind, Simon's sole desire was to hasten his journey to the Lute Islands, where he could make his first bounty debut. Where are the islands the newsbird spoke of? It has been quite a while. Why have I not yet arrived? After finishing the newspaper, Simon sat in a lounge chair, gazing at the serene sea under the bright sun, navigating in the direction indicated by the newsbird. However, after sailing for some time, night had fallen, yet no sign of any islands appeared. Just as Simon contemplated whether to accelerate the ship with his sword, a glimmer of lighthouse light flickered in the distance. Following the beacon, Simon successfully arrived at the harbor 3 hours later, dropping anchor and finally allowing himself a moment of quiet rest. Simon, dawn has arrived. We have reached the island. With bleary eyes, Simon opened them to find Xiao Luo chattering excitedly at the foot of his bed. Merely opening his eyes for a second, Simon promptly shut them again. Let me sleep a little longer, for reasons unknown. Simon, who was previously brimming with energy, now appears to lack vigor. Sighing, Xiao Luo pouted and reluctantly exited Simon's chamber. Upon finding Wolf, she began to vent about Simon's various shortcomings. Wolf merely listened in silence, unchanged from before. However, a fleeting glimmer seemed to dance in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Xiao Luo, who was too absorbed in her own discontent to notice, she lamented the troubles of the past few days. Within, Wolf wrestled with her thoughts. Who am I? I am Wolf. What am I doing? I am seeking redemption. What is this person before me doing? She is recounting the flaws of her master. Should I take action? No, that is not permissible. At that moment, Wolf's mind felt as though we're undergoing a cosmic explosion. What could this mean? Wolf. Wolf tilted her head. Oh, Wolf, can you understand my words? Xiao Luo, seeing that Wolf was no longer merely a lifeless doll, looked at her with joy and anticipation, exclaiming, "You can talk." Indeed, although Wolf's voice was filled with confusion and innocence, it was still the very Wolf who had previously been devoid of any semblance of existence. Elated by this surprise, Xiao Luo immediately wished to inform Simon. Just as she began to stride towards him, she halted. "If I can make Wolf more ordinary, would Simon praise me? Perhaps I should give it a try." Observing Wolf, who resembled a newborn babe, Xiao Luo felt a surge of maternal instinct awakening within her. She approached Wolf and sat beside her, saying, "Wolf, I am Xiao Luo, greetings. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading." "Xiao Luo? No, it's Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo." Applause erupted in encouragement. Now officially promoted to a small teacher, Xiao Luo was thrilled that her student, Wolf, was making such rapid progress. Uncertain of how long Simon would rest, Xiao Luo was eager to elevate Wolf to a more conventional level of understanding. Wolf was remarkably diligent, learning at an astonishing pace, quickly mastering normal speech. "What should I teach you next?" As merely a maid, Xiao Luo was at a loss for what to instruct Wolf. On one hand, she hoped Wolf would acquire more skills. Yet on the other, she did not wish for Simon to have an unexpectedly capable maid. This inner conflict hindered Xiao Luo from imparting her own maid skills to Wolf. "Ah, if only I could learn to fight." Feeling like a waste beyond her domestic abilities, Xiao Luo contemplated what, given the current state of devastation, it seems unlikely that anything remains intact. However, Xiao Luo does not appear to share this sentiment. From that vantage point, one could behold the entire island. Perhaps there are discoveries to be made. Although Xiao Luo is reluctant to squander time, she ultimately decides to accompany Simon towards the colossal tree. "Xiao Luo, this tree has become exceedingly fragile," Simon cautions. "Exercise utmost caution while climbing." Concerned for Xiao Luo's safety during the ascent, Simon allows her to ascend first, reasoning that he could assist her in case of any mishap. "I understand. I can still transform. There is no danger," Xiao Luo reassures him, not as apprehensive as Simon, as the tree is not particularly steep, with some sections offering a gentle incline. Yet upon beginning her climb, Xiao Luo realizes her initial assessment was flawed. The charred wood is remarkably brittle, its strength severely diminished, and each step evokes a sense of impending fall. With every cautious movement, she emits faint cries. And despite the swaying, the scorched timber holds firm, allowing her to reach the summit with relative ease. "Simon, I made it up," she exclaims. "Dear master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. Hurry up and join me." However, upon looking down, Xiao Luo is taken aback to find Simon's figure absent. Bewildered, she scans the surroundings for any sign of him and suddenly spots a broken branch, precisely from the perilous segment she had traversed. Could Simon have fallen? She wonders, should I wait here for him or descend? After deliberating, she decides against going down, reasoning that Simon will return shortly, and descending would only necessitate another arduous climb. Exhausted, Xiao Luo resolves to wait patiently, finding solace in the pleasant scenery. Meanwhile, at the base of the giant tree, Simon finds himself in an undignified position on the ground, having miscalculated the fragility of the branch. Perhaps I should have attempted a more direct ascent. Slowly rising, just as Simon prepares to spring upward, a thud resounds as Wolf lands squarely upon his waist. "Ouch!" he exclaims, having inadvertently landed on a stone, the sudden discomfort eliciting a yelp. Realizing he is now pinned beneath Wolf, Simon urges, "Please don't move." However, the moment Wolf shifts, Simon finds himself pressed against the stone. "Stop, Wolf," he implores, but the slippery footing causes Wolf to settle further onto Simon's backside, intensifying the awkward contact. A peculiar sensation prompts Simon's hands to contort as he grimaces, his jaw clenched and eyes rolling back. For a fleeting moment, he feels as though he might ascend to the heavens. "Wolf, for the love of all that is good, please remain still." After managing to voice this, Simon struggles to adjust, arching his back slightly to lift Wolf, and reaches down to dislodge the stone beneath him. Once freed, the two lie on the ground beneath the towering tree. "Why did you fall?" "Wolf, A now composed Simon queries, eager to understand how Wolf, who was nearly at the summit, could have suddenly plummeted. Companionship? Wolf tilts his head, tentatively responding, "Da-da." Is that so? Although Simon initially fails to grasp Wolf's implication. Reflection brings clarity. Pleased with Wolf's demonstration of loyalty, he affectionately strokes the dog's head. "Now that you're down, let's ascend together. I, too, wish to test my abilities." Releasing Wolf, Simon begins his warm-up, a high jump. Stepping, lateral hops, then bending forward. "Don't move, Wolf," he instructs, and with a sudden, energetic leap, he vaults upward, propelling himself and Wolf towards the treetops. As Simon grips Wolf, the latter emits a terrified yelp, but undeterred by the cry. Simon presses on, each leap echoing as he ascends the charred wood, which crumbles beneath his immense strength. Closer and closer he draws to the tree's apex, where Xiao Luo, feeling rather bored, suddenly hears a series of thunderous crashes. Curious, she peers down the tree, only to have shadows zip past her. What was that? Thinking she might have imagined it, she glances upward and discovers Simon, heroically descending with Wolf in tow, illuminated by the midday sun, which imbues him with an almost divine aura. "Simon, I want to join in on the fun," Xiao Luo exclaims, inspired by the romantic display. Upon landing atop the tree, she eagerly clings to Simon, yearning for a similarly enchanting experience. Having just mastered his aerial technique, Simon is more than willing to oblige her request. After gently placing Wolf down, he moves beside Xiao Luo, wrapping an arm around her waist. "Hold on tight, Xiao Luo." He reminds her, "I can hardly contain my excitement." She replies, her mind racing with thoughts of soaring through the sky. Seeing her exhilaration, Simon exerts force beneath him, launching them skyward with a resounding thud. His feet striking the air in rapid succession like a machine gun, generating enough upward thrust to allow them to glide gracefully through the air. The gentle breeze caresses their cheeks as Xiao Luo sinks into Simon's embrace. Filled with joy, "This is wonderful, Simon." He. The delight radiating from Xiao Luo brings Simon joy as well, and together they frolic in the sky for half an hour before returning to the treetop. It suddenly dawns on Simon that he is meant to survey the island. "Xiao Luo, since you arrived first, did you discover anything?" he inquires, eagerly awaiting her response. "Discoveries? It's merely an uninhabited island. Isn't it?" Xiao Luo muses, seemingly at a loss. With no alternative, Simon strides to the edge of the treetop, surveying the landscape. Following the charred woods line of sight reveals a section of the island marked by evident signs of bombardment, an area Simon has yet to explore. However, the view is littered with broken trees, suggesting a lack of valuable resources, as Simon continues to observe the island's contours from atop the giant tree. He gasps. This shape, it bears an uncanny resemblance to a certain beaked creature. The more Simon observed the island, the more he felt that its appearance was somewhat peculiar. Could this truly be Jean Island? The largest base of the black newspaper in the South China Sea? Filled with doubt, Simon yearned to venture to the other side for verification, navigating through the bifurcation amidst the towering trees. Simon and his companions arrived at a treetop that bore an almost identical resemblance to the previous one, that the smooth contours of this side served to affirm Simon's conjecture. It was indeed Jean Island. But why would anyone attack this place? Could it be that the people of the South China Sea had finally reached their breaking point? As a member of the Jean faction, Simon felt a profound sorrow at the sight of the island in such a state. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Even the smile on his face could not be concealed as he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! So this is Jean Island. I thought we had veered off course somewhere. It is remarkably close to the Lute Archipelago." Regarding the reasons behind the bombardment of Jean Island, Simon preferred to refrain from speculation, now that he was aware of his location. He could consult the nautical charts to chart the correct course. "Xiao Luo, prepare yourself." What is that? Just as Simon was preparing to return to the ship with Xiao Luo and the others, he suddenly noticed something. Following Simon's gaze, Xiao Luo saw nothing but a graveyard, which appeared unremarkable. "Simon, is there something over there?" Yet, Simon did not respond. He merely fixated intently on that direction. Unable to see anything, Xiao Luo formed her hands into a binocular shape. After a moment of observation, Simon spoke. "It seems there is something over there. Let us investigate." "Hey, Xiao Luo, what are you doing?" Upon saying this, Simon noticed Xiao Luo using her hands as makeshift binoculars. However, when Xiao Luo lowered her hands, she cast a fleeting glance at Simon, seemingly uninterested in his presence. This left Simon utterly perplexed. With his hands outstretched in confusion, he was compelled to follow the already descending Xiao Luo. And throughout their journey, neither spoke a word. When they finally reached the ordinary graveyard, Xiao Luo cautioned, "Be careful. It is not as simple as it seems." Noticing Xiao Luo's lack of caution as she stepped forward, Simon positioned himself to block her path. Is there something here?" After being halted, Xiao Luo, observing Simon's tension, could not help but inquire, "Simon, have you heard the legends of Jean Island?" Instead of answering her question, Simon posed another, "Jean Island? What connection does this place have with that legend?" Not comprehending Simon's line of questioning, Xiao Luo innocently asked, "But this is Jean Island, Xiao Luo, with such a distinct shape on the island. You cannot possibly have overlooked it." Faced with Simon's blatant provocation, Xiao Luo was determined not to be outdone. "Of course I know. How could I not realize this is Jean Island?" "Humph." Despite Xiao Luo's playful demeanor, Simon found himself lacking the will to resist. However, this was not the time for flirtation. Shifting his focus to the graveyard before them, Simon recalled the legend associated with this place in the year 999 of the Ocean Garden era. The largest newspaper in the South China Sea, the South China Entertainment News, dominated the public opinion of the region from Jean Island. The proud South China Entertainment News, unwilling to remain merely a local entity, dispatched numerous scouts in search of intriguing news stories across the globe. Among them was a rookie intern who believed he could create a sensational headline himself. Unfortunately, 2 years passed without any significant achievements for this intern. Despondent, he returned to his dream of playing basketball, only to stumble upon a fabled fruit 6 months later. He acquired the mythical fish fruit, a zoan-type, in its kunkin form. With this newfound power, he could no longer suppress his desire to make headlines. This in turn brought his basketball to Jean Island, the headquarters of the South China Entertainment News. With 2.5 years of practical experience, he understood precisely what the world needed, bolstered by his formidable abilities. He recklessly exerted his influence. Ironically, an invincible figure from Luojia was visiting at that moment. With a single strike of the great might heavenly dragon, this figure suppressed the intern on Jean Island. Yet, the potency of the kunkin fruit was overwhelming, infecting all the newspaper staff with a plague. In desperation, the invincible figure from Luojia had no choice but to transport them all to the place where the intern was confined. As time passed, the location that suppressed the intern transformed into the graveyard of Jean Island. Yet strangely, anyone who entered the graveyard would be compelled to perform the Iron Mountain Lean. Suddenly, it dawned on Simon. This graveyard is cursed. He jolted awake, regarding the graveyard before him as if it were some primordial beast. Should he dare step inside? "You won't just come here to take a look, will you?" As Simon pondered the legend surrounding this place, Xiao Luo had already engaged in several rounds of games with Wolf. "I'm not going. Let us go. What we saw atop the tree must have been an illusion." Although he possessed the protective aura of the Arhot's golden body, Simon could not be certain he could withstand the peculiarities of this place like that esteemed predecessor. "Hey, Simon, are you afraid?" To Simon's surprise, he truly turned to leave, an unexpected contrast that left Xiao Luo a bit disoriented. Yet before she could utter another word, Simon swiftly scooped both her and Wolf into his arms and dashed toward the hanging with fervor. Without deviating, he charged directly in a straight line toward the hanging, delivering powerful strikes against any deadwood that obstructed his path, his ferocity leaving Xiao Luo wide-eyed. "Simon, what has gotten into you?" The exhilarating rush propelled Xiao Luo forward, causing her to momentarily forget about the graveyard. Their unwavering momentum allowed Simon and the others to reach the port in mere minutes. However, there they encountered an unexpected figure. "Mr. Hao, what are you doing here?" Indeed, the man before Simon and his companions was none other than Mr. Hao, who had been robbed by the red-lipped pirate crew. This moment, he was accompanied only by a stray dog, a blanket, and a cat maid. Simon, what has happened to you all? Mr. How observed Simon's frantic dash, without understanding his motives. It's a long story, Simon replied, offering a vague explanation. A long story, you say? Mr. How raised an eyebrow, sensing the gravity of the situation. What brings you here, Mr. How? I don't see your ship. When posed with this question, Mr. How appeared somewhat embarrassed. However, as Simon and his friends were their only hope of leaving, Mr. How recounted his tale. Through his narrative, Simon learned that the red-lipped pirate crew had not left Mr. How even a single vessel. Had it not been for Mr. How's leap into the sea, there might not have been a continuation to his story. Upon realizing that Mr. How had ended up here alone, Simon could no longer contain his amusement. So, Mr. How, have you considered what you will do next? My dear, there is still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling. Suddenly, Simon inquired about Mr. How's future plans. What comes next? Perhaps a gradual re-establishment of a trading caravan. Mr. How remains endlessly attached to the notion of a trading caravan, which is quite concerning. Mr. How, if you persist in pursuing this caravan, it will undoubtedly trouble me. Upon grasping Mr. How's intentions, Simon, now devoid of pretense, wore a face full of regret. What does that mean? Startled by Simon's abrupt change in demeanor, Mr. How took a step back, implying that Mr. How should not continue forming a caravan. With such exceptional qualities, how could one waste time on a trading caravan? Even at this moment, Simon kindly endeavored to elucidate to Mr. How why establishing a caravan was inadvisable. This matter should not concern you. Simon waved his index finger. Your line of thinking is flawed. Mr. How, the seas are perilous, and beings like you are exceedingly rare. Simon's words left Mr. How somewhat bewildered. Me. Rare? What exactly do you intend to convey? Why would a man of your caliber concern himself with someone as ordinary as me? Finally realizing the precariousness of his situation, Mr. How questioned Simon's motives. Why? Mr. How, matters at sea are seldom accompanied by explanations. I merely wish to live better. After hearing Simon's words, Mr. How fell silent, his expression a complex tapestry of enlightenment and nostalgia. Therefore, I must apologize. Mr. How, justice cause, price to be paid. As Simon's abilities activated, a fruit as massive as a mountain appeared around Mr. How. Mr. How, how many times have you engaged with the little cat? The cost of causation cannot be so immense. Upon witnessing the enormity of the fruit, Simon momentarily forgot to immediately assess the cost for Mr. How. Fortunately, Simon's composure was somewhat robust. As the fruit began to meld into Mr. How's being, he regained his senses and declared, Cost assessment news frenzy. Mr. How, henceforth, please strive diligently for the sake of my reputation. Simon's words subtly reshaped Mr. How's will. After the ability's domain dissipated, Simon gazed expectantly at the now transformed How-T that moment. The fruit rapidly diminished in size, soon fully integrating into Mr. How's mind. With the disappearance of the fruit, Mr. How opened his eyes. Simon, what is happening? Seemingly disoriented, Mr. How appeared perplexed, yet the enthusiastic Simon exclaimed, Mr. How could you react this way? Is it merely a suggestion against forming a caravan that caused you to faint? Were we not engaged in discussion? A trading caravan? Me. Mr. How pointed at himself, uncertainly inquiring of Simon. Mr. How, have you forgotten? Simon stepped back a few paces, his expression exaggerated, even feigning tears that were not there. This display only added to Mr. How's confusion. After tapping his head, Mr. How felt somewhat better and spoke, albeit uncertain of their prior conversation. However, Simon, what I aspire to establish is a newspaper. Promoting the justice of this era is my rightful pursuit. Could you take me to Jeanery Island? Simon appeared deeply moved by Mr. How's grand ambitions, his voice quivering with emotion. Next, he covered his face, suppressing a smile, and accompanied by Xiao Luo, Wolf, and Mr. How, returned to the suspended ship. However, as they passed the little cat and the earth dog, Simon paused momentarily. You all should join us too. Once everyone boarded, Simon waved his hand dramatically, setting sail. With the anchor raised and the sails unfurled, the group navigated along the newly confirmed course towards Jinri Island. After 2 days at sea, they arrived at Jinri Island. As Mr. Haohua disembarked, Simon posed a question. "May I submit an article?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Haohua did not pause his steps. Every act of justice shall be proclaimed across the world. With fervor, Mr. Haohua walked into the only newspaper office in the South China Sea, owned by Yu Qian. Although Mr. Haohua did not directly respond to Simon, the latter had gleaned from Mr. Haohua's words the answer he sought. Acts of justice? The bounty hunting is undeniably an act of justice, is it not? Elated with the success of this phase of his plan, Simon returned to the cabin to share his excitement with Xiao Luo and Wolf. 2 days later, having restocked supplies, Simon stood at the bow once more, destination Lute Archipelago. Setting sail, the suspended vessel departed from what would become one of the most renowned islands in the South China Sea. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, in the waters near the Lute Archipelago, 2 pirate ships lingered on a small island named Ju. Has that scoundrel Baby not arrived yet? What is taking him so long? Having waited for an hour, Mauser called out impatiently. Relax and wait, Mauser. After all, he did steal something from the heavens. It's only natural to be cautious. Behemoth the Flame, having overheard Mauser's complaints, sought to calm his nerves. Humph, Flame, why did you summon the 2 of us here? Upon hearing Flame's words, Mauser fell silent, well aware of the formidable nature of the woman before him. Even as an empowered individual, he lacked the confidence to defeat her. It would be best to wait until everyone has arrived. Just as the 2 continued their discussion, a warship approached across the sea, yet neither felt alarmed, for they knew the last person was arriving. Hey, is it truly safe for so many high-bounty pirates to gather here? As the warship docked, Baby, clad in naval attire, stood at the bow with a somewhat lewd demeanor. Baby, you're late. Do you know that my heart is ablaze with fury? At last, Mauser found an outlet for his pent-up anger. Assuming the imposing presence of a 300 million bounty pirate, M.Y. Dear, there is still more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling. My apologies then. Baby's disdainful tone completely infuriated Mauser. What did you say? With a furious roar, Mauser's hair bristled as he launched an attack towards Baby. Superhuman. Hair fruit. I am well aware of your abilities. Mauser, unfazed, Baby gestured with his hand, creating a barrier. Instantly, a greenish glass-like shield enveloped Baby, rendering Mauser's attacks utterly ineffective against his defenses. Superhuman. Barrier fruit on the sidelines. The blazing fire, observing Baby's remarkable ability, recalled a certain record. How could this most formidable fruit of defense have been consumed by him? This could prove troublesome. To the 2, she implored, "Could you do me the courtesy of halting your actions?" Her voice, gentle yet laced with a hint of allure, possessed a sweetness that left the 2 gentlemen utterly defenseless. They ceased their abilities, and at that moment, the ice flame, poised to strike, lowered its weapon, while the venomous flame, cleaning its sniper rifle, released the trigger. Meanwhile, the curious puff pastry, having split open yet another new fruit, savored a bite, its eyes squinting in bliss. Stopping their actions, Baby and Mauser also noticed the puff pastry behind the blaze, causing a twitch at the corner of their eyes, though neither uttered a word. Blaze, might you now reveal the purpose of summoning us? Mauser inquired again as he stepped forward. The blaze, gazing at Baby and Mauser, slowly articulated her intention. A pirate alliance. If we were to form an alliance, would it not be feasible to directly venture into the new world and challenge that position? Upon finishing, the blaze silently regarded the 2. You intend to confront those 4 individuals? Merely relying on the few of us? Surely you jest. Baby, arms crossed, let her astonishment show, enough to startle a bull. Observing Baby's shock, the blaze offered a faint smile. Fear not, for I am well prepared. Would I dare to utter such words without confidence? Hearing this, Mauser relaxed slightly. Then, Blaze, reveal your methods. Otherwise, convincing us will not be so simple. As if to reassure himself, Mauser anticipated the Blaze's backup plan. Baby, having halted her half-turned body, understood that without presenting something substantial, persuading these 2 would be impossible. The Blaze began to unveil her secret weapon. Do you know why the Yu Qian family has offered such a hefty bounty for our capture? This inquiry piqued the curiosity of both. The reason is that within the merchant fleet established by Mr. Hao Hao lies their secret weapon, mechanical armor. However, merely listening to the blaze, the two found themselves perplexed. Mechanical armor? What on earth is that? May I have the pleasure of witnessing it? Baby squinted her eyes, tentatively asking this question. Indeed. Blaze, what exactly is this mechanical armor? Mauser also wished to see what could prompt such a drastic change in this cautious woman. Since you are so curious, allow me to show you. With a clap of her hands, the Blaze summoned her subordinates to present this formidable weapon. Responding to her signal, the Red Lips pirate crew revealed several mechanical humanoid constructs aboard their ship. In a short span of time, all three captains were surrounded by this mechanical armor. This is the ultimate weapon researched by the Yu Qian family. What say you? Care to test its might? Witnessing the Blaze's confidence, the impetuous Mauser couldn't resist the urge to challenge it, activating his Momo fruit abilities to gauge the armor's strength. Yet, as Mauser's fur approached the armor, it was instantly activated, its eyes firing lasers while drawing two blades from its back. With a whirlwind of invincibility, it swiftly closed in on Mauser. What? Caught off guard, Mauser found himself subdued on the ground within a minute by just a single suit of armor. This is exceedingly powerful. Baby's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. So, do you still believe I lack the qualifications to challenge that position? Hearing the Blaze's question, Baby snapped back to reality, gazing at the dormant mechanical armor beside the Blaze. Qualified? Absolutely qualified. As if seeing the hope of defeating Whitebeard, Baby's attitude shifted dramatically, eagerly affirming, Blaze, how many of these mechanical armors do you possess? Released from her captivity, Mauser was curious about the quantity of this weapon. How many do you have? How many can you provide? The Blaze offered a mysterious smile, uttering words that would astonish them for a century. With such powerful weaponry, forming an alliance will proceed remarkably smoothly. After partaking in a toast to their alliance, the Blaze declared their first target, Root Island at D. Oh, you know why I chose this as our gathering point. Baby and Mauser, of course, were unaware. There's some deeper significance. It seems rather ordinary here. Facing these two oblivious individuals, the Blaze revealed the island's secret. Root Island is governed by 4 families in rotation, and I hail from here. One day, within the palace, I uncovered a tremendous secret. This secret is... After a moment of cryptic conversation, Baby and Mauser were left astounded, realizing that this mechanical armor could indeed be further enhanced. Faced with such advantageous news, they readily agreed to the Blaze's plan to assault Root Island. Following the establishment of their pact, everyone began to depart, rallying all available forces. Once Baby and Mauser left the island, the Blaze could no longer contain her joy, erupting into laughter that echoed like a frenzied dance of demons. Meanwhile, at sea, Simon encountered a dire situation en route to Root Island. Simon, what should we do? They are still fighting. Little Luo, stationed at the lookout, reported the chaotic battle unfolding ahead. With a serious expression, Simon approached the bow, surveying the tumult of dozens of pirate crews clashing. He took a deep breath. There are too many of them. If I intervene, we risk capsizing, concerned that their vessel might be sunk. Simon refrained from action at that moment, patiently waiting for the right opportunity. After calming little Luo and instructing her to keep observing, Simon drew forth a long and used small knife. I may only have one chance to strike. If discovered, we could be targeted and overwhelmed in an instant, leading to certain defeat. I must incapacitate them all with a single blow. Simon secured the small dagger at his waist. Attuning himself to the rhythmic pulse of the air, his gaze meticulously analyzing the probability of success. Ahead, pirate crews relentlessly unleashed cannon fire, a cacophony of explosions filling the sky. Yet according to Xiao Luo's observations, not a single pirate ship had been destroyed thus far. Simon's vessel, dubbed the Hanging Ship, occupied an exceptionally advantageous position, nestled between 2 towering rocks. Remaining still, it would go unnoticed. The sound of cannonades failed to disrupt Simon's concentration. His spirit, dominance, and breath seemed to coalesce into a singular line. Suddenly, Simon perceived something extraordinary. This miraculous sensation was unmistakable. He drew his dagger, lifting it from his left foot to his right shoulder. The motion was deliberate, Almost languid, yet before him, a slash materialized slowly, as if the surrounding air were drawn toward this burgeoning rift in space. At last, as Simon directed the blade forward, the slash took form, yet the dagger shattered in the process. The immense cut absorbed the surrounding air, expanding ever larger, until, in a sudden acceleration, it vanished from the ocean's surface as if teleporting. In that moment, silence enveloped the air. The cannon fire ceased, and the clashing of blades was no more. However, mere seconds later, dozens of pirate crews ahead transformed into mere stardust, their forms completely obliterated. The vacuum left behind was quickly replenished, and the sea returned to its mundane appearance. Looking back at Simon, he remained rooted, maintaining the stance of drawing his sword, motionless, embodying the essence of sword, intent, and spirit. What was that peculiar sensation just now? Could it be observation hockey? The exceptional state he had just experienced made it impossible for Simon not to speculate. No, it couldn't be. Observation hockey alone couldn't have granted such formidable strength to my slash. Soon, Simon dismissed that notion. After all, the potency of this slash was utterly unexpected. Initially, he believed that sinking those pirate ships would be a commendable feat. Yet he had not anticipated erasing their very existence in a single blow. Was there some other change within my body that I have yet to discover? While Simon pondered, Xiao Luo approached, bounding with excitement, and leapt onto his back, exclaiming, "Simon, what was that slash?" It was incredible. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, betraying her excitement. The sudden impact interrupted Simon's thoughts. With a deep sigh, he replied, "Xiao Luo, please get down. We need to talk in the cabin shortly. We're still trapped here." Indeed, that slash had been extraordinarily powerful, yet it had also brought dire consequences. Now, Simon's hanging ship was ensnared atop this rocky outcrop. Upon hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo reluctantly descended beside him, inadvertently stepping on the remnants of the shattered dagger. Crack! The crisp sound instantly drew Simon's attention. Turning to look at the debris beneath Xiao Luo's feet, he recognized the scattered pieces as remnants of his beloved dagger. Extending his right hand to examine the remains, he found only the hilt left intact. "My beloved dagger, how did you end up like this?" Realizing that the heap of fragments was indeed his cherished small dagger, Simon collapsed to his knees at Xiao Luo's feet. "Hey, Simon, what are you doing?" Taken aback by Simon's sudden display of reverence, Xiao Luo leapt aside. Her movement caused what remained of the blade to disintegrate into even smaller shards. Mirroring the shattering of Simon's heart, in an instant, his eyes glazed over, devoid of focus. Simon, please don't scare me." Observing Simon's lifeless demeanor, Xiao Luo panicked, resorting to pinching his cheeks and administering artificial respiration. After a considerable struggle, Simon's eyes finally regained their focus. "What just happened to me?" So sweet. Having lost a fragment of his memory as a protective mechanism, Simon instinctively licked his lips, savoring the soft, sweet sensation that enveloped him. Suck, bite, savor. With his vision still somewhat blurred, Simon failed to discern what lay before him. The sudden sound jolted Simon's mind awake. Blinking rapidly, he was startled to find Xiao Luo before him. Realizing what was in his mouth, Simon licked one last time. "Xiao Luo, what on earth are you doing?" Rising to his feet, Simon addressed Xiao Luo. The spray of water from the ship soared to a height of 10 meters. Once the vessel steadied, the two returned aboard, attentively observing the changes in the sky. Simon promptly furled the sails and, grasping Wolf's hand, made his way back to the helm. Soon, a tempest descended upon them. However, for the prepared Simon, this storm posed no significant threat. After the storm passed, Simon relinquished the helm and fixed his gaze intently upon Wolf. After a prolonged silence, he exclaimed, "Wolf, it seemed as though you just flew." "Indeed. How did you manage that?" Wolf's reaction illuminated for Simon that it must be the result of her fruit's ability. Was the mythical beast lineage truly so unreasonable? Simon conceded that he felt a twinge of jealousy. "Wolf, starting tomorrow, you shall train with me in combat. With such favorable conditions, it would be a pity not to train diligently." Faced with dozens of nameless pirate crews, Simon had experienced a sense of impotence. Witnessing Wolf's immense potential, He envisioned the possibility of nurturing her into a formidable being of royal caliber. The days that followed were uneventful, until one day, while Simon was training Wolf on the ship, little Luo burst in unexpectedly. "Simon, where are we now?" Upon hearing Luo's inquiry, Simon set down the training stick and concluded Wolf's session. However, as soon as he paused, Wolf rolled her eyes and collapsed. "Simon! Wolf, Wolf, she!" Little Luo, encountering this scene for the first time, cried out in panic. Distracted by Luo's shout, Simon turned to check on Wolf, then swiftly lifted her into his arms. "Luo, go wait on the deck. I will join you shortly." With that, he carried Wolf out of the training room. "Is she really all right? What exactly is your training about?" With mixed emotions, little Luo made her way to the deck. The sky remained a brilliant blue, and the news bird continued its diligent work. After purchasing a newspaper, Luo's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the cabin. It wasn't long before Simon emerged. "Simon, is Wolf all right?" Upon seeing Simon, Luo rushed over, her expression tinged with anxiety. "She's fine, just exhausted from exertion. She'll recover in no time." Simon smiled and ruffled Luo's hair, reassuring her that it was not a grave issue. Hearing Simon's words, Luo finally relaxed. "Simon, how long will Wolf's training continue? Will it always be at this intensity? Can it be a bit simpler?" Simon fell silent for a moment after Luo's remarks, then replied, "Luo, strength cannot be acquired so easily. Some costs must inevitably be paid." Simon's words carried a weight that rendered Luo speechless. "Luo, is that today's newspaper? Let me see." Perhaps sensing the heaviness of the atmosphere, Simon sought a way to lighten it when he spotted the newspaper in Luo's hand. It was just delivered." Luo raised the newspaper as if she had completely regained her spirits. Yes, that's the one." After taking the newspaper from Luo, Simon led her to the bow of the ship. "Luo, how many days have we been away from that reef?" Without first checking the newspaper, Simon gazed ahead at the vague shadow in the distance and inquired of Luo. "It seems it has been 6 days?" Having missed Simon for an extended period, Luo was uncertain about the passage of time. 6 days. Then we must be in the vicinity of the Ruth Archipelago. Have we already reached near the Ruth Archipelago? Luo's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly caught off guard by their current location. "You see the shadow ahead. That should be within the bounds of the Ruth Archipelago," pointing to the emerging outlines of the islands. Simon explained to Luo, "Wow, really? What kind of islands could they be?" Now entirely captivated by the prospect of landing, Luo's previous discontent vanished. Observing Luo's complete focus on the islands, Simon finally opened the newspaper in his hands. The World Economic Journal. What significant events have occurred this time?" The moment he opened the newspaper, Simon sensed that the report would not be trivial, for it was published by the World Economic News Agency, the foremost newspaper in the world. With a serious expression, Simon's full attention shifted to the paper, "The World's Greatest Swordsman." The shocking headline instantly seized Simon's attention. Beneath the title was an image depicting 2 men clashing swords. One was Shanks, the red-haired emperor of the New World, and the other was Dracul Mihawk, known as the Hawkeye. "Hawkeye, is the dawn of a new era about to unfold?" As he read the report, Simon began calculating how much time remained before the Marineford War. After meticulous consideration, he concluded that he had only 4 years to develop his strength if he failed to become formidable within that time frame. He would lack the qualifications to participate in that battle. The title of the world's greatest swordsman is indeed an impressive accolade. It's making me feel rather stirred. Damn it, having already surmised the report's content from the headline and image. Simon chose not to continue reading the newspaper. It wasn't that he was unwilling. Rather, the Ruth Archipelago had arrived. "Hey Simon, shall we disembark? It's so beautiful here." After dropping anchor, little Luo eagerly urged Simon to go ashore. "No, Wolf is still resting in the lounge. Are we to leave her all alone here?" Simon firmly rejected Luo's request, seemingly taken aback by her insensitivity. I must have gotten a bit too excited. How could I forget about Wolf? That's absolutely impossible." Little Luo tapped her head, stuck out her tongue, and winked playfully. "Oh, how could I not believe that? I won't bother with you anymore. I'm going to find Wolf." Perhaps feeling a bit shy, little Luo dashed off to the lounge after her remark. Watching her antics, Simon allowed a fond smile to grace his face. Now, with only Simon left on the deck and unable to disembark. He once again pulled out the newspaper. As he read about the battle between Shanks and Mihawk, Simon felt a surge of excitement. The descriptions of cataclysmic storms, landslides, and tsunamis unfolded before him, each scene beyond imagination. Yet, the sole disappointment was that the article did not reveal the victor of the clash, only stating that Hawkeye had earned the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Could it be that the battle was so fierce that all the observers were swept away? Regarding this rather lackluster report, one must acknowledge that Simon has discerned the truth. There is little else of significance to concern oneself with. Setting aside the newspaper, Simon rose to his feet, intending to check on Wolf. Given her physical constitution, she should have awakened by now. The regenerative capabilities of the mythical Zoan Devil fruit are truly remarkable. Despite my considerable efforts, how does she maintain such vitality? Reflecting on the past few days, every time I rendered Wolf unconscious, she would invariably recover fully within a mere hour. Simon, filled with a multitude of sentiments, pushed open the door to the lounge and, indeed, found that Wolf had already regained consciousness. Xiao Luo, assist Wolf in changing her attire. We are preparing to head to the island. After examining Wolf's condition, Simon departed from the room. Half an hour later, Simon and his companions strolled along the streets of Black Wind Island, continuously observing the surrounding architecture. Simon, did you know? The Lut Islands are actually comprised of 46 islands. During their walk, Xiao Luo suddenly began discussing this fact. 46 islands. Are there really that many here? How did you come to know this? Simon was genuinely astonished to learn that the seemingly endless Lut Islands consisted of 46 islands. Simon, there are indeed things you are unaware of. Observing Simon's shocked expression, Xiao Luo was filled with delight. Oh, come on, Xiao Luo. How did you find out about this? Simon pressed, having never previously heard her mention having left the kingdom of Lianian. Noticing that Xiao Luo was merely enjoying herself without divulging further details, Simon grew a bit anxious. Of course, I heard it from someone. The adventurer Pudding has traveled to all the islands in the South Sea. Her tales could fill an entire year. Xiao Luo, having not yet seen Pudding's bounty notice, held her in high regard. Seeing Xiao Luo so elated, Simon chose not to mention Pudding's current bounty. The information about the Lut Islands was acquired by Pudding from the Red Lip Pirates. Right? Understanding this, Simon refrained from interrupting Xiao Luo's enthusiasm. So, Xiao Luo, do you know about the 5 main islands here? 5 main islands? Xiao Luo, taken aback by Simon's mention of this, responded, What 5 main islands? Simon, you can't be joking with me. Why have I never heard of this before? Observing that Xiao Luo was unaware of this matter, Simon's eyes narrowed slightly, and he straightened his posture. Oh dear, you don't even know about the 5 main islands? It appears you haven't been paying attention to Pudding's stories. This is a fascinating tidbit that anyone who has visited this island would rave about. Simon's stature began to grow, while Xiao Luo felt increasingly sheepish. Even averting her gaze from him, I just don't know. So what? Who said one must know these things to come here? However, as Simon's attitude grew more arrogant, Xiao Luo could no longer tolerate it and suddenly adopted a firmer demeanor. Xiao Luo's unexpected assertiveness startled Simon, causing his boastful mood to dissipate. I was just joking. Xiao Luo, don't let it affect your mood. Realizing his mistake, Simon repeatedly apologized. Really? Truly? Then you must buy this for me. Simon, momentarily taken aback as he gazed at what Xiao Luo was pointing to, quickly regained his composure upon noticing her puffed cheeks. Buy it. Boss, I'll take everything here. With a grand gesture, this was an opportune moment for Simon to display his masculinity. 500,000 berries. Thank you, boss. David. Upon hearing the boss's words, Simon stumbled slightly, his eyes wide with disbelief. 500,000 berries. The boss, maintaining a remarkably pleasant demeanor, reiterated gently. Why you this? I'm not 500th, boss. I was just joking earlier. Make it 5. The financial strain caused Simon to shed his previous bravado, quickly extending 5 fingers to emphasize 0.5. Are you certain? Suddenly faced with a significant loss of orders, the boss's voice sharpened. 550? Simon nodded. At this moment, both parties reached a mutually satisfactory agreement. Boss, how much for these 50? Watching the boss begin preparations, Simon, still concerned about his wallet, inquired anxiously. "500. The boss, having never encountered such a dull individual, impatiently revealed the price. Upon learning the cost, Simon sighed in relief. This is acceptable. This is acceptable. However, turning around, Simon encountered Xiao Luo's disapproving gaze. "Simon, you're so pathetic. How could you manage something like this?" Xiao Luo's words pierced Simon's heart like arrows. Ah, what a delightful sound. The boss's voice instantly rescued Simon from the depths of despair. "Thank you so much. Is this 50? Gazing at the sizable pile before him, Simon genuinely did not expect 50 to amount to so much. You don't plan on paying, do you?" Observing Simon's dazed expression, the boss silently rolled up his sleeves. "The story isn't over yet. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content." My apologies, boss. Here has 500 berries. Here you go." Having unexpectedly been misunderstood, Simon hurriedly handed the 500 berries to the boss. Accepting the money, the boss nodded in satisfaction to this moment, having completed the transaction. Simon gazed perplexedly at the towering stack. How on earth did the boss manage to create this? How could he possibly carry so much? While Simon was lost in thought, the boss, noticing he had not yet taken his purchase, kindly placed the receipt in Simon's hand. Glancing at the receipt in his hand, then back at the boss, Simon found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Simon, let us go." At that moment, Xiao Luo suddenly snatched one from Simon's pile and proceeded forward without looking back. "What is going on?" "No. Xiao Luo, slow down. I can't keep up." As Simon attempted to catch up with Xiao Luo, he quickened his pace, only to find the precariousness of the items in his hands threatening to topple. Alarmed, he immediately slowed down. Seeing that Xiao Luo had already walked quite a distance, he called out loudly for her to slow down. Hearing Simon shout, Xiao Luo turned around in confusion. Simon, you look like a turtle." From Xiao Luo's perspective, Simon's slow gait and cautious movements strikingly resembled a pet he had once encountered. But as he listened to Xiao Luo's teasing laughter, Simon instantly lost the desire to depart. Opening his mouth in silence to inhale deeply, closing his eyes, pursing his lips, and exhaling, a trace of resigned amusement appeared at the corners of Simon's mouth. "Xiao Luo, please stop laughing over there and come help me." Hey, I'm coming." Fortunately, Xiao Luo did not keep Simon waiting long. Swiftly approaching his side to take away several sticks and then distributing some to Wolf and T last, they began to move forward. "Simon, isn't this place governed by only 4 families? Why are there 5 main islands?" During their journey, Xiao Luo recalled something Simon had mentioned and, in a state of confusion, inquired further that, "Well, this is related to the governance of this nation. The islands of the Lutetia archipelago belong to the elemental nation, ruled jointly by the 4 great families, you know?" So sweet. Upon tasting a bite, Simon was instantly rejuvenated. "Oh, I see. The governance of the elemental nation is rotated among the 4 families. However, it wouldn't be appropriate for the ruling family to govern from any of their own islands. So they chose a larger island as their seat of power. Ultimately, to elevate the status of their respective islands, they collectively referred to their islands and the ruling island as the 5 main islands." After finishing his explanation, Simon took another bite. And then, noticing that Simon had stopped elaborating, Xiao Luo continued to inquire, puzzled. And then Simon found Xiao Luo's confusion perplexing, believing he had been quite clear. No. Simon, is that it for the 5 main islands? What is interesting about that? Isn't it just a matter of status?" Xiao Luo, now a loss for words, felt frustrated for having invested so much emotion, only to discover that it was such a mundane matter. Isn't it intriguing to forcibly elevate the status of an island? Simon's statement left Xiao Luo momentarily speechless. Simon, do you misunderstand what is considered interesting?" With his scalp tingling from surprise, Xiao Luo found even eating had lost its flavor. "Why say that? What is strange about it?" I understand. Xiao Luo, you must not realize how vast the differences among those islands are." Transforming into a knowledgeable sage, Simon patted Xiao Luo's shoulder. Xiao Luo was genuinely at a loss for words, feeling utterly defeated by Simon's arguments. Right. At this point, to argue further with Simon would be a sign of disrespect. Xiao Luo decided that whatever Simon said was correct. Seeing that Xiao Luo still seemed skeptical, Simon resolved to demonstrate the vast differences among the 5 islands. Since you don't believe me, let us go take a look. All the islands here are connected by bridges. Observing Simon's confidence, Xiao Luo felt a flicker of uncertainty within him. Following Simon, the trio advanced toward the elemental nation's ruling island. Given the small size of the islands, they arrived at the ruling island quite swiftly. Upon seeing the ruling island, Xiao Luo was yet to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Is this the ruling island? It looks like a wasteland. The ruling island, with only a single crude house, genuinely astonished Xiao Luo. How can the highest authority of a nation be so humble? This is just the beginning. You haven't seen the islands of the 4 great families yet. Simon reveled in Xiao Luo's astonishment and promptly led him to explore the islands of the 4 families. Why is it so simple here? You know, Simon, as they departed the ruling island, Xiao Luo's mind was plagued with questions. Unable to fathom the reason behind its simplicity, in desperation, he turned to Simon for answers that, of course, it's because the 4 families are not harmonious. Did you know that although they are 4 families, they have 9 smaller alliances? Wait a moment. Because the Bahamut family and the Tiam family fell out, there are now 7 alliances. Xiao Luo was left in shock. For a century, 7 alliances. What a strange phenomenon. With Xiao Luo's limited intelligence, he could not comprehend the nature of these 7 alliances. Soon, the trio arrived at the island of the Bright family. From a distance, they could see its vibrant atmosphere. But upon entering, they realized their previous knowledge was woefully inadequate. Everywhere they looked, there were refreshing women and an array of outdoor stalls, giving off a distinctly sinful vibe. Simon, don't look. Let us move on to the next place. Simon's behavior made Xiao Luo feel envious, and he lost interest even in the renowned entertainment venues around them. This chapter isn't finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading. Hey, why, Xiao Luo? I haven't even told you about the history of the Bright family. With his gaze still lingering on the street, Simon was abruptly pulled away by Xiao Luo. Once the street was out of sight, Simon lamented, what history could that family possibly have? It doesn't matter if you don't know, but Simon could not allow his narrative to be incomplete. No, Xiao Luo, even though we are no longer on the island of the Bright family. I'm gonna share their history. Oh, then go ahead. Xiao Luo's remark momentarily left Simon speechless. After a brief pause, he dejectedly began recounting the history of the Bright family. However, Xiao Luo was not paying much attention, only catching snippets about gangs, slaves, human trafficking, loans, and fraud. This family is truly despicable. How have they not been destroyed by humanitarian efforts? The more he listened, the higher Xiao Luo's blood pressure rose, and he could hardly suppress his growing rage. At that moment, the trio arrived at the island of the Rumit family. This place stood in stark contrast to the Bright family's island, with children playing everywhere and whimsical graffiti adorning the walls. Just at the entrance of the island, Xiao Luo felt a healing atmosphere enveloping him. Simon, what does the Rumit family do? The cheerful ambience sparked Xiao Luo's curiosity about the Rumit family. His ears perked up. Xiao Luo's question instantly revitalized Simon. What a splendid question. What does their family do? Given the peaceful nature of this island, they are undoubtedly a family of naval officers. Let me let you in on a secret. Nearly every member of the Rumit family enters the Navy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Luo felt a deep respect for the family. The Navy? No wonder the residents here are so happy. But Simon, why is only this island like this? After just a moment of joy, Xiao Luo recalled the dismal state of the many islands they had passed and immediately grew skeptical. Simon cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. That is because everyone here belongs to the Rumit family. In an instant, Xiao Luo could no longer perceive the warm ambience of the place. Were the 4 prominent families truly unwilling to allow outsiders to reside on their 4 islands? She was taken aback by the circumstances surrounding these islands, and her fondness for this country had significantly waned. However, that sentiment was not entirely accurate. At least the Bright family permitted others to dwell there. Bright? Who would wish to live on the island belonging to that family? Simon's explanations were as good as none. Did she intend to visit the island? Xiao Luo decided against it. There was nothing intriguing left here. Shaking her head, she lost interest in this ostensible family. To traversed the main island thrice without entering. Xiao Luo was indeed familiar with the illusion. Simon wondered if the remaining two families were similarly unwelcoming. Based on what I comprehend, it seems to be quite similar. Now aware of the current situation, Xiao Luo was disinclined to further investigate these main islands. Sigh. Before arriving here, I never imagined this country would be like this. Observing Xiao Luo's sorrowful demeanor, Simon experienced a twinge of guilt. Should I have refrained from discussing this matter? Just as Simon was consumed by self-reproach, a smile suddenly graced Xiao Luo's face. Hey, Simon, let us venture to the 38th island. Delving into these peculiar families is merely a waste of time. Why are we even here? Xiao Luo's swift change in mood surprised Simon, who once again witnessed one of Xiao Luo's remarkable talents. The 38th island? What could possibly be entertaining there? Having only known about the 5 principal islands, Simon felt curious about Xiao Luo's suggestion to visit the 38th island. Oh, come on, Simon. You don't know this yet. After being a noble for so long, what have you been doing? Simon, at a loss for words and face-palming at Xiao Luo's antics, sighed in disbelief. Yes, I am indeed ignorant. So, what does the 38th island hold? Admitting his lack of knowledge was one of Simon's virtues that I would be dull to simply tell you. We shall find out when we arrive. Xiao Luo was playing coy, which only piqued Simon's curiosity about what the island had to offer. Meanwhile, as Simon and Xiao Luo joyfully explored the Lute archipelago, multiple warships emerged upon the surrounding waters. Leading the fleet from the south was the Chest Hair pirate crew, with a bounty of 300 million berries, followed closely by several pirate crews with total bounties reaching into the tens of millions. Flame, can we commence the assault? I can barely contain myself here. Right, lads? Moser, speaking to the waiting pirates, stirred their enthusiasm. Just a moment, baby hasn't arrived yet. Of course, if you can't wait, feel free to charge ahead. Upon receiving Moser's call, the Flame crew on Unity Island began preparing to set sail. Let us skip that. I am not particularly interested in this country. Hearing Flame suggest he go ahead, Moser chuckled and dismissed the idea. Captain Flame, a call from baby. At that moment on Unity Island, the Red Lip pirate crew had already boarded their ship. A crew member handed a din-din mushi to Flame. Moshi, baby, Flame, I have arrived. Where are you all? Listening to baby's inquiring tone, Flame calmly brought the two din-din mushi together. Ladies and gentlemen, since everyone is ready, allow me to outline the battle plan. Moser, your attack will commence from the southern Ihao Island, proceeding directly to Lut Island. Then utilize the crystal I provided to open the underground passage. Understood? That is simple enough. I am capable of handling that. Excellent. Now, baby, you are to completely obliterate the Bright family from the northeast. No issues, I presume. I shall show no mercy to such an evil family. Baby, having a naval background, despite being a wanted criminal, retained a sense of justice within. If there are no objections, then let our path to dominance commence from here. I can hardly wait. I shall charge ahead. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After receiving the news that the plan was underway, Moser ceased to pacify the pirates behind him. Lads, our target is the Source Nation. Let loose and enjoy yourselves. As soon as Moser's words left his lips, the pirates surged forward like unleashed wild dogs, heading straight for the Lute archipelago to the northeast. According to the plan, today they would eradicate all evil present. This should absolve me of the mistakes I've made. Right? Dressed casually, Baby spoke with a complex tone to several figures clad in white robes beside him. Fear not. If we successfully bring the Source Nation under the banner of the world government, I believe your actions will be forgiven. One of the individuals with a cat-like face reassured Baby. Merely forgiven? Hearing the cat-faced figure's words, Baby felt as though he had committed a grave error. On Unity Island, the external members of the Red Lip pirate crew had begun to disperse towards other islands. Yet the pirate ship was carrying the higher-ups further away from the Lute archipelago, eager to obtain it, the legendary ultimate weapon, Quantum Source. On board the ship, Flame was filled with excitement. Captain, since that weapon is not located within the Lute archipelago, why are we attacking here? Puff, just back on board, mumbled through a peach she was eating. Eh, why, you ask? Puff's question elicited laughter from Bahamut's three sisters. Is it truly that amusing? Puff was perplexed, her forehead adorned with sweat. My apologies that I was reminded of something delightful. Since you brought it up, let me enlighten you. The ultimate weapon we seek is indeed connected to the Loot Archipelago, that if we do not incite chaos on the islands, we may be thwarted by the four prominent families from afar. Understanding the situation, Puff chose not to dwell further on the matter, for her presence within this crew was solely due to the kindness shown to her by everyone. Weapons and dominance were of no interest to her at this moment. Simon had accompanied Xiao Luo to the 38th island, which greeted them with an array of charming little toys. Xiao Luo, quite impressive. You have a wonderful sense of childlike wonder. Although Simon praised her at first glance, Xiao Luo ignored him and strode straight into the island's depths. What is wrong with Xiao Luo? Puzzled, Simon watched her retreating figure. Struggling to comprehend, I like it. Just as Simon was in turmoil, Wolf suddenly spoke up. Wolf? Simon was taken aback by Wolf's unexpected interjection. Just as he intended to engage Wolf further, distant cannon fire erupted from multiple directions. What is happening? Interrupted by the sounds of cannon fire, Simon cast a vigilant gaze into the distance, yet saw nothing amiss. Sensing that the situation was rather peculiar, he promptly rushed to stand before Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, from this moment forth, do not stray from my side. These cannon blasts are rather unusual. After halting Xiao Luo, who was intent on pressing forward, Simon quickly urged her, But Simon, you might be overreacting. Xiao Luo, slightly disheartened by the interruption, believed that being in such proximity to the epicenter warranted little concern. Better safe than sorry, isn't that right? Besides, we are amidst several pirate crews worth over $1 billion. However, upon hearing Simon's words, Xiao Luo chuckled. Ding, ding, ding. Do you truly believe that? Pirates worth over $1 billion. Do you even know what they look like? Ha! Having long understood their purpose for coming here from Simon's earlier remarks, Xiao Luo paid no heed to his intimidation. Look, that doll is so adorable. A sudden revelation struck Simon as he turned his attention to the doll, feeling a bit awkward. Doll? Isn't that just a cute bear? I stopped playing with such things when I was 6. Observing the doll, Simon pointed out. Xiao Luo fell silent, and Simon did not anticipate that the situation could become even more awkward. Run! Pirates! Ha! Bang! Bang! Just as Simon and Xiao Luo were engulfed in awkwardness, a figure suddenly dashed towards them from afar, pursued by a throng of armed pirates. Upon witnessing this, Simon immediately positioned himself in front of Xiao Luo. How can there be pirates here? This is utterly despicable. Quickly eliminate them, Simon. Peering from behind Simon, Xiao Luo gazed at the approaching crowd of fugitives and the pursuing pirates, her voice laced with indignation. Simon, do these people have bounties? Maintaining his composure as he observed the pirates ahead, Simon's hand instinctively moved towards his waist. Where's my sword? Having forgotten the memory of his broken blade, Simon felt an empty space at his side. As he glanced down, the recollection of his shattered weapon surged back into his mind. Why, sword, shattered. Simon, they have bounties, and some exceed 10 million. After a considerable search, Xiao Luo finally located the bounty posters of those individuals and eagerly relayed the information to Simon. 10 million. It seems fate demands I acquire a new sword. The mention of the bounty caused Simon to cast aside his sorrow over the loss of his small, broken blade. Which of them has a bounty over 10 million? Xiao Luo, his eyes gleaming with excitement, Simon could hardly contain his eagerness to learn the identity of this fortunate individual. It's that one, Simon. The one with the gun and the smirk. Fearing Simon might not comprehend, she quickly reiterated the description. The one with the gun. Smirking? Is it you, kid? After grasping Xiao Luo's description, Simon swiftly flashed to the side of a dapper young man. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Before the young man could finish his boastful statement, Simon's judgment was already made. This was indeed the pirate with a 10 million bounty. With his palm open, he unleashed a powerful strike. The force of his hand collided with the young man's face, merging them together in a stunning display. With hydraulic strength, Simon slammed the man's head back and forth, delivering a crushing blow to the back of his skull. Bang! A resounding crash. Why does Xiao Luo appear as if something dreadful has befallen him? After meticulously inspecting Simon's head, Xiao Luo finally felt a sense of relief and began admonishing Simon to never lose focus during battle, lest he be struck by a bullet or something equally dire. However, upon hearing this, Simon remained ensnared in his confusion, his mind swirling with questions. A gun? Did someone just shoot me? The cacophony of screams from behind, accompanied by the red-haired man's lamentations, rendered Simon incapable of concentrating. Observing the still ferocious wolf, Simon suddenly felt a spark of curiosity. "Hey, Xiao Luo, do you know why Wolf is attacking that red-haired fellow?" Prodding Xiao Luo beside him, Simon awaited her response. "Well, perhaps that red-haired man shot you." "What? That red-haired man shot me." When? Just as Simon was about to inquire further, he recalled the gunshot he had heard moments ago, along with the tingling sensation at the back of his head. Could it have been then? Contemplating this, Simon lowered his gaze and noticed a black sphere at his feet. Picking it up, he discovered it was a lead bullet. My current physical defense, truly so formidable that even a bullet cannot penetrate it. As he touched the back of his head, Simon did not revel in the fact that his defenses were high. Instead, he began to ponder, if I couldn't detect an attack from a mere petty pirate, what would happen if I were struck by a bullet infused with the might of a strong adversary? Am I expected to simply endure it with my body? The more he thought, the more he perceived his weaknesses. Indeed, it seemed imperative to enhance his observation hockey. With a sigh, Simon continued to watch Wolf assault the red-haired man, but his perspective had shifted. "Well done, Wolf." "Yes, that's it. Kick him." As he observed the red-haired man's cries, Simon no longer found them grating like a tea that moment. However, Xiao Luo tugged at him, gesturing animatedly. "Simon, if you allow Wolf to continue, we won't receive any bounty." "No bounty? Why?" Turning to Xiao Luo, Simon struggled to grasp her words. "That red-haired man is worth a 10 million bounty." Seeing the look of confusion on Simon's face, Xiao Luo hastily clarified. "A 10 million bounty? Just him." Gazing at the red-haired man, who was being toyed with by Wolf like a chick, the reverence Simon had for a 10 million bounty pirate shattered into pieces. The overwhelming impact left Simon's mind momentarily blank. Moments later, as he witnessed Wolf preparing to crush the red-haired man, Simon quickly intervened. "Stop, Wolf! We still have use for this person." Barely restraining himself from uttering a critical phrase, Simon was relieved when Wolf halted upon Simon's first command, silently regarding him with a glimmer of something in his eyes. Yet, at that moment, Simon's attention was captivated by the twisted form of the red-haired man, oblivious to the change in Wolf's demeanor. "Xiao Luo, is this truly a 10 million bounty pirate?" "You must be mistaken." Staring at the man, whose blood flowed profusely, suffering from incontinence, with his eyes rolled back and mouth askew, Simon found it impossible to reconcile the figure before him with that of a 10 million bounty pirate. "No mistake. It's him. Look, the bounty notice is right here." After a careful comparison, Xiao Luo asserted confidently, handing the bounty notice to Simon. "Is there really a bounty notice?" Receiving the notice, Simon's expression was one of disbelief. Holding it up to compare with the red-haired man's face, he noted the matching hair, mouth, and even the position of the mole. The more he compared, the more astonished he became, until he ultimately had to concede that this man was indeed the 10 million bounty pirate. Captain Cotton of the Miemian pirate crew. That moment, Simon finally understood the significance of the letters emblazoned on the multicolored hair. Cotton flagship, how could anyone possibly adorn themselves with such a thing? Is this trend currently in vogue? The nonconformist attitude of this pirate crew left Simon utterly perplexed. The cannon fire around them showed no signs of abating. Listening to the continuous wails from the island, Simon resolutely committed to an act that defied his principles. Since they were able to reach this place, and no guard had come to intervene for such a prolonged period, there could only be one explanation: justice, judgment. Witnessing the sins manifesting upon Cotton, Simon pressed forward. Judgment extension, sin imagery. Rather than delivering direct judgment, Simon employed a unique application of his abilities, having mercilessly slain 36 fish to develop this power. Let me see what has transpired on Root Island. The domain of Simon's powers compressed and transformed, ultimately materializing into a rectangular virtual display above Cotton's head. A slender line pierced into Cotton's skull, leaving behind a twitching head of Cotton. Simon, This imagery better not just last 7 seconds. Ha ha! Seeing Simon conjure this spectacle brought back fond memories for Xiao Luo. 7 seconds. What exactly are you implying? This certainly did not appear to be a mere 7 seconds. Anxious, Simon was in a hurry. The 7-second black history was something he wished to forget. Who can say for certain? Hey, Wolf. Leaving the somewhat agitated Simon behind, Xiao Luo nudged Wolf, their actions igniting Simon's competitive spirit. Just wait. This time, you shall witness the glorious moment of the future great judge. With arms crossed, Simon endeavored to prove himself. At this juncture, the virtual window above Cotton's head began to reveal its contents. The image displayed only the red-haired man and a pair of hands. To Simon's astonishment, the footage even had sound, something that had not occurred during prior experiments. Curiosity piqued, Simon refrained from fast-forwarding the unfolding narrative. However, no, Cotton, we're all brothers. Please, no. What is this nonsense? If we're brothers, you must obey. Let me see. The explosive storyline nearly blinded Simon, prompting him to hastily fast-forward the scene, feeling awkward as he glanced at Xiao Luo and Wolf. Hey, why did the scene change? Wasn't it fine just a moment ago? To Simon's surprise, Xiao Luo and Wolf exhibited no reaction to the previous scene. Xiao Luo, aren't you astonished? That imagery was something of that nature, at a loss for words to express his current emotions. Simon could only ask vaguely, isn't it perfectly normal? Gazing into Xiao Luo's clear eyes, Simon fell silent. What on earth does Xiao Luo face daily in the royal palace of the nation of prisoners? Is such a situation truly considered normal? After the inner turmoil subsided, Simon gazed at Xiao Luo, whose expression resembled that of a blank slate, and found it difficult to fathom the workings of Xiao Luo's mind. Resolved not to dwell further on the matter, Simon redirected his focus to the unfolding scene. Consciously filtering out inconsequential distractions, he adjusted the timeline to 7 days prior. Ah, see, here it's just you and me. The closest allies. The newly joined M, Z, and L will be under your purview from now on. Thank you, Brother Mian. Thank you. In the visuals, apart from the sounds, only a few strands of red hair were visible at the bottom of the frame, obscuring everything else. Not deeming this scene to be of significant importance, Simon continued to manipulate the timeline gradually. Suddenly, he spotted Mao Se in one of the frames. Simon paused his actions. As he did so, the scene resumed its normal speed. You must be pure Cotton, right? I happen to have a grand plan, but I'm in need of more hands. Don't be ungrateful. Without delving deeply into their dialogue, Simon accelerated the playback tenfold, quickly grasping the current situation. Mao Se had contacted 18 pirate crews to launch an assault on the Lutu Islands. Did he possess such audacity? Even though he had gleaned this information from pure Cotton's mind, Simon found it hard to believe. Xiao Luo, what do you think? Simon, feeling that the situation was somewhat absurd, saw Xiao Luo's perspective that I think it sounds good. Mao Se should eliminate a few of the families here. A mere bystander, Xiao Luo held a negative view of both parties, wishing for their mutual destruction. To Simon's surprise, the usually insightful Xiao Luo, who often provided brilliant suggestions at critical moments, was merely an observer this time, offering no opinions at all. Sigh. Overthinking can be a burden as well. Shaking his head, Simon prepared to abandon his thoughts, realizing that Mao Se was indeed one of the targets of this endeavor. Encountering him now had actually saved Simon some effort in his search. Xiao Luo has left. It's time for us to get to work. He severed pure Cotton's head and placed it into a bag he had found nearby, eager to bring to fruition the scene that played out in his mind. Work? Do we have work to do? A question mark appeared above his head as Xiao Luo approached Simon, tugging at his shirt. Simon, what work are you referring to? Xiao Luo, you don't know. Simon was taken aback by Xiao Luo's puzzled expression, but, upon reflection, suddenly realized he had never actually explained it to her. Recognizing this oversight, he slowed his movements and clarified, Xiao Luo, capturing pirates is our job. Didn't I mention that I aspire to be the most renowned bounty hunter in the world? Oh, so that is how it is. Xiao Luo quickly comprehended the situation and took out her camera bug to prepare. Meanwhile, Simon inserted the head into the bag and rose, heading toward the direction of the loudest cannon fire. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. On the 13 Islands, Mao Se encountered the most formidable of obstacles. Damn it, the dead demon. How can you be so strong? Stretching out his hair to narrowly block the densely haired leg, Mao Se silently cursed. It was not wise to look around during battle. Ballet fist technique, demon sprint. Missing his strike, Feng Ku charged forward, leaving Mao Se no chance to catch his breath. Thanks to his defensive abilities, Mao Se narrowly evaded the blow. However, being relentlessly pressured, the fury within him became uncontrollable. He began to unleash his powers to the fullest extent. Mao Mao, brutal growth, his black hair under his command, reached sonic speed, and Feng Ku, who had just landed and was yet to fully regain his strength, was instantly ensnared. Ha! Crazy! Why have you stopped being wild? Witnessing Feng Ku thoroughly bound, Mao Se's spirits soared. With a crack, his thick black whip lashed repeatedly across Feng Ku's face and body at that moment. A sudden gust of sword energy flashed past, and in Mao Se's astonished gaze, his hair, which had been summoned by his power, was severed in an instant. Not good. In the 3 seconds that Mao Se was momentarily stunned, Feng Ku had already freed himself from the entanglement of Mao Se's hair. As Mao Se intensified his power output, he failed to capture Feng Ku once more. Feng Ku dashed toward the swordsman who had just appeared. Who is this little brat daring to ruin my plans? Eyeing the 2 figures ahead with trepidation, Mao Se remained cautious, surrounded by his hair, refraining from making any rash moves. At that moment, the young swordsman removed the mask from his face. Mao Se, do you remember this face? Looking at the youthful, tender visage, pure and unblemished with a hint of rosy hue, Mao Se's eyes widened in disbelief. It's you. How are you still alive? Mao Se recognized her. She was one of those who had pursued him with her fleet. Due to her youthful appearance and novice swordsmanship, Mao Se had a vivid memory of her. Of course. I've returned from the depths of hell to eliminate you, villain. The swordsman gritted her teeth, her pristine white teeth raising concerns about them being broken. Ha ha ha, with you. You've made me laugh my teeth out. The young swordsman's words sent Mao Se into a frenzy, his limbs trembling uncontrollably at that moment. Feng Ku, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly shouted, Demon Fist Technique, 320,000 circle mega spinning kick. With a loud exclamation, he charged at Mao Se. Startled, Mao Se quickly retracted his hair, realizing this action seemed unnecessary. The more Feng Ku spun, the more hair he accumulated. And soon he was once again enveloped. Ha! Dead demon, what are you doing? You're willingly allowing me to bind you. As Feng Ku's spinning speed increased, Mao Se gradually sensed something was amiss. However, it was already too late. The centrifugal force generated by the spinning began to pull Mao Se into the rotation, resembling a colossal top, and he gleefully twirled through the air. Stop! Stop! Please stop! At that moment, Mao Se could only frantically shout in mid-air, fearing to sever his connection to the hair, that if he were flung into the sea, it would spell his doom. Swordsman, cut these hairs. Feeling his strength waning, Feng Ku called out for the swordsman's assistance. I can do it! I can do it! The swordsman repeatedly assured herself, clutching her sword. Yet, recalling the demise of her fleet due to her actions, she found herself unable to strike in this tense moment. Without experiencing the anticipated ease, Feng Ku, despite being unaware of the cause, understood that he could not afford to release Mao Se at this juncture. Therefore, he silently exerted greater force, and with a sudden surge, he conjured powerful winds around them. The spinning object, akin to a top, began to soar into the air under such circumstances. True, spiral ascension. The fierce winds interrupted the swordsman's self-hypnosis. My heavens! Upon witnessing the formidable prowess of Von Cree, the sword fighter's inner trepidation dissipated entirely. With a decisive motion, he launched a soaring slash towards the dark spinning top suspended in the air. However, what transpired with this strike? It appeared to veer off course. Almost as if it had missed its mark entirely, that moment, Von Cree too found himself devoid of strength. The top began to decelerate, its spiraling descent lacking lift, and it astonishingly started to fall. The sword energy that had been unleashed, initially destined to miss, unexpectedly struck a corner of the spiraling object as it descended. That severed fragment shot off towards the northeast with a swish. And amidst the chaos, a faint scream could be heard. Uncertain whether he had struck the swordsman Mauser, Von Cree hastily delivered a few more sword strikes, the energies slicing through the air with a whoosh. Trapped within the tuft, Von Cree was liberated, and with a grateful exclamation, he turned to Baby Chan, thanking her profusely. Now, I shall take it from here. Freed, Von Cree glanced upwards but found no trace of Mauser. After landing, he remained tense for some time, yet the bothersome Mauser never reappeared. In a sudden burst of joy, he began to perform a ballet leap. Dear sword fighter, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Ignoring the antics of the exuberant Von Cree, the sword fighter gazed towards the northeast, pondering, could Mauser be hidden within that mass of dark fur? The opportunity is right before my eyes, yet I hesitate. How cowardly of me! Xiao Xiao. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xiao turned to Von Cree. Sir, could you assist me? I must ensure that villain faces justice. Her sparkling eyes glistened with unshed tears, her tousled hair cascading over her collarbone, and her slightly pursed lips exuded an aura of vulnerability. Oh, what a delightful child has come to me for aid. What should I do? All right, it is decided. A courageous child is never turned away. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's plea, Von Cree twirled in agreement, and together they ventured towards the northeast, where Mauser had fled. On Shurho Island, the artillery pirate crew launched their assault, despite their modest bounty of merely 8 million berries. Their captain was exceedingly wealthy, possessing a stockpile of 800 tons of ammunition. To the helm, Captain Ida Powell of the artillery pirates beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Fire away! Cannons are my true passion." The peculiar sound of his laughter echoed. Quite bizarre indeed. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. At the bridge connecting Shi Island and Shurho Island, Simon and his companions made their appearance. Simon, it seemed like something just flew by in the sky, exclaimed Xiao Luo, who captured a strange black orb soaring through the air with her camera bug. She immediately showed it to Simon. This must be some sort of debris. Simon, unable to discern the contents within the mass, paid it little heed and pressed onward towards the source of the cannon fire. But why does this thing feel so peculiar? Holding the photograph, Xiao Luo felt a sense of unease. Her intuition told her that the black orb was significant. Rather than fixating on those oddities, why not take more photos of me? This pertains to the material I need later. Concerned that Xiao Luo might miss capturing the desired footage, Simon couldn't help but remind her. Got it. Don't worry, Simon. Can't you trust me to do my job? The trio moved swiftly, and before long, they encountered the artillery pirate crew bombarding the island. Xiao Luo, who is that? As a bounty hunter, Simon surprisingly could not recall the wanted poster, relying on Xiao Luo for the answer. Captain Ida Powell of the artillery pirates, with a bounty of 8 million berries. 8 million berries. How can such a ferocious crew have such a low bounty? Upon learning of Ida Powell's bounty, Simon frowned, visibly displeased. However, today was his debut, and the more bountiful pirates he encountered, the better. With such a meager bounty, Simon could only accept it begrudgingly. Xiao Luo, be ready with your camera. I'm going in, stretching his limbs. Simon fixed his gaze intently on the ship ahead. With a surge of energy, he dashed forward at a speed of 10 meters per second. That moment, Ida Powell, still oblivious to Simon's approach, was lost in admiration of the ravaged beauty of Shurho Island, exclaiming, "What a magnificent sight! Cannon fire is art." With arms outstretched, Ida Powell reveled in the scent of gunpowder. Suddenly, Simon seized him by the neck. Art? Ha! I beg to differ. Showing no mercy to this scoundrel, Simon executed a powerful grip, severing the head of the so-called artist. This island has suffered enough. Kindly cease your bombardment. Listening to the unrelenting sounds of cannon fire, Simon, unable to bear witnessing further destruction, emanated an unparalleled aura of dominance. The pirates aboard nearby ships could not withstand Simon's presence, their eyes rolling back as they lost consciousness. In an instant, the area surrounding Shurho Island fell silent. Gazing at the utterly devastated island, a profound sorrow welled up within Simon. Is this the existence of the weak? Must they endure such a fate? Once he believed all pirates were. With mixed emotions, Simon returned to Xiao Luo and the others. "So, Xiao Luo, did you manage to capture my dashing photo?" I posed quite handsomely. Upon returning, Simon immediately shifted to a playful demeanor, entirely masking the complex feelings he had just experienced. "Simon, you moved too quickly." "I only managed to snap this." Xiao Luo glanced at the photo she had just taken. Feeling unsatisfied, she selected a few more flattering shots to hand over to Simon. Too quick? Was I really that fast? Perplexed by his own performance, Simon accepted the photos, only to be taken aback. "What on earth is this? How did you manage to capture such a scene?" Pointing at one particular image resembling a moment from a BL comic. Simon sought an explanation from Xiao Luo. It was a spontaneous shot." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Luo attempted to play it off with a tilt of her head and a wink, hoping to charm her way out of the situation. After a brief, awkward silence, Simon discarded the photo. "Xiao Luo, you did well, but please refrain from taking such pictures in the future." Giving her shoulder a light pat, Simon's thoughts drifted back to the past, casually confiscating Xiao Luo's camera bug. Despite his seemingly profound demeanor, Xiao Luo was visibly upset. Retorting bang. The sound of cannon fire drowned out the voice of Xiao Luo. All we know is that after the cannon fire ceased, Xiao Luo retrieved the photography bug from Simon and departed from the dilapidated island. Meanwhile, Simon continued his pursuit of pirates, guided by the echoes of gunfire, eventually arriving at the island of Urki. This island still harbored some armed forces. Based on Xiao Luo's intelligence, Simon zeroed in on 3 pirate captains with bounties exceeding 1 million with the ferocity of a charging bull and an unparalleled defense. Simon paid no heed to the number of adversaries present, that bare-chested, and under the gaze of nearly 10,000 onlookers, he charged straight towards the 3 pirate captains, seizing them and making his escape. The battlefield fell momentarily silent due to Simon's audacious maneuver. "Brothers, we have the advantage. Quickly ascend." However, the local forces soon regained their composure and launched a counterattack. After returning to Xiao Luo's side and stowing the severed heads of the 3 captains in a bag, Simon resumed his search for bounty targets. Not long after, on the romantic island of Erwu, Simon encountered a coalition formed by 6 pirate crews, all helmed by female captains. After conferring with Xiao Luo, he discovered that these 6 captains had bounties ranging from 10 million to 15 million berries. Their lofty bounties made Simon hesitate. Bounty or judgment? He pondered. Few women become pirates. If I let this opportunity slip away, my methods, the events that transpired when he broke through to the 8th layer of the Arhut golden body, still haunted him. Faced with these carefree tools of fate, Simon found himself torn between the allure of bounty and his own principles. Bounties could always be earned, but some opportunities, once lost, would never return. After meticulous contemplation, Simon reluctantly relinquished the bounty, his eyes clouded with a hint of sorrow. Perhaps he truly did not wish to forego it. Gazing at the 6 female captains who were wreaking havoc upon the island's residents, Simon took action. His steps were resolute, his muscular torso glistening, and due to his striking presence, the 6 captains immediately took notice of him. "Wow, such impressive muscles," one of the captains remarked, swallowing hard and instinctively tightening her thighs. "That if you like it, just take it. Why are you hesitating? What did you say?" "Quiet down, he's coming closer. Why should I listen to you?" As Simon approached, he sensed a conflict brewing among the 6, yet he paid it no mind, steadfastly advancing towards them. "What brings you here, little brother?" The question came from Bai Chi, the captain of the Bai Shui pirate crew, who was also drawing circles with her hand. "Bai Chi, don't frighten him. Come here, little brother." "I'm soft," said Dong Lu, the captain of the Dong Dong pirate crew, who, dissatisfied with Bai Chi's actions, lunged for Simon. "Soft? What good is that? Is it bigger than mine?" The captain of the Fong Fong pirate crew puffed out her chest, pressing against Simon's back while dismissing Dong Lu. "You wretched cow, is being bigger all that matters?" "My way is the cutest," proclaimed AI Luo, captain of the AI pirate crew, striking a cute pose for Simon. "Cute? Only those old men on your ship would find that appealing," retorted Song Kong, captain of the Chow Chow pirate crew, as she hugged Simon's left arm and made a face at AI Luo. "Song Kong, how could you put down AI Luo? Her fans are scattered all over the South Sea. Be careful she doesn't make you disappear," warned Iya, captain of the Yijing pirate crew, as she rubbed against Simon's right hand, producing strange sounds. Simon, however, had never anticipated such an outcome. Feeling the soft, fragrant bodies of the 6 women, his heart raced, and, to his surprise, a certain part of him began to respond. Moreover, he felt a slight dampness at his fingertips, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable to alleviate the discomfort in his right hand. He fidgeted his fingers. Suddenly, a high-pitched cry pierced the air, and Simon found himself overwhelmed. Clenching his fists tightly, he swiftly retaliated, delivering a punch to each of the 6 women's heads, plunging the world into silence. Huff! Huff! Sinful! So sinful! Is this what wildness looks like? Simon stood panting, striving to calm himself. The antics of these 6 had truly left him bewildered. He had not expected them to behave in such a manner. Now, gazing at the with us, it is fierce, maniacal laughter, ostentatious. The execution platform showcases the wild dominance of Mauser, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. However, this imposing image is swiftly shattered. Behind Mauser, the red-lipped pirates, having departed from the Lut Islands, dramatically detonated the floor beneath him as they erupted from the underground. Mauser was caught in a most undignified pose, his backside prominently displayed, appearing exceedingly gloomy. Ha ha! Mauser, what on earth are you doing? Is this a new form of art? Ha ha! Witnessing Mauser in such a state, Leanne could hardly contain her laughter, her stomach aching with mirth. Leanne, shouldn't she be on Bahamut Island? Beside her, Baby, who had been observing Mauser's antics with crossed arms, now lowered them in astonishment, sensing that matters were beginning to spiral out of control. Rising from the ground, Mauser stood, his expression a mix of arrogance, trepidation, and a silent plea, as he exclaimed, Leanne, I'm live streaming. Must you laugh so loudly? Taking stock of the surroundings, Leanne narrowed her eyes and, intrigued by Mauser's intentions, led her crew to a distance. At last, Mauser was poised to commence his performance, declaring, Thank you for your patience. Today, we shall execute these 2. With a flourish of his hand, the scene shifted to the 2 captives bound before him. Xiao Xiao, on Airwu Island, Simon gazed at the somewhat juvenile swordsman, a question erupting in his mind. Could it be her? She is the daughter of the general from the Swordplay Nation. After all, she shouldn't be here. The image was hazy, and Simon could not ascertain the truth. At this moment, Mauser resumed his speech. These are 2 despicable bounty hunters. I, the great pirate Mauser, shall now make this sea aware of the consequences of challenging me. Upon hearing Mauser categorize himself among bounty hunters, Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Were it not for her gag mouth, she would have certainly contested his audacity. Mauser, how brazen! The chapter is not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Simon narrowed his eyes, unable to tolerate Mauser's taunting any longer. He set forth with 8 companions towards Bright Island. The bounty hunters scattered across the other islands of the Lut archipelago silently brandished their weapons. Converging on Bright Island. At this moment, changes were afoot once more on Bright Island. Anticipating an impending battle, Mauser summoned the assembled pirate crews. Yet, only 7 pirate crews, untouched by Simon's interception, gathered at the execution platform. Observing the mere presence of these 7 crews, Mauser was not disheartened, considering them mere cannon fodder. You 2 didn't see this coming, did you? I have allies, after assigning defensive responsibilities to the 7 pirate crews. Mauser approached Xiao Xiao and Fong Kele, mocking them rather than rushing to execute them. Oh, I forgot you cannot speak at the moment. Ha! Casting a glance at Leanne and Baby, Mauser felt as though he were the center of the universe. Relishing this delightful sensation, teased Leanne, don't you find Mauser a bit too arrogant? Puff, standing beside Leanne, voiced her displeasure. Isn't it rather amusing? Oh ho ho ho. Leanne stifled a laugh, watching Mauser as one would observe a monkey. Disappointed at not obtaining what she desired, Puff wandered off to indulge in food. Meanwhile, the bounty hunters converging from various islands finally appeared around Bright Island, the atmosphere charged with tension. In a corner, the aspiring reporter Parker hid behind a wall, exclaiming, a major scoop! A major scoop! The infamous Mauser with a bounty of 300 million. the equally bountiful Leanne, and Baby with a bounty of 500 million. Candy Puff with a bounty of 400 million. All the notorious pirates of the South Sea gathered here. The rewards for reporting this will surely be substantial. Stealthily snapping photos, Parker anticipated the explosive reception his report would garner. The 7 pirate crews lined up before the simple execution platform, quietly observing the advancing bounty hunters. The battle commenced as the relentless tide of bounty hunters clashed with the pirates. Mauser has truly undertaken something remarkable. Captain Tongji Mingo of the Firebird Pirates, unable to contain his yearning as he watched the throng below, joined the fray. Upon entering, this pirate with a bounty of 40 million demonstrated overwhelming dominance. None could obstruct him. Delightful, delightful. Mingo reveled in the carnage. Bang! As he collided with 2 legs, Mingo was abruptly halted. You are Bluebird Mark. Looking up from the hairy legs, Mingo restrained his previously boisterous demeanor. This hunter was formidable, a Zoan-type user of the bird fruit in Bluebird form. Known for single-handedly annihilating a pirate crew with a 50 million bounty. Villain, prepare to face justice. Mark, having observed the hunter he had just saved apart, leaped high into the air, transforming into a bluebird and repeatedly charging at Mingo. The assaulted Mingo could only clumsily evade, finding no opportunity to retaliate. Witnessing Mingo's plight, Captain Jian Hawk of the Little Sword Pirates stepped forward. Are you actually going to intervene? The captain of the Corner Pirates. Moonlight Leah turned in shock to him. Just seeing his eyes makes one feel uncomfortable. The legendary foot-fixing swordsman. Hawk's movements drew the curious gaze of the nonchalant captain of the Monster Pirates, the Merman Bowl Cook. Merely seeking to gauge the man's prowess, the Hawk's gaze fixated on the relentless Bluebird Mark, and after 3 minutes of gathering strength, he unleashed a 5-meter-long sword energy. Wherever this energy passed, be it pirate or bounty hunter, they clutched their feet in pain. Soon, Bluebird Mark noticed the peculiar sword energy approaching, and, just as he prepared to block, an individual suddenly appeared before him. Brick. High wall. Buzz. The sword energy struck the small giant, now cloaked in ash gray. With a mere gesture, he sent the energy soaring into the sky. How dare you think you can harm my family so easily? As the gray receded, the stout little giant, George, smiled at Hawk from the platform. A Paramecia-type user of the brick fruit, known as Brick George, was a high-ranking bounty hunter with a bounty of 70 million. Hawk, facing this long-time adversary, charged forth with his weapon drawn. How lively! I shall join in. Corner, dense forest. Under the moonlight, Liao wore a cruel smile as she unleashed her powers. In an instant, the ground within 100 meters became adorned with spikes, impaling countless pirates and hunters, sending them soaring into the sky. At this moment, Simon finally arrived at the scene, where the grim reality of the execution platform became vividly apparent. Xiao. Upon seeing his former companion, Xiao bound and helpless, Simon's fury ignited. Merely slaying Mauser could not quell the tempest of his wrath. As he faced the obstructing pirates, Simon advanced unhesitatingly towards the execution platform, flanked by Xiaoluo and Wolf, along with 6 captains. With little time to spare, Simon unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, swiftly dispatching the minions in his path, causing both pirates and bounty hunters to collapse in a daze wherever he tread. This peculiar commotion soon caught the attention of Puff, who exclaimed, Simon, Xiaoluo, and Wolf. What are they doing here? And they look so dashing. The silent awe that enveloped Simon's presence was a spectacle Puff had never witnessed before, momentarily overshadowing her snack. As Simon's actions grew increasingly pronounced, Leanne took notice. That. Conqueror's Haki? Such a figure exists in these waters? Due to the slight distance, Leanne, unfamiliar with Simon's identity, could not recognize him. Them. They dared to humiliate me here. Observing Leanne's diverted gaze, Baby followed her line of sight and beheld Simon striding forward with an impassive expression. The more she contemplated Simon's arrogant demeanor, the more incensed she became. Unable to contain her frustration, she leaped from the platform and charged towards Simon. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling. Baby, Witnessing Baby's sudden descent, those on the platform were taken aback. This moment, Mauser ceased his incessant taunts. Following Baby's trajectory, his astonishment, he spotted the 6 alluring captains he had summoned trailing behind the trio. A clear path carved through the chaos. Ha ha ha. I never imagined Baby would be so eager. How did I not notice this before? At that moment, Mauser remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, Xiao Xiao noticed Simon approaching and, upon scrutinizing his features, her eyes widened in shock, momentarily ceasing her frantic attempts to free herself. Ah! Baby, rushing toward Simon, let out a loud cry, raising her fist to strike him. Simon regarded the former Navy officer with a bounty of 500 million without faltering in his stride, slowly lifting his right hand. With an almost surreal speed, Baby, who had been in front of Simon, suddenly found herself flung to the left, creating a long trench in her wake. With a resounding crash, Baby was buried beneath the rubble of a house. Simon continued his advance, while Mauser's smile faded. Lian abruptly stood, and Xiao Xiao ceased her desperate struggles. In their world, it seemed that only Simon's footsteps echoed. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythm of their heartbeats inexplicably synchronized with Simon's steps. Gulping nervously, the enchanting bowl cook realized the peril of his position. Finding himself directly in Simon's path, he glanced at his companions, feigning calmness. Yet unbeknownst to him, the Captain Shez Crow and Xu Zhong had already surrendered upon catching sight of Wolf behind Simon. With no further obstacles in his way, Simon swiftly approached the execution platform. That moment, Shez Crow and Xu Zhong knelt, bowing their heads in submission. Bull Cook, feeling an involuntary urge, turned and prostrated himself as well. Ignoring these details, Simon ascended the platform. Clap, 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 a heroic youth indeed. Mauser applauded, attempting to forge a connection with Simon, but Simon bypassed him, reaching Xiao Xiao to untie her bonds. Are you all right, Xiao Xiao? Having been briefed by Xiao Luo on the situation during their journey. Xiao Luo exhibited no signs of jealousy. Simon? Although she recognized his identity, Xiao Xiao was still uncertain that me. It's really you. Upon hearing Simon's affirmation, tears brimmed in Xiao Xiao's eyes as she embraced him, as if to compensate for a decade of longing. Hey, enough of this, kid. While you are indeed formidable, that does not justify your release of my prize. Mauser, witnessing Simon liberate the very Xiao Xiao he had painstakingly captured, immediately launched a tirade against him, eager to reunite with Xiao Xiao. Simon was reluctant to retaliate and exchanged a glance with Wolf. Thus, the seal was lifted, and the wildness that had long been dormant within Wolf began to awaken as he distanced himself from Simon, transforming into his beastly form. Oh, you look down on me. I am a pirate worth 300 million. Observing only a seemingly inconsequential Wolf emerge, Mauser felt insulted, his rage boiling over as his fur began to grow wildly under the influence of his devil fruit powers. Minions retreat, Mauser bellowed, yet before he could relish his victory, the flames enveloping Wolf ignited. In the midst of Mauser's shock, brilliant red flames surged through the air, revealing a fully transformed Wolf, sparks dancing from his fangs. Eyes glinting with ferocity. With a swift twist, Wolf charged towards the panicking Mauser, letting out a fierce roar. His sharp fangs severed Mauser's left arm in one bite. Only then did Mauser frantically observing the transformations of Mauser. Simon resolved to continue his observations. That moment, Bebby, who had just been sent flying by Simon, charged back, enveloped in a cerulean barrier, effectively shielding Mauser from the flames spewed by Wolf. Another ability user. Witnessing Bebby's azure shield, Simon's brow furrowed even deeper. That instant, Mauser, sensing the absence of flames, furtively glanced through the gaps in his arm, and upon realizing that Bebby had obstructed Wolf's fire, he did not hesitate to turn and flee. Initially pondering Bebby's abilities, Simon, upon seeing Mauser's retreating figure, accelerated in pursuit. With a thud, he pressed his right hand against the nape of Mauser's neck, forcefully driving his head into the ground. It was only then that Simon turned to regard Bebby, who was maintaining the barrier, and the peculiar hand gestures accompanying it. Could it be the barrier fruit? This fruit ought to be in Rogue Town, right? The manifestation of Bebby's fruit abilities caused Simon to question the reliability of his own vision. After all, in his memory, This fruit was consumed by Bartholomew, Luffy's little fan. Could it be a result of the butterfly effect? As he watched Bebby approach, Simon concluded that Bebby, having ingested the barrier fruit, could not be allowed to persist. After forcefully subduing the still squirming Mauser, Simon contemplated the weaknesses of the barrier fruit, yet he could devise no strategic methods until Bebby drew closer. I was careless just now. I should have dodged, unknown brat. Today, I shall make you feel the wrath of Bebby. Due to Simon's earlier slap, Bebby dared not dispel the barrier and was compelled to manipulate it into various forms to attack Simon. However, the speed of such assaults was exceedingly sluggish, allowing Simon to evade with ease. As Bebby's fury reached a crescendo, intent on ensnaring Simon within the barrier, he suddenly recalled Wolf, who had been relentlessly assaulting him from behind. Concerned for his own safety, Bebby suppressed his rage and continued with these futile attacks. The reputation of the great pirates has been utterly tarnished by you two, Mauser and Bebby. Sitting idly by, watching the spectacle, the Flames fumed with fury, questioning why he had sought these individuals to form an alliance. Glancing at the ultimate weapon he had secured, the Flames began to ponder whether he truly needed these two allies any longer. At that moment, a brilliant scheme flashed through Simon's mind. Wolf, unleash your flames with all your might. Noting that Bebby had not completely sealed the barrier, Simon surmised that he must require oxygen, and Wolf's fire might very well suffocate Bebby's oxygen supply. Upon hearing Simon's command, Wolf momentarily halted his movements, then crouched low, tail extended forward, as torrents of orange flames surged forth, engulfing Bebby within the barrier. It seems somewhat different from what I envisioned. Simon, evading Bebby's attacks, detected a flaw. It appeared that there was a direction from which the flames could not completely envelop. This simply would not do. Such a plan would surely collapse. Frowning, Simon's mind raced through a storm of ideas. The barrier fruit is invulnerable in defense, yet its weakness lies in the necessity of maintaining those gestures. Could he be made to suffer fatigue and cease his abilities? No, that would take too long. What if I feign defeat and then launch a surprise attack? Left and right he pondered, realizing that a surprise attack might be his swiftest option. Observing Bebby's furious demeanor, Simon believed the likelihood of success was considerably high. Gradually slowing his evasive maneuvers, the spikes formed by the barrier grazed Simon's waist. In that instant, he dramatically clutched his side, halting his movements, believing his attack had taken effect. Bebby grew more frenzied, launching left jabs and right slashes, a relentless barrage akin to a machine gun, clashing with Simon. The interplay between the barrier and Simon resembled a magnificent symphony, while Simon, feeling a dull ache, silently cloaked himself in a thin layer of hockey. Bebby's wrath seemed inexhaustible, showing no sign of abating as he continued his assault, even as Simon lay motionless on the ground. 10 minutes later, drenched in sweat, Bebby finally seized his barrage of barrier projectiles, wiping his brow in exhaustion, only to glance at Simon's tattered form with disdain. Then his attention shifted back to Wolf, who was still unleashing flames. Hey, you're really enjoying that, aren't you? The heat surrounding him had become unbearable for Bebby, and he yearned to distance himself from the source of the flames. Barrier. Isolation sphere. For the first time, the cerulean barrier distanced itself from Bebby, enveloping Wolf in a manner that seemed all-encompassing. The flames had no means of escaping this massive barrier, and soon enough, the azure shield completely encapsulated Wolf, resembling a crystal orb. That moment, Simon's claw-like hand pierced through Bebby's chest. With a gasp, blood erupted forth as Bebby incredulously gazed down at the hand protruding from his chest, trembling uncontrollably, unable to sustain the intricate gestures any longer. Deceive me. Turning back, Bebby uttered few words before meeting his tragic demise. Deception? How could one term it as such? In battle, such maneuvers are entirely commonplace. Hence, you're indeed a baby. Withdrawing his hand and flinging it aside, Simon slowly lifted his lowered head, his eyes gradually opening. Just as he was poised to bask in this triumphant moment, Wolf, now liberated from the isolation sphere, unleashed a torrent of flames in a fit of rage. A fire dragon surged toward Simon, who had just opened his eyes, revealing a smile, and exclaimed, "Damn!" Simon had no intention of facing the attack head-on. Instead, he sees both Bebby and Mauser in a whirlwind back toward Xiao Luo. Wolf. Upon reaching a safe location, Simon called out with authority. Responding to his summons, Wolf emerged from the flaming vortex, reverting to his original form. However, by this time, the firestorm he had conjured could not be halted, under the watchful eyes of those on the platform. The fire tornado surged westward, sweeping towards the battleground below. Hey, this is no jest. Bluebird Mark, stepping on Mingo's waist, marveled at Simon and his companions in the wake of the fire tornado. Mark, it's time to retreat. The big fish has escaped. At that moment, Brickstone George approached, clutching the chicken-eyed hawk as if it were a chick-da-da. Indeed, it is time to withdraw. Our gains thus far are already sufficient, with a firm grip on the fallen Tanji Mingo. The two seasoned bounty hunters departed the battlefield. Meanwhile, the fire tornado had reached a grove of horns, where countless horned trees shot skyward. Lost in the thrill of piercing, Moonlight Leah found herself impaled in the abdomen by a horn. Spiraling into the fire tornadoed, it seems Mauser's plan has failed. I must hasten to leave this place. The ever-discreet captain of the Ice Bear Pirates, Bajuo, observed the unfolding events on the platform. Seizing the opportunity presented by the ferocious fire tornado, he chose a direction and began his escape. Simon, does it truly not matter whether that tornado is real? Xiao Xiao gazed upon the apocalyptic scene left in the wake of the fire tornado. Her innate kindness surging forth that it's all right. That thing 1T leave this island. After diverting her gaze from the tornado, she explained to Xiao Xiao, this chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. At that moment, the steadfast flame rose and approached Simon, followed silently by her crew. Simon, I senti it? I recall that you once sought me out. The complexity in Flame's gaze hinted at her contemplations. Captain Flame, are you not afraid of my potential retaliation now that you are here? With a retracted smile, Simon subtly unleashed his conqueror's haki in the presence of the enigmatic Flame. Xiao Luo, here is something delicious for you. The tension between the two was abruptly shattered by the whimsical antics of Pudding. Observing Pudding's lively demeanor, both of their lips twitched. Pudding, what are you doing? Come back immediately. The typically enchanting Captain Flame bellowed at Pudding, revealing her exasperation. Oh, Captain Flame, we're all friends here. There's no need to be so fierce. Noticing Flame's irritation, Pudding promptly clung to her arm. Playfully pouting, you know them. Recognizing that Pudding's relationship with Simon and the others was distinctly different, Flame softened her demeanor. Of course. This is my dear friend from the palace, Xiao Luo. And this is Simon, who aspires to be the most renowned bounty hunter. And this is Wolf. Wolf. Upon hearing the name from Pudding, Flame fell silent, shaking her head, now devoid of any hostility towards Simon and his companions. After all, she understood the significance of the name Wolf to Pudding. Simon, you're quite formidable. Would you care to join my crew? Gazing at Flame's fiery red lips, Simon declined. Captain Flame, I aim to become the most famous bounty hunter. We're not on the same path. Observing Flame's indifference toward his bounty hunter aspirations, Simon stated bluntly, Oh, is that so? What a pity. Pudding, come back. Enough of this. With her ultimate weapon at hand, Flame was eager to challenge the new world and had no time to linger. Watching the Flame pirates depart, Simon felt an urge to confront them, yet he restrained himself for Pudding's sake. Next time we meet, I won't let you off so easily. Once the red lip pirates had left, Simon inhaled deeply, casting a fierce glare at the remaining pirates below. In an instant, the venue was devoid of any standing figure. Xiao Luo, prepare to take photos. These pirates' heads should propel me to the front page of the South Sea. Shaking the spoils in his hand, Simon was thoroughly satisfied. One photo after another. At this moment, in the corner, Bitter Parker observed Simon's actions on the platform, sensing that he was capturing images. Recognizing an opportunity, he swung himself toward Simon's platform. Given his interaction with the Red Lip Pirates, it was evident that he was not a pirate. Moreover, he had eliminated Mao Se and Baby, indicating his singular identity, a bounty hunter. Quickly, Parker deduced Simon's identity, bolstering his confidence. Xiao Luo, how are the photos coming along? Let me see. Having taken numerous photos from various angles, Simon scrutinized them, feeling they lacked the essence he desired. Xiao Luo, The photos need to emphasize my strength, not these lifeless sculptures. Simon was somewhat speechless, never expecting Xiao Luo's photography skills to be so lacking. The previous photo he took was magnificent, leaving Simon in a quandary. Realizing that even if he handed these photos to Mr. Hao Hao, they would likely not meet his expectations. If only I had a professional journalist. Rearranging the heads, Simon prepared for a new round of shots when Parker arrived on the scene. Unfortunately, as he approached the platform, two burly men seized him. What shall we do with this one? Kill him. The cigar-chomping Sa Keilu inquired of his companion. Xinzhong. You handle it. I'm merely a guard. Xinzhong was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. Observing Parker's feeble demeanor, Sa Keilu raised his silver hook, ready to strike. Wait, I'm a journalist. The person above, why, I am Simon, and my dream is to become a great bounty hunter. Parker was somewhat taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a cooperative interviewee. Before he could pose any questions, Simon already seemed to possess an abundance of information. So, Mr. Simon, may I take some photographs of you? Parker, wishing to maximize the impact of this fortunate interview with such an extraordinary individual, found that his words struck a chord with Simon. Absolutely. I've been struggling with that myself. The two engaged in delightful conversation. And under Parker's professional expertise, a flawless photograph was soon captured. This is simply too handsome. Upon receiving the photo, Simon thought it would suffice for publication, but Parker's skills were exceptional, with a dim sky above, a ground littered with corpses, and Simon gripping the necks of Mauser and Baby. While beneath his feet lay a notorious bounty pirate, Simon felt a surge of anticipation. He sensed that if this photograph were to be published, it could very well spread his name across the Grand Line. Mr. Parker, which newspaper will feature this report? Simon's sole concern was whether Parker hailed from a minor publication. This astonishing report surely ought to be submitted to the World Economic Journal. Right, the World Economic Journal. Mr. Parker has connections there. Simon was utterly thrilled, never expecting that Peter Parker would have a submission route to the World Economic Journal. If that were the case, his fame could indeed be disseminated throughout the world. Parker, I eagerly await your report. Best of luck. Without further delay, Simon hoped Parker would expedite the publication of the article, and if all goes smoothly, you should see it in tomorrow morning's edition, without engaging in further conversation. Parker hurried off to complete his article. Watching Parker's departing figure, Simon's smile remained unwavering. Simon, should we catch this fish? Perhaps feeling a bit nauseated under such a heavy gaze, Xiao Luo could no longer contain herself. Fish, immersed in his joy, Simon momentarily failed to grasp Xiao Luo's meaning. Thinking, isn't it just a matter of killing a fish? Why does she need to mention it? However, upon turning his head to see what Xiao Luo was pointing at, Simon realized he had misunderstood her. A small fish pirate captain with a bounty of 50 million berries. Catfish lineage. It seems rather insignificant. Let's kill it for the bounty. After pondering for a moment, he concluded that keeping this fish served no purpose. So he decided to slay it for the reward. Am I so sincere in my allegiance, yet I receive such a response? Do you really think I have no temper? Simon and Xiao Luo's unabashed discussion infuriated the fisherman. Xinzhong, a former member of the Sun Pirates, who resolved to teach these two a lesson. Fishman Karate, 3,500 tile punch. A strike from Fishman Karate aimed at the approaching Simon caught him off guard. In his haste to defend himself, the force of his block was somewhat diminished, and the immense impact sent Simon staggering back 3 meters. Fishman Karate, I never anticipated that you were a fishman from Fishman Island. Concealing your true strength in these southern seas, what exactly are you plotting? The pain radiating from his arm reignited a long-lost excitement within Simon. Old man, I merely wish to live out my remaining days in peace. Is that too much to ask? Perhaps recalling the feelings of helplessness from days gone by, Xinzhong was unwilling to relive that experience. If you desire such a life, then do not pursue piracy. Xinzhong's words left Simon somewhat speechless. When faced with such an individual, there was only one course of action: to defeat him. Simon shed his shirt, preparing for a fierce showdown to Buddha's golden body, golden skin robe. This technique represented Simon's unique development of the Buddha's golden body, manifesting as a golden hue of armament, bestowing upon him a layer of protection. You inexperienced little brat, Do not attempt to advise me. Fishman karate gun wave. With a swift sidestep, Simon evaded the watery projectile and closed in on Shun Zhong, delivering a powerful kidney strike. Perhaps I may not fully comprehend, but that cannot serve as your excuse. The forceful strike sent Shun Zhong reeling, causing him to foam at the mouth as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his waist in agony, unable to rise. This is why humanity is so despicable. As if resigned to his fate, Shun Zhong glared at Simon with hatred and ceased his resistance. Humph, what a shallow creature you are, and yet you can still reason. Simon lost interest in the fishman and lifted his leg, delivering a fierce kick that sent Shun Zhong's body erupting with various bodily fluids. The fishman Shun Zhong met his end here, concluding his nefarious existence. You have ruined my rare good mood. With a resentful expression, Simon delivered another kick to Shun Zhong. Well then, since my adorable companion has found her family, I shall take my leave. Feng Kele had been forgotten for quite some time. After a brief conversation with Xiao Xiao, he decided to depart. Take care, uncle. There was no sense of longing in their farewell as Feng Kele gracefully danced away. Xiao Xiao. Who was that person just now? He seemed somewhat familiar. Only at that moment did Simon finally notice Feng Kele, a kind-hearted uncle, albeit a rather peculiar one. Oh, disregarding Feng Kele's identity, Simon collected the severed heads he had just arranged for display. Now that the hunt was complete, it was time to reap the rewards. Together with his companions, Simon returned to the hanging ship on Black Wind Island, heading towards the nearest naval base. This naval base was established in the northwest of the Lud Islands, and due to its proximity, they quickly arrived at the S-37 naval base. Disembarking, Simon, Xiao Luo, and Wolf held the bounty heads as they approached the S-37 base. Although this naval station was quite near the Lud Islands, it was peculiar that no members of the Rump family were present. Soon, the trio reached the entrance of the base. Hello, welcome to the S-37 base. The naval soldiers at the entrance were exceptionally polite, likely due to the bounty heads in Simon's possession. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. Bounties, this is troublesome. Without engaging in much conversation, Simon merely placed the heads of the bounty pirates before them, waiting for their assessment. All right, please hold on. The soldier began to count, but upon seeing the first head, he was instantly terrified. Mauser, glancing at the other heads, which also belonged to high bounty pirates, the soldier realized that this situation warranted the presence of the base commander. After asking Simon to wait a moment, he dashed into the interior of the base. Before long, the base commander arrived. Upon seeing the heads on the ground, he swallowed hard, hurriedly setting up a table for Simon and pouring tea before commencing the tally of the pirates' bounties. Chest hair pirates Mauser, bounty of 300 million berries. Naval trader baby, bounty of 500 million berries. Cannon fire pirates at a pow, bounty of 8 million berries. Cotton pirates pure cotton, bounty of 12 million berries. The Moonlight pirate crew, led by Leah, has a bounty of 30 million berries. The Crocodile pirate crew, under the command of Sunakuro, boasts a staggering bounty of 45 million berries. The Little Fish pirate crew, known as Shunzhong, carries a bounty of 50 million berries. The total bounty for these three figures amounts to an impressive sum of 963 million berries. After a series of intricate calculations, the department head found himself confronted with an extraordinarily large figure. Wiping the perspiration from his brow, he felt uncertain about how to address Simon. This esteemed gentleman, Simon, Mr. Simon, regarding this bounty. What about the bounty? Simon inquired, noticing the department head's sweaty demeanor, which made him assume the man was reluctant to pay his due. The department head, maintaining his politeness, replied, Mr. Simon, this bounty is simply too substantial. I need to report it. Could you please wait a moment? Simon, having no intention of being unreasonable, agreed to wait a little longer, thinking that the department head would surely not dare to withhold his hard-won reward, given the magnitude of Simon's achievement. The department head wasted no time and swiftly obtained approval from headquarters. Without further ado, he hurried back to Simon to present the bounty. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Simon. Here is a check from XX Bank. Please accept it. After carefully inspecting the check and finding no discrepancies, Simon departed with Xiao Luo and Wolf. Once they were out of sight, the department head could no longer contain his laughter. Exclaiming, "Haha, I'm going to be promoted. Headquarters, here I come." Grasping the record sheet, he hastily returned to his office to draft his performance report. Meanwhile, Simon and his crew set sail once more towards Black Wind Island to claim their bounty, which turned out to be quite the hassle. By the time they arrived at Black Wind Island, night had already fallen, making it impossible to exchange the bounty at the bank. They resorted to starting their night festivities aboard the ship. With preparations underway, Simon hosted a celebratory banquet, raising a glass filled with his specially concocted juice. "To the success of my debut, to fame across the world, cheers," as he initiated the revelry. The atmosphere seemed to awaken a hidden talent within the 6 captains. To Simon's surprise, they began showcasing their skills. First up was the adorable AI Luo, whose impressive defense allowed her to perform an astonishing feat, smashing a large stone against her chest. She produced a massive rock seemingly from nowhere. Simon pondered whether someone should assist her. Just then, the stone cracked open, prompting Simon to leap to his feet in astonishment. "What on earth? Impressive. I assent it," AI Luo boasted, puffing out her chest with confidence, leaving Simon too curious to voice his questions. However, during a later conversation with the pirate doctor, Simon would uncover the secret behind her remarkable performance. Next to take the stage was Bai Chi, who dazzled the crowd with a captivating dance. Simon could not quite decipher the nature of her movements, but could only describe it with one word: exquisite. Unfortunately, her allure could not distract Simon from the antics of Song Kong, a mischievous spirit who, upon noticing Simon's boredom, made a comical face that sent Simon into fits of laughter. Imagine a real-life embodiment of the wise gaze combined with the long-tongued gossip. Seeing Simon amused, Bai Chi felt challenged and edged closer, determined to reclaim attention. Meanwhile, Dong Lu was warming up, her body fluid and graceful. Simon, not appreciating the closeness, found himself being pushed back by Bai Qi in a twist of fate. He tripped over something, losing his balance, only to realize that Dong Lu had inadvertently twisted beneath him. In a most unexpected turn, Simon's hand landed upon 2 soft, oval shapes, eliciting a surprised gasp from him as Dong Lu collapsed to the ground in a disheveled heap. Though he enjoyed the sensation, Simon knew decorum must prevail at a banquet. Bai Chi, focus on your performance, he commanded, reasserting his authority as captain. Finally, Dong Lu, and Feng Ling took the stage with a mysterious display of combat. Though Simon remained baffled by their actions, after a moment of reflection, he mused that AI Luo's talent truly stood out. The raucous celebration transitioned into a game segment, revealing that these captains were well-versed in a multitude of games, each one leaving Simon in awe. As the sun rose the next morning, Simon awoke to the disarray of the ship cabin, recalling the previous night's wild revelry. "Oh, my liver," he sighed, making his way to the deck to await the day's newspaper. The newsbird, ever diligent, never missed a delivery. After paying 6 berries, Simon received a fresh edition, the headline boldly announcing, "The South Sea's super bounty hunter, Malachi Simon, defeats the 300 million berry pirate Mauser and the 500 million berry naval defector Baby, along with numerous other pirates worth over 10 million. Parker actually wrote this, Simon chuckled, unable to suppress his delight as he scrutinized the publishing house. That very moment, on Steel Island, Hani, at the Sweet Shipyard, caught sight of a newspaper. "Nanny, Simon?" The hammer in her hand dropped to her feet as she processed the news. Meanwhile, the islandess lord also took notice of the article, marveling, has Simon truly grown to such heights? In the royal palace of Luojia Kingdom, King Malachi, seated in the courtyard with breakfast, gazed at the young figure on the newspaper, tears streaming down his cheeks. "I always knew you could do it." Simon, on the enchanting Jinri Island, Mr. Hawa, deeply engrossed in contemplation on how to elevate his newspaper to the pinnacle of excellence, unfurled today's edition as he did every day. It is Mr. Simon. Has he already gained international renown? Upon glimpsing Simon's dashing photograph within the pages, a subtle smile graced Mr. Hawa's lips. "I must strive harder. I cannot fall too far behind Mr. Simon." Meanwhile, on Hunter Island, Bluebird Mark and Brick George, fresh from receiving their bounties, were drawn to the news in the paper. Simon, A super rookie has emerged, Mark mused, his brow furrowed with concern. It seems business in the South Sea may soon become challenging. Huh. Mark, you worry too much. Such a super rookie surely won't linger in the South Sea for long. George jested, taking a hearty swig of malt liquor. That is hard to predict, George. This newcomer possesses formidable prowess right from the start. He is undoubtedly a steady contender. It is difficult to fathom he lacks a plan. Mark snatched the liquor barrel from in front of Brick, eager to boast that on Bear Paw Island, Captain Beso of the Ice Bear pirate crew, having escaped the Lute archipelago, slammed the newspaper onto the table with a resounding clap. A bounty hunter! He is indeed a bounty hunter! Beso's expression darkened. He had initially assumed Simon might merely be a skilled fighter from the Lute archipelago. However, the revelation of Simon's bounty hunter status left him feeling anxious. No, I cannot remain here any longer. Crew, set sail for the Grand Line. Fearing pursuit by Simon, Beso resolved to vacate the South Sea. In the nearby waters, aboard a warship, the androgynous Bull Cook observed the newspaper delivered by naval soldiers. As expected, that man is incredibly dangerous. He mused, recalling the likes of Sand Crow and others. Ha! In comparison to those sycophants. Bull Cook felt rather fortunate at that moment. What are you shouting about? Keep it down, or I shall have your tongue cut out. Colonel Rumpt, passing by, was seething with anger. He had not anticipated that in just a few months away from the Lute archipelago, his family would be slain by these insignificant pirates. That Rumpt's words only incited Bull Cook further, who raised his voice even louder. How can I endure this? Rumpt stormed toward the cell. After a brief interval, blood flowed from Bull Cook's mouth, his gaze vacant as he emitted pitiful whimpers on the ship of the Red-Lip pirates. Puff observed the report on Simon with great delight. A new generation of super bounty hunters. Ha ha! Is it really that interesting? Didn't Tiwi witness it all firsthand? Ice Flame, disturbed by Puff's exuberance, could not refrain from scoffing. Ice Flame, you simply do not understand. Reports are embellished, filtered for effect. Although Puff expressed her joy, Ice Flame only perceived it as an annoyance. Filtered, puffed. ISNT, that just distorting the truth. In the East Sea, having just departed from the Shinshin Dojo and embarked on the quest to find the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, Roranoa Zoro received today as newspaper from two newly acquainted subordinates. A super bounty hunter. The headline captivated Zoro's attention, yet he noticed no mention of Simon being a swordsman, carelessly tossing the paper aside. The existence of someone who was not a swordsman failed to pique his interest. However, his two subordinates, the pirate hunters Johnny and Joseph, were entirely different. Wow, he's incredibly strong. Surely, the bounty must be substantial. After this haul, we might never have to work again. Their eyes sparkled with envy and admiration that in Rogue Town, Sharpshooter Dido was en route to collect his bounty with his daughter when he spotted a news bird in the sky and purchased a newspaper. A peerless new star, the pirate nemesis, a fresh hunter you know nothing about, Malachi Simon. Earning bounties? A piece of cake. Dido frowned, disapproving of the sensationalist article. What rubbish reporting, which moronic newspaper is this? However, upon closer inspection, he recognized the legendary publication and sighed in relief. So it's that. Damn, I bought the wrong paper. Reluctantly, Dido gazed at his meager 6 berries, struggling to exchange it for a proper world economic report. This time, the reporting was more reasonable. Supernova bounty hunter. When did hunters acquire such titles? Despite his continual grumbling, Dido acknowledged Simon's strength. That I may be aging, but Annie has yet to master my instantaneous shooting. Should I reach out to him? Watching his daughter Annie mature, he worried about how she would manage if he were to suddenly vanish in the North Sea. German Kingdom S. Vinsmoke, Judge perused today S. newspaper. A bounty hunter? Truly, any news can make the headlines these days. He scoffed, showing little interest in the nearly extinct figures of the North Sea. The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. These individuals hold no significance for his plans of restoration on Ice Hard Island. Don Quixote da Flamingo, draped in a flamingo cloak and revealing his alluring leg hair, strode down the street with an air of disdain. Passers-by scurried away, scarcely daring to glance his way. Yet at that moment, a brave young lad stepped forward. Sir, would you like to buy a newspaper? Da Flamingo laughed heartily, seizing the newspaper from the boy's hands and continuing on. In the boy's astonished gaze, Doflamingo stepped squarely into a pile of refuse. The boy, fully aware of the man's formidable presence, dared not speak, nor request the few berries owed for the newspaper, being in front of his family. Doflamingo could not display his displeasure at stepping in the filth. Thus, his swagger became even more pronounced, each step echoing the gait of a devil. A.S. for the newspaper. He glanced briefly at the bounty hunter report. His heart undisturbed. In the West Sea, the Flower Kingdom, the 12th generation pillar of the 8 treasure navy, Qingjiao, fretted over the opening of the Jade ice bed. Without its sharp point, his combat capabilities had diminished significantly. However, as a paramilitary organization, staying informed was imperative. Perusing today's World Economic Report, he noted the headline about a supernova bounty hunter. Truly, anyone can achieve fame these days. A mere bounty hunter dares to adopt such a title. The author must surely be a novice. My treasure. The wealth accumulated by the 8 treasure navy throughout generations tugged at Qingjiao's heart, and this unimpressive report quickly faded from his thoughts. In the Grand Line. On the Chambered Islands, a hub for bounty hunters. Many were dispatched to recruit Simon upon reading the reports about him. As noon approached, the women aboard the hanged ship finally awoke, dragging their weary bodies. The 6 captains tidied their quarters and prepared meals. In the dining area, Simon, little Luo, and Wolf sat together, awaiting the next revelation. Little Luo, what was that intriguing place we visited at the Samba Island? Due to the interruption last time, Simon was quite concerned. Was there anything interesting? Did I mention it? His mind was still reminiscing about last night's revelry, while Xiao Luo could scarcely remember what had transpired. Of course I did mention it. You even remarked on how intriguing it was. Simon was exceedingly earnest, as if not visiting that place would constitute a loss. That place. Calm down, think, and recall past experiences. A location finally emerged in Xiao Luo's mind. Shall we go there soon? Certainly. I wonder what magical wonders await there, but I feel utterly devoid of motivation. Let's find out quickly. Simon would undoubtedly not refuse, after having a meal prepared by several captains. They set off, but first they needed to visit the bank to withdraw the bounty of over 900 million. With numerous banks on the island, they swiftly exchanged the bounty point. 900 million is an immense sum. With each of the 6 captains clutching a chest, trailing behind Simon T. Sambaideo, the entrance, Xiao Luo remarked, "This is where we arrived last time, right? That toy bear I pointed out to you back then." Revisiting this place, for some reason, Simon felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The bear? The cute bear. I believe I told you that I stopped playing with it when I was 6, with a puzzled glance. Xiao Luo once more spotted the adorable bear, finding Simon's renewed interest in it rather perplexing. Is that so? I actually quite like it. Gazing longingly at the bear, Simon felt as if it were beckoning him. Xiao Luo, I must buy it. Ignoring Xiao Luo's astonished expression, Simon dashed into the store and purchased the cute bear before Xiao Luo could gather her thoughts. I sighed, staring at the cute bear in Simon's arms. Xiao Luo couldn't fathom why she felt the urge to sigh. What a charming bear. It felt as though all her fatigue had been healed. Clutching the bear, Simon refused to let go, still oblivious to what was interesting. Simon, we still need to go to V's place. Can you set the bear down for a moment? Xiao Luo could no longer endure it. All right then. Handing the bear over to Wolf, Simon resumed his sunny demeanor, as if the childish version of himself had never appeared. The islands of the Laetian archipelago were rather small, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the V's place that Xiao Luo had mentioned. From exterior perspective, it appeared to be merely a clothing store. Is this the interesting place you spoke of? Simon seemed to recall some unpleasant memories and was somewhat reluctant regarding clothing stores. This is it, Simon. Weren't you eager to come here? Right. The path one chooses must be followed to the end, even if it is with tears. Though Simon's tone bore a hint of reluctance, he still followed Xiao Luo inside. To Simon's surprise, it turned out to be a hidden gem. Within the room, it was not just a clothing store, but an idol club. Xiao Luo, I can't believe this place exists. Upon seeing the idol club, Simon's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had only heard of such a thing before and never expected to encounter it in such a place. Is this all it takes to astonish you? You underestimate this place far too much. Xiao Luo's disdain was evident. Even Wolf, who typically understood little, picked up on it. Yet Simon was lost in his joy and paid no heed to these details. Could there be other fascinating elements here? What could it be? It wouldn't be a face-to-face performance, would it? Simon's suggestion caused Xiao Luo to frown. What are you talking about? How could there be such a thing? Simon, are you all right? This isn't a gathering place for idols. Hearing Xiao Luo say that this wasn't such a place, Simon's fervor waned momentarily. Then what is this place for? Follow me, and you'll find out. Why ask so many questions? Without further ado, he followed Xiao Luo's lead until they reached a very spacious room that IT was not particularly lively. Only a sparse crowd was present. This is it. Tada! Xiao Luo gestured with both hands towards a certain direction. Following her gaze, a simple workshop came into view. What is this? Unsure of what the place was about, Simon asked Xiao Luo. Little master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more exciting. Battle robes. This is a place where you can customize clothing. Don't you want a battle robe of your own? Simon, Xiao Luo's excitement was palpable, indicating that this plan was likely not conceived spontaneously, but had been in the works for quite some time. Battle robes? But, recalling his recent battles, where he had always stripped off his shirt for hand-to-hand combat, battle robes seemed rather useless. However, seeing the anticipation in Xiao Luo's eyes, Simon found it difficult to voice his refusal. But it wouldn't be right for me to craft a battle robe alone. How about we make a uniform instead? Simon quickly devised a clever response to Xiao Luo's budding skepticism. Uniform? Well, that could work. Hearing Simon's suggestion, Xiao Luo felt it was even better than her original idea. With newfound inspiration, the three began discussing how to create this uniform. For the uniform, it should represent all three of us. Right? How about using patterns? Xiao Luo proposed the first suggestion. Patterns, huh? Sounds good, but what kind of patterns? Simon felt somewhat at a loss, his imagination rather limited that Wolf is a wolf, Simon is a bounty hunter, and I'm a palace maid. So the design should incorporate these three elements. Thus, Xiao Luo seemed to be struggling to conjure any ideas. Xiao Luo, you seem to have forgotten something. I'm a user of the justice fruit. So my representative element is not the bounty hunter. Simon's words opened a new line of thought for Xiao Luo. Then, Simon, you could use the symbol of a scale. Wolf could use a wolf's head. As for me, I'm a professional photographer, so how about using the symbol to represent me? As she spoke, Xiao Luo began sketching. Upon seeing it, Simon thought it looked quite good. All right, let's place the wolf's head on either side of the scale. That will be our emblem. It can even be made into a badge. The exchange of ideas regarding the design proceeded remarkably smoothly. Upon entering the store and articulating all their requirements to the young shopkeeper, they were met with the disheartening news that, due to factory damage and lost materials, they could not fulfill orders at the moment. Instantly, Simon was rendered speechless. How could this happen? I thought about it for so long. Then how long until it can resume? Unable to bear the harsh reality, Xiao Luo pressed the shopkeeper for answers. If all goes well, it should be back up and running in about a month. The shopkeeper's tone was steeped in uncertainty, as this monumental event marked her inaugural encounter with such a situation. May we proceed with a reservation? Once the items are prepared, we shall return to collect them. Simon believed that a month's wait was quite manageable. A reservation. Well, that could work. However, she was not entirely confident that production could be guaranteed. Our establishment is on the brink of bankruptcy. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Xiao Luo felt a rush of determination, seizing a chest from the hands of certain captain and placing it on the table. This is a deposit. Please ensure the items are crafted. The shopkeeper fell silent, as this was a first for her since opening the store. Gazing at the chest brimming with berries, she felt tempted, yet she knew she could not succumb to such pressure. Please take back your berries, madam. I cannot bear the weight of this sum. Until the factory is operational again, I shall not provide you with any assurances. Her words were blunt, leaving no room for negotiation. Xiao Luo, feeling dejected, reclaimed the berries, yet remained troubled about the uniform matter. It's all right. We can wait until her factory is restored. After all, my next plan is to begin assembling a guild. Really? Noticing that Xiao Luo appeared on the verge of tears, Simon assured her, of course it's true. Why would I deceive you? Gently stroking Xiao Luo's cheek, Simon's tone was filled with affection. Then I shall wait a little longer. After receiving Simon's promise, Xiao Luo exchanged contact information with the shopkeeper and made a pact to reach out once the factory was back in operation. The group subsequently departed from the quaint shop. Simon, you are actually planning to establish a guild? How come you never mentioned it before? It's not because of me, is it? Xiao Luo, who had refrained from expressing her concerns in the shop, now voiced her burning question. Not at all. This was always part of the plan. I merely hadn't decided when to commence. It's not related to this matter. At that moment, Xiao Luo felt a wave of guilt dissipate. So, Simon, have you decided on a base on that island? As for that, not yet, but there's no rush. We have time. Observing that Xiao Luo still had more inquiries, Simon promptly interjected, Xiao Luo, today is a day for enjoyment. Let us not dwell on those matters, all right? Xiao Luo was taken aback by Simon's interruption and found herself momentarily at a loss for words. However, Simon had no intention of allowing the atmosphere to stagnate. Xiao Luo, let us head to that idol club. I've only heard of it before. I've yet to see what it's like inside. Under Simon's enthusiastic recommendation, the group returned to the idol club once more, heart racing and hands trembling. Now, Simon stood just a door away from the fabled idol club. I'm about to push it open. I really am. Well, go ahead and push. After nearly 10 minutes of hesitation at the door, Xiao Luo could no longer contain her excitement and began to cheer Simon on. Encouraged by Xiao Luo's support, Simon gathered his resolve and pushed open the door to a new world. The dazzling lights, explosive music, and live performances created a euphoric atmosphere, a paradise for fans, a realm where fantasy meets reality. The Idol Club is dedicated to nurturing all idols. It is the last sanctuary on Earth. Watching the enthusiastic MC introduce the venue, Simon felt utterly speechless. The exaggerated rhetoric made him feel as if he had stumbled into a pyramid scheme. But is this really the Idol Club? I absolutely adore it. Ignoring the bothersome MC, the ambience here was indeed delightful, allowing fans to see their beloved idols and even connect remotely. Exaiandoli! 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 This chapter is not over. Please click the next page to continue reading. While Simon was still surveying the area, a synchronized chant suddenly erupted in the venue. Not knowing who Exaiandoli was, Simon followed the crowd's gaze toward screen, where a slender, golden-haired beauty appeared. As the music swelled, she danced gracefully like a butterfly. Xiao Luo. Do you know who she is? Clearly, Simon was not well acquainted with current celebrities. Her? I believe she is Victoria Exaiandoli, the most famous dancing star in the world. Rummaging through her memories, Xiao Luo unearthed the name. Victoria Exaiandoli. I feel as though I've heard that name before. Simon was perplexed, despite never having encountered this person prior. She felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet, upon examining her memories from nearly 19 years, he found no trace of her existence. Could she be a character from the original story, lacking any relevant memories? Simon could only theorize. However, to be fair, her dance seemed rather similar to Bai Chi's, if not less captivating. Judging the allure of a performance solely based on physical reactions was indeed a misstep on Simon's part. But it was rather noisy. The raucous cheers from the fans drowned out the music from the performance, particularly a pink-haired male whose voice boomed like thunder. This exuberant individual diminished Simon's appreciation for the venue, as the exaggerated MC and frenzied fans painted the Idol Club on this island in a rather poor light. What am I doing here? The cacophony had begun to wear on Simon, making him feel somewhat out of place. Oh dear sir, why the long face? In the Idol Club, such expressions are unacceptable. You must brighten up and be happy, baby. An MC, noticing Simon's furrowed brow, felt compelled as the host to ensure that no one appeared unhappy during his time. As the MC spoke, those not caught in the frenzy began to glance toward Simon, recognizing an air of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, one exclaimed, "Hey, doesn't he resemble the person reported this morning?" Wow, now that you mention it. He does look like him. Indeed, I know him. That's the incredibly formidable bounty hunter, Simon. One after another, the crowd grew increasingly animated at the sight of their country's savior. Soon, Simon found himself surrounded by admirers. At this moment, the MC had not anticipated that a mere jest directed at Simon would lead to such an uproar. Wow, Who would have thought our hero Malachi Simon would grace us with his presence? Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome Mr. Simon to the stage. As the MC, it was his duty to draw the spotlight to himself, and before the audience could become too frenzied, he promptly declared, "Clap, clap, clap. Simon, Simon, Simon." His words indeed had some effect as everyone momentarily paused in their tracks, parting to create a path for Simon to ascend the stage. How did things come to this? From the very beginning, Simon had appeared bewildered. He had merely whispered some playful remarks. Yet here he was, in a position to take the stage. However, given the circumstances, Simon could not simply flee, for he still required this notoriety, especially with the audience's fervor making refusal impossible. Oh, the moment Simon stood up, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, their cheers drowning out that insufferable pink-haired individual at this juncture. Those lost in the dance of Victoria Sinai also turned their attention to the now spotlighted Simon. Who is he? Does he possess such prominence? Could he be a major star? What is happening? Is there a new event? I refuse to believe anyone could surpass Sinlualai Chan. Isn't that the bounty hunter? I love you, Simon. Ha ha ha. The scene became utterly chaotic, with someone clutching their heart and fainting. The influx of new faces left Simon even more flustered. The last time he faced such a grand spectacle was during the previous event. Calm down, Simon. There is nothing to fear. Here, you are the star. You must adapt. Placing a hand over his rapidly beating heart, Simon approached the shimmering stage. All right, our Mr. Simon has graced our stage. At this moment, he surely had much to convey to us. If everyone is ready, let us proceed. Welcome, Mr. Simon. Oh ho ho ho. As exaggerated as ever. This MC remained insufferable. Regardless of his true willingness, Simon ascended the stage, accepting the microphone handed to him by the MC, gazing down at the sea of eager faces. Simon experienced, for the first time, the superiority that fame bestowed. The world beneath the flashing lights. It feels as though my soul is ascending. Enraptured, Simon gradually forgot his anxiety. Hello, everyone, he began, twirling a microphone in his hands. With his thumb, index finger, and pinky raised, while his middle and ring fingers grasped the microphone, forming an excellent gesture. The audience responded immediately, their cheers reaching a crescendo that seemed to pierce the heavens. After lightly pressing his hand down, Simon continued, I understand you all are eager to hear what I have to say. But please, hold your horses. Allow me to express my feelings first. Standing here, I feel an obligation to strive diligently, not to let down the enthusiasm surrounding me. First and foremost, I am immensely grateful for this opportunity. Just like all of you, I too am a fervent fan. However, there's one point I wish to remind certain individuals. Your cheers are a tad too loud. Of course, let me clarify, I am certainly not referring to any particular pink-haired individual. Some should not take it personally. Simon spoke passionately on stage, yet the audience seemed to lose control of their emotions. Some empathized, quietly wiping away tears, while others cast disdainful glances at Simon. This chapter is not over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. How self-important he is. Who does he think he is? Why should it concern him? If you find it bothersome, go home. To make matters worse, some even began openly attacking Simon verbally. On stage, Simon spoke with fervor, having shared his feelings, yet when he glanced back at the audience, he found fewer than 10 people remaining. How could this be? Weren't they all fans of mine? Why are they no longer looking at me? The stark contrast left Simon at a loss for words. His unspoken thoughts trapped within him. In a moment of desolation, he nearly returned the microphone to the MC. But upon seeing the few who still gazed at him, he hesitated, slowly bringing the microphone to his lips. I am Simon, and my dream is to become the most renowned bounty hunter. He gently addressed the few people in the audience, then stepped off stage, unwilling to linger in this sorrowful place. Accompanied by his entourage, he departed. Truly, made me cry. How could someone be so entertaining? It's settled. I will support him to the ends of the earth. The blue-haired figure donned a white cloak and mask. Leaving the scene, heading towards the temporary CP0 base, the remaining 6, shedding their earlier starstruck demeanor, turned and walked away, moving so swiftly that they left no trace behind. Simon, what were you thinking on stage? That pink-haired person almost came to confront you. Ha ha. Ha. Did I really seem that crazy just now? Seeing Xiao Luo in a similar state, Simon momentarily doubted himself. He had been entirely serious. Why could none of these people understand him? My goodness, Simon, you can't be serious. Wasn't that performance just an act? At this moment, Xiao Luo could no longer contain her laughter, covering her gaping mouth in disbelief. My performance should have been fine, right? Simon began to feel uncertain, an urge to rewatch his performance video bubbling within him. Ha ha ha. Simon, how can you be so funny? Xiao Luo found the greatest joy of the day in this. The grievances she had endured in the workshop vanishing in an instant. At this moment, Simon could hardly articulate his feelings. He glanced at Xiao Luo and sighed helplessly. Alas, what was I thinking? He had no desire to linger in this place any longer. Observing the passers-by, Simon felt as though everyone was mocking him. He could no longer stay. He truly could not bear it any longer. Grabbing the still-laughing Xiao Luo, Simon prepared to return to the hanging ship. Just then, he spotted a shop selling swords, legendary weapons. The sign above boldly proclaimed these 4 characters, instantly elevating his spirits. Despite the heavy marketing aura surrounding it, Simon, having lost his little broken sword, yearned for a reliable weapon. Reflecting on his recent wild battles, he realized he ought to be a bit more refined. After all, he was a renowned figure. It would be detrimental if unflattering photos of him surfaced. The longer he looked, the stronger the shop's allure became, and his grip on Xiao Luo's hand loosened as though enchanted. Releasing her, he took measured steps into the shop. Simon, Xiao Luo, not comprehending Simon's intentions, felt compelled to follow him inside upon seeing him enter. As soon as they stepped in, they heard the shopkeeper enthusiastically recommending a rusty sword to Simon. Hero, behold this sword. Within it slumbers an ancient spirit, and you are its destined wielder. That peculiar tone sounds reminiscent of an artist. Simon accepted the rusted sword from the shopkeeper's hands, scrutinizing the bronze patterns, but found no call of the spirit within. Sir, are you deceiving me? Can this sword truly harbor a spirit? Upon grasping the rusted sword, Simon felt it was far less comfortable than his previous worn blade. Warrior, you must be sincere. How could a spirit be such an unwieldy object? After contemplating this, Simon recognized the truth in the words and realized it was his own insincerity that hindered him. He then composed himself, earnestly trying to appreciate the rough texture, the peculiar scent, and the sharp sound it produced. After a thorough evaluation, Simon concluded that it was indeed just a rusted sword. Infuriated, he lamented that he had come seeking a fine blade, not a corroded one. What do you mean by this, shopkeeper? Do you take me for a fool regarding swords? I'm a sword master, you know. Enraged, Simon slammed his palm onto the table, leaving a brown imprint. A sword master? Ha! I'm a grand sword master. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, get lost. Taken aback, Simon did not expect the proprietor to possess such a fiery personality. With his anger boiling, how could Simon contain himself? He could not, a grand sword master. And here you are, selling swords. Bah! The shopkeeper, equally hot-tempered, was incensed by Simon's mockery, his meager 3 strands of hair standing on end. What, you doubt me? Come and test it. Raising a sword, the shopkeeper was determined to showcase his swordsmanship. Bring it on. Who is afraid of whom? Grabbing a sword, Simon stepped outside, and soon they found themselves in the open space before the shop. Xiao Luo watched with great interest, thoroughly entertained, even though she couldn't quite grasp why things had escalated to this point. In the clearing, Simon and the shopkeeper stood at opposite ends, both filled with rage. Unleashing their full power, Simon executed his strongest move, the sword 23. In response, the shopkeeper's technique was even more terrifying. Before he even drew his sword, the clouds above began to churn ominously. The moment he swung his blade, the sky cleared abruptly, and a bolt of lightning struck down. Crack! Boom! In an instant, Simon found himself staring at an empty space where the shopkeeper had stood. The thunder had momentarily slowed Simon's response, leaving him with a head full of questions. The shopkeeper, radiating an overwhelming aura, had been struck by lightning. Down the ground lay a charred figure, with 3 stubborn strands of hair, still swaying defiantly. Is this the Grand Sword Master? This is a joke, Simon scoffed. Who gave you the audacity? Just then, the blackened figure on the ground stirred T.O. Simon's astonishment. The shopkeeper flipped over and stood up, just as Simon thought the shopkeeper might unleash a powerful counterattack. He heard a series of exclamations to prevent any subsequent regrets from the shopkeeper. Simon, sword in hand, advanced cautiously. Upon nearing, he raised his sword to the shopkeeper's neck. "I have one," Simon declared with ruthless finality. The shopkeeper glanced at the sword resting against his neck, and the 3 strands of hair ceased their defiance. "You are strong, young man. My sword shall not go to waste in your hands. Come, choose a sword from my collection." In that moment, the shopkeeper's bravado persisted, his arrogant demeanor suggesting he had emerged victorious. Simon looked at the sword in his grasp, and then at the shopkeeper's retreating figure, struggling to suppress a certain thought. Upon re-entering the shop, the swords presented to Simon were nothing like the rusted one he had just encountered. Crafted from light steel, they gleamed with an ethereal brilliance and boasted a sharpness 100-fold that of a mere knife. The first sword the shopkeeper introduced was exceptionally slender, capable of slicing through hair with ease. Simon held it, frowning. "This is too light. Far too light." Perceiving Simon's dissatisfaction, the shopkeeper produced a solid steel sword, broad and robust, boasting a hardness 100 times that of a knife. Upon grasping this sword, Simon felt an immediate affinity, yet the shape left much to be desired. "It's too ugly. Too ugly." He returned the sword to the shopkeeper, signaling for another. "I advise you not to push your luck." The shopkeeper seemed somewhat irked, his tone growing harsh. At this moment, Simon too felt he might have overstepped. Thus he proposed, "I'll pay double." Indeed, money spoke volumes, and with that single phrase, the shopkeeper hurried off to his treasure trove in search of a grand sword. This time, he truly appeared to have found something remarkable, a treasured sword of the establishment, encased in an ancient box, adorned with golden ties, and the shopkeeper's careful demeanor conveyed the exceptional nature of this item. This is a legendary blade that has been passed down for nearly 3 centuries. The Great Blade 21 Nebula. The shopkeeper did not open the box, but gently placed it before Simon. The Great Blade? Simon marveled at his fortuitous luck. No wonder he had been so fixated on this shop. "Is it you calling me? Nebula?" Trembling slightly, Simon carefully began to untie the complex bindings. As he loosened them, the box was poised for opening. What could it be? Nebula. Slowly, Simon lifted the lid, revealing the hilt first, a round gem at the end, concealing a cloud-like shadow within. The grip was crafted from rare black cloud crystal, reflecting light like a shooting star. Pulling further, the dark blue blade emerged, adorned with various icy gemstones that was a work of art, truly the sword of his dreams. Simon was utterly enamored by the sword's appearance. As he grasped it, he was astonished to feel as though the blade melded with his very being, a sensation he had never experienced since he began his swordsmanship journey. Could it be? Simon brought the sword close, gazing deeply, recalling his mentor who had once taught him the art of the sword 16 years ago in the Duchy of Loaja at the Duke's residence. "Simon, do you know why renowned swords are called as such?" asked the kingdom's strongest swordsman, Inspiration, after assessing young Simon's academic performance. "Renowned swords? Aren't they just more famous?" Young Simon had little comprehension of what made a sword renowned. Not quite, Simon. If that were the case, the world would be filled with renowned swords. Ruffling Simon's hair, Inspiration shared a legendary tale among swordsmen. Renowned swords are so named because they possess their own consciousness. It is said they become part of a swordsman when they encounter one whose spirit aligns perfectly with theirs. Part of a swordsman, the young Simon could not grasp what Inspiration truly meant. "Simon, this feeling is something beyond description. One day, when you encounter your own renowned sword, you will understand." Now, holding Nebula, Simon truly comprehended that compatibility was not determined by the sword itself. "Inspiration, you were mistaken. Only by recognizing the renowned blade can one be acknowledged by it in return." As Simon felt the sensations emanating from the nebula in his grasp, he experienced a peculiar sense of conversing with it. "How do you find it? If you are satisfied, might I trouble you to settle the remaining balance?" Observing Simon's content demeanor, the shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, his dark skin gradually flaking away. "Certainly, I am quite pleased. How much? Clutching the nebula, Simon was utterly enamored. Originally, I had no intention of selling this sword. However, fate has brought us together, so I shall charge you 5 million berries, without sparing a glance at the shopkeeper. Simon waved for Xiao Luo to pay the sum. Nebula, haha, should we perhaps reconsider the sword techniques? Embracing the nebula, Simon was now lost in fantasies. Half an hour later, feeling somewhat bored, Xiao Luo approached Simon. Simon, how much longer do you intend to linger here? The loud outburst jolted Simon from his reverie. Why are you shouting so loudly? Xiao Luo, my ears are about to burst, rubbing his throbbing ears. Simon finally secured the nebula at his waist. Had it not been for your prolonged stay, I would not have raised my voice, Xiao Luo declared, hands on hips, radiating indignation. Sighing, Simon lost all desire to remain in this spot. Observing the shopkeeper still counting the berries, he stealthily pocketed the 2 swords, Flying Shadow and Diamond, to tea that moment. On Urki Island, a cloaked gentleman entered the #1 newspaper office, approaching a room with a furtive demeanor. Cousin, I have breaking news. Guess what I captured? Upon entering the room, the man removed his hat, unable to contain his excitement. Young master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The best is yet to come. Breaking news? What could possibly qualify as such? The older cousin, engrossed in work, lifted his head slightly, casting a glance before returning to his task. I assure you, it's true, dear cousin. Trust me. Look, this is the photo I captured. Seeing that his older cousin showed no interest, the man could not restrain himself and thrust the photograph before him. This not just a blank space. The older cousin stared at the dark image, perplexed about what his distant cousin was attempting to convey. How could it be blank? This is... Glancing at the photo, he froze at I forgot to remove the cover. Instantly, the color drained from his face, as if life had lost its meaning. However, the older cousin would not allow him to continue lamenting. He promptly ushered him out. Not long after, another cloaked figure entered the room. Cousin, I have breaking news. The older cousin, sensing familiarity, looked up to find it was yet another cousin. You two have breaking news? It wouldn't happen to be about a photograph, would it? The man, about to pull back his hat's brim, froze. Cousin, you already know. I haven't shared this with anyone else yet. Hearing his cousin's words, the older cousin lost interest in work, sitting back to await the performance. Cousin, look. The man presented a photo he had secretly taken of Simon. Upon seeing the image, the older cousin was instantly awake. This is the now famous bounty hunter. How did you manage to capture him? The older cousin was genuinely intrigued, having sought him out himself, yet never encountering him. You would never guess, he actually visited the Idol Club, and he revealed something quite significant. Suddenly recalling something, the cousin produced a recording bug from his pocket. The Idol Club? The place established by that scoundrel? Indeed. After reviewing the photograph and listening to the recording, the older cousin felt something was missing. Cousin, you do not have a photo of that pink-haired fellow. It makes things quite difficult for me. Pink-haired fellow? Why do you need his photo? The cousin was puzzled, as Simon's fame eclipsed that of the unknown pink-haired individual. Cousin, during your studies, what have you been doing? Must I teach you everything? Go home and ponder this. If you want to ride the coattails of someone else's fame, you must know what is required. Thus, the older cousin sent his somewhat inexperienced cousin back home. Sigh. What to do? Such excellent material wasted. The fresh material on the table left the older cousin in a quandary to report or not to report. That is the dilemma. Without a topic, he could not proceed, yet he desperately needed to ride the wave of popularity. As he paced back and forth in his room, he was interrupted by a familiar voice. Cousin, I come to play with you. Hearing this voice, the older cousin froze, his body stiffening. Little cousin, what brings her here? What on earth is old Wong doing? The little cousin's footsteps grew nearer, her voice brimming with joy. Hey cousin, why are you ignoring me? I've missed you so much. Her tone was irresistibly sweet, making it impossible for the older cousin to refuse. Leaning over his desk, he attempted to conceal his work. Just a moment, fearful that his cousin might damage the materials, he hurriedly organized them. Materials? Is there something interesting happening? The little cousin's eyes gleamed, her expression shifting mischievously. Before the older cousin could react, she darted under him and snatched the leather bag. "Ha! I've got it." With the bag in hand, the little cousin twirled away, while the older cousin, feeling unwell, did not chase after her, but instead sank into his chair. Sigh. What to do if the little cousin continues like this? Lighting a cigar with trembling hands, the older cousin fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, the little cousin, noticing her older cousin did not pursue her, eagerly opened the leather bag to photographs and a recording bug. What could they contain? How exciting! The little cousin enjoyed leaving a sense of mystery, so she listened to the recording first. Clarify. I am not. Terrifying. The recording sent her blood pressure soaring. Malachi Simon, suppressing her rage. The little cousin opened the photographs, her eyes widening in disbelief. Upon seeing the image, her anger dissipated. It's Simon. He looks so handsome. This photo is staying with me. Tucking the picture against her abdomen, the little cousin returned to her older cousin's office. Cousin, may I write about this news? Please, please. With eyes as innocent as a little white rabbit and a voice soft and tender, the elder cousin was utterly captivated. Although he believed he could not produce any sensational news himself, he acquiesced to his younger cousin's request. Little did he anticipate that she would indeed craft a blockbuster piece. After leaving her elder cousin's office, she was imbued with inspiration, swiftly penning 50 varied tales of love and conflict without consulting him, directly sending them for printing. Upon returning to the ship named Xingyan, little Luo retreated to her room, her activities a mystery. Meanwhile, Simon remained fixated on his sword, completely entranced, as he caressed the scabbard of the Xingyun sword, a gentle light shimmering in his eyes. They were to engage in battle together. After all, how delightful! This state of fervor persisted for 3 days. On that morning, Simon abruptly drew his sword, proclaiming, with a single strike, I could traverse 1,000 miles of sea. Xingyun sword technique. One strike opens the galaxy. As he cleaved through the air, the sword's aura shimmered like starlight, parting the ocean before him and leaving it undisturbed for an extended time. Was that? Glancing at the Xingyun in his hand, Simon smiled, recognizing the potential for growth in his swordsmanship, that I must practice my swordplay. I am destined to be a master of the blade. Ha! I too aspire to claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Enveloped in fantasies, Simon could hardly contain his eagerness to train. Yet at that moment, he caught sight of the news bird and halted in his tracks, wondering who the fortunate soul had become the headline of the day. Upon receiving the newspaper, Simon sensed something amiss. Why are there so many articles? Have multiple news agencies collaborated? The last time he encountered such a paper was in Luojia country, recalling an explosive scoop about a certain star. Could it be that unfortunate soul had been exposed? Chuckling at the prospect of entertainment, Simon's lips curled into a grin, eager to discover the identity of the beleaguered figure. To his utter surprise, upon opening the newspaper, he found himself featured. Why is it me? What could I possibly have done to warrant coverage? Is the newspaper just idling away? Simply seeing his name sent a wave of anxiety through him. After all, based on similar reports he had previously encountered, such articles were rarely favorable. That if you dare report on me, you'd better watch your back, or you'll face the consequences. Despite his apprehensions, Simon's curiosity was piqued. After all, these stories could generate substantial attention, significantly aiding his aspirations of becoming a legendary hunter. Let me see what it entails. Shock. The rising star Simon audaciously declares such words. Dominant Simon, disdainful of all. He mentioned the pink-haired one. He must have me in his heart. Alas, so engrossed, Simon even advises me to lower my voice. With a voice hoarse from passion, a declaration transcends the seas. Without my presence, the celebrated bounty hunter fades into obscurity. Ah, that little darling penned all this. It's simply splendid. I'm utterly enamored. As Simon read through the myriad stories, he felt as though he might shatter his teeth from grinning so widely. Why illustrious reputation. He envisioned the potential repercussions of these articles spreading, lamenting, I had hoped to interact with you all as a bounty hunter. Yet you've contrived such tales? Very well. I concede. Any notoriety is still notoriety, and I shall seize this opportunity to establish my Hunters Guild. Recognizing he was at the center of attention, he decided to ride the wave of publicity. Grabbing his phone bug, Simon initiated contact with Mr. How How. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Hello, is this Mr. How How? Oh, Simon, what can I do for you? On Genie Island, within the confines of the newspaper office, Mr. How How was taken aback by Simon's call. After all, Simon had become a household name. Mr. How How. You may not believe it, but I've been inundated with coverage lately. Indeed, Simon. Your fame is soaring. I was just contemplating writing something to ride the wave. Mr. How How's remark delighted Simon, who was thrilled that he had already entertained such an idea. Oh, Mr. How How, you wish to elevate your fame further? Can you assist with that? This inquiry genuinely left Mr. How How at a loss. Should he forego a previously agreed-upon piece about a star scandal for the red-hot Simon? As he pondered, the cat-maid approached, prompting a shift in his thoughts. Simon has aided me greatly. I must reciprocate. Without hesitation, he declared, Mr. Simon, if you have materials, we can ensure you make headlines daily. Really? I can't thank you enough. Mr. How How, I will send the materials shortly. With the call concluded, Simon contemplated the type of content he should record. Nothing that could be misconstrued. It must be robust and visibly impressive. After a brief moment of reflection, he devised a plan. First, he would showcase his impeccable physique. Removing his shirt, Simon struck several bodybuilder poses. Push-ups, jabs, the Iron Mountain pose, and a half-turn. After completing the sequence, he felt invigorated. Next, he aimed to demonstrate his new weapon. The Da Kuai Dao 21, Xingyun. Holding the blade against his jaw, he gazed into the distance with determination. With his back turned, he raised the Xingyun sword high, the starlight reflecting off it, illuminating his form. He felt undeniably handsome. How could one be this dashing? Lastly, he needed some scandalous content. After all, what buzz without a bit of spice? Finding a secluded corner, he gathered 6 captains to capture some potentially misleading images and promptly sent them to Mr. How How without a second thought. Meanwhile, on Genie Island, Mr. How How was deep in contemplation. Yes, I must invest heavily in skilled writers. This is crucial. After disconnecting, he wore a serious expression, aware that this was his first major undertaking and that he could not afford any slip-ups. At that moment, the photos Simon sent arrived. What does Mr. Simon intend with these? Is he suggesting we take this route? Examining the images, Mr. How How began to speculate about Simon's intentions, based on their previous conversations and the photos. He concluded that Simon wanted to amplify the impact. If that is Mr. Simon's desire, then it shall be straightforward. In this arena, I have never been outdone by anyone. If one does not ride the wave of popularity, they risk missing the opportunity. This moment is indeed an opportune time for publishing. Although a considerable number of writers have yet to arrive, the current situation cannot afford any further delay. Mr. How How, feeling the weight of the task at hand, promptly summoned the 16 editors he had recently recruited. Ahem, let us convene for a meeting, shall we? This is the material I have just acquired today. Your mission is to weave these elements into a compelling narrative. Ideally, it should resemble this, with freshly penned examples in hand. Mr. How How took turns presenting them to the editors. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. The editors summoned by Mr. How How are far from ordinary. Each possesses their unique prowess, being elites in their respective fields. Will the boss grant us the liberty to exercise our creativity, or must we adhere strictly to the template? Among them, the 10-time reigning champion of the Nanhai bestseller list raised a query after reviewing the material. If possible, let us not stray too far from the template. This individual has recently garnered significant fame. His story requires prompt publication. I understand. The others had no further questions, and the meeting concluded swiftly. Meanwhile, Mr. How How remained in place, coordinating with the printing house. With Mr. How How as assistance, the circulation will soon flourish. It appears the base must hastily decide on a location. After transmitting the photographs, Simon temporarily set aside his sword training. The foremost priority now is to establish the guild stronghold. Has Shaluo not emerged yet? It has already been 3 days. Gazing at the sealed room, Simon wrestled with the decision of whether to call Shaluo out. Wolf, what do you think? Unsure, Simon sought an answer from Wolf, who merely tilted her head and blinked, saying nothing. Sigh, why is it that you choose this moment to remain silent? Through their prolonged companionship, Simon had discerned that Wolf's intelligence fluctuated. At times, she could reach a level of normalcy. Yet more often than not, she remained a silent doll, devoid of speech. Perhaps it is best to let it be. Xiaoluo might be preoccupied with something significant at this moment. In the end, Simon refrained from knocking on the door to summon Xiaoluo. Wolf, let's explore the island for any uninhabited isles. Surely, there must be some islands completely ravaged. Simon believed the likelihood was quite high, given that this nation had recently endured a colossal war. After instructing the 6 captains to safeguard the hanging ship and protect Xiaoluo, Simon and Wolf departed the vessel. Which island should we choose? I feel rather unfamiliar with this place. Alone, Simon struggled to adapt to this feeling. Reminiscent of returning to that deserted island, it seemed as if the cannon fire pirates had bombarded an island. Which one was it? In Simon's memory, there lingered the image of a severely damaged isle, yet he could not recall its exact direction that it should be. This way. Observing the western scenery, it felt somewhat familiar, as if it were meant to be. Ultimately, there is no definitive direction. Since I am here, I shall follow my instincts and venture westward. Simon found himself uncertain of his whereabouts, having not encountered anyone about town. It appeared as though everyone was engaged in repairing their homes. Walking and walking, Simon, now dizzy, inadvertently changed direction. After half an hour of trudging, his patience began to wane to that moment. A figure munching on a lollipop approached. Numbered 146. Initially, this 146 walked with their head down, but upon passing Simon, inexplicably lifted their head. Meow, 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 meow. Simon, she exclaimed in surprise. Could you keep it down a bit? Meow, Lord Simon actually want me to be quiet? Simon was rendered speechless. What was wrong with this person? Such behavior was exceedingly rare, leaving him without any recourse. Well, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, sensing that staying here would only worsen the situation. Simon grasped Wolf's hand and fled like the wind. What is going on? The 146 lamented her missed opportunity to engage further with Simon as she watched him depart. Had she not had her own affairs, she would certainly have pursued him. Turning the corner, 146 entered the number 1 newspaper office. Big cousin, I'm back. Upon hearing her voice, the big cousin hurried out of his room, warmly inviting her to sit. Little cousin, why didn't you give me a heads up before coming? I'm utterly unprepared. The demeanor of the big cousin was markedly different from their last encounter. This was likely the result of newfound capabilities. Tsh, how insincere. Though little cousin muttered this, she felt quite pleased. After all, they were quite closely related. Little cousin, what brings you here this time? Surely, you haven't come with a new manuscript. The big cousin looked at her expectantly. No, I merely came to play. What? Are you not welcoming me? How could I? How could I? The big cousin repeatedly smiled, knowing full well that his little cousin was his golden goose, one to be cherished. However, big cousin, I just ran into Simon. Now I have a burst of inspiration. I can't stay here any longer. I must leave. Hearing this news, the big cousin was elated. Of course, he would see her off. Meanwhile, the fleeing Simon was bewildered, having unexpectedly arrived at Shaho Island. This seems to be the very island bombarded by the cannon fire pirates. It felt just the same upon arriving on the island. Simon paused, scanning the area, and confirmed that this was indeed the site of the pirate assault. This island, surely it cannot serve as the guild's stronghold. The location is rather unsuitable. After circling the island, Simon felt it was too flat. Establishing a stronghold here would pose significant defensive challenges. Should I explore the 5 main islands instead? I recall reports stating that the pirates had slain all the nobles here. Feeling adventurous, Simon pondered taking a gamble. But which island should he choose? Each one seemed appealing. Needing to think carefully, Simon refrained from rushing to those islands. As for Rummed Island, their family still had members in the Navy. It would be too troublesome to go there. Bright Island appeared to be unappealing to Xiaoluo, so that was out. Bahamut must be reserved for the Flame. Were Tium and Governing Island the only options left? After mentally reviewing his choices, Simon found he had narrowed it down to just 2 islands. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Then let us visit Tiam Island and see how many intact structures remain. This situation appears as though Simon has made a choice. Yet in truth, he has not, for he is left with but a singular option. The ruling island lies in a state of utter desolation. While it possesses potential, the financial demands for construction are exceedingly great. Tiam Island is vast, and Simon is well aware of this. Throughout the journey, he remains remarkably relaxed, his mind incessantly wandering in fantasies about how to develop this island. However, upon his arrival, his dreams shatter into a million pieces. Where is the island? This expansive land? Where has it gone? Has he taken a wrong turn? The sight before him is simply unacceptable. Yes, one of the 5 principal islands of the Ruot archipelago, Tiam Island is nowhere to be found. What could have transpired? Why has Tiam Island vanished? Given Simon's current capabilities, he cannot fathom how such a large island could disappear so swiftly. Was it the work of flames? How could that be achieved? Based on Simon's understanding, the assailants of this island must be the red-lipped pirates. Yet, no matter how he contemplates, he cannot conceive how they could have obliterated an island without leaving a trace in such a brief period. Should he encounter them in the future, he will certainly inquire. If indeed it was their doing, it is truly terrifying. The disappearance of Tiam Island casts a shadow over Simon's heart, leaving him to ponder whether the dilapidated ruling island is truly the best option for him. With a deep sigh, he resigns himself to this reality and departs alongside Wolf toward the ruling island, hoping that no further misfortunes will befall them as they tread the path to the ruling island. Simon is burdened with anxiety about potential calamities that might arise. Yet, fortunately, the area remains largely intact, resembling its former self, with only a single decrepit room and countless piles of rubble. Splendid. The environment here is quite favorable. With some diligent renovation, it could indeed become perfect. After meticulously observing the island, visions begin to form in Simon's mind. However, he wonders to which family the land title belongs if he were to forcibly occupy this location. Would it not lead to future repercussions? As he is pursuing a path of reputation, he must endeavor to avoid such complications. Might there be any documents of this nature within that dilapidated room? With the 4 great families nearly annihilated, Simon finds himself lacking any means to gather information here. Upon entering this supposedly administrative chamber of the Source Nation, Simon is struck by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Although he had heard tales of its condition, the reality is far too rudimentary. The room appears even more antiquated than the exterior, with a table that may collapse at any moment, chairs riddled with holes and decay, and bookshelves covered in cobwebs. How long has it been since anyone conducted business here? None of these items are salvageable, it seems. Is it truly a matter of starting from scratch? Contemplating the costs associated with completely renovating such an island, Simon feels overwhelmed. The island is still under repair, and finding workers is a challenge. Sigh. Life is not easy, he muses. Yet, how can so many books be left to decay? What were the 4 great families doing prior? Although the shelves are thick with cobwebs, the books appear to be in remarkably good condition. Observing the collection, Simon feels a tinge of regret and contemplates tidying up to see if any volumes remain intact. After all, he is a youth who loves to read. Titles such as The Arhut and the Witch, The Legend of Jean Island, The Mystery of the Birth of the Ruot Archipelago, The Illustrated Guide to Devil Fruits, and A Guide to the Use of Male Dogs catch his eye. While the quantity of books may not be vast, there are certainly many he has never encountered before, including The Arhut and the Witch and A Guide to the Use of Male Dogs. Simon had never even heard of such titles. After discarding those that were unusable, he opened The Arhut and the Witch. Upon seeing the characters for Arhut, his mind conjured images of his own martial arts. Could it possibly be the romantic history of that esteemed predecessor? Influenced by the martial arts, it is not beyond reason. Intrigued by the revelation, Simon eagerly began to read the book, as he suspected. The protagonist is indeed that esteemed predecessor from Luojia Kingdom. The text narrates, in the summer of the 999th year of the Ocean Garden calendar, the invincible war god of Luojia Kingdom encountered a shipwreck and washed ashore on the remote island of Black Wind. On that day, the weather was somewhat gloomy, and the witch, bright pure white, found no amusement on the island, unexpectedly discovering him on the beach. Looking at the unconscious war god, Bright Pure White's possessiveness clouded her judgment. And seeing no one around, she imprisoned him in a dungeon. Every day, Bright Pure White remained by his side, professing her love, yet he remained unconscious for months. One day, Pure White returned to the dungeon, only to find a letter. From that day forth, no one in the Source Nation ever saw the figure of the witch, Bright Pure White. Thereafter, rumors spread that an angelic girl appeared beside the war god of Luogia Kingdom. How romantic! Could that angel be the witch? The story's captivating descriptions led Simon to indulge in his fantasies, never expecting his predecessor to have such an extraordinary tale. He had assumed that only fiery sagas belonged to him. Having only witnessed the passionate stories of that predecessor in Luogia Kingdom, Simon feels he has opened the door to a new world here. Indeed, rescuing these books was a wise decision. He almost missed this thrilling narrative. These texts could not possibly differ from the version he has seen, could they? Gazing at the array of peculiar books on the table, Simon feels compelled to investigate further. With some time spare, he ponders which one to delve into first. They all pique his curiosity. The Illustrated Guide to Devil Fruits, The Mystery of the Birth of the Ruot Archipelago, A Guide to the Use of Male Dogs. His gaze flits back and forth among these 3 volumes. Yet it lingers upon the latter. Dogs. Wolf could also be considered akin to a dog. Perusing this book for insights could be beneficial. It is certainly not out of mere curiosity. The repeated deliberation finally compels Simon to surrender to the temptation. With a gulp and a heart full of trepidation, he reaches for the book. Although Wolf is not male, the principle should remain the same. With a sense of anticipation, Simon's fingers brush the book's cover, and he slowly opens it. Ding, ding, ding. My young master, there is more beyond this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following content is even more exhilarating. After finishing a guide to the use of male dogs, Simon gently placed the book back on the table, his hands clasped together in gratitude. He felt as though he had grasped the essence of life. At that moment, Simon seemed to radiate a divine light. Akin to a sage, learning is not merely an act of acquiring knowledge. It is through practice that true understanding emerges. Wolf, come, let us practice this. 40 minutes later, as he tidied his clothes, Simon felt that this experience of learning had been immensely rewarding. Indeed, frequent study is essential. The treasures here may well exceed one's imagination. Having merely glanced at the bookshelf in this room, Simon felt compelled to explore the other 4 chambers, following the corridor to his left. He arrived at a door marked with the name Room Tur. It seemed that these 4 rooms were designated for the respective families. Without further contemplation, Simon boldly pushed the door open, and a cloud of long-settled dust cascaded down onto him, coating his face as he stood there, unflinching. Goodness, how long has it been since anyone visited this room? Raking through his now dust-laden hair, Simon felt a surge of frustration. Ugh, some of that dust even found its way into my mouth, which is utterly revolting. You better reward me with something worthwhile, or I shall not hold back. Rolling up his sleeves, Simon's irritation mounted. Entering the room, he noted the decor was distinctly nautical, befitting the Rumtur family. After a thorough rummage, he had turned the place upside down, but found nothing of value. Sigh. Truly, there's nothing here. I'm at a loss for words. Bending down, he drew his sword, proclaiming, Star Sword, Meteor Shower, in a fit of uncontrollable energy. Simon executed an astounding 2,661 strikes in a mere second, setting a personal record. As the sword light flickered, the room vanished into the void. What a relief! He tousled his slightly disheveled hair from the vigorous activity, a radiant smile returning to his face. What a pity! Such a perfect room, now lost. Returning to the previous chamber, Simon contemplated the remaining 3 directions. The Bright family is engaged in peculiar trades. Surely, they possess an abundance of strange items. Indeed, Simon had a deeper understanding of the Bright family compared to the others, not due to any fondness for their products, but rather a twist of fate. The witch from the Arhot and the witch belonged to the Bright family. After all, following the corridor to the lower left, Simon reached the door of this particular room. Just as he was about to push it open, he paused. Wait, this is the Bright family's chamber. There might be an outrageous amount of contraband. Would it be? However, his hesitation was fleeting, as the allure of the mysterious realm was irresistible. Here I come. I, the valiant Simon, shall accept the challenge. To avoid another encounter with dust, Simon opted for a forceful entrance this time. With a single powerful punch, he propelled the dust-laden wooden door open. The freshly disturbed dust swirled around him like a trailing effect, and soon, the room was engulfed in a cloud of dust. Oh no, I think I've made a mess. Outside the room, Simon gazed into the hazy interior, feeling even more disheartened than before. Even if there are items, can they still be usable? Will there be any issues? After a 10-minute wait, the dust had settled to the ground. What will I find? It feels like unboxing a mystery box. Feeling ready, Simon stepped inside, treading lightly as if to avoid stirring the dust anew. Each step he took left a clear imprint behind him. Standing in the center of the room, he surveyed the dark decor, which created a rather atmospheric ambience. It seems there are no forbidden items here. Just an ordinary room. At that moment, Simon felt a twinge of disappointment as the reality fell far short of his expectations. Were the contraband items located on Bright Island? Should he sneak a visit? Simon harbored an inexplicable obsession with forbidden items, but now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. He needed to ascertain what could be salvaged from this place for his guild, which needed to be established promptly. Without temptation, Simon's search was rather cursory, merely a glance before concluding that there was nothing of value here. Time to check the other rooms. Just as Simon was about to leave, his eyes caught sight of something. What is that? Recognizing the familiar shape, he retrieved the Arhut and the witch. In one of the illustrations, he indeed found what he was looking for. The witch's dungeon. So this is the place. After several comparisons, Simon confirmed that the statue before him was the mechanism to unlock the witch's dungeon. He was about to glimpse the private quarters of that esteemed figure and the witch from 500 years ago. How exhilarating. His trembling hands, filled with anticipation, were unable to remain steady as Simon activated the mechanism. A hidden passage slowly revealed itself. Creak! The moment the passage opened, a swarm of rats dashed out, accompanied by a foul stench that hit Simon like a wall. Unprepared for such an encounter, he was swiftly overcome by the noxious fumes, losing consciousness. Half an hour later, as the stench dissipated, Simon regained his senses. Did I just see a bridge? Was that merely an illusion? But that old lady was so kind. She even offered me soup. After surveying his surroundings, Simon felt as if he had traversed realms once more. What was I supposed to do? Ah, good heavens, how terrifying. In an instant, Simon grasped the reality. He had inadvertently journeyed to the bridge of oblivion. Had he consumed that bowl of soup, he might have become a fool. How frightening. Just a whiff, and one could suffer temporary amnesia. What transpired just now? Gazing at the now open passage, Simon hesitated to enter, filled with dread. I merely opened the passage, and a horde of rats scurried out. What happened next? He racked his brain in an attempt to recall the events. But a crucial piece remained elusive. Simon felt as if his mind might explode. He would not dare descend into the dungeon without clarity. He could distinguish between life and curiosity. Wolf? Wolf, at that moment. Simon suddenly remembered he was not alone. Wolf was with him. Turning around, he found Wolf sitting serenely, seemingly unaffected. Wolf? An epiphany. Wolf's intellect had emerged at this moment. Wolf, do you know what just happened? Poison gas, so it was poison gas. Fortunately, Wolf's intelligence had surfaced just in time, allowing Simon to grasp the situation with relative ease. However, Wolf appeared unaffected by the gas. Did that mean their souls were not part of the same system? This posed a perplexing enigma. Having understood the circumstances, Simon no longer felt as frightened, but the poison gas remained a formidable challenge. How do I get inside? With no tools at hand, was Simon destined to remain trapped outside? Wait a moment. How did that group of mice manage to survive? Are they immune, perhaps? It seems that the more I ponder the incomprehensible, the more questions arise, shaking my head to cast aside unnecessary thoughts. Simon began to contemplate the nature of the poison gas within the dungeon, that I seemed to recall faintly smelling a putrid stench before losing consciousness. Could this type of poison gas be FF-73? Having some slight understanding of such matters, Simon speculated that FF-73 might have been modified from a formula passed down over 5 centuries. No. Could it be that this is the original version? Comparing the tale of the Arhut and the witch, Simon's comprehension of F73 evolved yet again. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Perhaps he had indeed stumbled upon a hidden history. That poison gas must have a triggering mechanism, right? I didn't do anything. How could it suddenly... The mice, it dawned on Simon. He understood everything now. How ingenious. The mechanism is truly remarkable. However, it is quite absurd that those mice have not perished in over 500 years. Having grasped the nature of the poison gas, Simon's desire to venture into the dungeon rekindled. If he were careful, surely there would be no issue. The allure of that dark, foreboding cave was simply too great. One could lose their senses in an instant. Stretching his body, Simon cautiously approached the cave's entrance. Stay composed, Simon. This is the secret lair of that witch, so there should not be an abundance of traps. Yet, despite his resolve, Simon still enveloped himself in a layer of armed hockey for protection. Navigating through the cramped passageway, he arrived in an expansive chamber illuminated by eerie green crystals. Astonishing, although the lighting was poor. The contents of the room left Simon in awe. Daring garments, bizarre implements, and peculiar candlestick bases whose purpose was unknown. This room resembled a showcase. Though time had dulled many of the colors, the remnants clearly indicated that the witch was indeed mad. No wonder she chose to remain by the side of that predecessor. How fortunate he was to have such a perfect companion. After exploring the chamber, Simon pressed on, swiftly approaching the prison depicted in the story. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water was now distinctly audible, yet no water could be seen within the passage. The wooden door separated the cells from the corridor. With a gentle push, the time-worn door crumbled into a pile of debris. Peering through the opening, Simon beheld rows of cells separated by iron bars. So many cells. Why had these been forgotten for 5 centuries? Confounded, Simon pondered why the Blight family had never visited such a convenient location. Could it be that this was truly a secret domain crafted solely by that witch? Continuing forward, he gazed upon the desiccated bones within the cells, feeling a profound sense of brutality for the first time. Soon, he arrived at the final cell, the very one where that predecessor once resided. Bang! Simon's hockey-imbued fist collided with the bars, producing a resounding clang. His eyes widened in realization. This is the power of creation. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the iron bars appeared as if they were new, showing no signs of wear from the passage of time. Was that witch perhaps a user of the barrier fruit? If so, it would explain why this place had eluded the Blight family. After a moment of contemplation, Simon unsheathed his blade, enveloping it in hockey. With a swift strike, a crisp sound rang out as the bars blocking his path shattered. Entering the cell, he found little evidence of the predecessor's presence. No inscriptions on the stone walls, nor strange letters. It was merely an ordinary cell. Simon felt disappointment wash over him. He had hoped to uncover that elusive letter. Had he truly been overthinking it? Alas, Simon's pilgrimage to the sacred site concluded here. Exiting the dungeon, he returned to that initial chamber. The dungeon should be preserved. Perhaps he would find it useful in the future. With the location of the guild headquarters now firmly established, he noted that some renovations were needed. There were still 2 rooms left to explore. He must hurry back to discuss with Xiao Luo. Having been away from Xiao Luo for so long, Simon began to feel concerned. The adventure was far from over. Please turn to the next page for the continuation of this thrilling tale. To save time, Simon made his way to the room in the lower right corner. This chamber belonged to the Bahamut family. Pushing the door open and casting a cursory glance, he found no useful items within. As expected, this was merely a space abandoned by the 4 great families. There was nothing of value. Filled with disappointment, Simon stood before the entrance to the final room. The Tiam family. What purpose did they serve? It seemed no information had circulated about them. The enigmatic family inspired little anticipation within Simon. He merely wished to quickly inspect this room and return. Skillfully pushing the door, he encountered a situation entirely different from the previous chambers. The door would not fully open. What was going on? Curious, Simon peered through the partially opened door and gasped. Good heavens! Inside was an abundance of books. Just from glancing at the covers, Simon could discern that these were treasures beyond measure. Unable to contain his excitement, he forcefully opened the door, seizing a book titled The Little Slave of Count Mark. The titles within were increasingly outrageous. With a quick glance, Simon estimated that this room contained nearly 10,000 books. If there were so many here, what about TM Island? Ah, TM Island has disappeared. Realizing he had missed out on a fortune, Simon's spirits dampened. Why? What could have warranted such a drastic measure? Is knowledge truly a crime? O'Hara was treated this way, and so was TM. Simon vented his frustrations for nearly an hour. These treasures must not be lost. They must be hidden away, securely concealed. As Simon's emotions gradually stabilized, he gazed apprehensively at the books, fearing that one day they might vanish unexpectedly. But where could he hide them? There seemed to be no safe place nearby. A secure location. That dungeon might just do. Perfectly hidden, the dungeon was a private cell known only to him. As long as he kept his secret, these treasures would remain safe. After tidying up the exhibition room within the dungeon, Simon moved all the books there. Phew. Now he could rest easy. Surely this island wouldn't inexplicably disappear as well. After blocking the door with stones, Simon felt a sense of satisfaction. All right, time to return to Xiao Luo. She should be back by now. After exploring the island of governance, Simon is now set to return to the suspended ship. Why is this so? This armor is incredibly difficult to maneuver. In her room, Xiao Luo, holding the camera transformation device, feels despondent. This marks her 1,320th attempt. How did Simon manage to operate it so adeptly on his very first try? Could it be that Xiao Luo is simply too slow-witted? She has been entangled in this dilemma for several days now. Sigh. Let us continue. If I fail again this time, I will seek Simon's assistance. With renewed determination, Xiao Luo takes a deep breath, her gaze resolute, and transforms. Perfect. Her movements are precise, and the nanocrystals are flawlessly integrated. Xiao Luo has successfully donned her armor. Excellent. At least she has become quite proficient in the transformation. Now, it is time to take action. Cautiously, she lifts one foot and steps lightly without any issues. Next, she throws a punch, but just then, the armor flickers erratically, and with a sudden flash, her transformation is undone. Why? Why is the transformation time so fleeting? This is utterly unmanageable for combat. This situation is not unprecedented, and Xiao Luo is utterly perplexed about where she's gone wrong. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Luo, are you in there? The sound of knocking is accompanied by the youthful voice of Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, didn't she return to the swordplay kingdom? Why is she back? Setting down the transformation device, Xiao Luo rises to open the door. Xiao Luo, sister. As soon as she opens the door, Xiao Xiao leaps into her embrace. After a considerable time, the two finally part ways. Xiao Xiao, didn't you say you were going back to the swordplay kingdom to accomplish great things? Why have you returned? Seated at the small round table on the deck, the two engage in conversation of course. I finished. Now, with nothing pressing, I thought I would seek Simon to learn some swordsmanship. Learn swordsmanship from Simon? Although Xiao Zhao's reasoning seems sound, Xiao Luo can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Has he ever demonstrated swordplay? How can you be certain he is better than you? Sensing Xiao Zhao's motives may not be entirely pure, Xiao Luo begins to press her for answers. How do you know? That overwhelming sword aura surrounding him. Can't you feel it? At this moment, Xiao Xiao seems to question the assertion. Even an ordinary person can sense the oppressive aura of a sword master. Kentide, overwhelming sword aura. Are you absolutely certain it is sword aura? Of course. That day at the exhibition, my sword was trembling. That day, at the exhibition, the words from Xiao Xiao become increasingly perplexing. Xiao Luo reflects carefully and recalls that Simon merely displayed his domineering presence that day, devoid of any sword aura. Could it be that she misunderstood, mistaking the domineering presence for sword aura? Pondering this, Xiao Luo decides to verify. Xiao Xiao, when exactly did Simon reveal any sword aura that day? When? It must have been during the confrontation with that blazing flame. Aya was behind me at that time. A revelation strikes Xiao Luo. She comprehends fully that it is indeed a misunderstanding on Xiao Zhao's part. The oppressive aura stemmed from the Conqueror's haki, and the trembling sword likely resulted from Aya's excitement inadvertently causing contact with the sword. Xiao Xiao, is it possible, I'm just speculating, that what you perceived as sword aura was actually… impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiao Xiao immediately rebuts Xiao Luo's hypothesis, steadfast in her conviction. Thus, the two find themselves at an impasse. When Simon returns to the suspended ship, he is greeted by a rather peculiar scene. The youthful swordswoman Xiao Xiao, hands firmly on the table, biting her lip in frustration, while the aloof court lady Xiao Luo stands with arms crossed, observing with an air of detachment. What on earth is happening? I have only been gone for a brief moment, and the tension has escalated this much. Furthermore, how did Xiao Xiao return, as the atmosphere thickens? Simon knows he cannot allow this tension to persist. After all, they are all my wings. Silently, he strides to the center of the two-dot bang. With a resounding clap, Simon's hand strikes the table, startling the two into abandoning their standoff. Simon, as they break from their confrontational stance, both girls exclaim in surprise, "Simon!" after exchanging brief pleasantries. Now, could you explain to me what exactly has transpired? As Simon settles down with a glass of milk, he gazes at the two errant schoolgirls across from him. It was her. And ultimately, this is the situation you see now. The succinct and clear recounting leaves Simon with a swift understanding. So, Xiao Xiao, you wish to train with me in swordsmanship? Yes. Xiao Xiao nods eagerly, filled with anticipation. But, Xiao Xiao, isn't your father a renowned swordmaster? Why not learn from him? Simon finds himself utterly baffled, with a great swordmaster as a father. Why seek his own guidance? Teach me. Simon, you must not be aware of just how outrageous my father is. With him around, I wouldn't even dare think of training. Simon's words seem to trigger a response in Xiao Xiao, and she begins to speak incessantly like a machine gun. Xiao Xiao, please calm down. I understand. Seeing that Xiao Xiao shows no signs of pausing, Simon hastily gestures for her to stop. His initial intent was not to provoke such fervor. He is indeed familiar with Xiao Xiao's father, a figure he remembers as stern and humorless. Could it be that this iron-faced military god is actually a doting father? A vivid image forms in Simon's mind. If you wish to train with me, Xiao Xiao, that is certainly possible. However, it will be quite arduous. Are you capable of enduring it? Since this childhood companion harbors such aspirations, Simon would not dream of refusing her. Great job, Xiao Xiao. The petite right hand extends a thumbs up. This is truly wonderful, Xiao Xiao. To receive Simon's personal guidance is a privilege. Unlike me, who can only practice alone, Xiao Luo has become quite envious. Simon muses, Xiao Luo, what do you mean? Xiao Xiao, bewildered, blinks her innocent eyes, genuinely confused by Xiao Luo's words. Yet while Xiao Xiao remains oblivious, Simon is acutely aware that Xiao Luo is feeling jealous. Xiao Luo, what have you been doing in your room for so many days? Originally, Simon intended this question to shift the topic, but what have I been doing? Of course, I've been practicing on my own. No love left for me. A new person replaces the old. Taken aback, Simon genuinely did not anticipate that he would strike a nerve. Observing Xiao Luo becoming increasingly agitated, Simon has no choice but to deploy his ultimate move, the embrace of love. As Xiao Luo is enveloped in a tight hug, she finally halts her self-deprecating remarks. Simon, you idiot! In the warmth of Simon's affectionate embrace, Xiao Luo confides her troubles. The transformation time is too short. Let me see. Upon hearing Xiao Luo's concerns, Simon does not perceive it as an issue with her, but rather suspects the transformation device may be running low on power. Soon, Xiao Luo returns with the transformation device in hand. What is this? Xiao Xiao gazed curiously at this extraordinarily advanced piece of technology. Battle-ready armor. This was indeed a manifestation of Simon's affection. After handing the transformation device to Simon, Xiao Luo began to flaunt her prowess. However, the naive Xiao Xiao could not comprehend the hidden implications behind Xiao Luo's display, merely nodding politely. Transformation. At first glance, Simon did not perceive any issues with the transformation device. He thought that experimenting with it might yield some insights. So he transformed without hesitation, donning his normal attire without any anomalies. What followed was a period of waiting, standing still like a statue. 10 minutes passed, yet Simon remained in his transformed state. Was this normal? Perhaps his movements were too slight. He mused, so he performed a set of calisthenics. But still, There were no signs of the transformation being undone. What was happening? After extensive testing, Simon encountered no situation that forced him to revert from his transformation. Shaluo, why don't you give it a try? Upon reverting to his original form, Simon handed the transformation device to Shaluo. Eager to uncover what the forced reversion entailed, Shaluo, undeterred, mustered her courage and transformed once more, this time without any issues. It appeared that compatibility was not the problem. Observing her for about 10 seconds, Shaluo appeared completely normal in her transformed state. Move a little, Shaluo. Encouraged by Simon, Shaluo tentatively took a step, but suddenly the armor began to flicker, and within mere seconds, she was forcibly reverted to her original form. What? Simon was astonished by the unfolding events. How could this happen? See, Simon, there is absolutely no way to engage in combat. Shaluo lamented with a pout, holding the transformation device as she expressed her frustrations. Taking back the device, Simon transformed again, everything proceeding without a hitch. Why does it work perfectly for me, but becomes problematic for Shaluo? Is there something different about me compared to her? Pondering deeply, Simon found himself at a loss. Should we consult Mr. Haohua? However, this thought was quickly dismissed. While Mr. Haohua's abilities did indeed have an impact, it was merely indirect and not irreversible if the stimulation were too intense. There was a possibility of losing control. Wolf, why don't you try transforming? Wolf proceeded to transform and succeeded. Her transformation exhibited no issues, and she moved freely without any complications, leaving Simon bewildered. What was the discrepancy between Shaluo and them? No matter how he contemplated, Simon could not fathom it. This called for external assistance. Taking out his phone bug, Simon contacted Xiaomao. After exchanging a few coded phrases, it wasn't too long before all the information regarding the transformation device was conveyed. Amplification armor? It could enhance the internal energy for armor activation. Did this imply that Shaluo's internal energy was too low? With his poor reading comprehension, it took Simon quite a while to grasp the situation. But what was this energy exactly? Was it the domineering aura? After much contemplation, this seemed to be the only possibility. Continuing to read, he discovered references to an external energy source that would allow those with insufficient energy to utilize the armor. So that was it. However, the cost of this external energy was exorbitant. Just from glancing at the materials, Simon realized he could not procure them himself. The chapter wasn't over yet. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Did this mean Shaluo had to train her domineering aura? Looking at Shaluo, Simon felt it was best to inform her. During the explanation, oh, so it means I must learn this thing called domineering aura to transform and fight. Right? Shaluo listened with a mix of understanding and confusion. Exactly, that's it. If Shaluo didn't want to learn, she could want to learn. Without waiting for Simon to finish, Shaluo exclaimed with sparkling eyes. Glancing at Xiao Xiao. That's wonderful. Now we can all train together. Xiao Xiao, oblivious to Shaluo's provocation, was simply thrilled at the prospect of training alongside her. Setting training aside for the moment, Simon recalled that they still had an important task to complete. Observing the two who had returned to a state of peace, Simon remembered his plan to establish a guild, an important matter. Indeed, I've already chosen a location for the guild. Now, they needed to discuss what the guild should look like. Accepting the fruits handed to him by Biki, Simon turned to Shaluo. Have you decided? Where is it? After a moment of excitement, Shaluo returned to her senses. Zhengzheng Island. Puffed, caught off guard, Shaluo spat out a segment of orange she had just bitten into, while Simon, whose mouth was still agape, perfectly caught it. So sweet. At that moment, Shaluo was too astonished to care about Simon's antics. Where? Zhengzheng Island, Simon reiterated. Why choose there? Are there no other good places? Now less shocked, Shaluo pressed for Simon's reasoning behind his choice. The reason for choosing here? Well, of course, 627 words omitted. It allows for both offense and defense. During Simon's explanation, Shaluo began to feel a bit dizzy. Is it over? Finished. I didn't mean to. Let me explain. Shaluo felt quite awkward, utterly embarrassed. She had asked the question only to doze off midway through the explanation. It was truly inexcusable. So, Shaluo, what kind of buildings do you think we need to establish? Simon pressed on, unfazed. Buildings? We should have a massive hall, right? With your abilities, many people want to join. Shaluo's remark brought immense joy to Simon. Perfect. I'll note that down. Is there anything else you desire? Shouldn't we have a training ground? It would make training more convenient, wouldn't it? Very reasonable. Simon added that to the list. And Xiao, do you have any suggestions? Noticing Xiao's eager demeanor, Simon inquired. Could you reserve a space for me to build a room? I could join the guild too, Xiao said earnestly. Since they were friends, Simon readily agreed to her small request. Are there any other considerations? Okay, now that we have outlined the layout, it's time to find workers. Closing his notebook, Simon prepared to seek out laborers. Wait a moment, Simon. At that moment, Xiao halted him. What is it, Xiao? I know a master builder who is currently available and could assist us. Oh, is he part of the construction team? Simon's interest was piqued by Xiao's words. No, he possesses the building fruit. He constructs buildings at remarkable speed. A builder with the building fruit? Simon was taken aback. Such a devil fruit existed? If possible, let us invite him. The matters concerning the guild should be resolved as swiftly as possible. After all, the fervor surrounding such things can dissipate in the blink of an eye. In recent days, Simon has felt an unsettling trepidation each time he peruses his newspaper, as the excitement has surged with alarming rapidity, leaving him with a nagging sense that it may abruptly wane one day. Shortly thereafter, Xiao brought forth delightful news. The esteemed architect, Hao Jian, is currently on another island not far from here and is expected to arrive in approximately 3 days. 3 days. Indeed. Preparation for the guild's recruitment must commence without delay. After imparting some knowledge to Xiao and Xiaoluo, Simon once again dialed Mr. Hao's number. Moshi, is this Mr. Hao? Ah, my dear Mr. Simon, what brings you to call today? Simon felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. It had been some time since they last spoke, and he found Mr. Hao's tone rather distasteful. You see, Mr. Hao, I am planning to establish a hunter guild, and thus you understand. Prelude, is it? Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is indeed a brisk affair. In just 10 short minutes, they reached a splendid consensus on the matter. So, I shall entrust this task to you. Having made the necessary arrangements, Simon now awaited the completion of the guild, eager to capture some photographs to announce to the world. The following day's morning edition boldly proclaimed, "Astonishing! The supernova bounty hunter dares to undertake such endeavors." Although many still regarded it merely as a tale, one individual thought otherwise. The temporary CP0 base on Lutu Island. The blue-haired G has been riddled with frustration, yearning to promote Simon single-handedly, but finding no opportunity to do so. When a morning paper was released, it immediately captured his attention. Lord Simon is to establish a hunter guild? Where, after meticulously scrutinizing the article, G made a startling discovery. Simon intended to establish this hunter guild right here on Lutu Island, but a hunter guild in this locale? What if I were to present the deed to the governing island, to Lord Simon? Could it be possible for him to ascend to the throne of this nation? The prospect had now transcended mere promotion of Simon. The mission now held potential for success. To promote Simon, fulfill the task, and ultimately achieve a promotion and raise. What a trifecta! The more G pondered, the more perfect it seemed. Without informing his captain, he discreetly took the deed to the governing island and set off for Black Wind Island to seek out Simon. Under the radiant sun, with birds chirping merrily, Simon reclined on a lounge chair, reveling in his uplifting spirits as his endeavors progressed significantly. The grandeur of figures he once dreamed of was now within his grasp. While he languidly enjoyed the ambience, an unexpected dimness in the sky caught his attention. Upon opening his eyes, he exclaimed, "What on earth? Who goes there?" A figure clad in striking white robes commanded attention. With a hint of citrus fragrance wafting from the blue hair, peeking through a mask, which bore the conspicuous character for G. The tale is not yet complete. Please turn the page to continue enjoying the riveting content. CP0. This familiar attire evoked thoughts of a particular agency in Simon's mind. As expected of Lord Simon, you have discerned my identity in an instant. G was utterly elated. Her idol stood before her. If not for the mask, she would surely have been unable to contain her emotions. What do you minions seek from me? Simon's expression turned grave, unable to fathom how he had incurred the ire of this troublesome group. Ah, Lord Simon has scolded me. He holds me in his thoughts. There's a matter that requires your cooperation. Oh, and what if I refuse? Uncertain of G's intentions, Simon had already braced himself for confrontation. Lord Simon, this is a mutually beneficial situation. Why would you decline? Pray, enlighten me. Seeing that G did not seem inclined to cause trouble, Simon momentarily lowered his guard. Lord Simon is indeed establishing a hunter guild. Correct? You are aware of this. Ha! I possess the deed to the governing island. If I were to present it to you, could it grant you the title of king of this nation? At that moment, Simon narrowed his eyes, perplexed. For what he understood, the CP0 agency would not negotiate with a minor character. Why would they support him in becoming the king of this nation? What benefit could there possibly be for them? This country needs to become a member of the world government, and you are the most suitable candidate. You are so confident that you can persuade me to become the king of this nation? Frankly, Simon found the CP agent's proposition rather enticing. After all, becoming a member of the world government would yield numerous advantages, and with just over a year until the World Conference, if I were to propose certain suggestions during the conference, and they were accepted, the benefits were monumental, leaving no room for refusal. Although uncertain of the CP agent's true motives, the gift she offered was undeniably difficult to decline. I shall become the king of this nation. But I require you to be my governor. Accepting the deed from G's hands, Simon articulated his exchange request. He merely sought that title, leaving the governance of the nation to others. Furthermore, it was far easier to guard against a CP agent in the open than one lurking in the shadows. At this moment, G's legs trembled. She had never anticipated such an outcome. Lord Simon's governor. Does that not mean I can be with Lord Simon every day? Ha ha! Her heart was now elated. The prospect of a promotion paled in comparison to this governorship. Very well. However, I hope that Lord Simon can complete this arrangement within a month. Certain entities may not afford us much time. After G departed, Simon was left in a state of bewilderment. What does this mean? Are there others vying for the throne? In this archipelago, where the four great families have all but perished, Simon could not conceive of anyone capable of swaying the residents here. Or was it indeed a struggle for power within the CP agency? Were they not mere tools? Could such dynamics even exist? Having only gleaned information about the CP agency through anime and various tidbits, Simon was not well versed in their promotion system. However, as the savior of this nation, he was undoubtedly the most qualified candidate for the throne, reputation, status. Every aspect was impeccable. It was a serendipitous coincidence, blue-haired G. Though I remain uncertain of your true intentions, I am profoundly grateful for your support. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, stirring a slight chill that roused the languid bird. Oh no! Did my bird just get spotted by her? Hastily concealing the bird, he glared in the direction G had vanished, feeling a surge of indignation that I knew she was shaking earlier. Could she have been stifling laughter? Oh no! This is mortifying. With his cheeks flushed, Simon found himself unable to contemplate anything further. 2 days later, at the dock of Black Wind Island, Simon and his companions awaited the arrival of the superlative architect. How, Jian? Simon felt an unusual sense of intrigue these past few days. Has something transpired? During their idle chatter, Shaluo broached the question that had lingered in her mind. Curious? Am I curious? Not at all. Unbeknownst to him, Simon glanced at Shaluo, then at Xiao Xiao, and realized that perhaps there was indeed something peculiar. While practicing swordplay, Simon, your hand was persistently resting on your belt. Xiao Xiao also expressed the same doubt. Simon is currently in a state of great embarrassment. He finds himself at a loss to explain the situation. Can he claim to feel insecure merely because someone saw his bird? Clearly, that would not suffice. If something truly happened to Simon, he should just speak up. Everyone would be willing to help him. Shaluo, however, seemed to be taking this bizarre matter quite seriously. Yes. I, Xiao Xiao, am famously warm-hearted. The two of them exchanged words, making Simon feel increasingly uncomfortable. Speak up. Something has indeed gone awry. Yet, if he chooses to remain silent, it is evident that neither of them intends to relent, caught in a web of entanglement. The situation is as follows. I am to become a king. The line between truth and falsehood blurs. and Simon cleverly utilizes this impending event to mask his peculiar label. Yet, Xiao Xiao is utterly astonished, completely devoid of any forewarning. A king, the ruler of Luojia Kingdom. Are you returning to your homeland? Returning? Why would I go back to Luojia Kingdom? Xiao Xiao's words left Simon utterly baffled. Was it Uncle Malachi who abdicated the throne to you? Abdicate? I sent to my father Duke? How could he possibly pass the throne to me? Simon, are you unaware? Uncle Malachi is now the king of Luojia Kingdom. King of Luojia Kingdom, king of the kingdom, the king. Simon, in shock, felt as if he were devouring a watermelon. When did this happen? How did I not know? What has he been doing all these years? Realizing that Simon was genuinely clueless, Xiao Xiao began to enlighten him about Duke Malachi's illustrious achievements over the years. In the year 1506 of the Oceanic Era, during the World Conference attended by the king of Luojia Kingdom, Duke Malachi, having endured a year of oppression due to his son's trial, instigated a rebellion. In just 3 days, Luojia Kingdom underwent a complete transformation. That autumn, he publicly executed the former king. Dear Lord, there's more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. The latter part is even more thrilling. In the year 1509 of the Oceanic Era, he wed the 12th princess of the Feihua Kingdom and rejoined the alliance of the world government. Father, oh dear, Simon was truly devastated. It was just a year too late. However, the old man certainly has an extravagant flair. And what of the 12th princess? Learning about his father's current situation, Simon felt a sense of relief while simultaneously dismissing any thoughts of returning to Luojia Kingdom. Simon, your destiny is not to be the king of Luojia. What kingdom is that even? Shaluo, who had been quietly listening, was now bursting with curiosity. After pondering for a moment, Simon deemed it appropriate to share with them, thus revealing, it is this nation, the source kingdom of the Lut Islands. Here, Simon, are you all right? His statement left Shaluo questioning his sanity. How could he utter such obviously false claims? It's true, Shaluo. You must believe me. We have spent so much time together. When have I ever deceived you? His words were steeped in sincerity, and having never encountered such a spectacle, Shaluo surrendered entirely. All right. Understood. However, simply being the king of this place shouldn't necessitate such peculiar behavior, should it? Managing it all with ease. Simon found himself ensnared in this cycle once more, devoid of excuses. Perhaps he should just admit it. He is indeed a peculiar individual. Fortunately, at that moment, the great master architect, Hao Jian, finally arrived. Having just disembarked from the merchant ship, Hao Jian immediately spotted Xiao Xiao at the dock and made his way over, dragging his luggage behind him. As he approached Simon and the others, Hao Jian greeted Xiao Xiao. Who is calling me? Still lost in the aftermath of Simon's incident. Xiao Xiao turned her head in confusion upon hearing Hao Jian's voice. It's Master Hao Jian. Simon, the master has arrived. Quick, look. Caught off guard, Simon stumbled as Xiao Xiao pulled him along, but it was precisely this that allowed him to finally escape that dreadful loop. Master Hao Jian, is this the one? Indeed, he exuded an air of grandeur. Upon their first meeting, Simon was immediately struck by a dazzling display of gold. Golden crown, golden earrings, golden nose ring, golden necklace, golden bracelets, golden belt. Golden rings, just looking at Simon, made him worry. Would he truly not be robbed while strutting about like this? Xiao Xiao received your order, even turned down the royal banquet of the Feihua Kingdom. What a good friend I am. The moment he spoke, Simon was struck by the impression of a nouveau riche. That voice was far too representative. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hao Jian's gaze locked on his Simon. You're the friend who asked Xiao Xiao to assist in building something? That's me. Indeed. Noticing Hao Jian's unfriendly tone, Simon certainly would not hold back either though. So arrogant. Do you have a reputation at sea? Hao Jian narrowed his eyes, testing Simon. Reputation? Don't you read the newspapers? Which recent edition hasn't feature me in the headlines? In terms of bravado, Simon had never backed down from anyone. Hao Jian, I didn't come argue with you. If you don't help, I'll. Seeing the situation escalate, Xiao Xiao immediately began mediating. Her intervention was surprisingly effective. Hao Jian's expression shifted in an instant, his smile stretching into such folds that it could squash a mosquito nearby. "Oh, I was just joking. I get along famously with this fellow. Right, my brother?" Momentarily taken aback, Simon found himself unexpectedly embraced by Haojian. Ew, how boastful. What could Simon say? He could only let slide. After all, the man was there to work for him. "That is more like it. Where is the construction site? Let us go take a look." The architect had spoken, and so they proceeded. Along the way, Xiaoluo and Xiao Xiao had mysteriously wandered off, leaving only Simon and Haojian together. Although the atmosphere felt somewhat strange, they arrived safely at the governing island. Is this the site for the construction? It's quite large. Just gazing at this construction island, Haojian sensed that it would undoubtedly be an arduous task, especially since it would be the initial base of operations. Naturally, it had to be extravagant. Simon spoke with pride, though it was unclear what he was so pleased about. Are there construction blueprints? What about site planning? Is the remuneration prepared? Haojian's three inquiries instantly rendered Simon, who had been reveling in pride, dumbfounded. Blueprints, planning, remuneration. After a careful consideration, Simon realized he had only prepared for the construction project, having completely overlooked the other aspects. Master, I have the construction project. Perhaps you could kindly assist in planning it? We are all acquaintances, aren't we? With a somewhat shameless demeanor, Simon handed Haojian the little notebook he had previously used for jotting down notes. Me? Planning? You can't be serious. Haojian's unreasonable request ignited a sudden fury within him. But upon catching sight of Xiao Xiao and Xiaoluo carrying food, his demeanor shifted. Of course, I can help. We are all brothers. After all, the words sounded to Simon like they were being ground out between clenched teeth, yet he didn't concern himself much with it. Since he had found Haojian's weak spot, he intended to exploit it to the fullest. What were you two just chatting about? You appear to be having such a splendid time, all cozied up together. At this moment, Xiao Xiao felt utterly reassured. Even in her absence, the two seemed to bond so well that they must have become good friends. It was indeed Xiao Xiao. We are discussing the construction of a guild. Mr. Haojian was surprisingly offering to design a comprehensive plan for us free of charge. How extraordinarily generous, Simon exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm, occasionally glancing slyly at Haojian. You're truly wonderful. Indeed, Xiao Xiao, it is just as you say. I excel in this area, and when I realized you lacked a complete blueprint, the solution immediately came to mind. Haojian, while harboring a smoldering anger within, dared not express it. He could only glare at Simon with eyes as sharp as daggers. Really? Then, Haojian, could you possibly build my house directly opposite the guild? Upon realizing that Haojian was responsible for the area planning, Xiao Xiao entertained a whimsical thought. Xiao Xiao, are you also planning to build your house here? We must certainly plan this meticulously. Her words transformed Haojian's simmering fury into fervent passion. I had initially intended to cut corners, but now that Xiao Xiao is involved, I must approach this with utmost seriousness. How fortunate that Simon narrowly avoided ending up with shoddy construction. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Thanks to Xiao Xiao, Master Haojian. Do you think we should eat first, or, with a slight hunger pang, Simon politely inquired, glancing at the meal brought by Xiao Xiao and her companions. Eat? What? Cough, of course we should eat first. How can we work without food? Initially eager to dive straight into work, Haojian immediately changed his mind upon witnessing Xiao Xiao personally serving the rice. After all, work could always wait, but Xiao Xiao's meal was a rare treat. Please serve me a portion as well. Thank you. Though he desired Xiao Xiao to serve him, Haojian was determined not to appear too obvious. The moment Xiaoluo approached the rice bucket to assist, Simon, noticing the situation, swiftly pulled Xiaoluo aside. Xiaoluo, let Xiao Xiao serve that person's meal. Otherwise, we lose our free labor. Xiaoluo stood there, perplexed, glancing between Haojian and Simon. Is something wrong? After uttering these words, Xiaoluo departed, leaving Simon to ponder, mouth agape, feeling that perhaps Xiaoluo had a point. It indeed seemed rather absurd. Haojian, be reasonable. Observing Haojian's exaggerated reaction merely from receiving Xiao Xiao's meal, Simon momentarily questioned whether he had committed some misdeed. Had I known, I wouldn't have let Xiao Xiao serve him. Is he going to faint from this? Haojian's demeanor grew increasingly theatrical. his face reddening and hands trembling. However, once Xiao Xiao distanced herself, he regained a semblance of normalcy. How long can a meal last? Simon, having witnessed it firsthand, could tell you it felt like an eternity when Xiao Luo and the others came to serve the meal. It was still not noon. Now, the sky faintly revealed scattered stars. How could anyone be so bizarre? Simon observed, marveling at Haojian's peculiar eating habits. He consumed each grain of rice one by one, savoring the experience for several minutes with an almost indulgent expression. The uncle who favored Lolas was truly intimidating. Thus, an otherwise mundane day passed. Dinner that evening was also consumed there. Simon dared not let the eccentric Haojian see his adorable lowly captain, Alo. However, this time Simon refrained from allowing Xiao Xiao to serve the meal. He was genuinely fearful that, after several years, the guild would still be incomplete. Why couldn't it have been Xiao Xiao serving the meal? Seeing Xiao Luo take on the task instead, Haojian felt a twinge of disappointment but refrained from voicing any inappropriate remarks. Why wasn't it Xiao Xiao? You know the answer to that, don't you, Mr. Pervert? Xiao Luo, having seen through Haojian's character, felt a deep disdain and had no desire to linger any longer. Eating the meal served by Xiao Luo, Haojian appeared quite normal. In a mere 30 seconds, a large bowl of rice was devoured. The inexplicable surge of indignation within him ignited his enthusiasm for work. Glancing at the notebook provided by Simon, various ideas began to swirl in his mind. Simon, must we really sleep here tonight? We could find an inn instead. Unable to endure the desolation of Governance Island, Xiao Luo was the first to voice her discontent. Hearing this, Simon agreed. If they went to an inn, that person likely wouldn't see, Then let us head to Egyo Island to find a place to stay. Swiftly finishing their meals, the group departed. The inn at Egyo Island was exceedingly comfortable. The following morning at 10:37, 26, after enjoying a delightful breakfast, they returned to Governance Island. Wow, is this Governance Island? Am I still dreaming? Simon questioned his own eyes as he beheld the neat houses, smooth roads, and winding streams. Governance Island had undergone a remarkable transformation. T.O. confirmed he was not dreaming. Simon pinched himself hard. Ouch, that stings. Rubbing his tingling face, he was assured that this was no dream. What had transpired? Where was Haojian at that moment? Simon recalled Haojian and, upon inquiring, discovered that no one had seen him. Surely, no one forgot to inform Haojian yesterday, did they? Did he spend the entire night transforming this place? As this hypothesis emerged, Simon's lips began to twitch in disbelief. Master Haojian is truly impressive. At this juncture, Simon's feelings were overshadowed by admiration. Haojian, the architect with the build fruit, had completed construction at a speed that rivaled printing. Xiao Xiao, where does Master Haojian usually go after finishing work? Having been there for some time without encountering Haojian, Simon sought the insights of the only informed party, Xiao Xiao. Where? I have no idea. Xiao Xiao, equally perplexed, had never encountered such a situation before. Previously, Haojian would always seek her out after completing his work. Oh, I see. Perhaps we should search for him. Everything is complete, and we should express our gratitude. Due to the vastness of the island, the group dispersed to search. Once the others were out of sight, Simon stealthily approached the location of the only room on the original Governance Island. That I hope he didn't rummage through my treasures. Please don't let the dungeon be discovered. He feared that Haojian might be in a state of excessive stupor from indulging himself. Observing that this place had also been transformed, Simon felt anxious as he hurried to Bright's room. Upon seeing that the mechanism remained intact, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It appears he hasn't discovered anything. Turning the mechanism and entering the dungeon, Simon sensed something amiss after traversing a short distance. Could it be that he truly has been discovered? His heart raced as he noticed the subtle traces of alteration. The former secret chamber, where he had placed the stone, was now devoid of it, replaced by a powdery purple door. No, please. I haven't had the chance to peruse those books yet. With a heavy heart, Simon pushed open the door, and to his relief, he found all the books neatly arranged, allowing him to breathe easy once more. Perhaps it was the influence of his abilities. He likely had never set foot in this place before. The decor here seemed to share a similar color scheme with that above. After shedding the fear of losing something significant, Simon began to observe the surroundings, wandering into the cell area. Had it been renovated as well? His powers were indeed formidable. If he had contracted the project, the money would surely flow in abundantly. Dear Master, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent parts are even more thrilling. At that moment, Simon began to comprehend why Hao Jian was so extravagant. After inspecting his secret base, he decided to ascend, for lingering too long in one place might increase the risk of discovery. Exiting the room, he stepped onto the street and glanced to the right. Was that the guild hall? So this place was directly opposite the guild hall. In his hasty departure, he had failed to notice this detail. Could this not be the perfect accommodation? In an instant, Simon had deduced the identity of the owner of the house behind him. Hadn't Xiao Xiao mentioned that her room would be across from the guild? They must be neighbors. As he gazed at the adjacent house, an inexplicable feeling washed over him. Was Hao Jian nearby? Surely not. Could there truly be someone so bizarre? When this thought crossed his mind, Simon felt a twinge of madness within himself. Shaking his head, he considered the possibility and silently approached the house already reserved by Xiao Xiao. Just then, he heard Xiaohua's distant call, a close call. Simon's hand was merely 5 centimeters from the doorknob. Xiaoluo, could they have found Hao Jian? Sensing the likelihood, Simon swiftly turned and made his way to Xiaoluo, where he indeed found Hao Jian, albeit in a state of slumber. Had he exhausted himself? How could he have pushed himself to such extremes? Simon understood the state of fatigue, but was perplexed. Was a single project truly worth such self-depletion? Yet the earnestness of the man before him earned Simon's respect. Indeed, a master is a master. Such dedication is rare in the industry. One must approach a master with reverence. After finding a simple room to accommodate Master Hao Jian, Simon took his leave. Moshi Moshi, Mr. Haohua, everything is ready. Please commence the operation. Once Simon had completed all the filming, he entrusted the remainder to Mr. Haohua and began preparing for his next endeavor. This nation needs a leader. The loss of noble rule has ushered in chaos. No one wishes for their lives to deteriorate. Malefactors require legal retribution. The moral fabric has unraveled. I, Malachi Simon, the arbiter of justice, shall not allow evil to prevail. Draped in an enigmatic purple cloak, Simon traversed the 46 islands of the Root Archipelago. Confronting criminals with resolute force. On this day, the citizens of Yuansu Nation seemed to glimpse the light. Look, it's Lord Simon. A little girl on Shurhai Island, clutching her mother's hand, spotted Simon soaring above and joyfully exclaimed, Lord Simon, cried a young maiden from Air-E Island, just saved by him, as she beheld his radiant smile. News of Simon's heroic deeds spread across Shurhai Island, Shiwi Island, Ersan Island. Everywhere, the islands echoed with tales of his valor. If only Lord Simon could remain here. I don't want Lord Simon to leave. Yuansu Nation needs you. Lord Simon. Gradually, the atmosphere on the islands began to shift. Gratitude for Simon transformed into something more profound. Did CP intervene? The manipulation of public opinion is terrifying. Standing atop a tall building, with the wind billowing his cloak, Simon surveyed the crowd below. In due time, the populace should elevate me to that position. Right? Should I align the date with the guild's establishment? Such a dilemma. While it would generate significant buzz, it might also diminish the chances of success. Yet, that is a concern for the future. For now, I must maintain my reputation. News from the sea could break at any moment. On Urki Island, his little cousin stealthily entered the newspaper office. Big cousin, I want Lord Simon to become the king of this nation. Her declaration stunned her elder cousin. What a peculiar notion. Are you all right, cousin? We can craft stories, but let us not become lost in them. Assuming his little cousin was merely indulging in imaginative storytelling, he attempted to dissuade her. However, she was utterly serious. Big cousin, help me. I've already contacted Lord Simon's support group. The island is now abuzz with calls for Simon to stay. Swallowing hard, the elder cousin was taken aback by his little cousin's determination and action. Cousin, I was just speaking hypothetically. What if Simon does not wish to be king? Impossible. That cannot be true. Lord Simon will absolutely agree. It was clear that his little cousin was entirely consumed by her ambition, leaving the elder cousin hesitant to oppose her. Days later, chaos ensued. How could this happen? Who intervened? Seated in the guild hall on Governing Island, Simon wore a grave expression. I thought it would take much longer for the populace to demand a change. But why has this begun now? Initially, Simon had set out joyfully to rid the world of evil, yet upon his appearance, he was quickly surrounded. Lord Simon, this nation needs you. Stay with us. Lead us. Become our king. Lord Simon, king, king, king. As the situation spiraled beyond control, Simon dared not linger. He swiftly shed his cloak and retreated, questioning Mr. Haohua about the progress of the newspaper. If this continues, the nature of the Hunter Guild will transform. This unexpected turn of events compelled Simon to inquire about Mr. Haohua's timeline. The response was, "The morning report will be ready in 3 days. The whole world will see this news." 3 days? The whole world? What new scheme is Mr. Haohua concocting? Simon was taken aback by this revelation. He had merely asked for a grand display, but this seemed excessive. If it backfired, it would be utterly embarrassing. Nonetheless, 3 days should allow him to prepare for the matter of the throne. Perhaps he should contact the world government? Considering this possibility, Simon promptly dialed the secret line to G. Meanwhile, at the temporary CP0 base, G was at an impasse with the team leader. Do you realize what actions you have taken? The chapter has not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The captain of the cat-face team was furiously indignant, incredulous that G had engaged in such conduct. What have I done? I merely did what was necessary. Confronted by the captain's inquiry, G felt no remorse for her actions. The incessant sound of the telephone bug interrupted their dialogue. An unexpected call from Simon. The notion of hierarchy swiftly dissipated from her mind, for in truth, they were all equals. Due to the captain's presence, G refrained from addressing Simon with the honorific Lord Simon. Yet the captain could not tolerate being disregarded during a reprimand and immediately resorted to violence. Provide me with the contact details for the world government. I have matters to discuss with them. As G deftly evaded the feline-faced captain's attacks, a smile crept across her face, for she realized that Simon's boldness indicated the success of their endeavor. Will you not cease? You heard it just now. This nation has become a member of the world government. After hanging up the telephone bug, G harbored no further reservations. No, not yet. I shall not concede. This nation cannot be a kingdom belonging to a single individual. Recollecting the secret order she had received, the feline-faced captain now found himself exceedingly agitated. This disobedient subordinate, G, had acted independently, creating an untenable situation. As the sole individual privy to the existence of the order, the captain resolved to eliminate Simon. What are you planning to do? Sensing the captain's increasingly ruthless strikes and diminishing words, G felt a sense of foreboding. Shave! Finger gun! The disparity in their strengths became evident as, after only a few exchanges, G was struck in the abdomen by the captain's finger gun. Thud! Following that, a swift chop rendered G unconscious, ignoring her fate. The captain continued to stride determinedly towards Simon's location. Meanwhile, Simon, having obtained the world government's contact information, hung up the phone with satisfaction. Before formally declaring himself king, securing the world government's approval would certainly add some legitimacy to his claim. Imagining his title resonating throughout the world, Simon confidently dialed a number, only to be astonished when he discovered that the number G had provided was that of the elders. Hello, who exactly is G? How could I possibly have the elders' number? Are they all in direct contact? Though taken aback, this revelation also suggested a multitude of procedural steps remained. I am Malachi Simon, a newly minted bounty hunter. I am now the king of Yuansu Nation and wish to discuss matters regarding membership. Simon, self-assured, offered no further introduction, knowing that the person on the other end was aware of his identity. Malachi Simon, the son of the judged Malachi King from Wajia Nation, your recent notoriety is quite remarkable. Would this be sufficient to secure their agreement? His identity and reputation seemed to align perfectly. There could be no objections. Very well. Yet, is that truly the Yuansu Nation? Hasn't that country already been confirmed to possess that artifact? Would they simply allow him to become king of this land? Yet, he was approaching with good intentions. The 5 elders, each harboring differing opinions, ultimately voted against Simon's application for membership. What? You disagree? Why? The elders' response caused Simon's brow to furrow. I previously inquired about the requirements for joining as a member nation. This country meets them. does it not? Is there some secret about this nation that I am unaware of? In Simon's mind, any nation that could not autonomously apply to become a member of the world government must harbor something of great interest to them. At that moment, he recognized the necessity of investigating this archipelago further. Bang! With a resounding crash, the feline-faced captain burst through the door. CP0. What is the meaning of this? Could he not enter properly through the door? Swiftly, Simon found himself on the defensive, unable to anticipate the captain's sudden aggression, narrowly dodging the attack. Finger gun! Bang! After a hasty block, Simon exerted himself and pushed the captain back. The captain's mask? Is it not the same as the previous one? Could there truly be a conflict? The captain, relentless, increased the frequency of his assaults, offering Simon no opportunity to retaliate. Storm kick. Arhut golden body shield. With such a barrage of air slashes, Simon felt he could not evade them, thus activating his golden body defense. Starlight, star radiance, silently enduring the onslaught. Simon, in a fleeting moment, perceived a flaw in the captain's technique. A shard of starlight transcended space, and in an instant, the captain's left ear was severed. The impact from the sword's edge sent the captain crashing against the wall, and the relentless barrage of kicks finally ceased. Seizing the opportunity while the captain was momentarily dazed, Simon leapt forward, seizing the captain by the throat. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" Though Simon was filled with rage, he sought to ascertain the purpose of this agent. That I just finished a conversation with the elders. And then CP0 arrived. Is the secret here truly that significant? In that fleeting moment of distraction, the captain forcefully broke free from Simon's grip. This nation shall not be ruled by a single individual. The anomaly must be eradicated. Iron block, steel arm. The captain's massive, darkened arm surged toward Simon's waist. Not to be governed by one person. Did the elder send you? Simon blocked the captain's powerful strike, desperate for detailed information. Bang! Bang! The captain continued his assault without a hint of explanation, remaining tight-lipped. Choosing silence, are we? After exchanging blows with the captain for a while, Simon's patience began to wane. With a sudden retreat, he invoked Aido, Nebula Slash. In an instant, the blade's light froze time itself, and the renowned CP0 captain fell beneath Simon's sword. Why must it come to this? Would it not be better to live peacefully with a flourish? Simon sheathed his sword, approaching the captain, now severed into 3 pieces. The captain, unable to articulate his thoughts, was left with a profound sense of regret for this impulsive act. If given another chance, he would surely rally his comrades. I find myself quite intrigued by the secrets of this nation. Then I implore you to enlighten me. Justice, shadow of evil. Drawing upon his previous experience with pure cotton memory, Simon executed this technique with remarkable proficiency. 10 minutes later, do you truly believe you know nothing? Is it worth all this effort for a vague order stating Yuansu nation must not become a realm for a single ruler? Unexpectedly, it was not the elders who sent him, which was surprising. The wealth of information revealed to Simon that Yuansu nation indeed harbored secrets. Was Ji's involvement intentional or merely a coincidence? Did she genuinely come to assist him without ulterior motives? With newfound knowledge came a flood of contemplation, leaving Simon feeling as though he were ensnared in a web. No, I must become a member of the world government. The World Conference is crucial to me. With a wave of his hand, Simon cleared away the lifeless body of the cat-faced creature and proceeded towards the CP0 base, where an agent's fate still hung in the balance. 10 minutes later, Simon arrived at the stronghold and, upon seeing the fallen figure on the ground, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Justice, truth, or dare? This ability, which Simon had developed from the questioning phase of a trial, mandated that those struck by its power could only speak the truth, devoid of any guilt. Why did you compel me to become the king of this nation? Support Lord Simon unconditionally. Bewildered, Simon pondered the meaning of support unconditionally. Having never been exposed to the culture of the V-Circle, he found himself utterly perplexed by the term. However, after an hour of questioning, Simon discerned that the individual before him bore no malice. In fact, she was an ardent fan of his IT was truly astonishing. He felt a surge of tolerance towards his fan, personally tending to her wounds and assisting her to a bed for rest. Shortly after lying down, she awakened, and upon opening her eyes, She was astonished to find Simon before her. "Am I dreaming?" Although her voice was somewhat hoarse, it could not conceal the joy that resonated within. Simon offered her a glass of water, lamenting the failure of their endeavor to join the world government. For reasons unknown, the 5 elders had refused their request. As soon as he noticed she was awake, Simon promptly informed her of the current status of their collaborative project. Not successful. That shouldn't be the case. She was taken aback. Encountering the world government's refusal for the first time, her emotions surged, and she instinctively attempted to sit up. "Lie down. Don't move. You can resume when you've healed." Simon's tone was unusually authoritative, yet it proved to be remarkably effective. Upon hearing his words, she immediately complied, her cheeks flushed. After spending a while longer, Simon took his leave. Without the backing of the world government, subduing this archipelago would not be an easy task. Must I resort to live streaming? The mere thought of it caused Simon a headache. Since his arrival in this world, every major event seemed to be broadcasted live. Sigh, I truly do not wish to live stream. Must there be so many coincidences? Despite his reluctance, he recognized that this was the most viable solution. Due to the slow pace of his solo information gathering, Simon returned to the Diao ship, intending to seek assistance from the 6 captains. However, as soon as he boarded the ship, he sensed something was amiss. "Xiao Luo, Xiao Wolf, why are you back? Where's Hao Jian?" Simon was left speechless, having painstakingly kept Hao Jian at bay outside the ship, only to find that he had been stolen away. Hao is gone. Apparently, a fried chicken shop is seeking him for a massive project. Xiao Luo recounted the events of the past few days to Simon. And upon learning that Hao Jian had indeed departed and had not come to this place, Simon felt relieved that his lowly captain had not been seen by any perverts. "Now that you're all here, in 3 days, I will be live streaming from the conference hall on Governance Island. We need to prepare the equipment." Without questioning the reasons, the group, with no pressing matters at hand, promptly dispersed to make preparations. Ignoring where the others went to acquire equipment, Simon journeyed to Urki Island. Having heard of astonishment, sheer astonishment, still astonishment, Simon had contemplated the various methods through which Mr. Hao Hao might promote himself, yet he never anticipated that this individual would release 2 distinct reports, each fervently impassioned yet diverse in content. The spectacle was so striking that Simon found himself momentarily questioning whether he should embark on the era of bounty hunters himself. Setting aside the astonished islanders, still reeling from news, Simon had a pressing matter at hand: to convey the establishment of his bounty guild to the island, with the equipment already prepared, as informed by his younger cousin who had set it up. Simon tidied his demeanor and ascended the platform. "Ahem. Greetings to the esteemed citizens of the Loot Archipelago. I am Simon, Malachi Simon. Today As Simon delivered his impassioned address, his younger cousin was preoccupied below, conversing with a telephone insect larva. The success or failure of our endeavor hinges on this moment. We must ensure that Lord Simon witnesses our fervor." After Simon concluded his speech, let the waves of enthusiasm sweep across the entire archipelago. Passion surged, and his younger cousin appeared to be engaged in something rather remarkable, striving to prevent global destruction and ensure the tranquility of the Loot Archipelago. Bounty Hunter Simon hereby establishes the Justice Guild today. Yearning for bounties, desiring justice, yet still an obscure hunter, I invite all of you to join me in delivering fair judgment upon all pirates. His resonant voice echoed throughout the archipelago, not merely confined to this cluster of islands, but resonating across the entire South Sea. The audacious elder cousin had even broadcasted this live event to every island in the South Sea. High-ranking hunters marveled at Simon's grand display, while many lower-tier hunters began to feel a stirring sensation. If I join that Super Hunter Simon's guild, I surely won't have to worry about attracting the ire of any formidable pirate crews. Joining the guild means receiving Lord Simon's protection. How wonderful! I adore Simon. I must join this guild. Oblivious to the burgeoning interest, Simon atop the platform hesitated, contemplating whether to conclude the live broadcast. At that moment, crowds began to gather slowly from the outskirts of Jui Island, Heifeng Island, and Ihao Island. They were uniformly attired, brandishing banners, and chanting in unison, "Simon, Simon, King, King. Lord Simon, please become the king of this nation." Their momentum was overwhelming, and within a mere 30 seconds, the streets of the Lute archipelago were filled with their presence. Below, his younger cousin dutifully displayed the broadcast from all the islands to Simon. This, an opportunity to become king. Why do I feel no thrill whatsoever, despite feeling the fervor of the crowd? Simon was reluctant to dismiss this exceptionally fortuitous opportunity. Although there remained some disobedient factions on the island, he reasoned that addressing them could wait until he had secured the throne. Everyone, please be silent. He gestured to calm the crowd, and the effect was immediate. The islanders fell silent. I, Malachi Simon, hereby accept the position of king of the kingdom of Yuan-Su at this moment. Oh, hi! The 46 islands of the Lute archipelago erupted in fervor. The South Sea roared with excitement, and several somewhat obscure bounty hunters began to feel the pull of ambition. Joining the guild now meant having the backing of an entire nation. Yet, not everyone shared in the enthusiasm. On Jiu-Gue Island, the lair of the Ghostfire crew, the leader exclaimed, "What shall we do? Simon intends to become king of this nation. How can we continue our business?" The second-in-command of the Ghostfire crew wore a grim expression. "King? Huh. What can he achieve without our consent?" Unperturbed by the second-in-command's concerns, the Ghostfire leader scoffed. "With so many factions on the island, I refuse to believe everyone will submit to Simon." On Airy Island, the base of the Yellow Hares, one individual exclaimed, "Hey, brothers, what do you think?" "Ugh, that guy wants to be king. I vehemently oppose this. I was just trying to flirt with someone, and he stole my chance." "Exactly. How outrageous. When will we Yellow Hares rise up?" Meanwhile, on Shirchi Island, the Beggar Alliance, the leader cautioned, "If he ascends to power, my brothers will truly be left without food." "Indeed, leader, my little brother hasn't had meeting days." At that moment, the leader, tapping on a wooden fish, declared, "All is predestined. This person's reign will not last long. All faithful may rest easy." The leader's voice was so persuasive that the beggars below nodded in unison, chanting, "Thank you, leader, for your wisdom." Now, Simon concluded the live broadcast. Although he had nominally assumed the title of King of Yuan-Su, his actual authority over the nation was virtually non-existent. "Lord Simon, now that you've ascended, shouldn't you consider taking some consorts? In this regard, I possess a wealth of connections." The plan had successfully completed its first phase, and his younger cousin was eager to proceed to the next step. "Young one, please refrain from discussing the king's private matters." Simon firmly rejected his cousin's suggestion. This is something to be discussed in such a public setting. However, if you have connections, do assist. I require some guards to maintain order on the island. Subtle yet effective. A dual purpose indeed. Guards? Oh, that's acceptable. With a glint in her eye, his younger cousin thought that the sisters from the support group would likely not refuse. Without waiting for the equipment to be packed away, she slipped away. Gazing at the hall of the Justice Guild, Simon felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him. After drifting for so long, had he finally appeared on the stage of the era? Entering the hall and taking a seat at the reception area, Simon eagerly anticipated the arrival of hunters. "Simon, haven't you recruited anyone to manage affairs here? Surely, we can't handle everything ourselves." At that moment, Xiao Luo realized that Simon had only prepared this building and had commenced his declaration without further arrangement. You needed to recruit people. Having never engaged in such matters, Simon remained oblivious to his oversight. "Of course, we need to recruit individuals. Otherwise, how can we venture out?" "Indeed, Simon, without personnel, how can you hunt pirates? You'd be trapped here." Simon was taken aback. Was the situation truly this dire? The thought of being confined to this room to revise documents disheartened him, and he quickly resolved that recruitment was imperative. Guards could wait, but personnel were essential. He wondered if any of that young one's connections might have someone interested in this work. For now, unable to leave the premises, Simon had to place his hopes in his younger cousin. "Surely you've devised the guild system, right?" This piercing question left Simon once again speechless. Could it be that you haven't thought this through? "What will you use to retain members?" Perhaps due to the residual effects of her time as a palace maid, Xiao Luo felt an overwhelming fatigue in light of their unpreparedness. Unable to bear it any longer, she decided to take matters in her own hands. Producing paper and pen, she crafted a comprehensive guild system in a mere 10 minutes. Simon was astounded. What efficiency, truly worthy of the palace maid I've acquired. He had no objections to this system. It was remarkably thorough, featuring an excellent promotion structure and reasonable punitive measures, as if it had been handed down from a millennia-old kingdom. But we also need to revise that uniform we designed earlier. Let us establish a hierarchy as well. With nothing much to occupy his thoughts, Simon contemplated whether to standardize the attire according to ranks. The three of them resumed their discussion and ultimately decided on 6 tiers. Gray robes, no pirate capture achievements. Green robes, successful capture pirates with bounties exceeding 1 million. Blue robes, successful capture pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million. Orange robes, successful capture pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. Silver robes, successful capture of pirates with bounties exceeding 500 million. Purple gold robes, successful capture of a Yonko. This ranking was prominently displayed in a conspicuous location to ensure that everyone entering the guild could see it. Isn't it a bit excessive to include the Yonko rank? Simon pondered. Won't it attract unwanted attention from those individuals? As the rank was officially posted, Xiao Luo grew somewhat anxious. The Yonko, they would hardly notice this place. My trivial antics might not even reach their ears. A sense of clarity washed over him. It seemed Simon had not allowed his reputation to cloud his judgment. 3 hours later, his cousin arrived at the Justice Guild, accompanied by a flurry of enthusiastic individuals. Goodness, is this a crowd of over 10,000? The sight of the bustling crowd overwhelmed Simon, momentarily halting his thoughts. Fortunately, these attendees were indifferent to Simon's awkwardness. After a period of selection, Simon retained 4,600 individuals. My guild still requires more members. Would anyone like to join? He inquired of those who had not been chosen. To his surprise, the allure of his support team had been underestimated. Not a single person chose to withdraw from the arduous role of guild greeter. The selection of the 232 staff members proceeded smoothly. After expressing his gratitude to his cousin, Simon and his team commenced training for these new recruits. Xiao Luo instructed the staff while Simon guided the 4,600 guards. 3 months later, the Justice Guild was operating exceptionally well, with bounty hunters frequently coming and going out on the island. Groups of 100 royal guards patrolled tirelessly. One day, while Simon was teaching Xiao Luo the techniques of armament hockey, his transponder snail suddenly rang. Moshi Moshi, have you found the cause? Seeing the expression on the transponder snail's face, Simon paused his instruction. Lord Simon, I regret to inform you that I have not located any relevant information. This was an expected outcome. Now that the elders were aware of his ascension to kingship, pertinent details were surely concealed. Well, return at once. Yes, Lord Simon. After ending the call, Simon felt little disturbance. World government, I hope you can resist the urge to demand my allegiance. In recent days, Simon had awakened each morning in astonishment, as the influx of hunters joining the guild had been overwhelming. To date, there were already over 1,000 green robes and more than 10,000 gray robes. As long as he maintained control over this guild, the world government would inevitably seek him out for negotiations. Simon admitted he had previously underestimated the hunter community. In just 3 short months, he had amassed over 10,000 hunters. That it was difficult to fathom how many lone wolves remained undecided. If he could unite the hunters of the world, hunting a Yonko would surely be a simple task. A week later, Lord Simon, a messenger returned from a secret location, appearing before Simon in his chamber. Oh, you're back. There's still 3 rat nests on the island. Go clear them out. Handing a document to the messenger, Simon outlined his future plans. Oh, by the way, you may also call upon the island's guards. I've already informed them. Just as the messenger was about to depart, Simon seemed to recall something and quickly added. The messenger hesitated for a moment before silently leaving on Jogue Island, the headquarters of the Ghostfire Gang, an evil organization selling counterfeit liquor. 3 months had passed without any sign of restraint from them. This nation has no need for your kind. Adorned with knuckle dusters, the messenger commenced the cleansing of this place on Shurhao Island. The captains of the Ghostfire Gang's branch, Shur Yu and Shur E, executed a surprise raid under the governor's orders, successfully seizing 3 tons of counterfeit liquor, 3,000 cartons of fake cigarettes, and 200 lollipops. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following is even more thrilling. The Ghostfire Gang, lacking formidable combat strength, was swiftly eradicated. Upon completing the cleansing on Airy Island, the messenger arrived here. The sisters on this island belonged to Lord Simon. You yellow-haired scoundrels, it's time to vanish. The messenger felt genuine rage towards the yellow-haired individuals, perhaps recalling some unpleasant memories. An hour passed, and the once thriving gathering place for the yellow-haired now bore no trace of yellow. A girl picking flowers nearby accidentally wandered into this area. Oh no, how did I end up here? Mommy, save me. She was filled with dread, as the rumors surrounding this place had accompanied her throughout her life. Wait, isn't this? Just as she wondered why there were no yellow-haired individuals around, her gaze shifted to the scene before her, reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. And Ti Jingguan, the messenger, having released some pent-up stress, arrived at the opulent building known as the Beggar Alliance. Beggar, you old men who destroy other people's families certainly have the audacity to say so. After cleansing the followers here, the messenger approached the leader. Why stain your hands with blood, benefactor? Wouldn't it be better to lay down the butcher's knife and share bliss with me? The melodic chants momentarily clouded the messenger's mind, but upon hearing the phrase share bliss, she became enraged. Old fool, who wishes to share bliss with you? Go to hell. Raging gale, rampage. With swift movements, dust and smoke erupted. Surprisingly, the leader remained unscathed at a capability user. The messenger paused, observing the shield surrounding the leader with bewilderment. Indeed, the old monk is the protector of a shield fruit. My immobility renders me invincible. The old leader exuded confidence, his expression unchanged thus far. Shield fruit. I feel like I've heard of that somewhere. When was it? The messenger found the leader's words somewhat familiar. It seemed she had encountered this fruit before. I've remembered. The instructor once spoke of this fruit. It is the most suitable fruit for CP. Obtaining this fruit would allow one to become the true guardian of the celestial dragons. This is troublesome. The protective power of this fruit is extraordinarily strong. The situation suddenly reached a standstill, as the messenger found herself unable to counter the fruit's abilities. Its protective power was only surpassed by the barrier fruit, yet it had fewer requirements for use. Achoo! Perhaps something unpleasant was afoot. The old leader sneezed, and at that moment, the messenger was elated to see the shield dissipate. Without hesitation, she executed a raging gale kick, but regrettably, this fleeting moment lasted only an instant by the time the air slash of the raging gale reached the leader. The shield reappeared. Oh, that was close. Almost caught off guard. Although the leader professes to be fearful, his demeanor remains utterly unchanged. Why does he? Could it be, sensing that he has unraveled the truth, G decides to test the waters, deliberately stirring up a tempest of dust in an attempt to rattle the leader once more. Yet, steadfast as a mountain, the old leader remains immovable. Indeed, it is only in stillness that one can maintain such an impenetrable shield. This protective fruit is inherently meant to safeguard others. Self-protection comes with its own limitations. With this newfound understanding, G no longer feels urgency. He merely needs to wait until the leader can no longer resist the urge to move. Approaching the old leader, G begins to shift his body, preparing to strike when the leader finally makes a move. An hour passes, yet the old man remains completely still. 3 hours go by, and G scratches his thigh. 5 hours later, it's time for the practitioner to concede. The old monk once meditated for 3 years in a temple in Luoja, and being scrutinized by an unknown figure in white robes is quite discomforting for the old leader. 3 years. In the past, you could manage it, but now, you certainly cannot. G smiles faintly, brimming with confidence, as if possessing some crucial information. You, sigh. The old man, realizing he cannot outlast G, once again closes his eyes. At this moment, G channels all his focus. Based on his observations, the old man is on the brink of giving in. Meow. Storm step, great cut. The timing is impeccable, as the sudden catcall pierces the air. The old man's body quivers. Seizing the opportunity, G delivers a decisive strike, cleaving the old man in two. How many misdeeds have you committed over the years that a mere cat's cry could render you so feeble? Ugh! Spitting in disgust, G departs this unsavory locale. Back in Simon's office, G recounts all that transpired to Simon. Indeed, it must be you from now on. The affairs of the kingdom will rest in your capable hands. Do not let me down. Giving G's shoulder a reassuring pat, Simon exits the kingdom's designated office. The chaotic work has been pushed aside, and now it is time for me to become active again. A few months of recuperation have left Simon feeling somewhat out of sorts, and with little on his plate, it seems fitting to embark on some bounty tasks. Glancing at the sky, Simon concludes that he should first pay a visit to Wolf for a catch-up. The following morning, the dawn is as vibrant as ever. Picking up the morning paper to learn of the world's latest happenings, he reads, World Government Certification, Legal Pirates, the 7 Warlords of the Sea. World's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. The Great Pirate, Gecko Moria, Tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, Swordsman Jinbi, Heavenly Demon Don Quixote da Flamingo. Ah, the number of warlords is increasing. Only 2 seats remain vacant. Continuing to read, the news about the warlords fails to pique Simon's curiosity. Pirate Crocodile engages in battle with Whitebeard on the island of Quake Sand, successfully retreating. Wait, what? Can retreating after a defeat genuinely be labeled a success? Such a notion seems rather cheap. The jovial Simon finds no amusement in today's news. Hey, Simon, aren't you handling any paperwork today? The freshly awakened Xiao Luo, observing Simon leisurely sipping tea, appears perplexed. The documents have already been taken care of. There's nothing further for me to do. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue reading. After sipping his tea, Simon reflects on the beauty of the world. Hooray! This means we have time to explore other places. Clapping his hands, Xiao Luo expresses her excitement. Of course, it has been ages since I last set sail. Let us find a bounty task and head out to sea. Xiao Luo joyfully twirls her recently learned flower hand dance. At that moment, Simon suddenly hears the flapping of wings. Looking up, he spots the news bird. Wasn't the news already broadcast once? Could it be breaking news? This spectacle of countless birds soaring is something Simon has only witnessed during monumental events. Purchasing another newspaper, Simon's curiosity is piqued. The cover prominently features the fiery captain of the Red Lip Pirates, Flame, alongside one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. See, Emperor? Newcomer pirate repels Kaido and claims an island. Flame repelled Kaido. Simon's mouth drops open in disbelief. What kind of twist is this? This isn't a scene from the Pirate King I remember. Could it be the butterfly effect? Confusion washes over him. What unforeseen circumstances granted Flame such formidable strength? Continuing to read, the newspaper fails to provide a detailed account of events, merely reporting that Kaido landed on the island and then retreated. The Island of Flame. How did she achieve this? Has she been concealing her power all along? Or has she acquired something extraordinary? A sudden realization strikes him. The mysteriously vanished island. The abruptly empowered Flame. The country coveted by the world government. Could it be that Flame's strength is derived from this nation's secret? Simon contemplates, feeling that his hypothesis may indeed hold merit. How intriguing. Those 5 old men must not have anticipated this turn of events. Imagining the shock on the 5 elders' faces brings Simon immense joy. Will the future unfold like the anime? Let us not become too absurd, shall we? At Mary Geos, the 5 elders gaze solemnly at the newspaper reporting on Flame. Yes, it confirmed. Is it that thing? According to the information from the raccoon, it appears so. What is CP doing, allowing her to seize it right under their noses? The bald elder, sword in hand, slams his palm on the table. CP was unaware. This oversight is ours. What now? We cannot allow her to continue wielding that dangerous weapon. We could send CP in discreetly to retrieve the weapon. It seems we are left with no alternative, with no dissent. The 5 elders unanimously agree on this decision. What of Simon from the South Sea? His current power is not to be underestimated. Let us grant him a seat as a member state. That country no longer holds any value for continued scrutiny. Having hastily discussed this matter, they move on to the next agenda item. After finishing the newspaper, Simon heads to the guild hall with Xiao Luo and Wolf. Yo, Xiao, you're up so early too. Just as he steps outside, he spots Xiao, who has just emerged. Wow, Simon, are you taking the day off? Surprised, Xiao notes that aside from practicing swordsmanship, she hasn't seen Simon so relaxed in quite a while. Not a day off. I'm regaining my freedom. From today onward, those bothersome tasks shall no longer disturb me. A few individuals engaged in conversation as they walked swiftly towards the archive room of the Justice Guild, the repository for all bounty missions within the organization. Here, one could find not only the wanted posters for pirates, but also various personally posted bounty tasks, such as catching cats or locating lost dogs. However, Simon's purpose for visiting this place was not to peruse such mundane documents. Not this one, nor that one. "I've found it. This is the one," he exclaimed, uncovering a file tucked away in a very discreet corner. "A security request from the Phantom Songstress. And is this the bounty mission you mentioned, Simon? Surely you don't intend to attend her concert." Upon discovering that Simon had unearthed this task, Xiao Luo's eyes nearly rolled into the back of her head. "Aha! How could that be? I merely find the island where the concert is hosted intriguing." "Don't you think so?" Simon replied, his tone slightly evasive as he rubbed the back of his head. "Well, this task is what it is." "When do we set sail?" Xiao Luo conceded, realizing that debating the nature of the task was futile. Any destination would suffice that, of course. "We depart immediately." "I haven't seen my Diao ship in months," Simon declared, brimming with anticipation. He organized the documents and promptly set off without any hesitation. "Are we going to sea?" At that moment, Xiao Xiao exclaimed incredulously, "Shall I join you?" Xiao Luo extended a request to form a team with Xiao Xiao. That's not entirely out of the question." Xiao Xiao hesitated before deciding to accompany Simon and the others, for she needed to learn swordsmanship, and if Simon were gone too long, she'd have nothing to learn from. Before heading to the Diao ship, Simon first donned the custom-made uniform, a silver robe adorned with twinkling stars, featuring a design crafted by him and his companions on the chest. "The silver robe hunter is ready for action," he proclaimed in a somewhat dramatic manner. And indeed, they were off to the Diao ship. Master X6 after months apart, the 6 beautiful captains remained as stunning as ever. The Diao ship, lovingly cared for by them, glimmered with a crystalline sheen. With the anchor raised, Simon stepped onto the bow, calling out, "Set sail, destination, Ishang Island." The powerful sea breeze filled the sails, propelling the Diao ship towards the horizon as it gradually departed from the Lute Archipelago point 3 days later. "Oh my, Crocodile has also become one of the 7 warlords," Simon mused while reading the morning paper, reflecting on how the current global situation began to align with the storyline he was familiar with. 3 years, just 3 years, that significant event should unfold, right? Simon felt a tinge of uncertainty. After all, the circumstances surrounding Flame were truly unpredictable. She possessed the ability to alter the course of that war. To reshape the seas, would it not be wise to prevent any contact between Flame and Ace? Was this truly the right course of action? In a state of confusion, Simon found himself grappling with the future. Feeling somewhat at a loss, never mind. It has nothing to do with me. I shall simply wait. I currently lack the power to influence that war. The chapter was not yet over. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Unable to find clarity, Simon chose to adopt a laid-back attitude, pondering what relevance the world's development held for him. All he needed was to ensure he remained a significant figure. The fates of those unrelated individuals were best left for others to worry about. Taking a deep gulp of juice, Simon rose to his feet, realizing that idleness could lead to whimsical thoughts. Setting down his cup, he sought out Xiao Luo. The sea was tranquil, with only the Diao ship sailing upon it. Xiao Luo had performed remarkably well in her studies under Simon's guidance, having mastered the technique of rapping. Excellent progress, Xiao Luo. Yes, just like that. As Simon praised her, Xiao Luo continued to practice her rapping technique. Her once soft right arm began to harden with the application of Conqueror's Haki. "Simon, what level would you say my current strength is at?" Upon completing her final rap, Xiao Luo felt curious about her standing. "What level?" Perhaps around the bounty level of 800,000, Simon assessed her abilities based on the pirates he had previously hunted. 800,000. Am I that weak? Xiao Luo could hardly believe it. Having learned to rap with armament hockey, receiving such a modest evaluation from Simon left her incredulous. "You're not deceiving me, are you? It feels like something is off." The absurdity of the evaluation led Xiao Luo to doubt the accuracy of Simon's words. "No, Xiao Luo, your current strength is merely slightly superior to that of Ida the deer." Observing the puzzled expression on Xiao Luo's face, Simon contemplated carefully, but felt confident in his assessment. After receiving Simon's reaffirmation, Xiao Luo felt somewhat disheartened. Hockey. This is hockey. I'm already this formidable. Yet, her confidence took a significant blow, and her mindset became cautious. 3 days later, the Diao ship docked at Asang Island. What a lively place, Simon! As soon as the ship approached the dock, Xiao Luo was taken aback by the vibrant scene, especially since the Phantom Songstress was set to hold her concert here. Naturally, the crowd would be larger. After yawning and stretching, Simon also approached the bow, only to notice a sign held by the crowd that read Zindali. What? Impossible! It cannot be! How could Zindali be here? Upon hearing Xiao Luo's words, Simon initially thought she was teasing him. How could these two superstars possibly hold performances in the same location? However, as he reached the bow and gazed at the throngs on the street, he was rendered speechless. Why? Are they? It was perplexing. According to Simon's intel, the dance star Victoria Zindali had been over 1,000 nautical miles away on Dajuo Island just a day prior. Seeing all the Zindali fans, Simon recalled some unpleasant memories. Why does this person have fans everywhere? Will I ever be able to enjoy music in peace? Feeling disheartened, Simon, who had initially come here with joy, was suddenly enveloped in dark thoughts. Simon, shouldn't we go find that songstress? Xiao Zhao's sweet voice pulled Simon back from his bleak musings. Reflecting on his previous dark thoughts, Simon felt a wave of apprehension. That shouldn't be my mindset. How could I think like that? Simon, Xiao Zhao's repeated inquiry interrupted his contemplation. What is it, Xiao Xiao? We should go find a songstress, right? Xiao Xiao reiterated. The songstress? Oh, right, we should. Why are these irritating people blocking the way at this moment? I've completely forgotten my original purpose. The irritable Simon, accompanied by a throng of beautiful followers, departed from the suspended vessel. Following the task's directive, Simon sought the venue for the upcoming concert of the ethereal songstress. And, alas, could the ardent fans of Zindali not disperse? If someone were to inadvertently stumble, it would certainly result in an accident. Unable to endure the obstructive fans any longer, Simon summoned his strength, exclaiming, "Dominion of might." This technique represented the second-tier application of Simon's armed color hockey, allowing him to exert force that compelled others to shift in different directions, essentially an enhanced repulsion effect. With this newfound ease, he could traverse unimpeded, despite the ireful glares of those he had pushed aside. After escaping the congested throngs of the port, the streets appeared significantly less crowded. Surely, they did not gather merely to welcome Zindali ashore. At that moment, Simon began to empathize with the dock's patrons, though he mused that their arrival was rather premature. Surely, Zindali would not arrive for at least 3 days. Speechless, he could only shake his head at the fans' lack of due diligence. With the obstruction of fans now diminished, Simon retracted his hockey domain. However, just as he did so, he collided with another individual. What the? Are you not watching where you're going? Although it was Simon who had been struck, it was the other person who fell. Despite suffering no injury, the acrid scent of chemicals wafting from the individual was quite unsettling. That I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The person who had collided with Simon quickly rose and bowed deeply in apology. You are Hoga Bak? Upon recognizing the individual before him, Simon found him oddly familiar. You know me? Hoga Bak inquired, perplexed. Not personally, but I have seen reports about you, the genius surgeon and miracle worker, regarding this eminent figure in the medical field. Simon maintained a modicum of decorum, considering that he might someday require his expertise. Oh, I see. Hoga Bak chuckled heartily, but suddenly his expression shifted to one of urgency. I must go meet my beloved Zindali. Until we meet again. After hastily apologizing, Hoga Bak dashed towards the dock. Simon was left speechless on the street. Ugh. Another rabid fan of Zindali, he lamented. Was this individual truly that remarkable? My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn the page to continue reading. Does anyone possess a voice as delightful as my Anne's? The fleeting respect Simon had harbored for the genius physician evaporated instantly. Such a doctor, he swore. He would never consult, even if his life depended on it. The place we seek located over there. Little Luo whispered, pointing toward an open-air stage. Indeed. That's the one, just as indicated in the information. Though the distance was a tad far, Simon could not mistake that silhouette. his favorite singer, and awaited him just ahead. Overcome with emotion, Simon could no longer contain himself. He swung his arms back and forth, his legs moving like wheels as he dashed off. Little Luo and Xiao Xiao exchanged glances, both feeling too embarrassed to emulate such a display, opting instead for a leisurely pace. Wolf, however, harbored no such reservations, employing all four limbs to traverse the walls, leaving a trail of astonished onlookers applauding his antics. Simon sprinted swiftly, kicking up a cloud of dust, and soon arrived at the expansive venue, with a resounding scrape of his shoes against the ground. Simon glided into the center of the stage with an undeniably suave flair. "Hello, miss. May I inquire if this is the venue for Anne's concert?" He tossed his head back dramatically, revealing a toothy grin. Yet the lady before him merely rolled her eyes. "This is the dance platform for Victoria Zindali." "What is your meaning, sir?" Silence enveloped Simon, not from a desire to remain mute, but rather from an overwhelming sense of embarrassment that made him wish he could dig a hole and hide. "My apologies for the interruption." He bowed respectfully and fled, covering his face in shame. The lady watched in confusion as he retreated, and as Simon hurried back, still shielding his face, he collided with the approaching wolf, the impact enveloping him in a soft embrace.